He has observation skills that diagnose diseases instantly, and a Lord of Language trait that translates every dialect automatically. Even the top-ranked healers in this entire server wouldn't stand a chance against him. But since he lacks a license, our main character, Kang Seung-hyun, is just a traveling quack. Enter Russ, a local adventurer. Today, he barely survived an ambush by 30 wolves. His ancestors must have been working overtime to keep him alive. But those wounds are lethal. If he doesn't get medical help right now, it's game over. Seung-hyun offers a deal. A quick fix for 150,000 gold. Reliable, fast, and done in a flash. Russ refuses though. No badge means no trust, and he thinks he's just being scammed by some random con artist. As Roos leaves, Seung-hyun stays cool. He just tells the guy to come find him when those wounds won't heal. Russ goes to a certified healer instead. The price is steep, but the pain vanishes quickly, making him think he's fine. But pay attention here that night. Roos's foot turns black, just as Seung-hyun mysteriously appears in his room. Turns out, our main character knew regular healers couldn't handle the real source of this deadly injury. Realizing Seung-hyun is the real deal, Russ begs for help. Our guy just holds up 3 fingers, 300,000 gold, or no deal. The poor guy nearly has a heart attack when he hears the price has officially doubled. Seung-hyun explains the infection worsened. If you want a miracle on a budget, you're better off just picking out a coffin. After some desperate bargaining, Russ finally agrees to a treatment fee of 200,000 gold. With zero cash on hand, he's forced to hand over his sword as collateral. Pale with fear, he asks if his condition is terminal. His foot is swollen and purple, looking like a terminal case of high-level poisoning. Seung-hyun gives him a reassuring tap on the leg. With a divine doctor here, you'll live longer than a cockroach. He sees it clearly now. Some things can't be fixed with normal magic, especially this kind of venom. Russ turns pale as a ghost. Seung-hyun hands him a strange purple fruit and tells him to eat it. He explains it's a blackcurrant variant. The stems and leaves are toxic and cause total paralysis. That's exactly why those wolves hunt near these bushes. They drive their prey into the thorns to paralyze them for a quick, easy meal. Russ starts panicking. Does this mean he's paralyzed forever? He begs the healer to do something, anything to save him. Now, you and I both know there's always a way out. Seung-hyun pulls out a mysterious purple potion. Russ trembles, asking what that's for. The healer just grabs a sharp knife and lines up several bottles of antidote. This antidote has to be applied directly inside the infected area of the wound. He jokes about wanting a hands-off approach, but some other healer already did a great job sealing the poison inside. So, the only way is to cut it open. Russ realizes his mistake seeking that first treatment just made everything worse. He continues, explaining he's not refusing to heal him out of spite, it's just that regular magic won't work here. Since I don't have any painkillers, you might want to scream as loud as you possibly can. As the blade gets closer, Russ breaks down in tears. Wait, I'm not ready for this yet. Seung-hyun warns him that squirming will only make it hurt more. He slices it open and pours the antidote in. Russ thinks it's over, but the healer grabs another bottle. He tells him to either endure it or just faint. This talented doctor's name is Kang Seung-hyun, the mysterious healer of On. Seung-hyun thinks back to 3 years ago when he first opened his eyes in a mysterious cave. A system alert appeared, assigning him a brand new class. He'd seen this setup before in stories, but the monsters appearing everywhere were very real. While others were being torn apart by wolves, the system gave him a mission to become a healer. Still dazed, he realized this wasn't Earth anymore. He had been transported to a completely different world. The only lucky thing was that he wasn't the only human pulled from Earth. Everyone was in a panic, wondering what to do and how to find a way back home immediately. Some argued about going back, while others actually preferred staying in this fantasy world over their old lives. Everyone had an opinion, but Kang just sat in the corner, quietly processing the situation. This whole scenario felt like a generic fantasy novel, especially when his status window popped up. Wait, what's that question mark? Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Listen up. You and I are about to see how cooperation makes even the most terrifying monsters easy to defeat once we work together. Everyone here has already received their specific class and their unique skills, right? He suddenly discovers his skills. The first window shows cut, the ability to slice through anything with a sharp object. He says, this definitely isn't it. The next skill is Language Lord, which translates every single tongue automatically. Again, not at all what he is looking for. Finally, he sees Observation Eye, which lets him analyze everything, but it still feels like the wrong ability for him. His class is supposed to be Healer, so why does the main character have 0 actual healing skills? This is a total disaster. As sunlight filters through the window slit, Kang calmly wipes the fresh blood off his hands with a towel. There, the treatment is finished. The wound will heal quickly, but please avoid walking for about 3 days. Roos cries in relief, thankful to be alive even after being hacked. He keeps bowing and thanking the healer over and over. Without you, I would be a dead man right now. Kang just smiles and tells him he knew he would live. He looks down at the wound he had personally handled. The injury is looking much better now. Can he really pull this off without any magical healing powers at all? Russ apologizes awkwardly for his behavior yesterday, admitting he should not have called Kang a total scammer. Kang laughs it off, saying he is used to the insults by now. After all, who would trust a healer with zero magic? Deep down, Roos starts thinking that this guy actually has a kind and generous heart of gold. Now pay attention to this guy's logic. His real joy is watching the people who mocked him beg for their lives. Truly twisted stuff. Russ immediately revokes that heart of gold comment because he totally misjudged him. After finishing the work, Kang heads to a restaurant alone. He asks Julia for a meal, and she happily agrees to get a serving ready for him right away. Sitting down, he pulls out a small journal, debating if he should record his thoughts while waiting for his food. He hurriedly scribbles a few lines about the weather, the location behind the village, and his latest poisoned patient. He has formed this new habit. This place he was dragged into is infested with monsters and lethal pollution. Survival here is a constant struggle for him. On the On-continent, he documents everything in hopes of eventually finding a way back home to Earth. A sharp scream cuts the air as Julia accidentally slices her hand. He suddenly looms behind her, checking if she is okay. Julia is completely startled by his sudden appearance. He ignores her shock and asks to inspect the bleeding cut on her hand. Julia laughs it off as a minor scratch, but he is already too exhausted to argue with her about it. The observation eye skill has been activated. His vision transforms into a scanner, displaying every detail of her physical condition and the extent of her injury. Abnormal condition detected: a bleeding left index finger from a knife cut. Nothing too serious. He just needs to stop the bleeding to convince her. He points out that if her hand is injured, she cannot cook. Julia realizes he actually has a point there. She apologizes for the trouble and lets him look. He activates the bleeding control skill with a gentle touch. Just like that, it is finished. Julia thanks him, and the system notifies him that he has earned 1 point. As expected, treatment is worth 1 point, bringing his total reserved balance to 103 points. 20 points per spin. Since he has plenty to spare, he decides to go for 5 rounds on the roulette. The system confirms the activation as a massive lucky wheel appears directly in front of his eyes. He gets +1 strength twice, followed by 2 separate drops of 10 gold each. You and I both know the pain of a rigged gacha. This wheel is a total scam that gives him absolutely nothing useful in the end. Finally, a new result pops up. The main character has unlocked the new distribution skill. This skill converts medicinal absorption into energy, increasing the drug effectiveness by 30% upon use. It is a very solid reward for his efforts. Time for a test run. He grabs a small recovery potion and crushes the glass bottle with all his might. Absorption activates, consuming the potion. Then, he triggers the distribution skill to spread that healing energy all around. Everyone in the area is instantly healed. It is very stable, right? He can even use this technique on future patients too. It is honestly way more efficient than just forcing people to swallow bitter medicine. As he breaks the bottle, a medicinal gas explodes outward, making a passerby scream in terror. The man falls flat on the ground and demands to know who he is. Kang gives a casual apology, but the guy is fuming, claiming he was just physically attacked for no reason. He just shrugs, telling the man he actually just fully restored his stamina already. And trust me, seeing this guy go from angry to a total kiss-up the moment he hears the word healer never gets old. Alright, stick with me. This kid flips faster than an ex-girlfriend, and I have never seen a skill like that before. I have no clue what it even is. I just live out in the countryside. He just smiles and says, I see. But inside, he wonders how this guy could possibly know healer class skills. Right then, his new friend makes an offer. So, Mr. Healer, maybe this is just fate. Do you want to join us? Gang Sung-hyun asks curiously. An adventurer party? He replies, exactly. We are currently recruiting healers. If you join us, we will be a 4-man group, the perfect size for a team. Gang asks, what is the team's mission? He honestly admits, we are going to hunt a rare monster. Gang is interested. What is the reward for the mission? He answers confidently, 1.2 million gold. Hearing that number, he thinks the reward is pretty decent. Since they do not have a healer, maybe he should join them? At the Adventurers Guild, an injured person asks anxiously, so, Mr. Healer, can you show us your abilities first? That healer says firmly, of course, I am more than capable of being the only healer on the team. Gang Sung-hyun and his new friend arrive at the Adventurers Guild together. Seeing 3 people already there, he taps Rick on the shoulder. Mr. Rick, you said including me there would only be 4 people. Rick starts to get a major headache. Now here is where it gets messy. We accidentally invited another healer at the same time. You both heard about the mission, right? The reward is 1.2 million gold coins, so more people means smaller shares. Are you two okay with that? They both say it is fine. Gang Seung-hyun thinks to himself that the other guy has no intention of backing down. The rival healer also thinks Gang is after the same thing as him. One of them steps out to shake hands. Very well. Let us work together. I am Ferio. Gang politely introduces himself as Gang Seung-hyun. The other healer just glares in silence. After the meeting, everyone heads into the forest. One of them laughs and says, I feel so safe now that we have 2 healers. Seeing Gang Seung-hyun humming calmly, the rival gets incredibly annoyed. Damn it, you brat. I will not forgive you for this. Then the guy starts flexing his skills. Basically, I can use basic or even intermediate healing, divine blessing, holy shield, first aid, detox, recovery, light resurrection, purification, light arrow, and plenty of other divine skills. That is basically it. Everyone claps and praises him. So cool. What a talented healer. Rick turns and asks, how about you? Gang Seung-hyun mumbles a reply. Well, I can do this. A mysterious aura surrounds his body. Everyone asks in surprise, what is that? The rival healer starts getting worried. That arrogant jerk, how does he know a trick I have never even heard of? Gang steps up and asks, so what monster are we targeting? Ferio replies, sewer rats. The kind of rat monsters found all over the continent. I did not know there was a rare version, 1.2 million gold coins for a single rat. Gang is stunned. What? I know what you are thinking. These guys are clueless. Have you never hunted a rare? They admit they have never seen one. Me neither. The rival healer says hesitantly, I have been a healer for less than a year. Gang Seung-hyun uses his experience to advise them. We need to prepare a lot of potions to fight a rare monster. Let us go back to the village to prepare. Ferio sighs. Go back after we have come this far? Forget it. It is just a sewer rat. The rival healer takes the chance to mock him. Did you not bring enough potions? That is your responsibility. If you are that scared, you can just leave. Gang smiles and decides, I am out. Everyone is shocked. The rival healer celebrates, while Ferio comes over and asks, are you sure? Do not change your mind later. I am sure you all will lose, but I can help you later. Great. Now we each get 300,000 gold coins. Everyone laughs at his ridiculous words. Rick does not forget to wave goodbye. Take care. Are you really running away from a sewer rat? Well, I will take that rare item in your place. After searching the forest for a while, they reach their destination. Found it. The rat worth 1.2 million gold coins. Even a Jiahui in another world looks totally different. The healer tells them not to worry about his stats at all. He speaks confidently. All right, let us go, everyone. They all charge in with full power as Ferio rushes forward like a madman. The clever sewer rat has already spotted the enemy. Ferio lunges, planning to end its life. Die! He slams his hand hard against the ground, cracking the earth. But the rat is nowhere to be found. Trust me, we are about to see why you never ignore a pro. Where did it go? It is right behind him. All right. You and I are about to watch a simple hunt turn into a lightning-charged, mana-draining nightmare. What is this light? My mana is vanishing. Rick asks the healer if she is okay. She tells him to hurry. I will cast an attack buff on you. Blessing. His expression shifts instantly as power surges. Everyone is in total shock at what is happening. Earthquake? No, a swarm of over 1,000 rats is charging. It is a total ambush that catches everyone off guard. Ferio screams in terror. Henry and the healer can't believe their eyes as the chaos unfolds around them. Is this really how we lose? Rick spots an opening and bolts, leaving the healer to witness his pathetic escape. My mana is completely gone. Did Rick just jump into a black hole to try and save himself? Rick runs blindly. Sorry guys, I will save you in the next life. Then, suddenly, the two of them collide. The healer is stunned. Why is he here? Rick is just as confused. He definitely thought he had escaped. Did we walk into a trap? Damn it! The healer screams out in pure, helpless frustration. A blue potion drops on the ground as a calm voice rings out. So, you guys failed, didn't you? I knew it would happen. Now pay attention, because this is where the main character, Kang Seung-hyun, finally steps out of the shadows to save the day. Honestly, who would give you that much money just to hunt a single rat? It was suspicious from the start. I am charging 500,000 gold per person. A blue aura starts pulling the rats in, leaving Mabello absolutely stunned. Kang Seung-hyun, why are you here? He starts planning to fight the monsters before they launch their next attack. Mabello, didn't you say you could use the Shield of God? He trembles, saying he has no mana or potions left. So all you really need is mana then. Absorption skill activated. Mana potion consumed. Distribution skill is now live, boosting the potion effects by 30%. All that power flows into Mabello. He is in total shock. My mana is actually being restored by a skill. A mana recovery skill? He suddenly remembers what his old teacher told him about the easy path to power. Needing mana for skills is nonsense. Do not ever let yourself take the easy way out of a fight. To Mabello, the only person capable of this is a great god. Kang Seung-hyun looks divine. He asks, "What the hell are you? You saw that too, right? Lord A, the God-free?" Mabello thinks this humble life is just too rude for him. His strange behavior is confusing. What is wrong with this guy? Mabello just keeps shouting his vows out loud. "Lord I swear to you, I will never tell a single soul about what I have witnessed here today." He just smiles to himself. If I told this kid the truth, he would probably faint from the sheer embarrassment. The rat swarm follows the scent of the humans, closing in on the spot where the adventurers are lying. Mabello unleashes his power, kicking one rat away before blasting the rest of them with a powerful palm strike. "Great Lord A, lend me your strength." God's shield activates, creating a massive circle to block the incoming rats. Kang Seung-hyun watches the scene. So, he is just making things up as he goes to make it look better? Even at the very end, he stays on his knees. "Great Lord," he shouts, "I actually did it." He plays along with the role. "Just do whatever you want and do not bother me. You too." He pulls out a blue potion and starts taking down 2 or 3 rats at a time with his bare hands. The reason this quest is worth 1.2 million is the trap. It is a rare monster skill that controls the swarm. If an adventurer tries to run, this space-ruling dungeon ability will trap them inside a small, inescapable room. That is why I prepared some local pesticide. Terran peppermint essence. He lunges forward with the gas. Peppermint essence can be lethal, even to small animals like these rats. There are hundreds of them, but my distribution skill makes this different from any normal attack. Their defense is weak now. He grabs one by its fur and slices right through its head. Another rat realizes its comrade is being attacked. While he is busy, another one lunges from the shadows. Luckily, he spots the pest just in time. He dodges quickly, sending the rat crashing straight into a tree. That was close. It is that domination skill again. Meanwhile, Mabello is still praying with absolute devotion. I should not bother him. He gave a direct order not to be disturbed, didn't he? Rats. A massive swarm of rats is literally crawling all over Kang Seung-hyun. Mabello screams out, "Oh, my great lord! Trust me, you and I have to see how he handles this health distribution next time." Alright, you and I are about to see if a recovery potion is enough to save our main character from total disaster. His stats are finally stable, but he has to act fast before the medicine wears off. There are way too many of them. Suddenly, Jia Hui catches him off guard with a nasty strike right to the ankle. He winces in pain and tries to draw his knife to finish the beast, but the agony is too much. He collapses straight onto the dirt. A red system alert pops up. He is bleeding out from a monster bite, and that precious recovery effect has just been cancelled. Great. Bleeding now of all times? This rare monster is actually smart. He activates his hemostasis skill and stares the giant rat down. Suddenly, a red warning flashes. He has been hit with the domination debuff, meaning any damage taken and mana consumed will now be doubled. Domination? Seriously? He is being buried under a mountain of negative effects at the worst possible moment. The monster's plan is simple: drain his mana until he is completely empty and unable to use any of his powerful skills. As the rat lunges for the kill, he does not even flinch. He just calmly asks, "Did you really think I needed mana to take you down? Watch this closely." Our guy drives his blade straight into the rat's throat for a final, lethal strike. He checks his wounds, surprised his limbs are still intact and his ankle is okay. He really thought his journey ended right there. Then, a notification appears. Achievement unlocked. Rare solo hunt. He managed to take down a rare beast all by himself against impossible odds. As he claims his reward, a look of pure relief washes over his face. All that brutal effort finally paid off in the end. Marbello shouts out in worship, calling him a great lord. Our main character just smirks, knowing that idiot healer almost ruined everything by stopping mid-spell. He opens up his achievement reward menu, watching as the random gacha wheel begins to spin for his prize. A gacha for a reward? He pulls a new skill called Throw, which grants 100% accuracy and damage, plus a 25% effect boost. An attack skill? He was hoping for something legendary, but then he notices that extra 25% effect boost at the bottom. If he throws a poison with a 1% instant death chance, it jumps to 26%. Just then, Marbello comes running, screaming for his lord. He turns around and gives the guy a nod of approval. "Marbello, you actually did a decent job out there." The kid's eyes light up instantly. Marbello swears they only survived because of his mercy. He even promises to keep the main character's secret until the day he dies. Kang Seung-hyun tells him to drop the act and wake the others. Marbello obeys, using a resurrection skill to bring the group back to their senses. Ferio wakes up groaning, but when he sees a dead rat right next to his face, he turns pale and starts screaming at the top of his lungs. What on earth is that? Our main character walks over with a mischievous grin and asks if he enjoyed his little nap. Ferio is completely baffled. He asks if the main character was the one who killed it. Our guy just laughs, asking if he thought the monster died of old age. You saw that too, right? Even after a life-or-death battle, he is still obsessed with money, reminding them they each owe him 300,000 gold pieces. Don't worry. Fario stammers, we will make sure you get paid. He is still in total shock that one man handled that beast alone. The three of them stare as Kang Seung-hoon reaches for the rat. He tells them there is one more thing he needs, the specific loot he came for. He pulls out a glowing purple gem along with a heavy bag of gold. Even he feels a little bit awkward about how well this turned out. Fario does not mind at all. He is just grateful to be alive and thanks the main character for saving the entire party from a certain grave. Our guy offers to buy a round of drinks since Fario led him to the quest, but Henry just lets out a tired sigh. They have to head back to the village tomorrow, so drinking right now is not an option. Our main character is surprised to hear they are leaving together. It turns out they are all from the same village. They nearly had a mass funeral today, and the trauma is clearly sinking in. They have decided to quit being adventurers after this close call. Our hero agrees. You can get rich fast, but the price is often too high. It is a world where the rewards are massive, but the risks are exactly the same size. One wrong move, and it is all over. The group waves goodbye, inviting him for that drink if they ever cross paths again. He watches them leave, feeling a bit lonely. He asks Marbello if he is joining them, but the guy just shakes his head, saying he does not actually drink alcohol at all. Then let's just pretend we don't know each other from now on, our guy jokes. Marbello immediately goes back into full fanboy mode. He thinks the main character is just some high-level god hiding his true identity. He bows low, promising to keep the Lord's secret. He wanders off, muttering about how he needs to train harder to be worthy of following a true god on a real adventure. Our hero stands there frozen for 10 seconds. Did he really just turn a perfectly normal person into a complete lunatic? He brushes it off and heads to an appraiser's shop. It is finally time to see what that mysterious purple gem is actually worth. He hands the jewel over to the old man behind the counter, asking for a professional opinion on the strange glowing object. The appraiser's eyes go wide. Our main character wonders if he found something legendary as the old man prepares to start the evaluation. A blinding light, as bright as the midday sun, erupts from the gem. The old man has to squint just to see the results. He is totally stunned. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what this C-rank treasure actually does. Alright, stick with me. You are about to see why you should never try to scam a healer. It is worth about 80,000 gold, but I will give you 120,000, the appraiser says. Our hero pulls out a blue vial and drops liquid on the gem. The shop owner is totally confused. Huh? What are you doing? Even after being soaked in the solution, the gem shows absolutely no reaction at all. He introduces the liquid as latasa water, a very famous substance from the north that acts as a specialized reactant. It is a chemical that reacts instantly when it touches blood. This is the very knife I used to kill that rare monster, he says, making the old man force a nervous smile. Is that so? Why tell me this? The main character gets more intimidating, explaining that even though the blade looks clean, invisible traces of blood are still there. So, shouldn't this gem, which came directly from a monster's body, react even more strongly than a wash knife? Unless someone. He suddenly grabs the man's head and slams it against the table with bone-breaking force. Watch closely here. The main character just realized he is being played, and he is not happy. You swapped it, he growls, as the sound of shattering glass echoes throughout the room. The appraiser screams in agony. You are making a huge mistake. We are inside the Adventurer Association's building. If I report this, Kang Seung-hoon suddenly stops. Oh, right. Then he slams the guy's head into the table again. Thanks for reminding me. He places a hand on the man's head, instantly activating his hemostasis skill. Seung-hoon's voice turns cold and terrifying. I think I forgot to introduce myself. The appraiser trembles as he realizes his bleeding has suddenly stopped completely. Could he be? I am the healer, Seung-hoon. The scammer begins to whisper and beg for his life. There is a saying on the continent of An. If you plan to scam a healer, you better make sure you never get caught. There are two types of healers with artifacts. Either they are incredibly powerful, or they are absolute maniacs who hunt monsters for fun. A few moments later, the appraiser is sitting there with his head fully bandaged up. He thinks the rumors were right, a healer who beats you to death just to heal you and do it again. But looking at him, there is zero holy power coming off this guy. Seung-hoon stares intensely at the gem. So, this is actually a rank B artifact, right? Terrified, the man admits the truth. It is a B-tier gem, and the mind focus ring at A-tier is worth 6.4 million gold. He leans in threateningly. This guy tried to buy a multi-million gold item for only 120,000? Maybe he should just kill him. He still does not get why it is so pricey. When equipped, the mind focus ring massively boosts the user's concentration levels. It boosts mana, increases damage output, and even speeds up the time it takes to cast powerful spells. Now I know what you are thinking. That is an insane power-up for any mage, and our main character knows it too. The appraiser explains that if a mage panics, it is game over. Seung-hoon keeps his usual poker face. A 50% boost to mental strength? That is actually massive. It is useful in so many ways, which explains the insane price tag. Hearing this, he gives a cold, satisfied smile. Not bad. Unseal it now, and I am taking this enchantment artifact too. Do not try to trick me again. The man bows, asking about the payment. The question goes ignored. Soon, Sun Huoyin is already at a tavern, thinking he has finally made enough money to get a drink. But an old woman rushes over to apologize, telling him that there are absolutely no seats left in the house. She suggests sharing a table or finding another pub. He feels a bit disappointed until someone calls out, "Dr. Kang!" Sun Huoyin turns around and sees Kim Dong-ho. The guy is shocked. "It really is you. I can't believe it." So the two of them sit down to catch up. "How long has it been?" He replies that it has probably been about 2 months. Dong-ho happily says, "You are lucky today. I made a ton of money this time." Curious, the main character asks how much. "About 2 million gold." "Great, right? Order whatever you want. It is all on me today." Sun Huoyin takes him up on it. "Plain beer won't cut it then." He points to the raspberry wine. "You should try this." Seeing the 1 million gold price tag, Dong-ho freezes. It is way too expensive. Our hero laughs and offers to pay for it himself. They keep chatting, and Dong-ho is full of admiration. "You really pulled off an incredible mission, didn't you? A real artifact?" As Sun Huoyin pours a drink, he asks if Dong-ho had any luck today. The guy can't believe his eyes. "Can I really drink this stamina potion?" Thinking about stats and fatigue is exhausting, but our lead tells him to go ahead. Of course. Stamina is a completely different stat compared to pure strength. He thinks to himself that he does not need potions since he recovers through rest, but skills are impossible without them. Since the start, he has had 0 mana. He used to think it was because he was not from the continent of On, but other dimension travelers still have mana. Dong-ho laughs, saying, "It is still better than my situation, right? At least using skills feels natural for you." He admits there are perks, especially since mana potions are insanely expensive. Dong-ho is getting tipsy now, wanting to drink like true friends. Cheers to guys like us living on this continent with these crappy powers. Before long, Dong-ho is completely wasted and starts rambling nonsense. And that is where we leave it for now. Trust me, you and I are going to want to hear the answer to that question next time. By the way, I have something to ask you. Alright, you and I are about to see if a simple skill can change our main character's entire fate. Turn off divine communication first. He immediately gets the hint. This looks serious. Communication cancelled. Dong-ho looks over with a curious expression. "What's going on? Did you finally find a way back home?" Sun Huoyin stays cold. "You're expecting way too much. I've got a new skill, but something's weird. It's a black star skill. 100% accuracy and damage, plus a 25% effect boost. A star in the name? I've never heard of anything like that in my own skill set." He gives a slight nod. "This is a first for me too. Honestly, it might be even better than standard skills. Should I try hunting a rare monster solo? Do you know anything about them?" "I'm not really sure." Suddenly Dong-ho shouts, "Right! Someone in my old platoon mentioned a black star skill once." He asks eagerly, "Really? Who was it?" He scratches his head. "I think his name was Kim Ja-hung, or maybe Kim Jong. Let's just call him Kim Ja-hung." He gives a warning. "You can't just go around deciding other people's names like that, you know." He ignores the name and gets to the point. "Anyway, that guy was incredibly strong. He's a dimension traveler like us, but he's on a whole different level. He wiped out every monster solo, so I asked him what he ate to get that powerful. He told me he had a black star skill. But on the final day, he just started screaming." "What did he actually say?" Now pay attention, this is where it gets wild. He says a 4th skill might be the way back home. What? The way home? The two leave the tavern. Dong-ho stumbles along. "Thanks for the drink, man. One day I'll make 4 million and buy you 2 whole bottles." Sun Huoyin just laughs. "I'm looking forward to that." "You're even taking the bottle?" "I'm heading to the inn. How about you?" "I'm going to buy some potions." He waves goodbye. "Alright, I'm heading out first. See you later. Stay safe." He bids him farewell in return. Instantly, his gaze sharpens and his mind starts racing. If what he said is true, then obtaining a 4-star skill could change everything. I need to get my hands on one of those, too. It might be the key to finding my way back home. But how did Kim Ja-hung manage to collect 4? I barely survived just getting one. How could he forget such a crucial piece of information? He sighs. What should I do to earn more points tomorrow? The next morning at the market, a crowd gathers around a cheap clinic sign. We accept payments in goods and trade. The sign even has drawings of injured heads and eyes. Is he worried they won't get it? Talk about being thorough. Sun Huoyin greets them with a smile. "Welcome. We'll take care of you at a low price." Someone asks hesitantly, "Are you actually a healer?" His face is full of confidence as he confirms it. "Absolutely." Then, another voice cuts in. "I know this guy. He's an eccentric who couldn't even get a fake license because he can't use magic." Immediately, the gossip starts spreading. "What? I knew something was off about him. Now that I think about it, he really does look like a total scammer. How can someone who can't use healing magic be a doctor? Soon, only Sung Hoin is left standing there alone. I saw this coming. Suddenly, a commoner approaches. Excuse me. He looks up and greets her happily. But here's the thing, you and I know his real patients aren't adventurers, but these folks. The woman asks hesitantly. You really accept trade? I have some potatoes. I'm not sure if it's enough. He gives her a friendly look. That's fine. What's the problem? She unwraps the bandage. I was injured by a farming tool. Someone I know just got a tiny scratch on their finger from a simple hoe, but I heard he got very sick and passed away. Just listening to her, Sung Hoon already suspects it's tetanus. It's a terrifying disease here since there are no vaccines. First, let me see the wound. She slowly reaches her hand out. He immediately activates his observation eye skill. All the information flashes before him instantly. Status: minor scrape from a tool 2 days ago. High risk of infection due to using old, dirty bandages. After checking, he feels relieved. Luckily, it's not tetanus. There's no danger here, ma'am. She looks up, surprised. Really? Let's see. Sung Hoon pulls out a bottle. This will help treat your wound. It's a pretty strange-looking potion, isn't it? He explains it's a cream-based potion. Use it every morning and night, and make sure to use clean bandages. She says she doesn't have any, and he immediately turns away. Wait a moment, doctor. She can't stop him. Sung Hoon grabs some straw. If I don't have any, I'll just make them myself. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a master at work. His fabric crafting skill is a massive success. Alright, you and I are watching a top-tier healer start from the bottom. Bandages are too expensive for these commoners. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Take care. He waves at his very first customer. This is a great start. Sung Hoon hums a happy little tune to himself. He just earned some points. Word travels fast, and soon, a massive crowd is swarming his tent to find him. Healer, do you really accept goods as payment? Please, look at my wound. Everything is going perfectly. Thank you, sir. The system notifies him of more healing points. He gets 3 points. God bless you, sir. That is another 2 points earned. Thank you, he hears. He pulls in 2, 5, and 3 more points. His total accumulated points reach 172. Sung Hoon wipes the sweat from his forehead. Honestly, this kind of work is truly worth the effort. Hunting monsters is not bad, but healing people in a peaceful village like this, that is definitely the best feeling. He hopes to only see patients, but suddenly, his medicine table is flipped over. This is pathetic. You call this filthy tent a shop? Now pay attention, because this jerk just ruined everything. Hey, give me some potions. Who is this bastard? Sung Hoon is fuming. What kind of potion are you looking for? He asks. The man arrogantly replies that he wants the kind Sung Hoon makes. He curses under his breath. Damn it, he looks like a noble. But why would someone like that come to this tiny shop? The guy looks around and insults the small space. I do not know what you want, but this is all I have right now. So you are the one who made it. For a potion maker, you are lucky. I am Richard I.F. He is one of the 3 sons of the If family. Sung Hoon is surprised. The If family is quite powerful in this region. And what brings a man like you here? One of the soldiers steps forward to answer for him. It is nothing strange. Our lord wants to hire you to work for him. Hearing this, Sung Hoon cannot help but feel suspicious. Why would such a noble person come looking for me? Richard reminds them irritably. You are talking way too much to this guy. The soldier quickly apologizes to the young master. A bag is thrown at him. What is this? Sung Hoon shouts. You do not even know what it is? You idiot. He stands there frozen in silence. How am I supposed to know? The soldier explains, these are materials for Tesri medicine. It is a polluted land that the person described to them. Tesri used to be a beautiful place, but now, we have no idea why it became so heavily contaminated. The land is currently rotting away and constantly releasing dangerous toxins into the air. The lord in charge led an army to kill monsters and stop the pollution. But Sung Hoon guesses he was exposed to the toxins too. The soldier confirms it. Yes. A servant at the mansion mentioned they received a bottle of potion from this very place. Right now, the supply of antidotes for this poison is too far away, and they are not even that effective. Sung Hoon chuckles to himself. So that is why this young master personally came all the way out here? To stop this toxin, a cream potion is better than a liquid one, and right now, I am the only one who can make it. So you want me to brew a potion? He asks. Richard is still being difficult. Do you even understand human speech? If you impress my father, he might give you a fancy shop instead of this raggedy tent you are living in. It means you will receive a favor that you could not possibly repay in your entire lifetime. He pretends to be interested. What an honor. This makes the guy even more arrogant. If you understand, then go make the potion. You and I saw this coming, right? I refuse, he says. Those words hit Richard like a bolt of lightning. What did you say? He repeats it. I said I refuse. The guy loses his cool. "You arrogant bastard. This is not something a lowly maker like you has the right to refuse. This is an opportunity my father is granting you." He puts the bag back on the table. "You have the wrong person. First of all, I am not a potion maker." He thinks he could earn a lot, but then he would be stuck working for them. He needs to earn more points instead. He glares and tells him to be more polite if he is asking for help. "You call yourself a healer?" Nonsense. Suddenly, someone rushes in and interrupts Richard. "Healer Sunghyun, please help me. Please, healer, it is my little sister." Sunghyun immediately checks the girl, deep bleeding from a wound that exposes the bone. A sickle cut her finger. She might die. His gaze turns serious. It is completely severed. The blood vessels, nerves, and ligaments are all torn apart. The finger is just barely tied on. "We have to wash the wound first. There is a lot of filth from that sickle." The boy asks anxiously if he can save her. Richard starts laughing. "This is so pathetic I cannot even hold it in." And that is when he finally notices Richard is still there. "Trust me. Stay tuned for more." Richard starts acting big, claiming an apothecary can mix potions but can't possibly fix a wound this deep. Stick with me, because we're about to see just how wrong this arrogant noble really is. He brags that light healing is a sacred art only a true healer like him can perform. Sun Huan is actually surprised. Is this annoying guy really a high-level healer? Guan begs him to save the girl's finger, but the noble just scoffs. He looks down at them, asking why he should bother helping a commoner. He asks if a lowly commoner can even afford his fee. But then, he offers a deal. If the main character begs for forgiveness and submits, he might just show some mercy. Sun Huan doubts this elitist jerk would actually lift a finger to help a commoner in need. Nobles never do anything for free. Then, it clicks this guy is desperate for the main character's special potions. He's just trying to force a trade. The main character turns away coldly. "No thanks," he says he'll just handle the healing and the surgery himself. Richard grits his teeth, asking how he expects to do that. Seung-hoon simply pulls out his tools. All he needs to do is sew it back together. Without wasting a second, he starts the procedure. He cleans the wound and stops the heavy bleeding with professional, steady precision. Good thing he prepared that saline solution earlier. Richard just laughs, asking if he thinks humans are just dolls you can stitch up. The main character ignores the noise and focuses. Richard goes all in, betting his lucky necklace that this apothecary will fail miserably in front of everyone. Seung-hoon doesn't back down for a second. Pay attention here, the main character counters by raising the stakes. If he wins, he takes the necklace, and Richard must provide free food and healing for 3 whole days. Richard agrees, calling him a hack. But if he fails, he must hand over the potions and never call himself a healer again. The stakes are officially set. He accepts the challenge with a confident smile. But deep down, he knows this isn't going to be an easy stitch-up job at all. This is a delicate situation. Using regular thread wouldn't be enough to fix the internal damage correctly. He combines his potion making with thread crafting skills to create something unique. Now, he has a specialized surgical thread, perfectly suited for this high-stakes medical procedure. Activating the observation eye skill, Richard is already losing his patience behind him. He can't believe an apothecary is wasting his time like this. He plans to make the main character regret this moment once the failure is final. But Seung-hoon is locked in. He recalls the core principles he mastered during his time living as a dedicated healer. Healer survival rule number 5. He rapidly cycles through hemostasis, observation eye, and sewing skills, moving with incredible speed and surgical focus. Don't just wait for a better skill to appear. You have to maximize every bit of knowledge and power you already have. He begins reattaching the finger. It's a massive, complex surgery, but with the right skill combination, anything is possible for him. Connecting each tiny nerve requires insane mental energy. But to win those rare items from the noble, it's worth the risk. You and I can feel the tension as his stamina suddenly hits 0. His mental power spikes from the ring, but then he suddenly freezes. Damn it, his stamina is gone. But he refuses to stop. Just a little more. Almost there. Finally. Done. Seeing the reattached finger, Guan breaks down into tears of pure joy. The main character is relieved. If it took any longer, he would have passed out right there. He needs to recover his energy and finish this properly. He casts the full recovery skill to boost her healing speed. It's a success. The impossible has been achieved. Richard is fuming, making excuses. There's no way a finger can move again just because of a few simple stitches. Check for yourself, he says. Richard shoves past him arrogantly, telling him to get lost, just as the girl slowly opens her eyes. Seung-hoon asks the girl if she can hear him. He tells her to try clenching her hand. She does it perfectly. Richard is speechless. The main character just smiles and asks if he remembers the terms of their little bet. The noble stammers in denial. Seung-hoon mocks him, asking if a top-tier family like his is really going to break a promise. He screams at the apothecary and slams his lucky necklace onto the dirt in a fit of pure rage. The main character picks up his prize. Guan is overwhelmed, thanking the doctor for saving his daughter when nobody else would. Guan worries if the noble will actually keep the promise. Seung Hoin is confident his father won't let him ruin their reputation over a bet. He tells them to spread the news everywhere. Tell everyone that free food and healing are waiting for them at the city square for 3 days. Later, back at the inn, Julia is bursting with curiosity. She asks if he's heard the latest rumors. He plays it cool. What rumors? She explains that a young master from the AR family has opened a free clinic at the square. A massive crowd has already gathered there. He acts completely surprised. Julia is worried his business will suffer since the noble is working for free. But Seung Hoin just stays calm and totally composed. He says it's fine. As long as people are being treated for free, that's all that matters to him. She looks at him with pure admiration. What a kind man. And trust me, seeing the noble suffer like this, it's the ultimate petty revenge. Pretty satisfying, right? He hands Julia some potatoes he picked up earlier. She happily accepts them, and the day ends on a high note. All right. Stay with me. You're about to see how a simple meal turns into a power-up session for our hero. But today's a total bust because 10 spins cost 200 points. That gacha wheel completely destroyed my soul. Snagging skills like last time is incredibly rare. But since this life crystal expands my storage, I'm definitely using it. This is a material for stamina equipment, so it's actually useful. Suddenly, a curious guy asks if it's a crystal. He realizes it's Kim Young-ho. You're here too? Young-ho replies that the food in this place is insanely delicious. You're in luck. I just found this too. Sung-hyun's eyes widen. Wait, isn't that used for enhancing crystals? Jung-ho acts like a total big shot. Take it. I don't need it. Seung-hyun warns him it's worth a fortune. Jung-ho stares back at him. So, you're not taking it? He doesn't hesitate. Actually, I definitely am. I really appreciate it. Then Jung-ho spots something. Still haven't sold that ring? Planning to keep using it? Not really. I just need it for now. It's expensive and hard to move. Jung-ho offers a shop recommendation. Following Jung-ho's advice, Sung-hyun finds the weapon shop and slowly steps through the front door. Hello. If Kim Jung-ho sent me here, it can't be that bad. The owner greets him as he offers some items. He pulls out the lucky necklace. The owner inspects it carefully and notes the crystal is already cracked. He thinks back to Richard, that total jerk. I'll buy this for 3 million gold, the owner offers. Sung-hyun agrees, silently thanking Richard for the payout. Then he shows the ring. The owner's jaw drops. That thing is incredibly rare. Hang on while I check the recent transaction history. Sung-hyun turns to look around. Take your time. I'll just browse while you do that. The owner tells him to feel free as he explores. Are there any useful weapons here? A crossbow? Maybe I should try evaluating the quality of this thing. Having a long-range weapon would be great. But as he reaches for it, a sudden light flashes. He's totally confused. Now watch this. A notification pops up, get it at all costs. It's just a crossbow, but he must have it. Sung-hyun feels something is very wrong. I've received countless messages, but never one that felt so human like this. Then he discovers it. This thing feels like it's actually watching his every move right now. A voice startles him. It's just the owner. Is something wrong? Sung-hyun quickly apologizes for staring. I'm just thinking, is this crossbow a special weapon or something? The owner immediately catches his drift. You must be talking about Fryk's crossbow. It's a precious relic recently discovered inside the ancient ruins. It pairs with this FRA bag. Drop an item inside like a gold coin aim, and it turns into an arrow. You can even fire 5 shots in a row. Sung-hyun thinks to himself, this thing is definitely expensive. So, what's the damage? We're pricing it at 15 million. Hearing that, Sung-hyun literally freezes in place. How could I ever afford something like that? The owner offers a deal 14 million gold if he buys now. 14 million? He sees a spark of hope. What about the ring? The record says 6.6 million gold. Sung-hyun starts crunching the numbers. 9.6 million gold total for the ring and the necklace. Even if I use my emergency fund, it's still not enough. He whispers, if you're watching, give me 4 million. I know what you're thinking, did it work? Nope. Total silence. He's beyond frustrated at this point. The owner speaks up. If you want this, you'll need the cash. I can hold it for you for a bit. Sung-hyun looks up, surprised. Wait, you can really do that for me? The owner smiles, of course. Judging by these items, I'm sure you'll have the money soon. Jung-ho's recommendation was solid. Thank you. Need anything else? Please give me that buff item that looks like a hairpin. The very next day, Sung-hyun heads to the guild with the life pin on his shirt. Time to trade talent for points in gold today. Read it and get lost. That's adventurer's work. He tried borrowing money from Kim Jung-ho, but he's totally broke. He's even poorer than expected. Then Jung-ho asks, do you think there's a chance we never go back home? Sung-hyun isn't sure, but he has a lead because that guy finally spoke up after 3 years of silence. That person is the one who dragged all of us into this world. Maybe I can talk to him if I get that crossbow. I'll let you know if I find anything. And that's where we leave it for now, trust me. You're going to want to see how he earns that gold. Alright. You and I are about to see what happens when a pro healer like Kang Seung-hyun gets totally underestimated. He needs an official seal to get paid, despite having helped the group so many times in the past. They can't register him, but he just smiles, telling her not to worry while he looks through the board. Are all of these currently in progress? After a moment, he finally picks one that looks pretty interesting to him. A healer is needed urgently for a patient with non-stop bleeding at Julia's place. Julia is shocked to see him. He isn't there for her though. He is looking for someone else. Inside, a priest is performing a blessing. Kang Seung-hyun watches the man closely. A priest? Who hires a standard priest for a job like this? Is he just a wandering healer? A blonde woman speaks up. She tells the father that Lena is exhausted. He orders the bandages removed, while Seung-hyun activates his appraisal skill. Something is wrong. It is an infected wound from a sharp object, but he also spots distinct tooth marks. Now, pay attention here. He sees those tooth marks and immediately tries to stop the priest from starting his treatment. The priest is confused and asks who he is. He introduces himself as Kang Seung-hyun, a professional healer. He apologizes for the interruption but warns that the old man's current healing method is not going to work. The priest is offended. He asks if the boy knows his rank and calls him an incredibly rude person. Seung-hyun tries to explain it is a misunderstanding. It is not about the priest's ability. The girl asks if he is a healer. She insists that if he's only here to talk, he should just leave, because he clearly doesn't understand the gravity of her grandmother's situation. He stands his ground. He repeats that what they are doing is completely and totally useless. She pushes him out, calling him a nuisance. He leaves, thinking they are too stubborn for their own good. Inside, they continue the ritual. The priest tells them to be calm, but Seung-hyun knows it will fail. The priest starts panicking. Why isn't his holy light closing the wound? The healing just isn't taking effect. The injury is getting worse. Ly-D panics, asking the father why the blood won't stop flowing. The blood keeps pouring out. Everything is happening exactly the way that young healer warned them it would. She thought a church priest would be different. Is Lena beyond saving, no matter who they bring in? Lena weakly calls out to her friend. Elle immediately asks what is wrong. With a pale face, Lena says that the previous healer knew the treatment was useless, meaning he might be the only one strong enough to save her. Elle is hesitant, calling him suspicious, but Lena begs her. She won't survive much longer, even with elixirs. Elle feels Lena's hands turning ice cold. Finally, she makes a choice. She will go find that man. Julia is busy cleaning the inn when a loud noise suddenly catches her attention. Elle rushes in, asking if she saw a tall man with black hair and black eyes leave the room. And yeah, you and I both know our main character was 5 steps ahead this whole time, sitting right there waiting for her. He looks at Elle and asks how the treatment went. She clenches her fists in frustration. He was right. Priest Huis's magic failed. He asks her if she finally understands the real problem. He asks if she wants him to step in now. Her face turns bright red from sheer embarrassment. She thought he meant it was a lost cause. She just assumed the previous failures were due to poor skills. She knows she is being shameless, but she begs him to save her teammate anyway. She feels terrible asking for a favor after being so hostile toward him earlier. She feels like she has no right to ask. When he doesn't answer, she looks up in worry. He's already moving. He tells her he needs to see the patient immediately, so they should hurry. Ly-D is stunned by his quick action. He marches in and immediately scolds the old priest. You should find the cause before healing blindly. I told you your treatment wouldn't work at all. Huis asks if he's suggesting poison. He claims to have studied over 100 types of toxins. He's mastered detoxification skills through years of practice. His knowledge of poisons is his absolute pride. He guarantees the patient isn't poisoned. Seung-hyun looks at him, seeing a typical arrogant healer's attitude. He realizes the man is just bragging, which is common for healers. He finally speaks up, clarifying that he never claimed the patient was poisoned. He ignores the old man's words. Stick with me, because you and I are about to see him work his magic. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a mystery, starting with a girl clinging to life. Her name is Lena. Kang starts his investigation. How did you get this? He asks. She explains that a week ago, a Shi-Yan attacked her while traveling to Hin village. It wasn't exactly a powerful monster. The injury didn't even seem serious at the time. Ly-D chimes in. Strange thing is, I was attacked too. Kang wonders if they went straight to the village afterward. Ly-D remembers everything now. They were hunted by goblins and then chased by crocodiles in the Mika swamp. The priest is impressed they survived. Ly-D continues the story, noting that as soon as they arrived at the village, Lena's health took a turn for the worse. Kang keeps digging, asking if the wound is painful. Lena looks up and wonders if it actually hurts. She sits quietly, focusing on the feeling. No, actually, it doesn't hurt at all. The priest is furious upon hearing this. He demands to know why she waited until now to mention such vital information. Lena explains she was too dizzy to notice. The priest scowls, suspecting dark magic is at play. Dark magic uses black mana, the opposite of holy power, which explains why normal healing spells are failing. Kang shuts him down. Dark magic? Nonsense. If this were a curse, healing would make things worse, not just do nothing. But in this case, the treatment simply failed. The priest is fuming but can't argue. Kang pulls out a mysterious potion and claims he has the answer right here. Now here's where it gets wild. Watch how the wound reacts. Kang uses his skill, and the injury absorbs every bit of aura. The elixir is literally turning into bone. Li jumps up in shock as the bleeding finally stops. Even the priest is speechless. Kang just smiles. It is black mint extract. He used a homemade tonic to lure out a bug, not exactly a miracle. Lena is confused. A bug? Kang uses his knowledge to explain. Look closely. You mentioned the swamp, right? The Mika swamp is crawling with bug monsters. Since your wound was open when you crossed it, things got complicated. She confirms the wound wasn't treated right away, but points out that Li was also injured. Kang asks exactly where the Shi-Yan managed to strike both of them. Li remembers her hand and cheek were hit, but for Lena, it was only her leg. Only her leg hit the water. From that, he concludes the infection happened in the swamp. Water contact allowed those nasty bugs to crawl inside her. The priest finally understands. With a foreign object inside her leg, no amount of healing could stop the bleeding. It all makes sense now. Li suddenly shouts out, "Wait, is she actually cured?" Kang is honest. This is just a temporary fix. The bug has a high-tier skill that completely numbs all sensation. For a monster like this, one single dose of medicine isn't going to be enough to kill it. You and I knew this was coming, but look what pops out. He slashes the wound, revealing a purple, toothy monster. Lena stares in horror at the disgusting thing squirming inside her leg. Li is just as stunned by the sight. As the priest asks what it is, Kang grips his knife tight. He is ready to face off against the creature. He has to end it now. This parasite is a black water leech, a monster that thrives near the water. Huis falls to the ground. Kang watches the creature, noting its speed is incredibly high and very dangerous. He realizes what the monster wants. The damn thing is trying to escape through the drainage pipe. "Get me a weapon," he shouts, lunging toward the leech. Kang Seung-hyun uses every bit of strength to close the gap. Seeing his chance, he delivers a clean strike. The creature immediately retaliates by spraying a cloud of toxic gas. Luckily, his quick reflexes save him. After the intense exchange, Kang is starting to feel the exhaustion. It is surprisingly strong. A week of feeding on human blood boosted its power enough to dodge his lethal strikes. This monster is growing way too fast. Seeing the danger, Li chases after the monster. She leaps onto a nearby cabinet, desperate to stop it. She tips the heavy cabinet over, hoping to crush the thing that nearly took Lena's life. But it survives. These leeches are as stubborn as they come. It just stares back at her, ready for more. Kang ends the standoff with a powerful kick. The monster thrashes in pain, smashing furniture in its death throes. With grim determination, he raises his blade and stabs the monster directly through its gaping mouth. And that's where we leave it. Once the blood is gone, the monster simply shrivels up. All right, you and I are about to see a monster hunt turn into absolute chaos as its tail lashes out. It locks eyes on its escape route. With a deafening hiss, the water leech lunges at the window and shatters the glass. Kang Seung-hoon winces, suddenly remembering how much effort Julia put into keeping this room spotless. "Sorry, Julia. If that thing reaches the town canal and disappears into the water, we will never be able to track it." He cannot lose the trail now. He crushes a glass vial, using reincarnation to unleash a powerful bone-shattering aura that completely surrounds the water leech. Charging forward once more, he swings his blade with lethal precision, aiming to sever that powerful tail for good. A system alert pops up abnormal status. The target is suffering massive internal hemorrhaging and losing most of its blood. He tells himself he is almost there. He just needs one final, fatal blow. He pulls his knife back. Now pay attention here, this is the worst possible timing for a weapon to fail on our hero. Just then, Priest Whis appears, casting light binding to summon heavy chains that erupt from nowhere and restrain the beast. The old man strains against the iron, shouting that the spell was hard to cast and will not hold for long. Kang Seung-hoon smiles back, praising the perfect timing. But without a weapon, he cannot finish the job with a broken blade. Suddenly, L throws him a high-quality dagger, telling the young warrior to use it to finish the fight. The monster bulks up, using every ounce of strength to shatter the chains. Whis gasps as it breaks free. With a roar, Kang Seung-hoon lunges, shredding the creature into 100 pieces. Is it over? He says it is. He ensures Whis gets credit, offering him the remains, but the priest refuses to touch such filthy things. Lena is stunned by his precision, while L can only watch in terror as he realizes just how skilled he is. The way he handles those surgical needles is insane. He is moving as fast as a portable sewing machine. While cleaning his hands, he explains that using magic thread will boost her immunity and keep the pain away. Lena starts to cry, confessing how terrified she was of dying. She thanks him, but he just says he was doing his job. Now, it is time for Priest Whis to head back to the guild and report that his mission was a failure. The old man is confused, but Kang Sung-hoin reminds him that is the only way he gets the reward. At the Adventurers Guild, Whis delivers the news. The receptionist's eyes go wide. A high-ranking priest actually failed a mission? The old man trembles, forcing out a confirmation. The girl behind the counter is in total shock. Whis is one of the most elite priests at the Holy Cathedral. He could have a much higher position if he wanted. As Kang Sung-hoin walks in, the receptionist realizes who he is, the legendary troublemaker. Lai Dai is already waiting at the desk. She asks if the request can be cancelled based on the report. The employee sadly agrees that the reason is valid. According to guild regulations, they will return half of the deposit and officially mark the mission as void. Kang Sung-hoon watches from the shadows. He cannot take official healing jobs, but cancelled ones are fair game. I know what you're thinking, but our guy has a very specific way of making things work for him. They constantly talk behind his back, saying he pokes his nose where it doesn't belong and cannot even cast spells. He understands their anger, but honestly, it is their fault for not healing properly. That is exactly why he became a healer. Lai Dai hands him a heavy pouch of coins. She tells him it is a small token of their deep gratitude. It includes the refund from the guild. He takes the money, admitting that he really needs every single gold coin. He tries to return her dagger, but Lai Di shakes her head. His own blade was destroyed, so he needs it. It is forged from blue-silver stone and fits perfectly in his hand. Her villagers made it for her when she became an adventurer. He asks if it is really okay to take such a precious gift. Is she sure about letting it go? She says a teammate's life is more important than any object. He smiles and offers a 10% discount next time. Li Dai just laughs. He opens the pouch and starts counting 600, 650, 700,000 gold. He needs 2 million for that crossbow, and more for survival. Time to gamble. He enters the roulette room and bets 100 points for 5 consecutive spins. The results are trash. 1 gold coin after another. All 4 initial spins give him the exact same garbage. He is totally speechless. He needs the money, but getting only small change from a gacha system? It is a complete scam for anyone watching this. But wait, the final spin lands on a new skill. At least he got something useful out of this. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what he brews up with this new skill. Alright, you and I are diving back into the world of Continent On, where things are about to get expensive. First, I need a wind potion. A voice answers from within. It is Dr. Kang, isn't it? If you need something, just take it. Meet Latte, the alchemist. When he tells her he is here to sell rather than buy, she tosses her octopus aside. Well, what are we waiting for? Hand it over already. He thinks it is bizarre a shopkeeper who would rather buy than sell. What kind of crazy shop is this? I just found this. She examines it and asks if it is from the Black Water Leech. Did someone actually go to the Mikache swamp? He answers honestly, it wasn't me. She touches it to appraise the damage. It is cut in half, bruised, and covered in scratches. This won't fetch a good price. But then, the incredible set of teeth on the water leech suddenly catches her eye. While poking at a carnivorous plant, he asks, so, how much? 30,000? She counters with 3 million. He freezes instantly. Wait, what? I thought you said it was worthless. Are you actually into these things? Latte coldly replies, of course not. Look closer. The color of these teeth is wrong. Usually, they are pitch black. This is a mutant black water leech. Mutants are a rare branch of monsters. They are much stronger than normal ones and possess incredible superpowers. He asks if it is basically just a rare monster. She explains, actually, it is quite a bit different from that. Even if it weren't damaged, rare monster parts are mostly used for high-end evolution materials. They haven't even been fully researched yet. That is exactly why they are so pricey. He smiles, saying she clearly loves it. She glares back so, are we doing this or what? For someone who loves money as much as our main character, it is an instant yes. It's a deal. They shake on it. That is a 3 million gold handshake right there. Transaction complete, she happily tells him. This is why I like you. He politely replies. The feeling is mutual. Kang grabs his heavy bag of gold and marches straight into the weapon shop. He slams the bag on the table and tells the owner, 14 million gold. Check it if you want. The man is stunned. He smiles, asking if the crossbow is still available. The owner nods. Of course it is. Just give me a second. The owner brings it out. Thank you. He holds the weapon carefully. So, it's finally mine? He asks with a smug look. Satisfied yet? A mysterious voice speaks up. Did I do something wrong? Where is that voice coming from? Let's pause here. Look at the shopkeeper's face. He is just as confused as we are. Back at the inn, Kang checks the area. Just having this isn't enough. Kang pulls out the divine crossbow and stores it in his system. Confirmation it worked. He waits for the next prompt, but the system screen suddenly glitters and glitches. He is shocked. What's going on? What the hell is happening to the screen? System notifications start popping up with broken, missing characters everywhere. I am guessing this is a message saying the mission is over. You have obtained the legacy and achieved a new status, but what's the rest? A stranger's voice says the system is malfunctioning. He gnashes his teeth in frustration. Don't play with me. I got the crossbow you wanted. Stop stalking me and show yourself. Come here and talk to me face to face. Suddenly, the system displays a star icon. That symbol represents the person who has been watching his every move. The system clarifies. 5 questions. Kang thinks back to the first time he was warped to this continent. The people who arrived with him either fought like hell to survive, or died rotting in those caves. Cooperation was impossible. They just argued over whether to stay or find a way back home to Earth. He stood up alone to tell them that no matter what, they needed money. So, how about this? Find high-paying work that fits your skills. After splitting up to adapt to this world, some still searched for a way back. 3 years later, he finally has a chance. 5 questions that could lead him back to his own world. The messages are getting shorter, meaning there is a limit here. I need to think about this very carefully. He asks the first question, are you the entity that brought us all to Continent On? A giant 0 appears. 4 questions left. Just as I thought. Then who are you? And what is your goal? The system only shows the letter O. He is disappointed it can only answer with a simple yes or no. Next question, is there any way for me to return to Earth? Pay attention, because you and I can guess the result. Third question, has anyone ever successfully gone back? A massive X pops up. Not a single person has made it, so that means even Kim Ja-hung could not do it. The only way to get information from simple yes or no answers is to bait it. You didn't bring us here for nothing. You have a purpose. What do you want from us? He writes down 2 choices in his notebook. Which one is closer to your true objective? Collecting points or using skills to get stronger? Stick with me, because we are about to see if he can finally outsmart the system. Stick with me, you're about to see our hero turned into a legendary point grinder. If it's option 1, say O. If it's 2, say X. The system picks O. Last question, which do you value more? Answer O for points or X for items. It picks O again. Kang gets a headache. I see. This bastard brought us here just to be slaves to farm his points. It's seriously annoying. But looking at it objectively, if I'm the only one who knows this much, then I'm the closest to his actual goal. I don't care what you're doing, but I need to know who you are before I find a way back to Earth. Are you a god of the On continent? Pay attention here, the price of truth is about to get way too high. If you want to help, start being honest. System notification. Points consumed. Accumulated points. 50. 2 points. He freezes for 5 seconds. Points drop to 32, then 12, then 5. He shouts, what the hell do you think you're doing? Give me back my points. Account balance. 0? He just shrugs and scratches his head in total disbelief. Fine. I'll kill you even if you're a god. A quest to earn 5,000 bonus points? He opens a quest window, and the reward is a skill? I've never seen a quest system like this before. It steals my points, then gives me a quest. Does it need points to manage the system? It warns him to take his time earning points. Kang Seung-hyun realizes communicating with this thing is going to be impossible for now. Fine. I'll do what you say, but I expect a real reward. I'd love to call you a ruler demon or a slave trader. Since you're the one managing my status window, from now on, I'm just calling you admin. One bright morning, Kang Seung-hyun sits comfortably in a cafe, eating a piece of bread while complaining about how bad this tiny little meat sandwich smells. A system alert pops up. You have learned a new skill. Freya's crossbow. You can summon it at will. From now on, it's bound to you and can transform into Freya's arm guard. So the reward is a unique minor skill. Combining this with my other abilities won't be bad at all. He opens the Freya's roulette in his status window. 50 points per spin. He just received 5 free tickets. A roulette for this crossbow too? Let's try it. Using 5 free tickets. The wheel spins wildly as he watches in surprise. Results. Bonus damage +1. Bonus damage +1. And attack speed +1. Skill. Freya's fate bag. Soul points have increased. This unique crossbow boosts his stats and gives him a new skill. Plus, it doesn't have that annoying gold-grabbing flaw anymore. It even grants bonus points for every soul point I collect. I hope every upgrade is this good. Kim Dong-ho walks in looking exhausted. Seeing him, Kang stands up happily. Dr. Kang, you're here. Dong-ho regains some energy immediately. Kang suggests, Dong-ho, come with me. We need to talk. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes through the air. What? Dong-ho is still skeptical. Is that really true? We were kidnapped and brought here just for those points? You and I saw this coming. Kang confirms that's basically what's happening. He's furious. Who do they think we are? Slaves? But honestly, I'm just glad I won't die before going home. He starts crying like a baby. Kang warns him sternly. Stop crying, and listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I don't know how much you understand, but I have to farm points like a madman. Dr. Kang, are you struggling to get points? I just need to heal wounds, but injuries I cause myself won't count. The system thinks, if that worked, you'd just punch people all day, then heal them for easy points. But healing your teammates? That actually works. If I heal a teammate's injuries on the spot, I can earn points quickly. So, what's your offer? Kang reaches out and says, Dong-ho, become my supporter. He already has every single step planned out. Right now, I need a teammate. Temporarily, the best fit for a supporter would be another dimension traveler. Someone who already knows about the status window system and, most importantly, someone I can actually trust. Out of everyone else here, Dong-ho is the only one who can actually help me right now. Since Dr. Kang asked, of course I have to say yes. Kang smiles, knowing he'd accept instantly. Dong-ho suddenly grabs a knife and declares, all right, from now on, I'm dedicating this entire body to you, Kang Sung-hyun. Doctor, this is an investment so you can get your points. Save me, hurry up, heal me and take the points. He shuts him down. Torturing yourself won't give me points. Trust me, you and I need a better plan. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see how a simple doctor turns a regular monster hunt into a legendary healing spree for everyone involved. Is that really all I have to do to make this work? But man, this is way too sudden. He tells Dong-ho they need to live more diligently. All right, let's head in. The usual clerk greets them at the Adventurers Guild. But looking closer, she realizes that Contract Breaker is already back for more. Just look at his face. He has that look like he is ready to tear through every single contract we have. I better hide the healing contracts. Seeing her annoyed face, Kim Dong-ho wonders what he did to get that kind of reaction. It was nothing special. Let's see if there are any decent contracts available for us right now. Hey, Kim Dong-ho, check out this job for Blood Mountain. Actually, there are a ton of requests from there today. Dong-ho answers that it is because monster numbers have suddenly spiked. Right then, the clerk appears right behind them. It is currently monster mutation season at Blood Mountain, so we will be posting regular extermination contracts for everyone. During this period, all adventurers are welcome to use the preset campsites provided by the Adventurers Guild. Now here is where it gets interesting. You and I both know a campsite full of adventurers is the perfect place for a secret plan. These extermination jobs are a perfect fit. We will take the contract. She looks thrilled, like everything is going exactly to plan. The contract is confirmed. Good luck to you both. Welcome to the Blood Mountain campsite. My name is Velo. Here, we give out rewards based on the number of monsters you take down. The western path where you all arrived on is relatively safe for travel, but the other areas are full of mysteries, so please be careful. Kim Dong-ho and Kang Sung-hoon fully gear up. He excitedly asks Kim Dong-ho if he is ready. Dong-ho replies, feeling fired up and ready to go. Of course I am. It is time to harvest some gold. Suddenly, rocks fly as a pack of iron-clawed moles burst out. He activates Freya's Destiny Bag skill. As they leave the camp, the crossbows in his storage start producing stone arrows. An arrow flies through the air, sinking deep into one of the moles. Thanks to this skill, I don't need to reload manually, and the damage is higher than expected. The mole snarls, showing its sharp teeth. Seeing the danger, Kim Dong-ho screams out a warning to Dr. Kang. Just as the mole strikes with its claws, Dong-ho jumps in to block the hit. Kang shouts in worry for Kim Dong-ho. Despite the pain, Dong-ho won't back down. Don't worry about me, just keep fighting. Kang uses Freya's bag to create health potion arrows. Dong-ho turns back, asking if he just shot him. Kang smiles and explains it is actually a healing arrow. I just had to make sure people would not be hurt by it. Dong-ho snaps back that he is not a lab rat. You saw that too? Testing healing skills on your allies is absolutely insane. Kang fires arrows non-stop while Dong-ho swings his sword, leaving a massive pile of mole corpses in his wake. Velo cannot believe her eyes. Only 2 people caught this many? And they are all high-level steel-clawed moles too. He asks if those are iron moles. Honestly, no matter what they are, Kim Dong-ho will take them all down. Velo fearfully says she will calculate the results immediately. Everyone in the camp starts whispering about the 2 of them. Look at that speed. Who are these guys? One thing is for sure, they definitely aren't your average adventurers. Yeah, but look at all those bandages. They must be so poor, they cannot even afford a real healer. Hearing those words, Kim Dong-ho feels a surge of pure anger rising up inside him. These people are blind. How dare they say that without knowing how incredible a healer Dr. Kang actually is? He calmly tries to soothe the tension. That is enough to make me happy. Dong Ho asks if he is really not angry. Dr. Kang, those idiots really need to see your skills for themselves to finally open their eyes. He just smiles. Don't waste your energy on people like that. Anyway, they are arriving a bit late, aren't they? Kim Dong Ho wonders who he means. Suddenly, a heavily injured man appears, desperately begging for a healer. He smiles at Dong Ho, saying these are the patients he is waiting for. Suddenly, screams erupt from every direction. Healer, we need a healer. Can we get treatment here? Kim Dong Ho looks around at the chaotic scene. Even though it is night, the number of injured people is skyrocketing. Dr. Kang, you could make a fortune here. Seung Hoin remains perfectly calm. I am fine, but look at how many people are suffering right now. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see how this healer handles a mountain of patients. Alright, you and I are about to watch a genius doctor put some arrogant idiots in their place after they dared to mock him. It seems these people are too broke to even afford a real healer for their teammate. He keeps his pride and rejects their fake kindness, stating he is not incompetent and does not need help from outsiders. He walks straight to the patient, wondering what could have caused someone to fall into such a pathetic state. At least the previous treatment was somewhat decent, as the patient was clearly attacked around his arms and shoulders. His observation eye skill activates, revealing paralysis from an infection caused by wild beast bites on the patient's open wounds. However, those wounds seem to have recently healed, leaving Young Ho to wonder if anything new has been discovered. Seong Hyun checks the pulse and confirms the man was bitten by wild beasts, causing his arm to go numb from joint stiffness. He thinks to himself, paralysis? If that is the case, he was likely attacked by a pack of Boruto hounds. The other guy scoffs, telling him not to be ridiculous, because paralytic poison does not cause this much human pain. He confidently asserts that Boruto hound poison is actually unique if it meets certain specific conditions. Next, he uses a small knife to cut the wound open, making everyone watching gasp in total shock at the sight. The flesh in that area has already rotted away from a necrotic effect, leaving everyone panicking about what to do next. Now pay attention here, this is where the treatment gets absolutely insane and everyone in the room loses their minds. You guys came here just to cause trouble from the start, didn't you? He gives a cold, sharp command. He asks Kim Jung-ho to kick out the useless people so they stop distracting the healer and just get lost. Seong-hyun thinks that if he wants to quickly flush the toxins from different body parts, this is the only viable method. He can craft medicine compatible with a person's traits by using the Fate Bag skill of Freya Wind Arrow. The medicinal magic is activated, firing off 5 consecutive wind arrow shots filled with the healing potion. The others are terrified, screaming that he has lost his mind and asking how he could just kill a man like that. Seong-hyun finds the word kill hilarious, telling them not to call a perfectly healthy person a corpse. The injured man's face actually starts looking better, making the crowd whisper in confusion about how he is still standing. Even the toxins have been neutralized, proving that this crazy arrow healing technique is actually working perfectly. He explains that Boruto hounds are weak against wind attributes, and even the poison they use is affected by the air. So, if the patient is treated in a place with stable airflow, the toxins will naturally vanish on their own. Jung-ho suddenly realizes that the condition became critical because the fake healer had completely sealed the wound shut. The man stammers in disbelief, unable to find any words to defend his obvious mistake. Seong-hyun smiles, saying it would have been simpler if the healer was smarter and left the wound open to breathe. I know what you're thinking, that look is scary. But honestly, he's earned the right to be this terrifying. The bystanders agree it makes sense, admitting he was right and that the other guy should have just left the patient alone. The fraud curses and runs away, leaving Jung-ho feeling absolutely satisfied with how things turned out. A moment later, the wound is properly bandaged and the arm is fully healed, though he still needs to rest. He gratefully thanks him, but Jung-ho finds it strange that this man is here all alone without his party. Seong-hyun also missed that detail, realizing nobody would ever be crazy enough to go hunting alone at night. He asks the man where the rest of his team is and what happened to them out there. The man explains they were ambushed and separated, trembling as he wonders if he is the only one left alive. He regrets running away alone, explaining that the Boruto hounds kept lunging at them out of nowhere. Jung-ho finds it very suspicious, as Boruto hounds do not typically attack in such massive, organized packs. Seong-hyun also senses that something is seriously wrong with the situation they are facing. The sudden monster increase and the missing teammates suggest that a rare monster is likely behind all of this. It seems they are trapped inside a dungeon, and as they follow with a lantern, they fear the others might be dead. He hopes that is not the case, but suddenly stops when he hears someone screaming about those damn dogs. Seong-hyun senses the danger and asks for the light just as the fierce hounds begin to charge at them. He immediately crafts more wind arrow medicine and strikes them down, before asking if the others are okay. And that's where we leave it, staring at a field of bodies. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. Stick with me, you and I are about to see them enter enemy territory. Analyzing the corpses, he notes a mix of humans and beasts. They definitely aren't fresh kills. He wonders, don't Boruto hounds prefer fresh meat? Usually, they don't hoard rotting corpses like this. But some crave decaying flesh, ghouls. Creatures brought back to life through the use of dark magic. These are exactly the kind of abominations that priests absolutely despise. Kang Seung-hoon grabs his crossbow while Dong-ho worries. Suddenly, the hounds roar and charge. Not today. Dong-ho blocks the attack and yells, then uses Freya's bag to craft an arrow. Suddenly, Sun-hoin calls out to Kim Dong-ho and points his crossbow right at him. Just a vaccine scared him to death. He should have warned him. The battle rages on. Now pay attention, this is where the air medicine finally freezes them all in place. Sun-hoon keeps fighting, but then he spots a strange-looking hound. What's that thing doing? It hasn't moved once, like it's waiting for its allies to die. He prepares the final blow. Instantly, that hound in the distance howls and transforms. Seung-hoon realizes it, a necromancer. He's shocked, a dog that can summon souls? At this rate, they'll be fighting until morning. Dong-ho asks if he can win if he gets close. Hearing a yes, he steps forward. Leave them to me. Seung-hoin remembers Kim Dong-ho might look weak, but he's the tank. He activates his 7 Hells provocation skill. This skill boosts the monster's speed, which means it could get me killed in an instant. Dr. Kang, I trust you. Seung-hoon nods, thanks, Dong-ho. Now, one ghoul is easy work. According to Late, a rare monster's power source usually looks like a holy relic. If things get annoying, just smash the relic. He spots it under the jaw, now's his chance. Next up, using Freya's bag to craft another air medicine arrow. Suddenly, something lunges from the bushes. A hidden guard? It clamps its jaws onto his arm. Foolish human, how dare you touch the relic? He's staring down its throat. I'll swallow you whole. Sun-hoon stays focused, firing his Freya's crossbow before recalling it. Talk about lucky. He summons the crossbow again and fires directly into its jaw. Stay dead. Let's pause. I think we can both agree that the hemostasis skill was the only thing that saved him. Where's my hand? The person he saved hands it back here. Take your wrist. Thanks for finding it. The guy replies that he's the one who should be grateful. Curious, Seung-hoon asks if he's a healer. He says yes, but Seung-hoon handles it himself. Check on the person over there instead. They need more help. Wait, another survivor? Seung-hoon looks around. Where's Kim Dong-ho? Dr. Kang, help me out, I'm stuck. He realizes someone else needs help too. Dong-ho stands up, honestly thought he'd been crushed. Well, they're both alive. Dong-ho worries about the severed wrist, but Seung-hoon stays calm. Dong-ho asks, what are we going to do about this place? Seung-hoon says they'll leave it to the church. Back at base, he starts the treatment. First, I'll align the wrist, then use my mouth to stitch it. It'll hold for now. Now, I'll quickly use my other hand to finish sewing. Done. Dong-ho is stunned. You did it yourself? He replies, I hate depending on other healers. Someone calls for him. The priests are here. He rushes out while Dong-ho just yawns. I am Sin-a-Sol, from the Wailang Hin Church. He observes him closely that holy power is the real deal. Nice to meet you, priest. Suddenly, whispers break out. Is that Seung-hoon? Oh boy, I'm actually terrified of that guy. Cat Nin shouts for silence. Apologies, we've heard quite a lot about you from Priest Huis. Follow me, you and I are about to find out where those undead monsters are lurking. Alright, you and I are dropping right into a scene of absolute devastation as Kang Seung-hyun leads the way. This is a complete disaster. Team 1, purify the area of black mana. Team 2, search for survivors. Team 3, move the bodies. And Team 4, burn the infected. The entire squad responds in unison. Holy fire erupts, and it is overwhelming. This is the first time most of these people have ever seen a mass burning of the undead. He explains that without fire, these corpses will just rise again. Suddenly, Kaznan calls out, asking to inspect the rare undead remains. He agrees, but as he watches, he realizes the situation is worse than he thought. It is the corrupted black mana. Kaznan continues, explaining she needs to take the corpse back to the church to investigate how it turned into such a monster. She won't take it for free though. She offers Dawn Holy Water, a legendary relic created by Church Eye. Velo is shocked. Dawn Holy Water? Seung-hyun is confused. Is this stuff really that valuable? She explains the process. You have to place pure water in a chapel at dawn and pray over it for a whole year. It takes incredible effort and devotion. Even just sitting in a tent, the holy power radiating from it is intense. One bottle can purify thousands of undead. It is a priceless treasure, and trust me, you and I are watching a legendary trade happen. Seung-hyun lets out a small laugh. He actually thought he was the one losing out on this deal. He tells her to take whatever she needs. Kaznan offers a polite bow in gratitude for his cooperation. Speaking for the church in Hin Village, she thanks him for fighting this lonely war against such catastrophic creatures. We truly appreciate your hard work. He just flashes a bright smile and says he is only doing his job. The others grumble in envy, hating that he is getting paid. He just laughs, claiming he is a simple healer who hates the undead. Suddenly, a frantic voice screams out his name. Master Kang Sung-hyun, wake up! He tries to sit up as he hears the manager of the Adventurers Association has arrived. Ruin Hercher lets out a loud laugh. Adventurer Sung-hyun, I have heard the rumors. You took down a rare undead on your own? I am so proud of you. Sung-hyun remains cold, but the old man is practically vibrating with excitement. I had to come see you. Sung-hyun's eyes turn icy. This guy is absolutely ridiculous. Ruin Hercher is a greedy, incompetent snake who would never show kindness to someone like me. He is definitely planning something. He snaps his fingers, claiming he has prepared a small gift to thank Sung-hyun for protecting the peace of Hin Village. Velo's eyes widen. Is that a golden vitality mushroom essence? The manager smirks and tells his assistant to explain. The standard vitality mushroom is used as a base for high-tier recovery potions, but the golden version is legendary because it permanently increases maximum stamina. Sung-hyun doesn't hesitate, he just grabs the bottle and chugs the whole thing. His stamina jumps by 3%. Manager Ruin is beaming, clearly happy that his gift was well received. But Sung-hyun slams the empty glass down. You did not come all this way just for a gift. Stop wasting my time. You are after the Dawn Holy Water, are not you? The manager's smile turns dark. I like how quick you are. Since money cannot buy that water, I want to trade you something else that is equally priceless. Wait, did you catch that? He just revealed Sung-hyun's biggest secret. He is a traveler from another world. Sung-hyun is stunned. How does this guy know about dimensional travelers? Exactly how much information does he have? Ruin continues, noting that while travelers have special abilities, it is a shame how they are treated. Because your origins are unknown, people in this world rarely treat your kind with any real respect. No matter how strong you are, you will never reach a high status. Especially a healer who is not even officially licensed yet. What exactly are you getting at? Sung-hyun asks, narrowing his eyes. The man smirks. Hand over that bottle of holy water, and I will grant you a healer's license and ensure that House Hus backs you. He scoffs. But by law, someone like me can never become an official healer. Ruin just bursts out laughing. Laws? Do you think laws matter to me? You will be recognized as a healer by a noble family. If you accept this deal, you could even end up as a royal healer in the palace. In short, your life will finally bloom. Sung-hyun is speechless. Could he really become a royal healer? The man sips his tea calmly. For Dawn Holy Water, that is a small price to pay. If he gets that water, he can finally move to a massive city and leave this tiny place behind. Trust me, you and I are about to see if a royal title is worth selling your soul for. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character shut down a major power player with zero hesitation. I'm refusing. Ruin stammers in total shock. Rejecting it? Sung-hyun just sighs. Yes, I'm turning you down. I don't need to bribe anyone for recognition when my skills as a healer already speak for themselves. Ruin fumes at his arrogance but starts tossing out even more tempting offers. But what about the donation? Having the backing of the Hus family isn't an opportunity you just toss away. He calmly fires back. Honestly, from what I've heard, you don't even have much authority in your own family, since those terms aren't even official. I'm out. Ruin finally loses his cool. You, how dare you? Are you insulting me? Velo quickly tries to intervene. Please sir, calm down. Even Dong-ho is stunned by the offer. They gave me this as a reward. Sung-hyun is curious about the loot. A bloodstone? It's used to massively boost attack power. He realizes it's actually a decent item. He'd even dropped a subtle hint earlier, you know? Reminding them he cleared out those undead with a teammate. It's a solid piece of gear, he notes. Now pay attention, because the piece is about to be shattered by a massive monster alarm from all directions. Monsters are closing in. Everyone, defend the camp. Here they come, we have to protect the village. Let's move. Dong-ho jumps in immediately as the massive counterattack begins. Sung-hyun crafts a brand new stone arrow pouch. Dong-ho triggers his congestion skill. Compared to yesterday's nightmare, this fight feels like a total walk in the park. Suddenly, the boss monster appears. Focus fire. This is the last one, so give it everything you've got. Dong-ho is worried. I don't think stone arrows will work on that thing. Sung-hyun just smirks. He pulls out the mole claw metal arrows he crafted. His friend gasps. It pierced right through its hide. Aim for that spot, he commands. The final blow is ready. Dr. Kang, now's the time. Sung-hyun leaps. The boss slams into the ground, defeated. The crowd erupts in cheers. We actually did it. We won. The village is safe. Great job, adventurers. That final attack was absolutely legendary. Is that the group that took down the rare undead? Dong-ho is beaming. We're total heroes now. Sung-hyun checks his status. I earned 3 points. His friend asks if he's actually going to use them. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, we both know gacha luck is usually total trash. Dong-ho bets 100,000 gold it'll just be garbage. And yep, the wheel lands on a dud. Told you so. But wait, Velo comes running up, calling out to Sung-hyun. What's the matter? He's out of breath. Thanks to you two, we stopped a total disaster. Thank you so much, no problem. Why haven't they moved the camp yet? They're waiting for the priests to finish their survey first. It's time to head out, but the camp has a special reward for both of you. Dong Ho is shocked. It's honey wine. The two head straight to the tavern. I was just about to suggest a celebratory drink. Even Sun Huine didn't see this coming. I can't believe they actually gave us something this good. Heard most of the workers here are from Hin Village. Mostly, yeah. But they're technically outsiders, right? Suddenly, someone recognizes the healer. Sun Hoon is confused. Wait, are you Rot? Rot is just as surprised to see him. Dong Ho asks if this is an old friend of his. Just a patient I treated a few days ago, he explains. Rot happily remembers the expert care he received. He pulls out a bag. Doctor, here's the treatment fee I forgot to pay you. Seung Huin had forgotten too. Oh, right. And here, I'm returning that sword I was holding onto for you. It's time it went back. Rot tearfully hugs his weapon. Oh man, I missed you so much. Dong Ho whispers, is this guy's head even screwed on right? Even as a doctor, Seung Huin isn't sure. No idea. After chatting, Rot reveals some big news. So you guys have been at the camp this whole time? And you're just resting after your contract ended? He nods. If you have time, you should check this out. He hands over a party invitation. A dungeon portal recently appeared near Hin Village. The locals plan to explore it in 3 days. My cousin invited me to join, but I've got debts to pay off, so I can't go. Dong Ho gives some worldly advice. Never borrow from the union, even if you're starving. It's a life lesson. Sun Huan is interested. So, what should we do? The dungeon rewards do sound pretty tempting. Dong Ho is down for anything. So stay with me, because our next adventure is about to begin. Alright, stick with me because this healer is playing these villains like a total fiddle. He smirks, thinking how satisfying it will be watching these arrogant bastards crawl and beg him for mercy. It should be fine, right? 3 days later, Jung Ho asks if everything is ready. Sung Hyun calmly replies that even though his wrist is not fully healed, he is ready to go collect that 100,000 gold coin reward. Jung Ho can hardly believe his ears. Wait, did you actually manage to get your hands on that? It is the retrieval of Freika's arrow, a skill allowing the user to return used arrows to their original state. Seung Hyun explains that he met a certain deity yesterday who granted a special blessing upon his hands. Is he some kind of Nakkam devotee or what? He continues, explaining that his luck has been skyrocketing ever since. I wondered if it would actually work, but the results speak for themselves. Don't just stand there staring. Get it together so we can move out. A short while later, they arrive at Hagat Hills. Tina Putten, a swordswoman and cousin of Ross, greets them. I have heard all about you two from Ross. He shakes her hand, introducing himself as healer Songhyun and his partner Jung Ho. She notices Jung Ho looks a bit pale. He tells her not to worry, but the others start getting curious about this healer. This makes no sense. The guy standing there has holy power that is basically hitting rock bottom. They point at Jung Ho, calling him weird too. What kind of tanker wears a cloak like that? Jung Ho is baffled. What is wrong with my outfit? My clothes are valuable in their own way, you know. Another man steps forward, telling everyone to just calm down. They are here to help us, so we should watch our attitude. By the way, my name is Ai. Jung Ho is relieved to find someone decent. You look pretty sharp. Are you the leader? Lak Kamadi snaps back in annoyance. I am the leader here. Now that everyone is present, let's get moving. Everyone, step inside the teleportation circle. A flash of light erupts, and they find themselves before an ancient dungeon. Yui uses a light spell to lead. Seunghyun observes the surroundings, noting the heavy decay. Is this from natural weathering or perhaps water damage? Since we are deep inside ancient ruins, weathering seems impossible. Yet, I do not feel any moisture in the air at all. Could this be the work of dark magic? Jung Ho calls out to Lak Kamadi. You said you were a warrior, but you know how to heal too, right? That makes you more like a physical therapist. Kamadi screams in frustration. Good grief, I am a priest. Sahita remains tense, noticing the holy power user still is not showing much of a reaction. Now pay attention, this is where the real fight starts. Giant beetles appear, and Yui is absolutely grossed out. Everyone begins their assault, but things look grim. Someone screams that there are too many and they cannot kill them all. We need to blast a path straight through and get out of here. Seunghyun calls out to Yui, asking about wind magic. She shouts back while running. Yes, I can. He immediately uses his water dust skill, releasing a mint poison effect into the air, which combines with her gale winds. Moments later, the beetles are annihilated. How did you pull that off? Seunghyun refuses to explain. It is a military secret, so no talking. Yui keeps pestering him for the secret behind that magic. From a distance, Kamadi watches in awe as those two wiped out the swarm alone. A walks over cheerfully. Good job, everyone. Let's all have a drink before we continue further into the ruins. This is amazing, thanks. I will take one. Seunghyun is suspicious. High-dose mana? In liquid tonic form like this? These are expensive. Is it really okay to just hand them out? AI hands him a bottle, claiming he gets a discount through a pharmacist friend. Seunghyun smiles and accepts it. Oh, is that so? In that case, I will not be shy about taking one. I know what you're thinking. A guy this nice? In this world, there has to be a catch. Jung-ho suddenly stops at a fork in the road. Their expressions shift. From the left, an overwhelming dark mana emerges. A guesses it might be a trap. Kamadi grits his teeth and decides they should take the right path instead. No, Seunghyun says with total confidence. We are going left. This defiance makes Kamadi explode, grabbing the healer by his collar. He looks ready to throw a punch. Jung-ho and Tina rush in to intervene, desperate to stop a fight from breaking out. This does nothing to calm Kamadi. If anything, his words become even more toxic and sharp. We never should have let a pathetic rookie like you join this raid in the first place. Tina is stunned into silence. Sahida, who was always on the leader's side, speaks up to support him. Finally, the team splits into two groups. As Lak, Kamadi, Sway, and Sahida walk away, Seunghyun finally decides to speak his mind. He adjusts his clothes and asks Tina why she stayed. She simply says she trusts him. Trust me. We will soon see if following the rookie was the right move or not. Alright, stick with me. You are about to see how a little trust goes a long way. While our hero feels the warmth of a new bond, the others take a peaceful path with zero monsters. They keep walking, completely unaware that they have stepped right into a magic circle hidden beneath the floorboards. Eerie sounds begin to echo, chilling everyone to the bone as they frantically search for the source of that terrifying noise. Suyi spots the trap and screams a warning, but before they can jump, sharp spears erupt from the ground. One unlucky step means instant death, but thankfully, Lakamadi and Suyi are fast enough to dodge the lethal spikes. Sahida is not as fortunate. 2 spears pierce her legs, sending her crashing to the floor as blood pools on the cold stone. Lakamadi rushes to use his healing light, but it fails worse. The wound seems to react violently and flare up. It is a dark magic curse. Lakamadi realizes only a specialized priest can break a hex this twisted and powerful. Seeing the poor girl screaming in agony is almost too much for a leader like Lakamadi to handle. Just then, Seunghui's group arrives, appearing like a literal beacon of hope in this dark, desperate moment. Tina examines the magic circle and finds it damaged, yet it was still functional enough to cripple a fellow priestess. Lakamadi senses something off. This dark seal reacts aggressively to holy power, almost like it was designed to trap priests, but he stops himself before he can overthink it. Now, pay attention. Lakamadi begs for help, but Seunghui just gives him a cold, hard refusal. Why should I help? You are the ones who decided to ignore my advice and do your own thing. Lakamadi is furious, but with his friend's life on the line, he swallows his pride, kneels, and begs for mercy. Seeing him finally submit, Seunghui lets out a quiet smirk before stepping forward to activate his healing skill. Dong-ho is totally confused. How is he going to fix this without a high-level holy purification skill? He does not need a fancy skill when he has a bottle of pure holy water. One single drop is all it takes. He lets a drop fall onto the spreading curse, and suddenly, a brilliant light begins to mend Sahida's shattered legs. The screaming stops as the pain fades. Lakamadi was terrified she would not make it, but the miracle is happening right now. Before he can even finish that thought, Dong-ho is already carrying a smiling Sahida away as her wounds vanish completely. She leans against Dong-ho, exhausted. After that brush with death, the poor girl is clearly shaken to her core. The leader, Su-yi, and Tina all rush over, relieved beyond words to see their friend is going to be okay. Lakamadi admits he was wrong about Seunghui. He never realized they had such an incredible healer right in front of them. Dong-ho sees them charging over and has to yell at them to be careful where they step. With the crisis averted, Seunghui just smiles as the tension finally begins to melt away between the two groups. Everyone looks back at the path ahead, faces set in stone as they follow Seunghui's lead to the left. At the end of the hall is the boss room, where a massive one-eyed demon greets them like worthless sacrifices. The pressure from the demon's aura is so strong it could blow a person away. This is definitely a bad sign. Its dark magic is overwhelming, but retreating now is not an option for heroes, even if the odds look impossible. The monster begins to channel a massive fireball, its power growing more unstable and dangerous by the second. Dark energy chokes the air as everyone enters their battle stances, ready to counter whatever nightmare the boss throws next. The horn demon laughs arrogantly, mocking the humans for being stupid enough to walk straight into their own graves. You and I are about to see something insane. The boss does not even finish its sentence before half its body is obliterated. Seunghui stands there calmly, having just unleashed his most powerful skill to delete the monster in a single blink. While the rest of the team is still in total shock, Dong-ho leans over and whispers to Seunghui, "Why use your ultimate on a boss like this?" He just laughs, saying using weak skills is way more suspicious. He reaches out to reclaim Bria's arrow, and the holy vessel, the final boss, has been officially wiped off the map. Su-yi starts to draw a teleportation circle, but someone stops her, suggesting they should loot the room first. Maintaining that magic uses way too much mana anyway, so everyone agrees to spread out and search the chamber. Tina finds a blood-stained altar and gets so creeped out that she immediately nabs a different spot to search. Sunghui's curiosity gets the better of him, and underneath the altar, he finds a hidden box covered in strange symbols. He pops the lid, and suddenly, a swarm of disgusting, rotting zombies comes pouring out of the container. It is an ambush. Everyone snaps into a combat mindset as Lakamati starts smashing heads with his holy fists. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how they survive this undead horde. Don't miss the next part. Alright, you and I are about to see a clash so intense it turns this whole place into ruins. Sunghoon feels something is wrong. If the boss is dead, why are the zombies still moving around? Wiping out the last few, Seung-hwan looks at the leader's corpse and realizes the core is missing. As Tone turns to talk to Sun Ho, the guy just collapses. Luckily, Seung-hwan catches him before he falls. He realizes everyone has passed out. They are still breathing, so it seems they are just deep in sleep. Observing the scene, he realizes he only killed a clone. So, where is the real boss actually hiding right now? His sixth sense screams that the beast is still hiding in the room. He aims his crossbow and fires a bolt carrying incredible power that screams toward the target. The enemy is no amateur. With one clean slash, he knocks the skill completely off course. Seung-hoon actually had two main goals here. First, let everyone recover their strength after that battle. Second, find the boss hiding among them. Everyone else is unconscious, but he is still standing perfectly fine. Ali asks calmly why he is awake. Seung-hoon reveals he never drank the mana potion given to the group. He draws his blade and lunges at Ali, slashing through the white bandages wrapped around his arm. Now pay attention. A simple scammer wouldn't be using weapons cursed with dark magic unless they were the real dungeon boss. Dark energy begins to radiate from Ali. Now that the secret is out, he admits everything without hesitation. Unlike what we expected, he transforms into a sophisticated, noble-looking boss, looking nothing like the scruffy scammer he once was. By using this disguise, he has led countless foolish humans to their deaths in this very place. Only Seung-hoon saw his true nature. To Ali, a smart human like him is the perfect sacrifice. Without waiting, Ali stabs his own hand and charges. Seung-hoon holds his ground to block the incoming blade. He fires his crossbow, but the arrows miss. Ali starts slashing wildly like a man possessed by madness. He screams about how he was a nameless thief until his lord chose him and made him special. He wants a sacrifice. He wonders how pleased his lord will be with this offering, just like when he slaughtered his own teammates back then. He tells him to stay still and just wait for death. Suddenly, blood-red magic circles appear behind him and directly under Seung-hoon. It turns out the self-inflicted wound was to activate this trap and lure him into the center. Ali laughs and gives the order. A massive, tangled mess of shadows charges directly at the main character. A blinding light flashes. He stands tall as the hands of darkness trying to swallow him slowly begin to fade away. You saw that? Even the hero admits that trick was actually kind of impressive. Ali loses his mind and orders more attacks, but they are useless. He is forced to join the fight himself. Seung-hoon holds up a mysterious, glowing sphere. Seeing the treasure in enemy hands, Ali blurts out its name. It is the Crystal of Lord Gigaho, an item holding divine defensive power that can resist any kind of magic. No matter how strong the dark magic is, it will eventually be washed away by this divine holy power. Ali rushes forward to reclaim the orb. Seeing how important it is, Seung-hoon just tosses it high into the air. He retrieves the crystal and fires his crossbow at Ali's head. Caught off guard, the boss summons dark thorns to block. The thorns surround him like a shield. He tries to heal, but Seung-hoon shatters the defense with a skill. He closes in with his crossbow and delivers the final blow to the life of this crazed boss. Despite that impact, he is still alive and begging for the crystal. Are all zealots really this obsessed with their gods? Ali gasps that his lord can sense an invisible presence watching them. He claims that Seung-hoon is just like him. It turns out this guy can see the administrator through a status window. Seung-hoon remains completely cold. He doesn't believe in gods, but he can't deny that his own powers are beyond any normal human understanding. Ali laughs one last time, warning that he will eventually crave more power before he finally shuts his eyes. The evil boss is dead. Holding the crystal, he knows it is finally time to wake up the administrator and get answers. The others wake up, clutching their heads in pain. He explains that the man was the boss of the monsters. He makes sure to mention they are alive because of him. The whole team starts crowding around the corpse. Before this, no one even suspected the dark magic he was hiding. Jung-ho wonders how he recognized the villain. Seung-hoon casually shares his life experience. So what do you and I take from all this? Never trust someone who acts nice for absolutely no reason. Alright. You and I are about to dive into a world where staying far away from scumbags is priority number one. You're describing yourself, buddy. Recognizing your own kind? Sun Huan asks Su Y to create a magic circle for their escape. Su Y is getting suspicious. She senses high-tier holy power and that heavy judgment. Why is he keeping it hidden? Could there be some dark conspiracy? Whatever, she decides to just focus on looking good in front of Sun Huan. Sir, she's acting strange. Sun Huan freezes for a second because she actually used honorifics to ask for help. It's done. Sun Huan looks at the worried girl. From the corner, he clears his throat. Priestess Sahida, can we talk for a minute? Sahida is caught off guard and jumps slightly, but she tries her best to stay calm and composed. Sun Huan believes these monsters were actually explorers sacrificed by Ali. Sahida timidly suggests they should pray for the deceased. They are placed inside the magic circle. Everyone prays sincerely for the souls of the fallen, hoping they find peace. Just then, a system achievement pops up. You've completed the purification rite for the dead. Sun Huan taps the screen, noticing Dong Ho doing the exact same thing. They share a silent understanding. Tina creates a mana shield to protect the bodies. It's thin, but definitely better than nothing. Su Y walks forward, completely unaware that a dark figure has suddenly appeared right behind her. Now watch this part closely. Everything goes south in an instant as Sun Huan turns his head to warn her. It's too late. Ali stabs her, and she collapses instantly. Sun Huan realizes his mistake and orders everyone to move. We have to take out that trash. Sahida's face is pale. She's terrified, but has no choice but to join the fight. Ali moves like a blur, striking Sun Huan with a blade. He blocks it, but this guy's power is absolutely massive. He calls for Sahida's help. Despite her fear, she focuses her energy, giving Sun Huan a massive power boost. He pushes him back, but Ali shifts his target. He lunges straight towards Sahida with insane speed. Sun Huan intercepts him just in time. Sahida casts another spell, causing Ali to scream in agony as his eyes burn. Suddenly, he pulls out Kika's crystal and crushes it, swearing this will be the final sacrifice for his master. A violent storm erupts, and the dungeon begins to crumble. Sun Huan and Sahida sprint toward the magic circle. That scumbag Ali gets crushed by a massive boulder. But did he actually die? I'm not so sure. The danger isn't over. The attack left Su Y's mind unstable, and she can't focus enough to control her mana. The dungeon is falling apart faster now. Su Y is completely overwhelmed and starts crying in despair. You and I both know Sun Huan isn't giving up. He realizes the magic circle just needs a massive power source. Meanwhile, Tina is an expert in magic barriers. She recognizes the circle's design and knows exactly how to fix it. Together, they could save everyone. Tina is terrified of the pressure and tries to refuse the responsibility. But one powerful word from Sun Huan wakes her up. His knowledge and confidence change everything for her. With his help, Tina successfully activates the magic circle, teleporting everyone to safety. Su Y is overjoyed. Exhausted, Sun Huan asks where they are. Su Y tells him this is the city sitting right above Lake Kama. It's a peaceful place protected by red magic. Many nobles and wizards gather here to study rare research and books. Sun Huan looks around with curiosity. It's his very first time stepping foot inside a real magic tower. 3 people in matching uniforms open the door. They detected the return coordinates being activated and came to investigate. Su Y recognizes them, but her joy is cut short when her professor smacks her head. A chaotic chase begins. After hearing the story, Tananola teases her. You quit the tower to become an adventurer, only to come crawling back? She almost died and ended up right back where she started. Su Y has no idea how to explain herself. He turns to Sun Huan and praises him for a job well done, then shows them to the guest rooms. Maybe it's the new environment, but Sun Huan can't sleep. He heads out for a walk and hears a voice. What are you doing up so late? Sun Huan is surprised and asks her the same question. It's Tina. She sighs, admitting it's been a long time since she was at the tower, and she's feeling nostalgic. He gives a small smile. So, you actually grew up in a place like this too? She nods and expresses her deep regret. I'm so sorry about earlier. It was a life or death situation. I hesitated when it mattered most. Sun Huan quickly reassures her. Don't be sorry. We're all alive because of you. Tina finally smiles. I'm originally from the Golden Tower. Stick around, because you and I are just getting started. Alright. You and I are about to dive into a story where choosing your own path changes everything forever. However, I always preferred the sword. I still remember dueling with Rot, only to realize that my talent wasn't actually that special after all. Sensing her doubt, Sun Huan asks if that was the real reason she decided to leave the tower. Tina admits it without hesitation. She says both her magic and her swordsmanship were honestly just mediocre in the end. Seeing her struggle with her vague talent, Sun Huan quickly offers some words of wisdom to guide her. He admits he hasn't studied either, but he believes the most important thing is simply doing what you actually love to do. He suggests that if her natural talent is lower than others, she should use every trick available to follow her dream until the end. The next morning, as Kim Jung-ho says a bittersweet goodbye, Sung-hoon finally speaks up to break the silence. Everyone has already left. Lok Kamadi went to continue his training, while Suyi returned to finish up her work. It is a perfect farewell where nobody died. Afterward, he turns to Tina with a curious look in his eyes. He asks Tina about her plans. Jung-ho eagerly suggests that if she has nowhere to go, she should join them. After hesitating for a moment, Tina firmly declares that she wants to become a magic swordsman herself. People might laugh, but she wants to choose her own path. Sung-hoon smiles, telling her he knew she would do that. He tells her if she wants to be a magic swordsman, she should visit Lin Faroli, a freezing northern village. A powerful magic swordsman lives there. Stick with me, this one recommendation is about to change her whole life. He guarantees the man's skill, so just watching him will be incredibly helpful. Tina is absolutely thrilled and keeps thanking him over and over. Before leaving, she makes a promise to regularly write letters to him to keep in touch. Jung-ho starts rushing them, saying it is finally time for them to get moving. As they prepare to leave, Su-yi suddenly calls out for them to wait and brings them straight to the professor's office in the red magic department. Sung-hoon remains calm and asks who the stranger standing in front of them is. The man introduces himself as Sen from the Black Magic Division. He explains that this place is usually known as the Warlock's Tower for dark mages. Their primary goal is finding the best ways to utilize black magic and dark mana effectively. A thought suddenly flashes through his mind. It seems black magic is legal with a permit, even if the church hates it. Professor Tensel requested this meeting because of what happened during the incident. Sen quickly adds that he heard the boss was an incredibly powerful black mage. He asks if Sung-hoon found any personal belongings, as he wants to buy them for his experiments. Sung-hoon thinks it over. He has the crystal, but he doesn't want to give that up. Is there anything else? Recalling the battle, he vaguely remembers a small knife that he had almost completely forgotten about. Sung-hoon asks if they would be interested in the magic knife that the black mage used. Sen immediately realizes that there is still a massive amount of dark mana trapped inside the blade. He is thrilled to study it and offers anything in exchange. You and I both know a good trade is better than gold. Sung-hoon is satisfied. These items will definitely interest mages, including magic books and all sorts of other rare things. Something on the table suddenly catches his attention. After picking it up, Sung-hoon is totally shocked when the strange object begins playing melodies and dancing around continuously right before everyone's eyes. Sen grabs it and explains it is a hyper music box toy from a friend. Why is it even here? It absorbs mana from the air and converts it into pure life energy. Sung-hoon realizes it restores his stamina, so he immediately declares that he will take that item. The result is better than expected, as he also receives a scroll and a pile of books to go with it. He sees the scroll as a recipe for frost potions. He definitely needs more of these high-quality potions and materials for his journey. Sung-hoon turns to Jung-ho and suggests that they should stay here for just a little bit longer. Professor Tensel had already given him permission, handing it over with a very grateful attitude. He says it's a gift for saving his students and encourages them to tour the tower while they are here. Jung-ho is surprised, as he always thought mages were arrogant, but these people actually seem quite humble after all. He agrees to stay for the high-quality items. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what he finds next. That is exactly my plan. Alright, you and I are about to watch Sung-hein visit Hongfap's potion shop to grab cases of mana, health, and 3 boxes of stamina potions as he prepares for his next mission. Seeing the alchemist focused on a specific brew, Sung-hoon rushes to stop him, saying it is better not to add that last ingredient before things spiral out of control. The man just turns and gives him a look of pure, arrogant contempt. He clearly thinks Sung-hoon knows nothing about mana, so he shouts some nonsense and keeps doing exactly what he wants anyway. Jung-ho calls them arrogant jerks, but Sung-hoon just smiles and tells him it is time for them to get out of there. Once they are safely outside, Jung-ho asks why he told the man not to put that specific herb into the mixture. Now watch this. Just as he starts to explain, a massive explosion rips through the shop behind him, making him say, "Told you so." Jung-ho is absolutely terrified, screaming out to ask what on earth just happened back there. Inside the potion shop, everyone is choking and coughing through a thick cloud of smoke, while the healer watches from the doorway. They stumble around, demanding to know who caused this chaos, and warning that it might be poison gas, so they better activate their magic shields right now. The magic barriers are activated immediately, but it is not looking good as the strange smoke starts piercing right through the protective layers. Even as the man tries to hold his ground, he lets out a cry of total and utter despair. The shields are failing and the heat is rising, but when he tries to run for his life, he finds Sung-hoon standing like a wall, blocking the only way out. "Where do you think you are going?" He stands his ground at the door, looking completely confident and unshakable. He tells them not a single person is leaving, reminding them that he warned them not to put that ingredient in the pot. They still refuse to admit they messed up and try to shove him aside, but Sung-hoon remains perfectly calm and collective. He explains the herbal incense is not actually toxic, so they start to think they might actually be okay after all. But then he drops the bomb. Inhaling that smoke causes every drop of mana in their bodies to melt away. Their faces go pale as they feel their internal energy turning into a liquid that literally starts dripping onto the floor beneath them. Sudden screams of pure panic fill the air. With their mana melting, they realize they will never use magic again. So the whole group tries to flee while Seung-hoon just watches. He stops them again, asking if they have completely forgotten who they are and where they are standing right now. They are inside the blood magic tower. Can they really handle the disaster that would happen if they let that smoke out? The Magic Tower is a sacred organization where powerful mages conduct research to increase their strength and master ancient magic. That means the place is packed with mana facilities, and if this smoke escapes, it will destroy every single delicate research project in the tower. They think they are doomed, but Seung-hoon explains there is still a way to fix this even if they inhaled the scent. If they get the right treatment quickly, they will be able to make a full recovery. He reminds them he is a healer who knows the cure, and they start celebrating because they think they are saved. Seung-hoon cuts them off instantly, saying that clearing out the smoke is way more urgent than saving their lives. Let's be real for a second. Seung-hoon knows they won't die without mana, but a mage who can't cast spells is basically a walking corpse. Honestly, he just does not care what happens to these arrogant jerks. He ignores their pleas until they start begging, promising to do anything if he will just give them the treatment they need. They even offer to inhale every bit of the remaining smoke, if that is what it takes for the healer to help. Hearing that, Seung-hoon flashes a smug smile, thinking to himself that this kind of power is why he loves being a healer. Dong-ho is confused and asks if those people really have to breathe in all the gas just to get rid of it. Seung-hoon tells him that while it sounds like fun, it would simply take way too much of their time. Since they are in a potion shop, he orders them to bring him silicon and dried sand grapefruits as fast as possible. The smoke has to be dealt with right here. But since you cannot grab gas with your hands, it is difficult. The only solution is to turn the smoke into a solid shape that is easier to clean. When Dong-ho starts coughing, Seung-hoon notices the symptoms and realizes he has to hurry before his teammate loses his mana too. He mixes the ingredients with his absorption and spray skills, determined not to let his old comrade's power go to waste like this. A strange substance begins to form, sucking the smoke in and turning it into large, solid blocks. Dong-ho is shocked, so the healer explains it is a solvent that transforms gas or smoke into a thick gel. He tells the mages to start picking it up, and though they complain about the gross texture, they do not dare stop cleaning. Finally, the gas is cleared, and everyone is treated as the overwhelming scent of the herbal incense begins to fade away. And trust me, you and I just learned a valuable lesson: never ignore a healer's advice, or you'll be the one cleaning up the mess. You and I are about to see how a simple mistake with a water plant turns into a total disaster. Those aromatic herbs are actually mutated water plants, warped by an insane amount of mana. Usually, they help ingredients blend, but in this form, they will literally melt everything they touch. One girl looks confused, wondering why such dangerous things are even being grown here in the first place. She quickly explains that most of their supplies come directly from the Academy's specialized cultivation grounds. He wonders if the environment itself has changed, but she does not think that is the case. The cultivation room is managed by a mana system, right? Could you explain that in more detail? Once his questions are answered, Seung-hoon bolts, leaving Dong-ho completely stunned. Where are we heading now? We have to find Professor Tenso because this situation is way worse than I initially feared. He is calling via projection, wishing he was there, but he is stuck at some mandatory conference. Tenso quickly grants access to the herb room. Shuawei gives him a very brief, serious nod. Seung-hoon smiles, saying it is nice meeting her, while she is visibly sweating and leading the way. They head straight for the herb room, but as soon as the door opens, Shuawei's face turns pale. The entire room is in complete ruins. He stays calm and prepares, even though it looks incredibly dangerous. Summoning Bria crossbow, everyone begins checking the humidity, climate controls, and the temperature. All the supporting magic has been destroyed. She concludes that the mana density is unusually high. I think the main magic circle is malfunctioning. The group spreads out to find it deep inside. Suddenly, a vine shoots forward. Seung-hoon reacts instantly, yanking Dong-ho back just in time. Dong-ho struggles to catch his breath, asking what that was. Seung-hoon asks what he thinks. It is simple: a monster grew by absorbing mana. Shuawei reacts fast with a wind blade strike. She lands a heavy hit. The wood monster screeches in pain and lashes out with its vines. Dong-ho charges in. How dare you? He slices through the vine easily, and it thuds down. Shuawei laughs with confidence, thinking this is easy. But Dong-ho stays alert and tells her to wait. Now, watch this carefully. Watch how this monster reacts to being cut. It is absolutely insane. Seung-hoon frowns. It is healing itself instantly? He pulls out Bria pouch to create poison arrows. He blasts several vines at once, but they just grow back. He sits there, shocked. What is this? If I were there, I would be running already. Sung-hyun notices the healing speed is faster against mana. Zhuawai guesses it might be reacting specifically to her mana-based strikes. He agrees. All the herbs here are growing at light speed because of the mana overflow. He concludes the monster absorbs mana as she attacks. Her fire cloud did absolutely nothing. Zhuawai barely dodges the counterattack. Dong-ho realizes fire isn't going to work on this beast. Both of them want to retreat since the room is basically a mana buffet for the monster. But wait, you and I know our main character always has a plan. He pulls out white beads. The others are confused, but he is already crafting. Priya Bag is making arrows that mimic scents. The wood monster screams as the arrows hit. It closes its petals and sprays toxic gas everywhere. Dong-ho yells in frustration. What is this? Now we cannot even use our skills properly. Sung-hyun calmly summons his weapon. It is all set. Priya crossbow is now fully loaded. His smile gets wider. We can just auto-attack until it dies. He switches blades and unleashes a flurry. The monster screams as its vines slow down. Dong-ho, it is working. Its healing is finally failing. He shouts for Dong-ho to strike the weak spot. He leaps high as Dong-ho targets it. He hits it with everything he has. Looks pretty cool, right? Dong-ho does not rely on mana. He yells for it to take one last blow. But then, he calls out for Sung-hyun. And trust me, you and I can tell this is the end. He smiles and delivers the final blow. A fatal strike lands. Seconds later, the wood monster is just a heap on the ground. Zhuawai breathes a sigh of relief. We did it. Now, lead us to the main magic circle immediately. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a crisis where one wrong move means game over. They find the cultivation room's stone tablet shattered. He asks if she can find the cause, but she is standing there in total disbelief. It looks like the absorbed mana exceeded its limit. It just could not hold anymore. How is this even possible? Now watch closely, the energy from the circle is getting chaotic. Mana is leaking everywhere and sparking violent lightning. It is a full-blown mana explosion. The stone slab holding the magic circle is cracking, leaking wild energy. Dong-ho panics, fearing the whole place is about to blow. Sung-hyun stays cool, searching for a solution. He asks Suina if there is any way to stop the mana flow. Suina desperately shakes her head. There is no way. A low-level mage cannot even see the mana connection circuits. She is certain that any outside impact will trigger an immediate explosion. Seung-hyun makes a split-second decision. Run. That is his first thought. But then he stops to analyze the actual danger. If this thing is as strong as a high-tier spell, the blast will be massive. Not just them, but everyone outside will be caught in it. He locks in and activates his keen eye skill. He has to find that mana connection circuit no matter what. His vision sharpens instantly, and in a flash, he spots it. The other two cannot help but gasp in shock. Seung-hyun steps forward with total confidence. Seeing him advance, the other two start screaming in terror. They shout at him to stop, telling the healer he cannot go in there. But Sung-hyun knows a massive amount of pure mana is powering that bomb. Normal attacks will not do a thing here. That is when he pulls out a mysterious golden sphere. Sung-hyun gambles on it being a powerful anti-mana tool. It is the sacred sphere of Kikaristel. With massive defensive and anti-mana power, it is the only thing that can handle the shockwaves from that magic circle. Sung-hyun pushes through the intense pressure. Suina turns away, unable to watch, while Dong-ho's face goes pale. Gritting his teeth, he keeps moving, aiming for the circuit connection point. He grips the sphere, winds up, and puts everything into a throw. His aim is perfect. The sphere flies true and strikes the center of the magic circle. You and I saw that, right? Absolutely legendary. The circle flashes red as the sphere begins to warp the entire matrix. The mana flow starts to choke out, turning a deep blue as the sphere drains every bit of energy. Moments later, the sphere drops. Suina cautiously opens her eyes and looks around. The explosion just stopped. While they stand there dazed, Sung-hyun just turns back with a smug smile. Both of them immediately rush to hug him. They cheer that their healer is the best. He just casually agrees, while Suina is still completely overwhelmed. She asks what kind of monster he is, but he just tells them to let go while secretly feeling relieved. He is glad he checked the sacred sphere power beforehand. Suddenly, Tenso arrives, looking confused and demanding answers. He confirms there is a serious problem with the power system. Suina warns that magic will not be enough if these accidents keep happening. She explains that if the magic tower falls, the city protective barrier will vanish. They need to investigate the mana center. Tenso shakes his head helplessly. The mana center is vital to all magic, and it is beyond his authority. Even a professor cannot just walk in. This is getting difficult, but Sung-hyun is not giving up yet. He asks who is actually in charge of the place. He needs to know who to talk to. Tenso reveals it is one of the deputy tower lords from the Blood Magic Tower, giving them a name. Lord Hai coldly asks if he is Sung-hyun and what he wants. Our hero starts summarizing everything. He explains today events at the tower. Hai nods along, then asks if they really want to enter the mana center now. Seung-hoon sighs. He did not really want to come here, but he hoped the man would agree once he heard the truth. He puts on his professional smile to answer, but Hai suddenly cuts him off, calling the request ridiculous. He screams in a rage, slamming his files onto the desk. He will not hear another word about the center facilities. He foolishly rants about how the center was built, with the Blood Magic Tower most advanced technology. He yells that the place is safe even if the tower collapses. Seung-hoon is left completely speechless by this guy. What is this guy even talking about? Suina is sweating, asking if he even knows the state of the herbal room. Dong-ho raises his voice in frustration. Does he have any idea what they just had to face? She tries to explain the magic circle is gone, but he just snaps at Suina to shut up. He accuses her of not only running away but insulting the tower itself. She is instantly stunned into silence. He refuses to let them in. But trust me, you are going to want to see how Seung-hoon handles this. Alright, stick with me. You and I are about to watch an arrogant jerk get exactly what he deserves. Seung-hoon offers him a final chance to evacuate everyone immediately. That is the absolute best move you can make right now. But the deputy master just sneers. I don't want to hear it. This is a waste of time. He slams the door shut, yelling for them to get out. If it were me, I'd have thrown hands already. Su-yi just pulls at her hair in total frustration. Dong-ho is fuming at the nonsense, but Seung-hoon just shrugs it off. The old man is picking a fight in a really strange and suspicious way. She is so angry her filter is completely gone. Damn it, this is exactly why all these high and mighty mages are absolute trash. He just chuckles to himself, it doesn't even matter. A moment ago, Seung-hoon used his eagle eye skill, and red warnings were swarming all over the master. Danger, danger, danger. The main character knows for a fact that this guy is already a walking corpse. Inside the room, the master is panting in a cold sweat. He is terrified, wondering just how much those punks actually found out about his secrets. Is there really a massive problem? Do they already know that the entire mana supply system is completely broken? He holds his head in agony. He neglected the mana center because he was too busy preparing for his own coronation ceremony. He is tearing his hair out. If anyone discovers this mess, he'll be kicked right off the candidate list for the next Tower Master position. He hardens his resolve. He has to keep this a secret, at least until the ceremony is officially over and done with. Now pay attention here, this is the exact moment he realizes he messed up. As he plots, the wall behind him begins to crack. Still dreaming of becoming the Tower Master, he turns around to see what that strange noise was. He's confused for a second, then boom! The entire room explodes into dust and debris, turning the villa into a massive mess. He barely survives. What the hell just happened? He's pinned under massive stones and can't budge an inch. He has to find a way to shift this heavy rubble off of him. The mana in his hands goes wild, hitting him with a backflow so painful he nearly blacks out. He can't understand why he's losing control. Mana reflux. He screams for help. Is anyone there? Help me. Footsteps approach, making him surge with hope. Over here. Please, come save me right now. A cold voice cuts through the air. Understand now? Seung-hoon walks in calmly, scanning the wreckage. I did warn you, didn't I? The master pathetically begs for his life. You're just in time. Look, I'm sorry about earlier. I truly am. Can you believe how pathetic this guy is? He's rushing him. Quick, help me out. Seung-hoon just shrugs. Why don't you ever listen to advice? The tower's mana system is currently venting a massive amount of raw, destructive power. Everywhere the mana veins flow, the exact same thing is happening. It is total chaos throughout the entire facility. He looks down with pure disgust. The master didn't care about anything until his own life was finally on the line. Seung-hoon knows this change of heart is fake. He keeps trembling and pleading. Please, just save me. Seung-hoon thinks he's a total bastard and gives a freezing response. I know what you're thinking. Is our hero really going to just leave him there? Let's find out. Seung-hoon turns his back to walk away. Unless you have something valuable to give me. The master's mind races as he weighs his options in a blind panic. Wait, I have something you'll want. Sure enough, he pulls out the key to the mana center. He's still trying to be manipulative. Save me, and this is yours. You'll need control of the center if you want to save anyone else in this place. Seung-hoon is taken aback. Are you seriously using innocent people as hostages right now? The master tries to act smooth and seductive. Think about it. Our main character just scoffs. A trash-tier human like this is actually a top candidate for Tower Master? The Blood Tower must be insane. Seung-hoon leans in slightly. Oh, I forgot to mention something very important. That explosion from earlier? It already shattered every single seal in the mana center. The master drops his precious key in total despair. Seung-hoon keeps walking. So, I don't really need your little key. See ya. The mana goes haywire again as the master screams out in terror. Wait, I'll give you something better. Seung-hoon is unfazed. Really? Maybe I'll check back later then. He keeps moving forward. He's going to save the others first. Behind him, the master finally breaks down in tears of regret. Screams echo alongside more explosions. No time to waste. Seung-hyun charges through the dangerous mana flows to check the situation outside immediately to see what happened. Suddenly, a cry catches his attention, and Seung-hyun freezes in absolute surprise. Children? These two haven't evacuated yet? He immediately softens his tone. What's wrong, kids? Lucy points at the ruins, sobbing. My friend. She can't even finish the sentence before bursting into tears all over again. Seung-hyun is at a loss. He has no idea what she's saying. Time to use a skill. It's called Calm Voice. Once activated, it settles the target's mind, wipes away panic, and significantly boosts their chances of a full and complete recovery. Is this some kind of variation of the calming prayer skill? Seung-hyun slowly reaches out his hand to them. Usually, prayers need divine power, but he doesn't have that. He rubs their heads while activating the skill, his voice steady and low. And that's where we're leaving it, trust me. You and I are definitely going to want to see how he saves those kids in the next part. You and I are about to witness an epic rescue inside a collapsing magic tower. Seung-hyun searches through the rubble, remembering how LJ used a barrier to protect the other kids so they could escape. But as they ran, a massive bookshelf collapsed, trapping her underneath. Praying he is not too late, Seung-hyun finally spots a small child pinned under the heavy wood. LJ, is that you? The girl opens her eyes groggily as Seung-hyun kneels down. I am here to save you. Are you all right? Noticing he has no cloak, LJ assumes he is a traveler. She sighs, convinced she is not going to make it. Just take my friends to safety, she says. Seung-hyun is stunned. Is she a reincarnator? No child should be this mature. He quickly analyzes her condition. Severe bleeding, mana reflux, and a broken ankle. This is looking bad. As he starts pulling her out, he realizes she is still trying to save her friends despite her own pain. Traveler, you do not need to do this, LJ cries out, sounding far older than she looks. Now, I know what you are thinking. This kid is way too noble for her own good. She warns him about mana overload. Seung-hyun ignores the danger and reaches out gently. LJ shuts her eyes tight, fearing for him. Using his hemostasis skill, he softly reassures her. I cannot stop the pain, but I can stop the bleeding. She is shocked. How can he ignore the risk of mana reflux just to use a skill on her? I am a healer, he smiles. Honestly, that line would make anyone swoon. He picks her up and starts running. He sprints as explosions rock the tower right behind them. LJ looks back in terror. Be careful, the blasts are getting stronger. Seung-hyun tells her to stay low as he scans for an exit. We are on the 12th floor, but if we can just reach floor 9, he stops. The stairs are gone. He looks around frantically, realizing they are trapped. Every path forward is completely blocked off. Then, he spots a huge hole in the wall. LJ, do not overthink this, but are you afraid of heights? She is confused. Is this really our only way out? He tightens the straps, holding her to his back. Do not worry, just close your eyes. I promise I will keep you safe. He steps into the void. You would be terrified too, but little LJ? She is as brave as they come. I am ready, she whispers. The mana flows turn unstable, and the floor they were just on explodes as they plummet down. They are in total freefall into the darkness. She stays silent, which is impressive. Most kids would have passed out from fear by now. He thinks to himself that if a child like her dies today, the future of this world will be incredibly dark and hopeless. Suddenly, Freya's bandage arrow fires, hooking into the wall. They jerk to a halt, mid-air, the sudden stop bruising his ribs. Seung-hyun grinds his teeth, holding on tight. Please do not break. This makeshift rope looks 3% reliable and 97% sketchy, but somehow it holds. They are safe for now, dangling by a bent metal rod and some bandages. He chuckles at himself. He never imagined he would be doing something this insane in his entire life. Outside, a crowd of mages is gathered. What happened? Is everyone okay? This is the Red Magic Tower, after all. Their teacher bows deeply to Seung-hyun, thanking him for saving the students. That is our teacher, LJ says. Seung-hyun brushes it off, saying he just did what was right. I only gave her first aid, so please find a professional healer. LJ asks if he is heading to the center. Yes, I have to help the others too, he confirms. LJ hands him a small scroll. Take this. It was for my homework. And I do not know if it helps, but please use it. Suddenly, someone calls her name. LJ. Two other children run over, overjoyed to see she is alive. It is Terrace and Lucy. They are crying as they ask if her leg is okay. I am fine. That healer saved me, LJ says happily. These two are such crybabies. LJ acts like their mother, telling them to stop crying. But then, she starts tearing up herself. If you keep crying, I am going to start too. She joins in, admitting how scared she really was. Seung-hyun smiles. She is still just a kid after all. Now, time to head to the Mana Center. At the center, Swire is unconscious. Dong-ho and many other mages are slumped over near the mana system. Sung-hyun looks around warily. What happened here? Is this the main mana system? Trust me, you and I need to see how he stops this before it is too late. The system has captured everyone. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a battle that is way more intense than it looks. The gem radiates an overwhelming pressure as it sucks up everyone's mana in a single instant. We can't stop this thing, we need to get out now. It spots Seung-hui and charges while Tenso screams. Seung-hui stays perfectly calm. Those magic arrays are crawling all over him, but they can't touch him. This won't affect me. He readies his bow, while Freya's pouch crafts powerful lava arrows. 3 massive hits strike home, but the mana crystal instantly deploys a terrifying shield. Tenso is paralyzed with fear. A mana shield? It can even use skills now. Unlike Tenso, Seung-hui just watches the crystal calmly. Just as predicted, warning screens pop up everywhere. Mana overload. The system is literally screaming for more mana. He knew it would turn into a monster. Time for a tactic change. Seung-hui switches to herb lava arrows. The barrier finally starts to crumble, melting away like ice. He is definitely happy about this progress. It's over. But as he melts the defense, Tenso screams and yanks him back with all his might. Now here's the part where things get truly terrifying. Look how those magic veins glow and suck the mana back in. A cold shiver runs down his spine. Did it just reabsorb everything he just melted away? 3 magic circles appear, looking way more complex than before. Even Seung-hui knows he is in serious trouble now. The crystal fires off its ultimate move, mana bullets. Each shot carries a level of destruction that is absolutely insane. Tenso screams out in panic. Seung-hui's left arm is scorched into a blackened, charred mess. Tenso struggles to his feet, coughing. Are you okay? Seung-hui just smirks. That almost killed me. He really did just cheat death. Without that celestial sphere, he would have been torn into a million pieces. But look, this cycle will never end as long as it keeps absorbing mana. That shield is already fully restored, and its defenses are back to being perfect. Tenso spots the problem: the monster is using the leftover mana as a literal extension of its body. He realizes herb arrows won't work on mana that has already melted. Seung-hui understands the situation perfectly now. Exactly. Seung-hui has a counter-strategy ready. Luckily, this is exactly what he has been waiting for. The crystal launches an even more violent attack. He charges forward, dodging a relentless storm of mana bullets. He skillfully weaves through the chaos with insane precision. He takes his stance and fires. The direct collision triggers a whole series of massive, ear-splitting explosions. The mana falls right back into the monster's traps on the ground. Tenso feels like they have hit a dead end. Oh no, the magic bullets are being sucked back into the veins. This is only making the crystal even stronger. He can't understand it at all. Seung-hui, what are you doing? He tosses his bow aside. It is the mana residue that forms the entire energy structure of the system. He drops his weight and jumps high. He realizes he can use the celestial sphere of Cass. Its defense and mana resistance are incredibly high and effective. Seung-hui grips the sphere tight. The crystal's entire defense line is shattered in a single blink. You and I both saw that coming, right? This kid is an absolute beast for breaking armor barehanded. Tenso was wrong though. He follows up with a direct punch into the core entity. There is zero hesitation. Suddenly, the mana surges like a giant tidal wave, curling up and transforming into 2 massive, terrifying hands. The attack pattern has shifted completely. Tenso can't even get up while the monster keeps transforming. This is getting annoying. Doesn't this thing ever quit? Tenso is just left speechless by the whole scene. It is unbelievable that a monster like this was actually created inside our very own magic tower. It has evolved into a new form. The crystal goes on a rampage, shaking the entire tower with every blow. Seung-hui grits his teeth in pure frustration. It is trying to keep him at a distance, and the whole place feels like a massive earthquake. He focuses on the circuit veins. Then, he remembers the scroll that little girl, LJ, gave to him. It clicks. He has an idea. Since this thing is obsessed with mana, he summons Freya's bow once again. Freya's link pouch is now busy crafting arrows made of concentrated great mana potion. He fires at the back wall as bait. The crystal can't resist it. It stops everything and chases his lure. He seizes the moment and rips the paper. Got you now. The monster's veins are pinned down and turning black. It is losing power. Seung-hui just laughs because it actually worked. And that's where we leave it, trust me. The real chaos is only just starting. Freya's link pouch is forging stone arrows. The mana star tries to defend, but fails. The arrow sinks right into its core. Alright, you and I are about to see a massive explosion of mana as he smiles. It is finally over. Once the tower stabilizes, the mages gather to honor Sung-hyun for stopping a massive mana overload that almost destroyed the entire system today. He is officially their hero now. Roberta stands before everyone to thank our healer, Kang Sung-hyun. He bows deeply to show gratitude for saving the Red Magic Tower and all of Kama. Now, here come the generous rewards. He tells him to ask for anything. Sunghyun doesn't hold back at all, making a request that leaves every mage speechless. He wants the special relaxation circle carpet from the magic tower. Having that would be a huge win for him. They start whispering nobody has ever seen someone this bold. They think he is asking for way too much. Even elite mages with 0 achievements wouldn't dare dream of touching it. It seems like even the leader thinks he overstepped. That specific item is only for official members as a keepsake. Roberta actually has to turn him down. It cannot go to an outsider, no matter how much they helped. Sunghyun lets out a heavy, disappointed sigh. He knew it was a long shot. But then, a sudden decision is made. Now pay attention. As the master of the Red Tower, I hereby declare our healer, Kang Sunghyun, to be an official honorary member of our guild. They recognize his massive contribution. Even though he is not a mage, Dong-ho and the others are completely stunned. What? The leader thought it through. He put his own life on the line to save them. Roberta is a true sage. If we don't acknowledge a man like this, who will ever help us in the future? Song-hyun is totally dazed. An honorary member? He laughs to himself. First he was a quack healer who couldn't heal, and now he is a fake mage who can't cast spells? Everyone starts cheering as he accepts the honor. Well, he might as well say thank you. He figures if it helps him save people, he doesn't really care. Dong-ho just sprawls out, totally exhausted from the hard work. Most of the work was Sunghyun's, but being an honorary member must be a great feeling, right? They even gave him a private room. He looks at the empty space, wishing they had provided some furniture too. He isn't being picky. They'll just use this as a storage room, so they need to organize the inventory before heading out. Dong-ho is pumped. Definitely, he finally sits down to rest. Let's pause for a second. The system window is showing over 6,000 points and an unclaimed reward. He realizes just how many points he racked up while treating the injured mages at the tower. Ho-dong helped a lot too. Hard work really does pay off, but something else has just caught his attention. 5,000 points and a 1-star reward. Memories of old warnings start echoing in his head again. You've been given godlike power. It's only a matter of time before you crave even more. He shakes the thought away. Dealing with a god is never good. He needs more info on the manager before making any more deals. That can wait. He gets his head back in the game and unlocks the item storage pouch achievement. You unlock this by holding 3 items of rare rank or higher. Freya's crossbow, Castell's spheres, and the magic carpet. He scrolls through the screen. What exactly is this storage pouch achievement? The system explains. You can now use the item storage system directly on your status window. When you put gear in the pouch, you get their effects even if you aren't actually wearing them. That is actually pretty great. Perfect for hairpins and spheres. He looks closer for one last achievement he might have missed. Why hasn't the Join the Tower achievement popped up yet? Dong-ho suddenly remembers something and rolls over. Hey doctor, aren't you going to put on that robe you got from the tower earlier? He wants to keep his image. If I wear that, I won't look like a proper healer. He insists a white coat is the only look for a doctor, but then he pulls out the badge. A brilliant red robe drapes over him. It's the symbol of his new bond. The system immediately reacts. Achievement unlocked, Mage of the Red Tower. He smiles. There it is. The next morning, they're all packed up. Some really weird, useless items come out of the bags. He gives Dong-ho the most judgmental look possible. So what do you and I make of this? Didn't he say he was just in pajamas watching television? Alright, you and I are diving into a world where even cooking ramen can get you isekai'd into a cave. He stares at the pile of junk. Hey, at least he showed up with something, unlike me. But none of this is actually useful. He clutches a weird fish pillow, swearing it is totally essential. Dong-ho loves having it around. It stays by his side whether he is sleeping in mud or ice. He offers to share it, but Sung-hoon just brushes dust off a picture frame. Who wants a stinky pillow? Dong-ho insists it does not smell. Well, maybe like a little old man. Sung-hoon just stares at it. He finds a bright spot for the photo, then moves on. Shuawai and Lai Jae see them off. They say goodbye, owing the heroes their lives. The journey resumes. Dong-ho is amazed by the city of Kama. He looks around in awe, while Sung-hoon remains calm. It is a rich city. Time to find a cart. The first driver they find refuses. They cannot wait for passengers right now. Dong-ho starts to worry immediately. Is a boat our only option? I get seasick. He asks Han if something happened at the horse temple. He shakes his head. Everything is fine on our end. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes out. Rebuild the bridge now. Citizens are arguing with guards. I need to reach Karen City today. Just let us on the cart already. The guards explain the situation. Something happened at the magic tower, and now the protective barriers are completely gone. Leaving Kama is suicide right now, but the crowd will not listen. Just build the bridge, they scream. Someone gets aggressive, refusing to wait any longer. But then, they realize that woman is actually a powerful mage. A freezing aura erupts, turning everything to ice. The guards turn pale. Dong-ho is shaking too. Dr. Kang, Over here. Now pay attention, Sung-hoon frowns as bubbles rise from the ocean. Something is leaping out from the depths. Slimy, webbed hands appear everywhere. A swarm of merfolk crawls up. He senses them. Everyone, get ready for a fight. People panic and run. The guards scream the warning. Merfolk are invading Kama. Every soldier to your battle stations. The situation is total chaos. Their teeth are unbelievably hard and razor sharp. Basic equipment is useless against these monsters. Then, an arrow flies in, making one shriek in pain. He is stunned. Seung-hoon jumps into the fray. He gathers energy and unleashes a brutal barrage of attacks. He shouts for everyone to hold the line. We have to stop them from surfacing. Dong-ho crushes a stone. Understood. The system activates Vampire Thirst. His damage output is about to skyrocket for a short time. He swings his sword with everything he has. The ice shatters as Dong-ho strikes. The merfolk are decimated. I know what you are thinking, victory, right? Wrong. Seung-hoon knows the nightmare is just beginning. After the battle, Siro is exhausted. Dong-ho asks him nervously, "Hey man, are you okay? You are bleeding." Siro tries to play it off. "I am fine. It is not a big deal, but the wound is spreading fast. His body feels wrong." Seung-hoon notices scales are starting to cover his skin. He collapses in agony. Everyone is terrified. He is actually turning into one of those merfolk. This transformation is absolutely horrifying to witness. The merfolk mutation is a horrific curse. Once their blood enters your system, your body begins to change into a monster. The infected must then find others to spread the plague and grow. Dong-ho wants to help. We need to clean the wound and use healing magic. But Seung-hoon knows better. Healing magic is useless against this kind of infection. He explains that simple spells cannot stop this poison. Siro realizes Seung-hoon is the hero from the battle. The guards ask nervously, do we have to cut his arm off? It is too late for that. The infection has spread, and he is changing too fast. Amputation is pointless now. Siro shakes as he puts a sword to his own neck. Am I really becoming a monster? If I cannot stop this, I would rather die as a human. His teammates scream for him to wait. Blood sprays as he tries to do it, but Seung-hoon moves faster, stopping the blade in time. He smiles to calm him down. Do not be so reckless. Siro can only cry. Seung-hoon whispers gently that, while there is no simple solution, a cure exists. Even if it did not, I would create one myself just to save you. It is okay. Then, he dives straight into the sea. The others wait on the shore in suspense. So stay with me, finding a merfolk liver in monster-infested waters is just the start of his legend. Stick with me, our main character is diving deep to harvest mermaid livers using his mana. Thanks to the wind potion, breathing underwater is a breeze. No more worrying about drowning down here. Seung-hoon tracks his points 6,841. Each spin on Freya's roulette costs 50 points. He decides to gamble. His current skill set just isn't built for a serious underwater battle. The wheel starts spinning. 100 points are deducted, and he lands a brand new skill. God's Hand. Another 100 points gone. This time, he gets underwater body temperature regulation. Not bad at all. 250 points for a grappling hook. Another 250 points later, he scores an enhanced arrow. Seung-hoon keeps it rolling. He's determined to keep spinning until he hits the absolute jackpot. The pressure is mounting. He wants to delay the decisive strike for as long as he possibly can. He claims the 5,000-point reward and a 1-star skill. There was really no other way. Suddenly, a water vortex grazes his cheek. He stops and scans the dark water for the next attack. Water cannons? A pack of mermaids is swarming the path ahead, completely blocking his only way out. He analyzes the distance. Seung-hoon fires his grappling hook, snagging a mermaid in the far distance. You're done for. He yanks the creature close and delivers a swift, brutal execution with zero hesitation. He caught a big one. The other mermaids roar in absolute fury, surrounding him as he fires arrows. Moments later, the water turns a dark, murky blue. It's not a fight, it's a one-sided slaughter. He's got this. No need to waste that 1-star skill just yet. He keeps a close eye on everything. Now pay attention here, something massive just surfaced right behind him out of nowhere. What? There are so many. He spins around, face to face with a rare Pija mermaid. It's huge, and its skills are top tier. It immediately launches a devastating great sea wave at him. He uses his grappling hook to drag another mermaid in as a shield. Did they gather for pride? Potion time remaining. 5 minutes, 5 seconds. He's running out of time and needs to move fast. The rare Piha charges a water cannon, but Seung-hoon dodges the blast by a hair. He's got the pattern down. It's just water cannons and sea waves for the most part. Tough, but predictable enough. Are these bastards really just trying to stall for time right now? Only 1 minute 48 seconds left. If that's how they play, he's got a lethal answer ready. He fires a heavy shot, but the Pija mermaid glides away, narrowly avoiding Seung-hoon's arrow. He just smirks. Got you. Suddenly, black toxins start leaking out from the tip of the arrow. You saw that too, right? He turned a failed medical experiment into a lethal poison the mermaids never expected. The rare Pija writhes in agony, completely panicked. How? How dare you use poison on me? Seung-Huin just gives a smug smile. Too bad he can't explain the irony while he's underwater. It's actually a failed treatment made from the decayed livers of its own mermaid kind. He raises his crossbow once more. This won't kill you instantly, but it'll hurt like hell. 5,000 points, mission complete. The creature thrashes in the water, but its fate is already sealed. He triggers the 1-star skill. A powerful arrow rips through its body again and again with force. 1-star fish spear arrow. Time to end this. Give me that rare relic and get out of here. Back at Kama's north gate, Dong-ho stares anxiously at the still surface of the lake. He's taking too long. Just then, bubbles erupt. It's him. It's finally him, Dr. Kang. Soaked but smiling, he steps ashore. Look at Zero, the scales on his body are already vanishing. Gone without a trace, right? He asks, confirming the cure worked perfectly as intended. The crowd erupts. He actually made the cure. We're so grateful, Doctor. How can we ever repay you? He sighs in relief. Don't worry about it. Just focus on protecting Kama in the future. Suddenly, a scout rushes in. Captain, emergency. We've got a serious problem at the gates. The east and west gates are under siege. The Pija mermaids have already started their brutal attack. And trust me, it's about to get dark. Screams fill the infirmary as soldiers transform into hideous monsters. All right, you and I are about to watch Seung-Huin storm in like a god to save the day. Using Freya's link, he crafts mermaid cure arrows, tagging every soldier in the neck and miraculously saving their lives. But for some, it's too late. Dong-ho curses under his breath because we just couldn't save everyone in time. Seung-Huin stays stone cold. If they've already mutated, there is nothing more we can do for them. The monster hurls a hospital bed at them, but they dodge easily. This is getting on his nerves. Hey, cut it out. Dong-ho swings his blade, but the creature snaps the steel right in half with its razor-sharp teeth. That is not good. Seung-Huin jumps in to cover him, firing off a fish spear arrow. He yells out a warning, "Watch out, Doctor!" He is surrounded by 2 mermaids, and his sword is useless. Dong-ho doesn't hesitate, using his own body to block them. He's going all in now. Seung-Huin slams an elbow into a mermaid and prepares his next special arrow. A direct hit to the face completely shatters its biometric status. Finally, the room is clear as Dong-ho gathers his gear. Man, why did my sword have to break now? Seung-Huin jokes he was too rough before checking on the cure. Dong-ho acts tough even though blood is practically gushing. He claims even a mermaid bite wouldn't faze him at all. Seung-Huin gets it. Suddenly, the Twilight Captain rushes in, absolutely terrified for his fallen soldiers. The doctor gives the grim update. We saved who we could, but a few were already too far gone to recover. The captain's face twists in pain, but he bows in gratitude. He knows the doctor just prevented a massive tragedy here. Seung-Huin stays professional. It is time to discuss the reward for his hard work. He expects a huge reward. But wait, stick with me, because a greedy crowd is about to ruin the mood. These are the residents of Kama. They recognize him and start aggressively demanding the antidote for themselves. Quietly, he activates his clairvoyant skill to check their actual health status on the spot. Healthy, healthy, perfectly healthy. These people aren't even scratched, yet they are making a huge scene. They shout that they were there during the attack, so they deserve the cure too. The nerve of these people. They argue that residents should come first before the soldiers. Seung-Huin just gives them a very blank stare. Is that so? He knows for a fact the southern gate was the safest place during the raid. He scoffs at their incredible thick skin. Fine then. If you really want it that badly, I will provide the mermaid cure. They're thrilled, thinking they won. These greedy nobles immediately start shoving each other to get to the front. He puts on his best business smile. Don't worry, there's plenty for everyone. Then he drops the price tag. 400,000 gold per spoonful. You and I know he's just matching their shameless energy right now. The aristocrats freeze. When they complain, he calmly bumps the price up to 500,000. 500,000? Why is it rising? He doesn't blink as he raises it again. 600,000. Now, 700,000. They are shaking with pure rage as they glare at him. They accuse him of being heartless and profiting from a crisis. How could he do this to his fellow citizens? Seung-Huin is totally relaxed. Everyone, please, just stay calm and listen to me. He announces the medicine is free for anyone with symptoms. Suddenly, everyone claims they're about to turn. He looks deep in thought. Since it is hard to tell who is actually sick, he pulls a glowing green vial from his bag. If you drink this, you get the cure. By the way, this is fresh, raw mermaid blood. He smiles. If you drink this, you'll definitely mutate, and then I can give you the medicine for free. They go pale. They're horrified. He wants them to drink the very thing that turns people into monsters? He acts so generous. So, who wants to go first? He holds the bottle out like he's doing them a huge favor. The nobles back away. What if the cure doesn't work after they drink the blood? The risk is way too high. They realize the trap and start running for their lives, suddenly feeling a lot better than before. I don't think I need it anymore. He asks if they were just eager to try his medicine out. Want to be first in line? No, I'm good. The captain is left speechless by the scene. He handled those stubborn pests in seconds. The captain can't help but praise his incredible methods. Handling entitled guests is his specialty. Trust me, you and I will see even more soon. Alright, stick with me, because Sung Hwan is planning to bail from Kama today, and he is double-checking with the others to make sure that absolutely no cars are able to leave the city right now. The captain confirms it is a total lockdown, leaving Dong Ho completely stunned by the news. With no other options left, they realize they will have to spend the night here in Kama. After grabbing his necessary meds, he suggests they find something to eat before doing anything else. But Seung Hoin decides to prioritize the relic first, much to Dong Ho's excitement. He just took down a rare monster, saying it was way easier than fighting rare zombies. They head straight to the appraisal center, where a professional-looking receptionist greets them with a plastic smile and welcomes them to the Kama relic station. The guy offers to help, but Seung Hoin immediately gets a very bad vibe from him. One look is all it takes to know this guy is total scum. Seung Hoin handles the trade while Dong Ho wanders around, but as soon as he asks for an appraisal, the receptionist's eyes light up with pure greed. It is a rare find, and the greedy clerk cannot believe something this valuable walked in. He already plans to pocket it, but Seung Hoin sees right through his obvious lie. Now here is where it gets interesting. Watch as this jerk tries to claim it is just a common item, while Seung Hoin prepares to stop him before he tries anything shady. Suddenly, someone charges into the room screaming. Before the clerk can react, a heavy punch lands right on his face for scamming customers again. He is pinned down instantly as a woman apologizes for the useless guy's terrible behavior. Seung Hoon stays calm as she tosses the clerk aside and offers to do the real appraisal herself. A bright light reveals the truth. These are the legendary earrings of the sea. They grant underwater vision, a 50% speed boost, and a 20% attack buff. Plus, you get a 20% defense boost during underwater combat. She congratulates him on the amazing find and mentions a bonus for wearing the full set together. Dong Ho leans in and whispers, asking Dr. Kang what these things actually are. He explains they are clip-on accessories that do not even require pierced ears. She offers to buy them, but Seung Hoin decides he is keeping them for himself. They are perfect for underwater fights, and the appraiser looks genuinely disappointed to miss out. Then, out of nowhere, he tosses one of the earrings to Dong Ho. He thinks one is enough for himself, leaving Dong Ho completely shocked by the gift. Seung Hoon calculates that his partner will need the edge during future underwater battles. I know what you're thinking, how sweet. But he's actually just maximizing his resources for efficiency. He refuses to be the only one doing all the heavy lifting underwater. He has already planned 3 steps ahead. The system notifies them that a new item category has been unlocked for their rare gear. Moon piercing occupies the first slot, and Seung Hoon fully agrees. They agree to keep working together to unlock more set bonuses in the future. Dong Ho looks up at the sky and realizes it is getting pretty late. At this rate, they will be homeless. So they suggest heading back to the magic tower. Time to use that special room. But then Tensis appears, giving a heartfelt speech about how grateful he is for their meeting. They have to part ways now, but a future reunion is definitely on the horizon. It felt like a final goodbye, until a mysterious stranger suddenly approaches them. Someone polite interrupts their walk while a tired Siu finally makes it back home. She announces her return, only to find Sung Hoin and Dong Ho sitting in her house. Confused, she asks if he finally got kicked out of the city guards. He is just on sick leave, and he quickly realizes she is Xiu's younger sister. And trust me, you and I cannot wait to see what happens now that they are roommates. Alright, you and I are about to dive into the story of Sung Hyun and the Cater family, a group that seems normal but hides a deep history as Kama City's ultimate guardians. Seung Hyun explains why they've brought 2 unexpected guests along to the house. After all, it is totally ridiculous to let the savior of the guards sleep out on the cold streets. The brothers introduce themselves, Sai, Silas, and Siro. Silas looks at Seung Hyun with wide eyes, asking if he is the legendary healer everyone was talking about earlier today. I am Silas. Stay as long as you need. Stay for months if you want. Heck, Siro can even sleep on the living room floor to make space. Sai snaps in frustration, asking who decided he is sleeping in the lounge. He tells Siro to get back to the barracks. Dong Ho honestly loves this warm, chaotic family energy. Yep, they are definitely brothers. As night falls over the town, Seung Hyun suddenly snaps awake in the middle of the dark. He sits up and checks the time. Throwing on his coat, he peers outside. Something feels off, like the air itself is wrong. The ocean looks strange in the distance. Fog? He narrows his eyes. It is thick, but only in one specific spot. Part of him wants to just ignore it and sleep. He thinks about it for a moment. This house has a watchtower, and he decides the rooftop is the best place for him to look. He heads straight for his goal. In the dead of night, he is not alone. A fully armored figure is closing in on him fast. Now pay attention here, because things just went from 0 to 60. A blade is at his throat instantly. "Who are you?" Hekaro growls. Seung-hyun just gives him a cold side-eye. Is the first thing this old man does really just put a sword to my neck? He picks his words carefully while summoning the crossbow of Freya. Suddenly, Sai runs out, desperate to stop the fight before it starts. "Uncle, stop. This is the doctor, Seung-hyun." Hekaro lowers his sword. "The man who saved Zero?" Seung-hyun just offers a silent smile. The crossbow fades away. Hekaro leads him to the tower, apologizing profusely. He almost hurt the man who saved his own nephew's life. Seung-hyun stays polite. "I do not blame you for being cautious. Anyone would be careful with a stranger in their house." Hekaro is a retired guard. Looking down at the water, he admits that he starts every single day just watching the lake. Some people tell him it is a waste of time. The town already has a powerful magic barrier, after all. He is not convinced. Is there really something wrong with wanting to protect your own home with your own two hands? Seung-hyun finally understands the old man's heart. "I know what you're thinking, is it just fog? Well, from up here, you and I can see the truth clearly." He summons the crossbow of Freya once more. "I do not think what you are doing is a waste of time, sir. Mr. Hekaro, watch this." He fires a one-star fishhook arrow straight into the mist. It travels a massive distance. A light flashes and then boom. The fog clears, and both Hekaro and the MC go pale at what is hidden inside. A massive horde of monsters. The fog was just a screen. They were planning a full-scale raid on Kama Town. Night turns to chaos instantly. It is a total ambush. The army is summoned as the monsters try to breach the gates. "Anyone who can swing a blade, arm yourselves." Hekaro grips his sword and dives headfirst into the battle. The old guard still has it. Silas and Sai are powerhouses too. Dongho is completely stunned by their raw strength. The whole family is fighting. Seung-hyun stays cool. They are a family of elite guardians for a good reason. Before leaving, Silas hands over 2 items. "Use these." Since they got some gifts, Seung-hyun decides it is time to join in. He receives the gold index of Kama Glory and the silver index of Kama Glory. Talk about a major power-up. Seung-hyun is heading in. We cannot just stand here, but his partner is not so sure. "I do not know about this, man." Dong-ho charges anyway. He carves through the enemies with ease, taking off monster heads right beneath the water's surface. "This weapon is insane," Dong-ho yells. The gold glory gives him a massive 250% physical damage boost. The Cater brothers are hit hard. Damn it, there is no stopping them. They just keep crawling out of the water like endless nightmares. Seung-hyun looks for the source. These things cannot leave the water. Are they being buffed by some kind of land-breathing spell? Way out at sea, he spots a magic circle. A group of mermaids is out there, pulling the strings of the horde. He concludes those mermaid mages are the ones behind this. Seung-hyun locks his target and the silver glory receives a moonlight effect. Accepting the buff, he throws it. He smirks. With the moonlight effect added, it will return to his hand 10 seconds after the strike. He knows the secret. If they take down those mages, the rest of the monster army will just fall apart. Exactly. The monsters start screaming in panic. Hekaro takes command, shouting for the soldiers to drive them back while they are shaken. The mermaids hesitate, chanting in a strange tongue. Their staves glow bright as the magic circle begins to shift. They summon a crab that is absolutely massive. Dong-ho just looks hungry. "I bet there is a ton of meat in that thing." Seung-hyun licks his lips. They say giant feta crab meat is a pretty legendary and expensive delicacy. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see how this crab feast ends. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a high-stakes monster siege against a massive beast. Form the lines, it is breaking through. His current attacks are barely even scratching it. Stupid crab. Dong-ho is reeling in pain. That damn shell is just too thick to break through. He scans the battlefield and reports. Using his observation eye, he sees a peerless crimson armor providing massive defense. Hudong, it is a protective skill. The giant crab slams its massive claws into the guards. Seung-hyun shouts out, "We finally found its weakness." Zero takes a direct hit and is pinned down. Terror fills his eyes as he screams for Jay to run. She is literally holding the beast back. "You will not enter this camp as long as I am breathing." Zero is tossed aside like a doll. The crab aims to skewer her, and there is no way she can dodge. Dong-ho charges in instantly. Seung-hyun joins the fray almost simultaneously. They manage to wound the giant crab, finally zeroing in on the main weak point. They alert the guards to target the legs. Everyone charges forward with a fiery determination to win. "We are stopping you here. Even if it costs us our lives, we are the guards of Kama." Now, pay attention. This brutal battle for Kama drags on until sunrise. Despite the fatigue, the energy is through the roof. "We actually did it. We really won." They roar with pure joy. "We did it. We protected the city." Hikaru offers his most sincere thanks to them. Kama and my family are safe thanks to you. Soon-hoon is wide awake while Dong-ho is literally nodding off. Soon-hoon only has one priority. Sorry, but what about my crab meat? Let the feast begin. Congratulations to everyone. They are eating that giant crab right here, right now. It melts in his mouth. This is incredible. You two should eat your fill. After all, you are the MVPs of this entire battle. Dong-ho is impressed. This guy did most of the work. He is insanely strong. Zero looks on with pride. Of course he is. She excitedly explains that his weapon is a rare grade item, maybe even higher than rare. The glory of Kama is awarded to the city's finest guard every year. He is a bit shy about accepting. Zero gives it away. Take it. We have 11 more of those at home anyway. Soon-hoon notices something weird about the giant shell and moves closer for a look. Why is only this one specific part glowing? He finds a peerless crimson fragment. An accessory item? He looks at it with deep suspicion. I know what you are thinking. A hidden drop? Exactly. The system reacts as he picks up this valuable rank A monster artifact left behind. New skill, unlocked. As an artifact collector, he now has a plus 3% chance to find monster artifacts. He realizes he just unlocked a major achievement right here. Sung-hoon decides to stay quiet about it. No one will even notice if I just keep this for myself from now on. Hikaru approaches. Sung-hoon, I have news. He is surprised to see Master Hikaru here. His eyes land on the man standing beside him. The captain nods. Hello, Sung-hoon. Good to see you again. Dr. Kang? He is confused. What is the captain of the guard doing here anyway? The captain delivers the message formally, as a thank you for everything he has done for the city. The Lord of Kama has sent you a formal invitation. A carriage takes them straight to Kama Castle. Welcome. Did you save our city? Hikaru greets him on our behalf. Dong-ho whispers curiously. Sir, what kind of person is the Lord of Kama exactly? Soon-hoon gives the rundown. He is from the Crimson Magic Tower. A genius mage and theoretically the strongest. Despite his talent, they say he is not arrogant like other mages. He works hard and seems like a rare gentleman in this world. But he notices a weird detail. He sounds incredible, but why is he only the strongest in theory? He hesitates. Suddenly, the man gasps. Gavin bursts into tears, crying his eyes out. Tears stream down his face like a waterfall. If you had not been there, we would have lost everything. Lord, please calm down. This man is truly Gavin Antergas, the Lord of Kama. Soon-hoon realizes the truth. He is a total crybaby and a coward. Dong-ho is judging hard. I always thought Kama relied way too much on the town's magical barrier. He explains the situation. I told my people we had to prepare in case something happened to the barrier, but everyone just refused to listen. They said it was just a waste of money. He notes the city's guards are few and weak. Gavin suddenly turns toward Hikaru. Even so, I am planning to create the first Knight clan in Kama history. He is stunned. Gavin declares that he is entrusting the Katil family to reorganize the guards into true knights. It is an honor. We will see you next time. My lord. All right, you and I are about to see the main character's plan. Dong-ho applauds, as Gavin starts weeping with pure joy. I cannot believe my family's dream of generations has been fulfilled in my lifetime, Sung-hui says, his voice thick with emotion. A knighthood in exchange for saving Kama. He flashes a calculated smile at Gavin, his mind already moving to the next big play. Does that mean there is a similar reward for the explorers who saved her? Gavin looks brighter than a flower, calling him humble. Aren't you the heroes who saved Kama? Gavin is ready to hand over piles of gold and priceless treasures without a second thought. Here are high-value items worth millions. Take whatever you want. Plus, I will give you a position at Antergas and my lifelong support. Sung-hui coldly refuses the offer. No thanks. Gavin's eyes nearly pop out of his head. What did you just say? He does not care about the treasures. I understand these items are valuable, but they are not what I actually need right now. I need to get something from him that I cannot obtain on my own. Something incredibly expensive and rare that gold cannot buy. While Gavin is crying his eyes out, Sung-hui begins his pitch. Dong-ho and I live in a place called Han Village. It is a small but influential village because of its location. Many travelers pass through, and explorers visit constantly to hunt the local monsters. Because of that, the Adventurer Guild was established there early on, and the church has also been spreading its influence throughout the village. Sung-hui leans in with an idea. Isn't it strange that only the guild and church hold power in such an important village? Gavin finally understands the point he is trying to make. The main character makes his serious demand with a sharp, focused look. Now, pay attention, because this is where his real plan unfolds. I want you to establish a branch of the Magic Association in Han. The Magic Association is a facility only for mages, where one can buy magic items, find specialized quests, or even rent secure lodging. Soon-hui's calculation is absolutely brutal. If a magic branch opens in Han, the church and guild will lose their iron grip on the area. I cannot wait to see the looks on their faces when we arrive. Gavin cannot stop trembling at the sheer scale of the request. The Crimson Magic Tower will cooperate if you tell them that I sent you personally. They will not say no to my name. I can probably get the building permit if the tower agrees, but the cost. He closes his eyes in deep thought and finally accepts. Fine. If that is your wish, I guarantee it will be done. Dong-ho starts laughing, clearly impressed by the main character's bold move. You just got an entire building as a reward, but Seung-hui is not done yet. I also need funds and supplies for our journey home. Gavin is stunned once again. What? You are asking for even more? The main character just keeps listing off a dozen different things. First, we will need money for food and a full set of medicine. We also need a boat and a guide to cross the lake. You saw that coming, right? He is squeezing this guy for everything. That lake is crawling with monsters, so put a protection spell on the boat. My good friend here gets incredibly seasick. So, an anti-seasickness spell would also be very helpful for our trip across the water. Gavin tries to stop him in a panic. Wait a minute, isn't the Magic Association branch already a massive reward on its own? He had this plan from the start. That was for me, but this is for my comrade. I am not a mage like Dr. Kang. The two of them literally make Gavin foam at the mouth. Whether the association is built or not has nothing to do with me personally. Hero calls out in shock. Lord Gavin. By that evening, the boat and all the supplies have been fully prepared for their departure. Seung-hui greets the man politely. You must be our guide for this trip. It is a pleasure to meet you and work together. Val responds nervously, saying it is an honor. The boat sets sail. Siro and Saren wave goodbye, telling them to stay safe. Please contact us if anything happens during your adventure. They move further and further away from the town, heading into the open water. Seung-hui gazes back, noting that the magic tower looks truly beautiful in the glow of the sunset. It seems so peaceful now. That peace does not last long. A monster suddenly attacks their boat in the middle of the lake. How did things go wrong so fast? 1 hour before the disaster struck, Seung-hui was calculating the distance. We will cross the lake and rent a carriage at Chakati village. He points out the issue. We have to go through the red forest to reach the village, but the path is not very clear. The forest is far too wide and dark. It is the perfect place for a stranger to get lost forever. Are you three from Chakati? Val seems quite introverted. My name is Valak, from Chakati. We came to Kama to find treatment for our young daughter, Rudy. The others on the boat are Vi, Valak's wife, and their daughter Rudy. The man explains their difficult situation with a worried expression. We could not go back because there were no boats heading our way. Our other children are still at home waiting for us to return. Vi explains further. We were about to lose hope when Lord Gavin asked for volunteers to guide you through the red forest. You can just imagine Gavin crying and begging them to take the job. Seung-hui gives a wicked, knowing smile at the thought. He really is a good man, isn't he? Dong-ho agrees completely. He then asks nervously about the magic they used on the boat. So what do you and I think? Will they make it through the lake? Well, at least Dong-ho's anti-seasickness magic is actually working. You and I are jumping back in just as our hero decides to kick back and relax. He pulls up his system to check his status. His friend list is packed, the Red Magic Tower, the Cattler Knights, everyone. Seung-hui leans back, totally at ease for once. That friend list growth means more allies. He counts them up and finally unlocks his new Red Magic Tower achievements. This marks the second big reward haul since he cleared the challenges at the Red Magic Tower. He and Dong-ho are now officially recognized as founding members of the Cattler Knights. Hero is stubborn, though he insists they aren't actually Cattler, but the Knights disagree. They've bled together as comrades, survived the brink of death, and finally earned those honorary knight titles. Seung-hui just gives a quiet, satisfied chuckle to himself. Hey, survival rule number 6 is simple: use every tool at your disposal. He scrolls over to his new knight training quests. He stares at the mission to earn 10,000 reward points. A brand new quest, right on schedule. 10,000 points? This is highway robbery. These demands are getting more ridiculous by the day. Seung-hui wants to sue the system for overworking him. The system just gives him the cold shoulder. He seriously wonders if he should just scrap his skills and quit entirely. Suddenly, Vali spots the shore ahead. Everyone, we're almost at the forest. Seung-hui raises an eyebrow in surprise. That forest is a deep, eerie red. Dong-ho gets a chill down his spine. It feels wrong. He actually wants to turn the boat around. He clutches his chest and sighs. He was just worried about monsters jumping out, but luckily, it's been quiet. Seung-hui's eyes go wide. You shouldn't have said that. Dong-ho starts sweating. Wait, why not? Pay attention here. This is exactly why you never jinx a trip. Immediately, a swarm of small monsters lunges at them. He jumps into action, slicing through monsters like butter. He grabs Vali to steady him. Ignore them. Vali, just keep rowing. Poor Vali is pale as a ghost. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, DJ panics and calls out for Dr. Kang. She spots a dark shadow beneath the water. Something big is coming. It looks like the leader. Sunghui summons Freya's crossbow. It's a kamafan fish. What is a deep-sea monster doing here? It darts through the water, dodging every shot with terrifying grace. Suddenly, the kamafan dives and vanishes. It's gone? He watches the surface cautiously. No, something is wrong. The boat rocks violently as something slams it from below, trying to flip them. Dongho screams as a massive mouth opens right beneath him. It's trying to swallow them whole. Sunghui stays cool. Pretty smart for a fish, he mutters. He locks onto its weakness. Using Freya's pouch, he fires an ice arrow. The kamafan's entire body freezes solid instantly. Dongho yells that it's frozen. Sunghui sees the opening. Dongho now. He summons his shovel. Got it. Lightning. A massive fatal strike slams down. Moments later, DJ asks Rudy if she's okay. The girl is shivering on a floating ice block. I am, but it's so cold. Volley gasps for air, exhausted. Is this really what adventurers deal with every single day? He stares at the frozen kamafan. Something about this is really bugging me. Dongho points out that kamafans usually hide at the river bottom and hate light. They never come to the surface. He uses his special eyes to scan it. This thing attacked them well before the sun even started to set. The data pops up. This kamafan, partially frozen, head crushed, has actually been dead for 3 whole days. Look closely at this. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, it's about to get weird. He slices it open, and vines explode out. It's a parasitic plant. Sunghui watches as the vines wiggle. This plant was puppeteering the dead fish like a zombie, a mutant created by massive amounts of magic. This realization puts him on high alert. The vines stop when the host dies, but suddenly, the water erupts. 2 massive whirlpools surge upward. Giant tentacles. Sunghui finally realizes why no achievements unlocked. There's a hidden boss monster here. He starts to plan, but Dongho is already puking over the side. I feel so sick. The monster lashes out with its long tentacles. It's aiming straight for Vali's family. The whole family gets snatched up. He takes aim and fires. He cuts the tentacles holding the parents, but he's not done yet. Damn it, only 1 shot left. Rudy is in grave danger. She gets dragged away right in front of Dongho's eyes. A dark memory flashes through his mind. The little girl screams for her dad. Dongho's blood runs cold. He stumbles to his feet and lunges toward the water. No! Rudy's parents scream in pure terror as their daughter disappears. DJ tries to jump in, but Vali holds her back. Honey, don't! Sunghui tries to calm her down. In a soft, steady voice, he makes a promise. I will save your child. DJ collapses, sobbing on the deck. Sunghui grits his teeth. He never expected Dongho to fall in with her. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Alright, stick with me because our hero just stepped into a total nightmare where Dongho dies trying to save that kid. He is hacking at the tentacles, but they are being ridiculously stubborn. Dongho is losing ground as they keep regenerating no matter how many times he cuts. He knows for certain that he could escape from here safely, but only if he leaves everyone else behind and goes alone. Dongho refuses to let go of Rudy, determined not to let the child die here. He won't quit, but he is finally running out of air. Suddenly, a light flashes from beneath the water's surface. Sunghui has arrived just in time to help. Using Freya's connection pouch to conjure wind arrows, he dives deep. Sunghui makes quick work of the swarming tentacles. Overjoyed, Dongho shouts for Dr. Kang. But Sunghui just smirks, teasing him for being the same old reckless guy. Sunghui's speed is insane, and the battle is finally under control. The monster's regeneration is slowing down, but Dongho warns him to stay sharp. The tentacles keep trying to reform, but the ends are completely frozen solid. Dongho stares in total shock as the ice takes over. Sunghui did not come unprepared. This is not just some ordinary sashimi knife he is wielding. He observes carefully, realizing he had to improvise by grinding down some stones. But luck was finally on his side. The system announces a manual magic achievement, a rare drop for creating handmade items. Sunghui just scored a random magic skill reward. It is a random achievement. While blocking the monster, he shouts, "Don't worry about me, just get Rudy to the shore now." Dongho quickly swims away, telling him to be careful as he makes his escape. Watch this, the random magic skill enchants his crafted item with 2 random effects. Every strike is now lethal, triggering a powerful freezing magic. A tentacle suddenly grabs a massive boulder and hurls it straight at Sunghui. Using tools now, are you? He instantly summons Freya's crossbow. Charging his shot, he fires an ice arrow from the pouch, hitting the boulder dead center. The rock stops cold mid-air. It turns out the second magic effect is the real game changer here. With one simple slash, the boulder shatters into dust. The magic effect deals 400% more damage to frozen enemies. Sunghui's expression shifts as the monster swims up to face him. It is the koi squid, the leader of this parasitic wave. It finally shows its true form. Its eyes glow as the Koye squid releases a devastating sonic wave attack. You and I both know exactly what it is planning, but Seung-hui is one step ahead as the smaller infected squids swarm in, completely taken over by the parasites. It wants to use them as meat shields so it can escape. He just smiles with pure confidence. That makes things simple. An arrow streaks past, instantly freezing a chunk of the Koye squid's body. The monster stares blankly at the arrow that missed. Then, a massive explosion erupts right next to it. The system confirms the holy water from the dawn arrow is dispersing. Seung-hui calculated every single move it would make. Usually, hosts cannot think straight because of the parasites, but they still cling to their basic instincts. He successfully freezes the entire swarm. One of the Koye squid's biggest weaknesses is its natural attraction to light. The squad it worked so hard to build is now out of control. With the path cleared, Seung-hui prepares his final move. I see you now. He flashes one last smile before saying goodbye to the beast. His blades slice through perfectly, and the parasitic vines finally go limp. The system confirms the monster is officially dead. He plans to retrieve the holy water arrow before heading back. But suddenly, screens start popping up everywhere. What is all this? How did he even earn these rewards? Points flood the screen: 12 points, 5 points, 6, 3, 13, 8, 6, 4, 16, and 9. He is absolutely stunned, wondering what the hell is going on here. Is the manager crazy? He did not think he could actually earn points just by killing monsters. Seung-hui looks around and sees the remaining parasites leaving their hosts now that the main body is dead. This means that, technically, he just cured every single one of them, right? After the points come the achievements, like successfully removing a foreign entity. Titles like Great Healer and Incarnation of Greed pop up one after another. He just accepts the rewards, since they finally make all this trouble feel worth it. After finishing up, Seung-hui swims to shore and immediately asks Dong-ho how Val's family is doing. Dong-ho staggers, still suffering from terrible seasickness, but he is just glad the doctor is safe. Seung-hui is over it. Dong-ho takes charge of getting them to shore while Val's family rushes over, calling for Dr. K. He checks on them immediately to see if they are okay. But Daij cries out, begging him to save Rudy. Oh no, Daij is panicking, terrified of what will happen to their poor little Rudy now. And that's where we leave things with Rudy, suffering from hypothermia and a race against time in the Red Forest. Stick with me, we're about to watch a doctor survive the wild. He's gathering wood, ordering them to warm her up and remove her wet clothes. Dong-ho looks up, pointing at the massive black clouds rolling in like a dark omen. It looks like a heavy storm is coming. Seung-hui's heart sinks. You've got to be kidding me. Val says the village is too far. Even using every shortcut, it will take at least 2 hours. The village is out. Seung-hui decides they need to head deeper into the forest to find cover. As they hike the trail, he notices something strange. This place really is a crimson forest. Dong-ho points out that the grass, the trees, and even the dirt are completely red. It's not just nature, even the people are red. Everyone from HEALER village is born with red hair. DJ leads the way, warning them to stay close. Outsiders always get lost in these woods. Dong-ho asks if it's because the path is hard to follow, but DJ isn't sure. They've tried putting up signs to guide people to the village, but they never seem to work. Mages claim it's the forest's mysterious power. Suddenly, Seung-hui stops and orders everyone to stay dead still. DJ freezes. Dr. Seung-hui summons his weapon, a gleaming silver-blue knife, from his inventory. Now watch this. He points his blade at the empty space. Show yourselves. A voice echoes back, looks like we've been spotted. A young man steps out to face him, while a girl drops down from the trees above. Valch gasps in terror. It's the Red Road Gang. Dong-ho is confused. The who? They're a group of thugs who rob anyone passing through. To join, you have to have red hair. Oddly enough, they never attack fellow redheads. It's a bizarre rule for a gang of criminals. Apparently, you can even dye your hair to join. Dong-ho thinks it sounds more like a hair club. The leader glares at them. You look like a doctor. The redheads can go, but the doctor stays with us. Seung-hoon doesn't flinch. Kidnapping a doctor? That means someone on your side must be badly hurt. The girl tells him to shut his mouth and follow orders, but he doesn't even blink. He's racing against the clock. He needs to ditch these losers and find shelter fast. Then, a thought hits him. Wait, a shelter? He starts negotiating with a sly look on his face. Sorry to bother you, distinguished gang members, but one of my friends here is feeling under the weather. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, his plan is wild. We're spending the night at your hideout. The bandit is stunned. Who do you think you are? Seung-hui just points at the darkening sky. They scream back that they aren't running a hotel. Dong-ho quickly pulls Val's family back from the chaos. Seung-hui smirks. If you leave us here, you're just asking for trouble. I'll report you to the Adventurers Guild. The bandits lose it and charge. You really think you can talk to us like that? The arrogant girl strikes first, demanding he surrender. But against someone like Seung-hoon, she has no chance. He spins with perfect timing. slamming his fist into her temple. One down. The guy goes ballistic. A direct kick to the chest sends him flying. Both are no match. Why is he so incredibly fast? He figures the doctor is using a hidden skill. Desperate, he rips open a magic scroll. You're dead now. Glowing magic chains shoot out and wrap tightly around Seung-hoin's body. These are mana pollution chains. The bandit laughs, thinking the doctor is helpless without his special skills. But the chains shatter like glass. Seung-hoin didn't even use mana. He floors the guy with one punch. With a terrifying smile, Seung-hoin raises his fist again. He's not just threatening, he's about to finish this. After a brutal beating, they suddenly become very polite. Fine, we'll take you to our secret base. They lead the group to a mountain. He hits a switch, and a massive boulder slides open. Inside, it's a nightmare. People are everywhere, groaning in pain. Dong-ho's heart aches seeing them. They look deathly ill. Seung-hoin glances at the bandit. So this is why you needed a doctor? The bandit nods, terrified. They were fine, then they all just collapsed. We don't know why. It's a massive medical crisis. They were desperate for anyone who could help. Then, a suspicious voice rings out. Who's there? Rosen approaches. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. Alright, stick with me. You and I are jumping right back into the chaos as our hero confronts a literal gang leader. Rosen is full of doubt. Seung-hoin can hardly believe it. Is this really their boss? He scans his eyes over Dong-ho and the Valley family. We do not need all these extra people. What happened here? She starts breaking into a cold sweat. Yes, Rosen, there is no good reason. I cannot just tell them we had to bring them because they absolutely crushed us. He happily spills the actual truth. They suggested we sleep at your hideout tonight. After I wipe them out, she grinds her teeth in pure anger. Why would you? Rosen is stunned, completely blindsided. Stay the night? We are being hunted by every security camera out there. We cannot allow any outsiders inside. Seung-hoin gives his word. Do not worry, we have zero intention of reporting you. He points a finger behind him. And I happen to be a doctor too. Seung-hoin offers a deal. I will treat your wounded. The leader is clearly wavering. In exchange, can you let us stay the night? What do you think? Rosen mutters to himself. You must be a seriously powerful adventurer if you just broke into a criminal hideout like this. He makes one single demand. Fine, just promise you will not cause any trouble. He gives a promising smile. Of course. Seung-hoin silently realizes the truth. This man does not have the qualities needed to be a real leader. Seung-hoin wonders where the real boss is hiding. Meanwhile, Rudy has been placed near the warm, glowing fire. He begins the examination. This girl has no fever and shows no signs of any direct physical damage. Now pay attention, because this is where his secret skills really come into play. Time to use the observer eye. The system displays a detailed status report. Phantom pain disorder and severe headaches. This phantom pain is caused by memory loss and will lead to mental collapse if it is not treated immediately. Dong-ho asks Han, have you discovered anything yet? He answers immediately. She is suffering from phantom pain tied to memory loss. Usually, that refers to pain felt in a missing limb. But in the Asean language, it describes a state where you feel agony despite having no physical injuries at all. Seung-hoin explains further. This persistent pain will not kill them, but it will absolutely destroy their mental state. The longer it lasts, the more intense the agony becomes, causing a rapid breakdown. There is no physical body to treat, making it incredibly difficult. Rosen freezes up. Does that mean there is no way to cure them? Seung-hoin stands up and explains he must erase the very root cause of the phantom pain. He outlines the treatment plan. Since the cause is mental loss, we will need powerful spirit enhancers and sedatives. Seung-hoin tilts his head in thought. I can create them, but synthesizing the ingredients is going to be a problem. Dong-ho asks, Dr. Kang, aren't these the medicine components? He looks closer. These herbs from the red forest are all bright red. Seung-hoin scans them quickly. White water, willow petals, Anato helleborus, and twisted quartz moss. He confirms that dried kamatari and juniper berries are exactly what we need for the spirit medicine. Rosen looks overjoyed. Seung-hoin asks, Rosen, how many of your men are actually able to move right now? He breathes a sigh of relief. 25, including me. No, wait, maybe 17. He pats Rosen on the shoulder. That is plenty. You and I both know that look, our main character is about to put these thugs to work. He tells them to gather every ingredient they can. It is a truly demonic order to give out in this pouring rain. Immediately, someone protests. We gave you a chance because you said you were a doctor, but who do you think you are commanding? Get lost. He acts like he did not even hear the insults. What is that? Soon, the red-haired gang is out in the rain, miserably gathering herbs. Dong-ho helps him prepare the medicine. How do you know so much? He pulls out a small notebook. It is all from experience. I always record everything about the patients I have treated and the information I have gathered. He is impressed by the diligence. Soon Hoin reaches out. Regardless, please hand over the ingredients you are holding. Dong Ho is very cooperative. Sure, here they are. But suddenly, his hand slips. The jar of herbs rolls into the corner. He teases him. Are your hands shaking already? Dong Ho rushes to grab it. That was a serious mistake. While picking it up, he sees a strange object. Look at this. Dong Ho brings back a creature the size of a palm. Soon Huin does not stop working. It is a scarab beetle. He grimaces because that is exactly what he suspected. It is the same bug we encountered inside the dungeon ruins, right? The way those bugs invaded was terrifying. Dong Ho points out, there are many more over there. Did some insect freak make these things? They are a bit too complex to be simple decorations. He analyzes it using the observer eye, a tabila scarab. And that's the moment it all goes south. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. It's a hibernating monster. Let's dive into this analysis. They wouldn't be left on the ground if they were part of a collection, and there is no beetle habitat nearby. Soon Hui keeps his questions short. Dong Ho, dig around there, he says, clearly worried. Huh? Why? He does not bother to explain. You will see why soon enough. Dong Ho obediently follows orders. A dozen beetles are buried here. He confirmed his guess. Just as I thought, he cries out. What are they doing here? How many are there? Soon Hui grabs a handful of dirt. This entire cave was probably constructed by those beetles. He examines it carefully. I have many things to ask, Joseon. Outside, the rain is still pouring down. Herbs are being divided into small glass vials. It is almost ready now. All the ingredients you gathered are very clean. Soon Hui gives careful instructions to make sure everyone takes their medicine regularly. Rose answers timidly. Thank you so much. He expresses his gratitude through sobs. I am sorry for thinking you were a total scammer. Two familiar bruised and battered faces appear again. We will make sure they all take it. The leader should rest. Rosen, the sick are being well cared for, and they will be back soon. Seung-hyu gives a sarcastic smile. I guess even heartless thieves look out for their own people. Rosen awkwardly says they are like family. He crosses his arms. Watch closely, he says. Phantom pain is not common. He points out the abnormality, saying it is actually one of the most severe forms of mental illness. It is usually only found in the most dangerous zones of A's, high-difficulty dungeons, or highly polluted areas. His face darkens with every word he hears. And here we are, with a massive infection inside a common, low-level thief hideout. This is impossible. He realized the problem. Unless, of course, you are hiding something from me. Seung-hui points it out bluntly. Something was wrong from the start. He had suspicions for a long time, especially that high-grade monopollution chain scroll. Seung-hui is well acquainted with gangs like this. But you used such an expensive red soil scroll without even thinking twice about it. A normal thief would never do that because they always put money first. Rosen tries to justify it, but he is interrupted before he can explain the soil in their hideout. Seung-hui always noticed that all the soil in the red forest is damp and soft. He asserts firmly that this hideout is full of dry sand and rough sandstone, as if the entire cave was moved here from somewhere else. He pressures Rosen. I know what you are thinking. Who is he really? Let's find out. Rosen grips his cloak. Will you help me after I speak? Dong Ho asks. Help you? He does not answer immediately. I will decide that after you finish. He begins the story, saying this area was once empty. But then, 3 months ago, a cave suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Rosen hides nothing now. Inside were monsters we had never seen before. They found countless gold, silver, jewels, and even precious items. Dong Ho starts sweating. Huh? Monsters and items? So that means this is a dungeon? Rosen admits the truth. This cave is a type of dungeon, he says honestly. I believe they call it a teleportation dungeon. Seung-hui pauses. A teleportation dungeon? That sounds familiar. His eyes turn dark for a moment. I remember now. A normal dungeon exists in a subspace you cannot enter without a portal. However, there is one major exception. Sometimes an entire dungeon from a subspace is teleported into the real world. That is called a teleportation dungeon. Seung-hui frowns. The last time anyone saw one of those was hundreds of years ago. He guesses that the scroll was also one of the items they took from this dungeon. Rosen looks visibly terrified. That is right. It was the first time in our lives we touched items like that. We were so happy. Then things turned bad when the youngest got an anti-magic scroll. Those arrogant mages looked down on them with pure contempt. Are there still beggars like this in Kama? She had a conflict with the mages from Kama. Normally we would swallow our pride because we could not beat them. But that day was different. The scroll power was overwhelming. The gang members took action. Seung-hui easily guesses the end. You killed them all. Dong Ho understands because with their magic suppressed, they were helpless. Rosen's face turns pale. It was a historic day. Regardless, we had built up so much resentment toward those mages. Trust me. You will want to see how this young girl changes everything. All right. You and I are about to dive into a cave where things are getting absolutely insane right now. If we wake that thing up, we can finally crush those arrogant mages. But things get complicated. Their ambition is terrifying. The entire city of Cam could be leveled. He clutches his head in fear. Something in that cave is making everyone act like complete monsters. A path of blood is about to stain Cam. Rosen desperately begs for help. Please, stop my teammates. Dong-ho is confused. Dr. Kang, what is the plan? Sung-hyun just laughs. I am not a fan of mages myself, but he remembers the Cater brothers along with Sue and LJ. I would be pretty annoyed if the city I busted my back to save was destroyed. Sung-hyun starts taking action. Alright, where is the real leader of Blood Road hiding? We just need to take out the top brass, right? Dong-ho is searching every corner. Where is that hidden room? Every single wall here looks exactly the same. He laughs and points to his eye. It's not that hard to find. Activating visual sight, energy gathers on the wall. Sung-hyun finds a magic circle. This is it, he shows Dong-ho the way. The secret entrance is on the 16th floor, so he starts digging. Dong-ho screams at the bugs. I would be terrified too. They are in here too. Sung-hyun does not care. Well, of course they are. It is just a wall. He finds it in no time. This magic circle is definitely the door, but how do we open it? He grabs his tools. I have a trick, a magic stealing item called Caroustel's Theft with insane resistance. Pay attention here. Weird noises are echoing from inside the secret room. Where is that coming from? He jumps in shock. The wall. What on earth is happening? Sung-hyun punches right through it, instantly sparking a total riot. The intruder Sung-hyun gives a polite greeting. Nice to meet the high-ranking leaders of Blood Road. He curses, why introduce yourself? They instantly draw their swords. They actually found us? Does not matter, just kill them both right now. He lunges forward, landing a solid punch on each of them. Dong-ho helps out but gets knocked back. Sung-hyun demands they stop making things difficult and cooperate. Where is your leader? Then, a deep voice echoes. Looking for me? He steps out from the shadows. Lefenny's aura is on another level. I do not know you two. Lefenny steps forward, the real leader of Blood Road. Sung-hyun speaks up, confirming the man's identity. I heard a rumor that you found something incredibly dangerous in this dungeon. He scowls while thinking it over. Something dangerous? Lefenny flashes a creepy, haunting smile. He guesses it immediately. Did Lon tell you about it? This is not the reaction Sung-hyun expected. Lefenny looks down on him. That old man is just a pathetic coward. He stays alert because something feels off. This is not how someone normally reacts when they've been betrayed. The energy radiating from this guy is completely abnormal. I bet he didn't tell you that sticking your nose in here could actually get you killed. Sung-hyun gets serious. Earth-shaking punches are flying everywhere. Lefenny's raw strength is absolutely insane, but he keeps missing the target. Dong-ho is panicking. That idiot is knocking down all the support pillars. Lefenny just keeps rushing in blindly. Sung-hyun swings his blade, and the first strike lands right on the leader's dominant arm. Lefenny growls like a beast. Sung-hyun stays calm. He has created enough distance to finally summon Freya's crossbow. Lefenny lets out a feral roar. Ignoring the injury, he rips the knife straight out of his arm. You and I can clearly see this guy has lost his mind. Sung-hyun is struggling to predict his movements. Charging straight at him, he punches the wall. Lefenny blocks an arrow with a rock and closes in instantly. Sung-hyun backs away, he is too fast. Suddenly, Dong-ho charges from the left. Do not forget about me. A shovel strike to the face. He uses his smashing skill, but a surge of electricity blasts him back. Now he is actually scared. Dong-ho is nearly unconscious. Sung-hyun is stunned. Is this a magic jammer? Dong-ho is kicked to the dirt. Lefenny has a hostage. Drop your weapons and surrender, he cannot resist. He threatens to snap the kid's neck. Sung-hyun levels his crossbow. You are really going to regret that. Freya's bag crafts arrows filled with magic potions. He fires 3 shots. Lefenny never expected him to actually fire. He is absolutely furious now. It turns out Lefenny is a powerful anti-mage. Magic is useless here. He has high resistance and creates electricity when touching mana. He is definitely an anti-mage. Stick with me to see if our hero can survive this born monster. Anti-mages are a different breed. Alright, you and I are about to see a world where magic gets nerfed and mages are absolutely hated. Sung-hyun keeps his cool though. Lefenny keeps his foot planted on Dong-ho, mocking them both. What was that pathetic shot? It didn't feel like anything. Pulling out a blood tower badge, Sung-hyun just smirks. Don't you recognize it? That was a magic arrow. He's totally baiting him. You see, I'm actually a mage. That really sets him off. Lefenny notices the blood demon tower symbol and starts to lose it. Ignoring Dong-ho on the ground, Lefenny lunges forward in a blind rage. A mage, you say? Sung-hyun just effortlessly sidesteps the attack. Sung-hyun keeps leading him on, letting Lefenny wreck everything around them. This guy is getting seriously frustrated now. Anger makes you sloppy, he thinks, knowing he's got the edge. Then he pokes the bear again. You really hate mages, don't you? Lefenny screams in a total frenzy. Shut up and die. Sung-hyun sighs at the recklessness. Dong-ho suddenly pops up and lands a surprise hit, but it does 0 damage. Lefenny is just annoyed. You call that an attack? Dong-ho just replies, of course not. Now pay attention, because his real goal is complete shell crush. It drops defense by 20% and can shatter all armor. Dong-ho grins. Gotcha. Even with magic resistance, your defense is officially shredded. Lefenny's face goes pale. What? How? Now it is Sung-hyun's turn to go all out. He unleashes a flurry of punches so fast the guy cannot even react. This is it. Sung-hyun is confident this final move is going to end the fight for good. A path of ice, huh? Let the curse take your hands, Lefenny growls, lunging forward once again like a total idiot. Magic won't work on me. The two of them trade massive blows to the face. Ice fist. Sung-hyun looks fine, but Lefenny collapses. The status report shows a critical freeze strike. He cannot wrap his head around it. He goes down in total frustration. It should not have worked. Dong-ho is confused too. Wait, an ice fist? You mean you used an ice potion, right? Sung-hyun just beams. I just made that name up. Sounds cool, right? You and I are following them deeper into the cave now. They find something really weird. Doctor, they say if we wake this thing up, it could blow away ghosts. Dong-ho stares skeptically at the strange symbiotic creature before them. Sung-hyun confirms it is a parasitic monster. If you become its host, you can gain incredible power. He knows all about these things. Using something like this in a terror attack would pretty much guarantee a victory every time. Sung-hyun takes a closer look and realizes it is almost ready to hatch from its cocoon. This lava worm cocoon has intense mind control abilities. Dong-ho immediately suggests they should just use it for themselves right now. Sung-hyun doesn't stop him, but warns him to think twice. It is a choice you have to trade something for that symbiotic power. It could be your stamina or even memories, maybe even your life. Dong-ho freaks out immediately. What? That is just a gamble. You are supposed to stop me. Suddenly, a voice echoes behind them. It is Lefenny, and he is back up. A massive kick shatters the floor beneath him. Dong-ho cannot believe his eyes. How is he already awake? He just stares in shock as Lefenny stands tall. The guy mumbles that with the power of that symbiote, he will be able to wipe out every mage in an instant. Lefenny pulls out a scroll and rips it apart without hesitation. Do not even think about getting in my way. A magic circle appears beneath them and Dong-ho panics. Wait, am I vanishing? Sung-hyun calmly pulls out a teleportation scroll item. He tosses it, and they are instantly warped out. The target location is the red forest outside the castle walls. They land safely, with Sung-hyun touching down softly. Looks like that guy actually outsmarted us this time. He's sure the guy will hole up there until the symbiote hatches. Dong-ho is lost. So what is our move now? Sung-hyun closes his eyes. If he successfully becomes the host, things are going to get extremely difficult for us. If we have to, we might. Dong-ho cuts him off. He just turns away calmly. If there is a chance to help him without killing, isn't there another way? He sighs. He's always trying to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, shoulder hoisting his crossbow. Sung-hyun just says, then let us wait. Dong-ho is totally baffled. He keeps a confident smirk on his face, acting like none of this is actually a big deal at all. He figures things will just work themselves out peacefully. Meanwhile, Lefenny is gasping for air, cursing everyone in his way. He accidentally steps on a small bottle left behind. A mana potion. He grabs it immediately. He realizes he can speed up the hatching with more mana. Pouring it over the cocoon, he dreams of crushing his enemies. The parasite is squirming, and those screams, absolutely chilling. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for what comes next. Alright, stick with me because we are about to see a real genius at work. Sung-hyun is already waiting outside the secret bunker. Lefenny rushes out only to find his teammates writhing in agony, and even Rosen has fallen ill. The sight absolutely enrages him. Rosen Lefenny immediately blames everything on Sung-hyun. He screams, asking what he thinks he is doing, but his punch is blocked effortlessly. Sung-hyun stands his ground, claiming Lefenny is the one responsible. He clearly has no clue how this happened. He explains that the mana potion used earlier boosted the symbiote's mind control. That is exactly why everyone is losing it right now. Since you have mana resistance, you are the only one who stayed fine. Sung-hyun points out the harsh truth. These people will either suffer a mental collapse or die. Lefenny never saw this coming. Now pay attention here, Sung-hyun is actually the one who planted that potion. He just ignores that detail and lowers Lefenny's fist. He offers to heal them, but there is a catch. Lefenny has to give up on his plan to attack the terminal. A chill runs down Lefenny's spine. He realizes this whole thing might have been planned from the very start. Sung-hyun stays serious. He warns that if he is right, that symbiote is actually the final boss of this entire dungeon. He is definitely not exaggerating about the danger. If that thing takes control of his body, it will go on a rampage that could level the entire continent of An. He asks if revenge is really worth it. He wants Lefeni to think long and hard about the consequences of his actions. Is it worth the lives of your friends? Lefeni tries to stay angry, but he eventually hangs his head in defeat. Lefeni begs him to save them. Dong-ho watches, wondering how Seung-hoon can be so terrifying while acting so calm. Seung-hoon smiles cheerfully, promising that nobody has to die. However, he wonders if they should deal with that symbiote beast first. However, it is not his top priority. If that creature dies, this whole transit dungeon might just vanish along with it. He tells Dong-ho to come over so he can check those wounds. He admits that if it were up to him, he would kill the monster immediately. But too many people are injured and cannot move. Plus, it is still pouring rain outside right now. Dong-ho worries about the cocoon breaking, but Seung-hoon remains calm while bandaging him. Lefeni's barrier should hold for now. Now, you and I both know things never stay peaceful for long. And exactly what Seung-hoon fears is about to happen. Unless someone does something stupid, the immediate crisis is over, though their medical supplies are running dangerously low. The symptoms fade thanks to the medicine they prepared earlier. Lefeni feels guilty and apologizes for everything that happened. Seung-hoon doesn't hold back, saying it is entirely his fault. Rosen tries to soften the blow for the poor guy. He puts on a completely peaceful attitude and thanks them for their help. Seung-hoon smiles exactly like a noble doctor would. They head back to the fire where Vali finds them. She was worried sick because they were gone for so long. He asks about Rudy, and the report is good. She stops shaking and is now sleeping very peacefully. Dong-ho is relieved. To any parent, nothing in this world is more precious than the safety of their child. Later, Seung-hoon pulls Dong-ho aside to give him something. He shows off an item he got from the Feta crab. It is the Peerless Red Shell, giving 15% boosts to health and defense, plus a 7% heal chance. It even has a 3% chance to trigger a special skill. Dong-ho's eyes sparkle with excitement. He asks if he can really have it. Seung-hoon points out that it suits a tank better than a doctor. With a sweet smile, he says something savage. Now Dong-ho can go back to taking all the hits for him. Dong-ho is moved to tears, though he probably should have seen that coming. Seung-hoon finally sits down. He finally has a moment to organize his gear. He realized he unlocked some major achievements back at Feta Lake. Seung-hoon gets lost in thought. This is the part that actually interests him the most. The Incarnation of Greed achievement is unlocked for earning 10,000 points in a single day. He clicks to claim. He receives a vending machine system. He can now access this special shop right inside his own status window. Each new item costs 1,000 points, and the system guarantees a reward every single time. Today's item is the Ignore Requirement skill. He cannot believe that a powerful skill is actually the reward today. He is almost fuming. He wonders if they really give out such high-level rewards as basic content. Why is this system always based on luck and gambling? He weighs the pros and cons before making a move. 1,000 points is steep, but for a top-tier skill, it is worth it. He activates Ignore Requirement immediately. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what he does with these new rewards like inventory expansions and his new grinding skills. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a world where even a snack can be a legendary achievement. The world transition is unlocked, but our main character somehow missed the notification. Seung-hyun smirks to himself privately, thinking a truly wise time traveler should always check their achievement window at the end of the day. Unfortunately, it looks like Dong-ho isn't exactly in the wise category just yet. Just when he plans to rest, things get weird. Guess it is time for bed. Suddenly, the entire cave shakes violently. Dong-ho jolts awake, eyes wide in shock. Even Lefeni and his team are stunned. Is this really an earthquake happening right now? Seung-hyun rushes outside, realizing this is not some ordinary tremor. He hears an eerie, high-pitched screeching that only one kind of creature could ever make. A swarm of dung beetles suddenly bursts out, coming to life all at once. Seung-hyun is stunned. They are all dung beetles, and they are heading straight inside. He figures it out instantly. The swarm is moving directly toward the secret chamber. Lefeni knows this is bad news, since that is exactly where the symbiote is hiding. Both of them immediately charge in after the crawling swarm, but there are just too many of them. What the hell? They have completely blocked the entrance. Seung-hyun does not hesitate. Summoning Freya's crossbow, he fires a shot to clear the path and lunges forward. Nice, we are through. Something else leaps out at Lefeni. It is another beetle, but it is changed somehow. Lefeni grimaces in disgust. What on earth is that thing? Seung-hyun explains it is a rare monster. Taking this thing down is going to be a total headache. The rare beetle screeches with pride as the others begin to cluster around it. They start sticking together, fusing into a single, massive entity. Watch closely now, things are about to get absolutely gross. The swarm forms a massive dung beetle cannon, a rolling sphere of bugs charging straight at them. Seung-hyun spots it immediately. Our chance comes right after its big attack. He fires a harpoon arrow into the center, blasting a donut-shaped hole through the sphere. Yet the screeching does not stop. Lefeni shouts that it is regenerating by absorbing more beetles. Sung-hyun sounds strangely proud, calling it some impressive medical magic. Lefenny scowls at him. Why are you so proud of this monster? He really has no idea how to even hit it. It is massive. Sung-hyun offers a solution. He is sure the creature is being held together by pure mana. If we get close and trigger skill nullification, we can kill it. I know you can do this, Lefenny. Since you are the one who repels mana after all. Lefenny knows his limits though. He is worried he will get wrecked before he even gets close. I know what you are thinking, this guy is the worst teammate ever. He basically tells Lefenny to take the hit so he can heal him later. Lefenny scoffs, not trusting him for a second. But he takes a deep breath and charges the monster anyway. He ignores the danger and punches straight ahead. Screw it. Lefenny puts his faith in Sung-hyun's plan and dives in. He hits it with everything he has got. The sphere explodes, throwing Lefenny back as the beetle loses its protective shell. The mastermind is finally exposed. Sung-hyun raises his crossbow and gives a genuine compliment. Great job. Lefenny fires a harpoon arrow, piercing it instantly. Green fluid sprays everywhere as the beetle is finally finished. Oh man. Sung-hyun stares at the small stone on the ground with regret. He never intended to damage this relic. Moving deeper in, they only find an empty cocoon. What is this? There is no larva inside. Where could it have gone? Sung-hyun examines it closely. It already hatched. He finds a strange object nearby and scans for info. Tears of Gordius. This item restores spirit but causes deep hallucinations. He decides to pocket it immediately. It left something useful behind. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Boss, this timing is way too weird. Sung-hyun recognizes the guy as Bill, one of the executive officers. He warns Lefenny to stay away from him. Sung-hyun is certain the symbiote caught him. He reports the infection status. Bill just laughs it off, telling them not to worry because he is fine. He explains that he had a massive headache when the bug attacked, but he claims he managed to fight off the mind control entirely. Lefenny falls for it instantly. Wait, are you serious? Is he okay? He drops his guard and pats Bill's head. That is such a relief. You little brat, I was actually worried for a second that we would end up fighting you. Sung-hyun does not move an inch. The fact remains that he is infected, regardless of how he acts. He stays back and warns Bill to get rid of that parasite as fast as possible. Bill just says, wait, just listen to me. Suddenly, Bill creates a blade and swings it violently right at Sung-hyun. Lefenny stares in shock at the deep gash left in the earth. The power is insane. Bill just lets out a crazed laugh. With this power, we can finally liberate the world of Kama. Our lifelong dream of wiping out those arrogant mages is finally within reach. Lefenny is frozen. Bill has completely lost his mind. And trust me, you and I are just getting started on this descent into madness. Why hesitate when this is what we have always wanted? Alright, stick with me, because you and I are about to see the moment our hero finally strikes back. Seung-hui cuts him off with a sincere smile, thanking him for confirming the intel before launching a direct attack. He firmly declares that his opponent is not actually Bill, while the creature in Bill's body glares back with insane eyes. Seung-hui asks how the monster knows so much about symbionts, pointing out that nobody else here knew its name was Gordius. Unable to argue, Bill's body goes silent as a pair of gross insect wings suddenly sprout from his back. Now watch this part carefully because Gordius finally reveals his true, hideous form and lunges forward with a scream, swearing to end Seung-hui right here and now. He narrowly dodges the strike, but the massive, lethal slashes unexpectedly pull back toward the monster. A huge explosion erupts from his strike, but Seung-hui escapes just in time while Lefenny launches a surprise ambush to save Bill. Calling it a parasite, Gordius disarms him and catches him with his bare hands, delivering a flurry of pure, brutal punches. He gets tossed aside like a rag doll as Lefenny screams in pain, while Seung-hui watches without even blinking. He realizes he is facing a true boss monster and spots a critical detail about the enemy's fighting style. The monster cancelled its skill before Lefenny could even touch it. Knowing his anti-magic nature means they can never win in a direct, head-on collision like that. Seung-hui decides to change the battlefield and move outside, but Gordius summons his weapon again to block their path. Let's see what happens next. Lefenny clicks his tongue and kicks the wall hard to block the monster's advance. The falling debris successfully blocks the attack, cutting off the pursuit path as Gordius hisses in pure rage. Calling them filthy rats, Gordius searches while Lefenny catches his breath, worried that the enemy is just too fast for them. Seung-hui still has the nerve to joke about paying respects, making Lefenny snap and ask what is wrong with him. He stops the teasing and pulls out a syringe, asking Lefenny if he has ever donated blood before. Gordius stalks through his lair, absolutely losing his mind with anger at the filthy pests hiding in the shadows. He mutters while searching for them, as Lefenny watches cautiously, waiting for the perfect moment to strike from the dark. But before he can move, he is spotted, and his heart drops as the monster screams that he found him. He takes a devastating punch that nearly knocks him out, but he keeps his grip tight on a small bottle. He suddenly hurls the bottle at Gordius, nervously waiting to see if his desperate gamble actually pays off. Seeing the bandage on his hand, Gordius realizes it is anti-magic blood and summons a swarm of beetles as a shield. The blood is wasted and Lefeni screams in shock while the monster mocks his failed attempt to block his skills. Gordius creates a new sword, convinced that their precious plan has completely fallen apart, and victory is his. Too bad for him, Sung Hui was waiting nearby, and fires 3 arrows that hit the monster dead center. His body reacts instantly as Seung Hui reveals the truth. The blood in the first bottle was just from a useless doctor. Lefeni proudly shouts that his own blood was the real weapon, leaving the monster screaming in agony as he smirks. Without missing a beat, Sung Hui tosses another bottle right in his face, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion. He playfully tosses a potion bottle, noting that no bomb is as effective as a magic elixir, before approaching the beast. For someone who just absorbed anti-magic blood, an immediate explosion on impact is absolutely devastating. He realizes that cutting the host's neck to remove the parasite would be fatal, so he chooses a different method. Seung Hui activates his removal skill, which allows him to extract any foreign object he can detect inside a body. A bright light glows around his hand, forming a giant skeletal claw that mimics his every movement as he tests exactly how this works. He reaches toward Gordius and rips the parasite out in one swift motion before delivering a massive kick. As he pulls it out, the parasite desperately tries to negotiate, begging him to wait for just a second. It picked the wrong guy to bribe, promising to make him stronger if he lets it live, but it is just annoying. It tries using telepathy to persist, but Seung Hui coldly reminds it that as a healer, he has no use for its power. The parasite shuts its eyes and bets everything on a secret about the teleportation dungeon, making him pause. It asks if he has questions about this place, offering the truth in exchange for his life while Seung Hui considers it. So, you and I are left wondering what comes next as Seung Hui admits he needs more info and gives the parasite one last chance to speak. It explains in detail that you need a massive source of power to actually create a dungeon like this. A monster must be boss level, while a human would need to be a sword saint or an archmage to manage it. The parasite confirms that basically anyone with enough mana can make a regular dungeon if they have the power. Stick with me, you and I are diving into a mystery where even the experts are lost. Leheni has no clue what is happening, but this teleportation dungeon? It is a nightmare. We are talking about a power that transcends dimensions, something capable of shifting an entire physical space into another. Only a god could pull that off. Sun Hoin tilts his head, confused. A god? Really? He cannot understand why a deity would suddenly decide to step in after staying silent for centuries. Even the parasite is clueless. It says when an outside dimension gets dragged in like this, it severely warps the local space and time. So, regardless of which divine being is actually pulling the strings here, based on how strange this information is, the entity behind this is definitely not a merciful god. Sung Hoin knows that if these teleportation dungeons keep appearing, the world of Aeon is going to snap under the pressure. He reaches a terrifying conclusion and then suddenly vanishes from sight. An evil god is trying to wipe Aeon off the map. He is skeptical, but there is no time to overthink the lack of evidence. The parasite starts its move, trying to manipulate Seung Hoon into total submission. Leheni tries to jump in, but his wounds hold him back. He screams for Sung Hoin to wake up. The parasite is loving this. A powerful body like yours? Just what I needed. It is practically drooling with desire. It plans to use his body to end the world, but Seung Hoon just smiles through the rain. I am done with you. A skeletal hand manifests as he drags the creature out. The parasite is completely pinned, totally blindsided by what is happening. Wait, what? It cannot believe it. I should have complete control over your mind. Now pay attention, this is a pro move. Since his mental stats are over 500%, he is totally immune to any brainwashing skills. He hates taking orders. In a flash, he disappears and delivers the final blow. Vibe check, it is finally dead. Is the parasite finished? He walks over to check on his friend. Leheni, are you still with me? The guy is barely conscious. Who even are you? He gasps. Sung Hoon just smiles. I am the guy saving your life. 1 minute you are a mage, the next a doctor. You are a total scammer. Sung Hoon just ignores the grumbling. He scans the vitals. Severe bleeding, massive blood loss, and his body is basically one giant bruise from head to toe. This is way worse than it looked on the surface. He does the math. He already drained too much blood from the guy. If he does not get a transfusion now, he is dead. Where is he supposed to find Magic Eater blood in a place like this? Wait, there might be one way. You and I both know the system is his best friend right now. He checks his points over 11,302. To the administrator watching, please, just give me something useful for once. The reward spin starts and stops. Perfect. There it is. This is exactly what he needs to save his friend. It is the decomposition skill. It breaks items back into raw materials or separates fused objects. A 100% success rate? Incredible. He pulls out the Magic Eater blood arrow from his storage and gets to work. He holds it carefully. With this skill, he can revert the arrow back into liquid blood. He crushes the arrow and activates the skill. Success. Moments later, Liheni finally opens his eyes. You doing okay? The guy is lost. What happened? Where am I? Sung Hoin tells him to stay still. Take it easy. You literally almost died. Looking at the blood vials, the leader wonders if he is in this guy's debt. Liheni's first thought is for his teammate. What about Bill? Is he all right? He is alive, but it will take a while for him to recover. Rosen is nearly in tears. You are amazing, Sung Hoon. Thank you does not even cover it. Sung Hoon just smirks. I guess I am pretty good at this, huh? Ever since he first linked up with the administrator, his life has been one non-stop disaster. Suddenly, the ground shakes. An ominous sound echoes through the cave, and Sun Hoin is reaching his limit. You have got to be kidding me. What now? Another earthquake? He gets it. The boss is dead, so the dungeon is closing, but usually, the cave stays behind. This time, the entire cave is being erased. We need to move now, or we will fall into a spatial rift. Everyone's face goes pale. A spatial rift? That is basically a death sentence. Once you fall into the void, there is no coming back. But Sun Huin is not panicking, he is cutting open the parasite. Rosen is terrified, but trust me, you and I are about to see how prepared he really is. We are escaping through this. Stick with me. Our lead just grabbed the boss core and tossed it right to his teammate. Rosen, charge this up with mana. He's stunned for a second, but then focuses and summons a massive magic circle. Get everyone inside now. This low-rank core won't hold for long. 5, 4, 3, 2. Everyone is scrambling to get through. Get out of the way. Sung Huin just laughs it off. Relax. I was joking it'll actually last at least 5 minutes. You think that was funny? He doesn't even feel bad. Lefeni is being helped inside, but he has one last concern. Will an anti-mana user like me cause the portal to explode or something? He offers to stay behind if it's too risky. Sung Huin thinks to himself, wow, this guy actually acts like a real leader. Sung Hoon reassures him, don't worry, the mana is just to break the core, the gate itself doesn't contain any energy. Lefeni finally steps inside. Sung Hoon is the last one in, but he can't shake the feeling that he's forgetting something. Suddenly, he freezes. His blood turns to ice as he realizes their teammate is still fast asleep back there. Oh right, Dong Ho, he's awake now, crying and screaming. You absolute jerk. He's completely losing his mind from the betrayal. Why would you leave me behind? Sung Huin manages to run back and drag him and the Valis family along. I was busy fighting, Dong Ho keeps complaining. You even dumped a potion on my face. Why were you sleeping in the middle of a war zone anyway? Dee starts wondering, why are we running deeper into the cave instead of heading for the entrance? Sung Hoon explains the bad news. We can't use the front way because the entire entrance has already collapsed. Now pay attention, the exit gate is fading. They're sprinting for their lives as Dong Ho screams in total panic. Dr. Kang, the gate is closing. Sung Huin knows they're running out of time. This is it. The energy core from that worm was just a piece of junk. It's falling apart. He lunges forward to touch the portal. He uses his special skill to split his body. I just need to recycle the energy from the core. Sung Huin desperately tries to rebuild the gate. His stamina and speed are dropping much faster than he expected. Handling a boss core is draining everything he has. System warnings are flashing red, but he refuses to stop now. His consciousness starts to fade as his stamina hits 0. The screen reports he's passed out. Dong Ho rushes over in a panic. Dr. Kang. The worst part is, they're still stuck. Outside, everyone is terrified. Why haven't they come out yet? Lefeni is getting desperate. Suddenly, a magic circle appears, and Sung Huin finally emerges with the Valis family. Dong Ho is gasping for air. I really thought we were dead meat. Everyone is cheering. Dr. Kang, you're still alive. He calls out to Dong Ho. Right before he collapsed from exhaustion, he couldn't hold on for even one more second. But then, a new notification pops up. An item stored in his inventory has been automatically activated. He's shocked to see it's the life pin item. It uses experience points to keep the user from dying. Thanks to that, Sun Hoon wakes up with 45% of his stamina back. That diamond experience ticket really saved his life. Sun Hoin gives a sincere thanks. Dong Ho just beams and says, it was nothing. Later on, Rosen starts opening up about his family. So, you're saying you two are actually related? Exactly. I'm Lefeni's uncle. I've been raising him ever since my sister passed away. My sister was a commoner, but she married into nobility because of her incredible mana talent. Get this, a child who rejects mana was born into a famous family of mages. That's a recipe for disaster. Dong Ho only cares about one thing. Wait, so that means he's actually super rich? He's gossiping right in the guy's face. He was the black sheep of the family. Sung Huin finally understands why the guy has such a terrible attitude. He probably grew up listening to his family complain about him. Lefeni snaps. Yeah. Sorry, my personality is so bad. He grinds his teeth in anger. After that, nasty rumors started spreading everywhere about him. They said any child with Chakotay blood would be an anti-mana failure. Lefeni clenches his fists tight. Because of those rumors, the Chakotay family was humiliated. I wanted to teach those mages a lesson, but the plan failed. Now even our hideout is gone. Rosen tries to comfort him, but Lefeni just brushes it off like it's nothing. What's the point in complaining? He's ready to give up. Soon enough, we'll all be executed anyway. The air turns cold as his face darkens. Wait, what? His subordinate rushes in, looking completely terrified. What are you talking about? Lefeni looks bored. Did you forget that we're actually a wanted criminal organization? Our barrier is gone, and they'll find us soon. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch this guy tell a life or death story as if it is absolutely nothing, even though they are all facing death. They are desperate, but Lefeni claims there is a way out. He will sacrifice himself to open a path while I stall as long as possible. Everyone will leave this place for a new land if they can. But will they actually agree to a plan like that? You said they would execute the prisoners. Lefeni just laughs. Remember, I still have noble blood in my veins. They cannot execute me. Do not worry about a noble. Worry about yourselves instead, you commoners. Dongho whispers. Dr. Kang, is he? Seunghui confirms it easily. He can see right through him. The guy is clearly lying. Seunghui knows the truth. If Lefeni gets caught, it is over. His family and the entire region of Kama will disown him. His family will kill him just to reclaim their honor. He feels restless, the guy is stubborn, but he definitely does not deserve to die like that. He suddenly suggests, let us help him. Dongho is completely shocked. What? How do we help? Seunghui's smile is seriously unsettling. He is used to it. But why that smile right now? Who is he planning to trick this time? He asks bluntly. Lefeni, are you planning to turn yourself in? He is stunned. Never. Seunghui says there is a way. He perks up, listening for a way to save his entire Bloodpath gang. She is stunned. Now pay attention, because Seunghui is about to lead Lefeni straight into a trap or maybe salvation. It is simple. Your gang just needs to work for Kama. She almost swears, and he definitely does. What on earth are you saying? Do you want to die? He is supremely confident. Just do as I say. Whatever Seunghui is plotting, I will clear the way so you can legally teach those mages a lesson. The duo shows off. You are members of the Cotiller Knights? Lefeni is skeptical. Kama does not have any knights. He shrugs. I just formed it yesterday. He is finally starting to sober up. This is another one of your lies, right? Lefeni has doubts. Plus, knights are a bunch of weirdos. Seunghui is surprised. What? You know them? Rosen adds a few words. They are famous in Kama for their intense sense of justice. They do not discriminate either. He confirms they do not even have any beef with them. He explains that this makes everything easier. The Cotiller Knights aim to bring peace to Lake Fida. We will stop anyone or anything that tries to harm innocent people. Monsters, criminals, or even those arrogant nobles and mages. Seunghui starts tempting them using their common enemies. Lefeni gets fired up. What? So I can actually give those mages a real beating? He warns him. Only the bad ones. You look ready to hurt everyone. The knights would usually reject criminals like you, but I do not think you guys will actually cross the line. He guarantees they will accept all of them based on our recommendation. He jumps up in excitement. If that is the case, of course we are in. Lefeni is sure he will not be executed if he joins through connections. She cries out, Seunghui, you are the best. He is also moved to tears. I always dreamed of being a knight. Everyone is cheering. Long live the doctor. Long live the guardian. Seunghui looks at him as if to say, nothing to add. You and I both saw this coming. Lefeni rubs his swollen head and shyly says, thank you. Honestly, I cannot wait to see the chaos he unleashes on those mages. He asks, are you heading to HEALER now? Seunghui confirms. Yes, we will rest and then rent a carriage. Lefeni says his goodbyes. Take care. The system appears. Mission earned 12,500 reward points. He checks the details as he walks. So I need 12,500 points? And they added some extra items as rewards too. He counts them. Object throw. Spear arrow creates a black spear-shaped bolt. Dissolve breaks items back into their original form. I have 3 skills now. He wonders what will happen once he collects 4. He thinks about the conditions for collecting skills. It is probably more than just unlocking a hard achievement. He glares at the system. Whatever it is, I will make you pay for making me do all this. Rudy stretches in Rivik's arms, her eyes shining bright. We are home. Before them lies Chasey Village. DJ is exhausted, finally back at the house. He agrees with his wife. We should have stayed in Kama if we knew it would be like this. Rudy jumps for joy. Is it not pretty? Seunghui agrees. Yeah, it is beautiful. But stick with me because something heavy is about to go down. Alright, you and I are about to witness a total disaster as a giant stone golem invades the village. Two people are running for their lives. Winston, wake up. There is a literal monster right behind you. The beast swings a massive fist down, and she turns pale with fear. Suddenly, Dong-ho rushes out to help, and alongside him is Sung-hoon. The stone giant is taken down in an instant. He approaches Han to check on him. Are you okay? She looks relieved. Thank you so much. Seung-hoon looks down at his friend and feels a bit surprised. Is his leg seriously injured? He sees the wound on Winston's leg. Clearly that is very strange. Normally, monsters aim for the upper body. Rebecca feels incredibly guilty about the situation. Winston only got hurt because he was trying to protect her. She's getting really worried now. What are we supposed to do? It is not easy to find a skilled doctor here in Chakotay. Dong-ho clears his throat. Do not worry about that at all. He enthusiastically introduces his friend. We happen to have a very reputable doctor right here with us. Rebecca looks confused. I am sorry, but they look pretty suspicious to me. Seung-hoon flashes his most professional smile. Allow me to introduce myself to you. Dr. Seung-hoon is ready to serve. Inside Chakotay, he prepares a makeshift bed. Please help the patient lie down right here. He uses a magic carpet item to relax the patient's mind. Seung-hoon assesses the injury and pulls out an item. The flesh has been completely torn away. I cannot just stitch it like this. Time for a little change. Pay attention, this is where things get interesting. Sung-hoon crushes a mana potion and activates his artificial flesh spray, a skill that can actually rebuild damaged tissue using specific raw materials. He treats the wound and creates a piece of graft tissue so he can finally start the stitching process. Winston's leg actually begins to heal. It has been a long time since I used this skill. Dong-ho is amazed. Is that not just high-level healing magic? Rudy asks innocently if that is the case. Seung-hoon explains that this skill only creates a piece of artificial flesh, nothing more. He adds that there is a high chance the body will reject it since it is foreign tissue. If that happens, he will experience intense pain or even necrosis around the stitches. He sighs. This is definitely going to be difficult. Seung-hoon continues the treatment by using a stitch removal technique. But if you lower the patient's stats with a debuff potion, he explains, while working, you can significantly reduce the chances of tissue rejection. Seung-hoon moves quickly. I will close this wound tightly with a saddle stitch. Rebecca's eyes go wide with total shock. I have absolutely no idea what this man is talking about right now. Even though she finds him reliable, this guy seems truly magical. Rebecca starts to wonder why Dong-ho is even standing there. But what is that other guy even doing here? He is trying his best to support them. Is this enough mana for your stamina? Seung-hoon replies. That is plenty. The final stitch is done. We are almost finished here. She rushes over to express her gratitude. Thank you so much. I honestly do not know how I can ever thank you enough for saving him. He acts kind and says there is no need for money, but he would love any leftover potions she might have. Suddenly, Rebecca's hood falls off. Wait, I know what you are thinking, a mysterious redhead? There is definitely more to her than meets the eye. Rebecca quickly covers her face again. Seung-hoon wonders to himself, is she really just a villager from Chakotay? She does not look like an adventurer. She awkwardly hands over the items. Thank you anyway. I will give you every single potion that I have on me. Dong-ho asks curiously, is there really a shortage of healers in Chakotay? Rebecca confirms it. Yes, we really struggle here. I am sure you know the magic tower and the church do not get along. The church prioritizes following the will of God above all else. Meanwhile, the magic tower focuses on researching mana and spells. The two sides are enemies because their core beliefs are total opposites. She explains that Kama and the magic tower have massive influence in these parts, so the church has very little power here. That explains why there are no priests around. But what about adventurer healers who just travel around? He puts away his payment and explains the situation. There would be no reason for them to leave a big city like Kama for this place. Rebecca seems to agree with him. We were incredibly lucky to run into you right outside the village. She promises that they will find a way to repay this favor. The Vali family says their goodbyes right there. It is time for us to head home. Dong-ho stops waving and looks a bit sad. That must be nice. When will I finally be able to go home? Seung-hoon asks him a question. Do you even have a good reason to go back home? Dong-ho replies that you do not need a special reason to go where you belong. But there is one thing I must do when I return. He smiles back. I feel the same way. Seung-hoon interrupts the emotional moment. Why don't we stop feeling sorry for ourselves and find a place to sleep before it gets too late? Dong-ho snaps back. I am not feeling sorry for myself at all. They have the worst luck though, as there are no rooms available anywhere. The two of them get rejected over and over. There is no space left. You will have to look somewhere else. One lady even jokes that they can sleep in a trash bin. Everywhere they go, the answer is the same. We are fully booked. Sorry. This situation is honestly terrible. I am so sorry. Dong-ho screams out in pure agony. Sung-hoon just shrugs his shoulders helplessly. Everyone is stuck here since the road to Kama is blocked. No rooms? Dong-ho is losing it. Stick around, because this journey is just getting started. Alright, let's dive back in. Seeing how calm Seung-hoon is, we probably have 0 other options left. At the reception desk of the Adventurers Guild, a staff member welcomes them to the KOD branch. He confidently asks to rent a room. You can find lodging here, but this list comes with one massive catch. The system displays the lodging requirements. S-rank rooms are strictly reserved for VIP guests only. There is luxury A rank, high quality B rank, and your standard C rank accommodations. D rank is just a cheap warehouse, and F rank means sleeping outside. You need quests for these rooms. Since S rank is off limits, our main character just keeps that signature smile on his face. It is a scheme to bleed adventurers dry. Suddenly, some voices start mocking them from the sidelines. Look at these two, the jerks sneer. They are trying to get a room? Just more guild slaves. Dong-ho is furious. Who are these guys and why are they picking a fight? One bully just smirks. Oh right, you cannot rent A or B ranks right now. We are using them for storage. He cannot believe it. Are they seriously wasting effort clearing quests just to troll everyone else? Stick with me here. This is where Seung-hyun actually starts liking the idea. He wants a turn. His friend is speechless. You like this? Anyway, looks like C rank is the only choice left now. A kid asks for a D rank room, but the receptionist says every single one is occupied. The teenager is shocked, and even Seung-hyun is a bit surprised by how this is going. It is weird because there are usually tons of D rank rooms. Then, many keys hit the table. The woman brags that they have rented every single D rank room too. They have too much junk. Dong-ho asks if this is even allowed. The receptionist awkwardly admits there is no rule against it. They are taking it way too far. They tell the guys to take C rank since they are free. They mock them, asking if they are too new to even handle a simple C rank quest. He tries to talk sense into her. You do not even get paid for these. Why do this? She just laughs. Who knows? It is just fun seeing people get annoyed. You are totally overreacting. We are just having a bit of fun, she says. Seung-hyun finally speaks up. So, a prank? He smiles. Well, in that case, I want to play a little prank on you guys too. He double-checks the rules. Aside from the reserved S ranks, can we rent anything we want? The receptionist is confused but confirms that those are indeed the official guild regulations. Trust me, you and I are about to see a power move. He decides to rent the building. That is right, the whole facility, minus the S ranks. Now, tell these outsiders to pack their junk and leave immediately. Now the bullies are the ones losing it. Are you crazy? Using the whole guild by yourself? They scream that he is basically hijacking the quest board. How are they supposed to survive here? Seung-hyun just fires back. Oh, so you are all broke? That is really embarrassing for you. He uses their own logic against them. You are really overreacting to my little bit of fun. I am just trying to have some fun, he mocks. The guy is gritting his teeth. The woman argues that blocking other adventurers is a violation. But then, a new voice cuts in. The staff members freeze. Madam Mason-Kate has arrived to perform a detailed analysis of the situation. She explains he is within his rights and is not technically stopping anyone. Meet the branch manager. She walks down, noting that he is clearly using a loophole to insult the entire guild. Seung-hyun does not even deny it. You are about half right, he says with a grin. Fine then, I will stop you using the rules. Our main character just takes it in stride. He is actually excited because she is being so direct. What kind of nightmare quest is this? A bit later, they arrive at the Red Forest. He says he is the one taking this. Seung-hyun tells his friend he did not have to come, but Dong-ho wants to help. And that is where we leave it. Let us see if he really gets stronger here. So, you will feel way less lost inside the Red Forest. The buff lasts for 1 hour as those massive wings beat against the air. Alright, you and I see their target now. Let's take care of them before the end. The Sinava Divine Hawk, a monster bird that wields wind and lightning. They are lightning fast, but the difficulty is only rank B+. Yet, as they shriek ferociously, they can slice through an entire forest in a single strike. Every stomp from these divine hawks is pure power. They have grown much stronger following that mana explosion back in Kama. Dong-ho is visibly shaking, worried they will be ripped to shreds. Meanwhile, Sung-hyun stays as calm as ever. If they want to rent that building, they need this win. He thinks back to one for a moment. The truth is, having no healers in Chakati means losing a limb could be a straight death sentence. Staring at the beast, Seung-hyun mutters, I see why we got this job. He snaps his fingers. First, Dong-ho, you decide I will distract them. Check this out, a group taunt skill. The aggro effect is working perfectly. The Sinava Divine Hawk's speed and attack power surge as every single eye locks onto him. Dong-ho braces himself as the Shadow Cloak activates, cutting all elemental damage in half. Seung-hyun lets out a wild laugh. That Shadow Cloak really does the trick. He takes the hits. Don't just sit there, attack them. Now, pay attention here. He activates his insight, and his eyes glow. Sung-hyun admits they are almost too fast for any normal human eye to track. He managed to catch one, but his insight vision changes the game completely. Sung-hyun drops into a stance. If he uses their own flight speed against them, he aims a perfect throw right at the divine bird's head, splitting its entire body in two. The other divine birds freeze in total shock. Screeching in rage, two of them launch a massive cyclone attack that batters Sung-hyun's body. Dong-ho yells out, acting as the bait once again with another group taunt. Look at that! They get lured toward Dong-ho again, but this time, the hawk crashes so hard it breaks its own beak. He laughs hysterically. Didn't expect that, did you? Sung-hyun charges in for the final blow. Nice taunting. They have already taken down two divine birds. He scans the area one more time. The final target is in sight. Just one more to go. They are determined to finish this. The divine bird gathers energy in its beak, forming a massive orb of lightning. Dong-ho turns pale. It is pouring every ounce of power into this one attack. Sung-hyun knows for a fact they won't escape this blast without getting seriously hurt. But he pulls out a new item. Good thing he prepared ahead of time. The divine bird releases its ultimate move. Sung-hyun uses Freya's link bag to create a massive insulated connection. It fires back an enormous amount of damage, an electric cannon. His arrow clashes directly with the blast. The impact creates a world-shaking explosion, leaving only a few weak sparks in the air. The hawk is stunned and can't believe its eyes. Now watch carefully as Sung-hyun seizes this perfect opening. And just like that, the mission is complete. Sung-hyun speaks up. This is something I only realized recently. He has a new theory, but it is never good to use a finishing move too early. Dong-ho collapses, exhausted. It is finally over. Sung-hyun asks if he is okay. Dong-ho is brutally honest. Not really. I'm literally seeing stars right now. He pulls out a potion while teasing his partner. I will take that as a yes. Dong-ho looks annoyed. But these things really were dangerous. He sighs and grumbles. Just because I'm not afraid to die doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. He laughs and apologizes. Sung-hyun knows it wouldn't have been this easy without Dong-ho's help. Suddenly, he senses movement. Someone walks up boldly. You guys actually pulled it off. The woman taunts them. They never believed the duo could do it. This went way beyond their expectations. Dong-ho frowns. What? It's those scumbags from earlier. Sung-hyun is confused. What are you even doing here? They start waving their hands and talking nonsense. Are you talking to us? It's simple if you go back now. We'll get kicked out of the guild. The guy tries to steal their kill. Hand over that divine hawk right now. He lets out a long sigh. If they don't bring back proof of completion, the request won't be approved. Sung-hyun is done with them. He knew they'd try to interfere, but he never imagined it would be this pathetic. The thugs attack. A couple of injured kids? They think it's nothing and both rush in to finish the job. Sung-hyun punches the guy straight in the face, slamming his head deep into the dirt. The girl is in total shock. Sung-hyun looks like he's gone completely insane. Who the hell are you? He starts sewing up his own wound. What a pain. She turns pale with fear. What the hell are you doing? But the psycho Sung-hyun shuts her up with some physical force. So, what do you and I think he should do with these two? He laughs while they beg for their lives, leaving Dong-ho terrified. Alright, you and I are about to see if our main character is as cold-blooded as he looks. You think I kill people for fun? He asks. Besides, if he finishes them off right here, the guards would arrest him in a heartbeat. Sung-hyun hasn't forgotten a single insult from these bastards, but he's not about to let them walk away for free. He tells them to drop their guard. He'll spare them this once after all. He claims to be a kind and gentle doctor. Dong-ho gives him the ultimate side-eye. A doctor? This guy is really calling himself a doctor? Then, suddenly, Sung-hyun looks genuinely concerned. But then he points something out. You two, Sung-hyun says, seriously, are very, very badly hurt. The woman looks annoyed, but doesn't dare speak up. Exactly. And it's all thanks to you. He pulls out an item because, well, there are no other doctors in this village. Sung-hyun pours the potion directly onto them, claiming he has to treat their wounds. As they both stare in confusion, they ask, what are you doing? He immediately triggers flesh simulation. Usually, it uses mana potions to regrow skin, but you can also use stamina potions for the same effect. Wait for it, his wound's actually close up. Huh? What's happening? They stammer. But don't be fooled. Sung-hyun isn't being generous. He used the cheaper stamina potion because regrowing flesh that way feels like literal hell. Sung-hyun just shrugs his shoulders like he's completely helpless in this situation. Oops, I forgot to mention it might sting a little. But hey, a cure is a cure, right? He decides his payment will be the key to their rented room. As he walks away, they both scream in agony, calling him a total devil. Even Dong-ho has to agree. I've always thought this, but I'm just glad I'm not your enemy, he admits. Sung-hyun just lets out a short laugh. Yeah, me too, he replies casually. The system pings their time in the Red Forest is almost up. With only 11 minutes left, they decide it's time to head back. Oh, hold on. He almost forgot he needs to grab the weapons he threw earlier. Where did they land again? He spots a nearby bush and uses his observation skill. Something is definitely hiding in there. Dr. Kang, what are you doing? Someone asks. Sung-hyun explains he's looking for his silver light daggers. Suddenly, Dong-ho pulls them out. You mean these? I picked them up earlier. He's genuinely shocked. Wait, what? Then he notices a strange notification. What could this message be about? They make it back to the Chakati Adventurer Guild. The receptionist is stunned. After checking several times, she confirms it's definitely a divine eagle. She honestly admits she thought for sure they were going to fail this mission. Other adventurers whisper in disbelief. How did they take down such a beast? Seung-hyun just stands there proud. Sorry to disappoint you, he smirks. She sighs and admits her loss. She tosses him a key, announcing they can now rent the entire guild building. Sung-hyun receives the guild leader key. It's a massive upgrade, and the receptionist makes a bold declaration. She officially grants adventurer Kang Sung-hyun authority, equal to a branch manager. Talk about moving up in the world. Dong-ho's eyes light up. I didn't expect her to hand over the leader key, he exclaims. She just smiles, saying she likes doing things right. Sung-hyun happily shakes her hand. I definitely won't be turning down an offer like that, he says. Now, he's lounging in a top-tier Class A room. He traded some old junk for better space and even scored a temporary manager title. It's been a pretty good day. Then, he pulls out that strange box. Let's see what's actually inside this thing. He looks at the box seriously. Something about it feels familiar, like he's seen this design somewhere before. He realizes Dong-ho is sound asleep next to him. Guess I'll have to head to the divine appraisal shop on my own, he thinks. Things aren't going well at the appraisal shop. The wooden box actually goes flying, leaving the appraiser looking deathly pale. He glares at her, demanding to know what she's doing. She's nearly in tears. I'm so sorry, I just can't break this seal. Sung-hyun frowns. Not even the best appraiser in the Adventurer Guild can handle this? This is getting serious. Their personalities might be trash, but their skills are usually unmatched. He needs to know exactly why she's struggling. The appraiser quickly picks the box back up. The seal on this box is incredibly complex, she explains. In our trade, we call it a tangled thread seal. It's a wicked type of seal. If you try to unravel it the normal way, it just gets even more twisted and impossible. She sets it carefully on the table. It looks like this seal was placed here centuries ago, using ancient methods we don't even use today. Sung-hyun stares at the wooden box. The more she says she can't open it, the more curious he gets about what's inside. Is there really no other way? He decides to take matters into his own hands and activates his observation skill. The first seal is gone, but the second one is hidden. The system points out a tiny clue located right at the bottom of the box. Sung-hyun slams his hand down, demanding she use her skill on the bottom. She's confused. The bottom of the box? And just like that, you and I are about to see the breakthrough. She gasps in shock. It's the exact sequence for the tangled thread seal. Alright, you and I are about to see our main character unlock a power that is straight up broken. But the item inside leaves the appraiser speechless. A black hand resting on a single maple leaf? She whispers that it doesn't look human. Our hero just groans, not another weird mystery. The system screen starts glitching out. Fragments of Cho have been unlocked after obtaining the relic. Sung-hyun frowns. This feels exactly like Freya's crossbow. He scans the notification, but key letters are missing. Relic of F unlocked after getting the relic of... What exactly is going on here? The appraiser calls it a holy relic. He turns to her, eyes wide. A holy relic? She admits she is no priest, but she is certain about the name. The left hand of Wisman. It is a holy item overflowing with divine power. These things are nearly impossible to find nowadays. She is ready to pay a massive fortune if he sells it. But Seung-hyun wonders why this relic was left alone in the woods. Holy items belong in grand cathedrals, not the wild red forest. The church has almost zero influence out here. Pay attention here. If this works like that crossbow, the reward will be massive. System confirmed. Wisman's left hand is now soulbound. You have acquired a brand new skill. This skill channels Wisman's ancient power directly into your own left arm. It is an upgrade on a molecular level. The Wisman gacha is added to the status screen, and he is even gifted 5 free spins to use. New skills plus a gacha system? Not bad. Sung-hyun decides to burn through those free tickets right now. He uses all 5 tickets. Results: Dark Mana Resistance +1. Not exactly what he wanted. Next, Earth Attribute +1. Finally, a new skill, Earthbone. Sung-hyun leans in, intrigued. Earthbone? It sounds like an offensive spell. Is he becoming a necromancer or what? He is genuinely hyped. Are they really giving him this power? Later that night, the guild leader is in shock. She is skeptical. You want to use the guild for what? He just smiles. My private clinic. Exactly. The guild leader starts sweating. You never mentioned you were a doctor before. Soon Hoin sighs at her. You are being so naive. How do you think I survived that brutal fight with the lightning bird? I healed my own wounds. She is still not buying it. Do you even have a medical license for this? No, he admits confidently. But I do have the authority of a branch manager. She groans, insisting she cannot let an unlicensed amateur treat our patients. But suddenly, a familiar voice speaks up in his defense. It is Rebecca. He saved my friend right in front of me. I will personally vouch for him. He has got a witness now. See? Even the heroes are on my side. Still do not believe me? Fine. Let me prove it to you right here, right now. He shouts to the crowd. Anyone here seriously injured? I will treat you for free. Right now. The adventurers start whispering. Can we really trust this guy? He does not even have a license. A hand goes up. It is a guild worker. Can you fix my hand? He sounds desperate. Of course. He unwraps the bandages and winces. Wow, your hand is completely crushed. How long has it been like this? The man starts explaining his story. 2 days ago. If I cannot use this hand, I will definitely lose my job here at the guild forever, sir. He catches the guild leader's glare and corrects himself. I won't work as well. The leader knows medicine. Broken bones are easy to fix if the pieces are still there. She imagines healers screaming at patients to bring their missing bone shards, but without those fragments, the entire situation is truly hopeless. Soon Hoin notices the bone is exposed and mostly gone. The leader closes her eyes. I am sorry, she says, but it is impossible. He just grins. This is the perfect patient for me. Her eyes widen. What? Are you going to give him a prosthetic hand? No. He pulls out a cup of red dirt. I am going to heal him with this. I know what you're thinking. Did he just lose his mind? Dirt? Rebecca's faith starts crumbling. But then, a miracle. The red dirt turns into solid bone, attaching perfectly to the man's arm. Trust me, you and I are just getting started watching the rise of this legendary, dirt-bending healer. Stick with me, you're about to witness a medical feat that's absolutely legendary. Seung Hoin uses a brand new skill called earthbone molding, crafting skeletons from the very soil. The mark on his left hand glows as he realizes just how different this power actually is. Reconstruction is proceeding without a hitch. He's recreating an adult male's hand piece by piece, 8 wrist bones, 5 palm bones, and 14 finger bones in total. He grabs more potions, spraying mid-grade mana and using artificial flesh. Sung Hoon is nearly finished. Now, he just needs to reconstruct the veins, nerves, muscle, and skin one by one. He's savoring this miraculous moment. He knows every single detail about the structure of a human hand. Sung Hoin thinks it's not bad for a first attempt. Anyone watching would be stunned. It's a breakthrough moment, absolutely unbelievable. The crowd starts swarming him immediately. Sir, please check me next. Sir, help me too. He asks for their final thoughts. The lady in charge finally gives her approval, admitting she can't exactly refuse him anymore. Sung Hoin just gives a quiet smirk. Everything's in place. His plan is a total success. Now, everyone get in line. It's time to start racking up those points. By the next morning, Seung Hoon is completely drained. But hey, pay attention, treating those severe injuries earned him a massive pile of points. 10,562 points total. Dong Ho checks on him, asking if he's alright after everything that happened during his sleep. He's got 0 energy left. Yeah, a lot of things happened. He also mentions that Seung Hoon unlocked a brand new achievement. Wisman's hand, right? Seung Hoon lets out a long yawn, then tells Dong Ho they need to go somewhere together. Dong Ho is confused, where to? He doesn't explain right away, just says he'll see once they're outside. Rebecca is already waiting for them, excited to be their guide. Rebecca welcomes them with a bright smile. There you are. She's glowing as she realizes she hasn't properly introduced herself yet. She's Rebecca. Seung Hoon points out her hair, making her quickly try to hide it. He can't help but tease her a bit. What's the point of hiding it if you keep getting caught anyway? She looks like she's about to burst into tears. Dong Ho tells him to take it easy. Looking at her hair color, he guesses she's actually a local from this very village. He asks why she's hiding her identity. Rebecca admits he's right, she's from Chakati, pulling her hood down even lower. Honestly, her family hates the fact that she's an adventurer. She only wears this disguise in Chakati to avoid running into them. Seung Hoon couldn't care less. Sounds like a hassle if it were me. I'd never step foot in my hometown again. She's full of praise though. She hates dealing with her family, but Chakati is just too wonderful of a village to leave behind. The people are friendly, the scenery is beautiful, and the food is delicious. Rebecca brags about it with so much pride, and that's exactly why she decided to give them a tour. Dong Ho looks at her with a suspicious side-eye. You and I are probably wondering the same thing. Is this really just a simple sightseeing trip? Seung Hoon confirms it, but there's definitely more to it. There's other business to attend to as well. She's a very enthusiastic guide, noting the village is small enough to see quickly. There's pottery everywhere here. Rebecca explains that Chakotay is famous for ceramics because it's so easy to find high-quality clay nearby. She professionally leads them to the workshop street, where they can browse all sorts of handmade crafts and products. Their clay dolls are especially famous, with a history of craftsmanship that spans back for several centuries. These doll makers are so skilled, they can even create golems from special earth. Rebecca sounds a bit bittersweet mentioning it. Karma might look down on Chakotay, but even they have to praise our dolls. It's a mix of happiness and resentment. Dong-ho gets interested in a shop making custom Chakotay amulets. The sign says to come back in an hour or two for pickup. Oh, this looks great. He decides to buy one as a souvenir and asks if Seung-hoin wants one as well. Seung-hoin doesn't really care, it's up to him. He's lost in thought, staring at a street filled with earth-working workshops. Come to think of it, Wisman's left hand is also connected to the earth. He asks Rebecca if she's ever heard that name before. Rebecca thinks hard but says she's never heard of Wisman. He sighs if the locals don't know. This might be tough. Seung-hoon is certain if Wisman is the god of the Red Forest where he found the hand, the people here should know him. He decides to take charge and asks if there's a museum or any place with historical records and artifacts. Dong-ho is busy bargaining for 2 amulets, while Rebecca crushes Seung-hoon's hopes about finding a museum here. Did he really think a remote village like this would have something like that? He's disappointed even Han had a history museum. Rebecca is confused, asking if it's that important. She tries to think of where they might keep old historical documents. She gives Seung-hoon a location, City Hall. Inside, a librarian is lazily flipping through some documents about the history of Chakotay. He greets them with total indifference, asking if they're here on a guild mission. Seung-hoon says no, it's personal. And that's where we leave it with a librarian who won't even look up. Trust me, you're going to want to see how Seung-hoon handles this. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a scene where a simple library visit turns into a total bloodbath. He just sighs, bring a permit or get out. Seung-hoon's gaze turns bone-chillingly cold. This is such a drag, he mutters. He pulls out a powerful, glowing item. If you need a request form, I will make one right now. The key of the Boundless begins to shine brilliantly. Seung-hoon swings it right in front of the librarian. Do you need a resignation letter too? The guy starts shaking. What is going on? You are the branch manager, no wait. The librarian slams his head down, begging for forgiveness, but Seung-hoon does not care. Whatever, just give me the key to the archives. The archives? Inside City Hall, Dong-ho flips through book after book. Do you really think we will find it today? Seung-hoon is absolutely certain they will. If we keep digging, something is bound to turn up. He notices something odd. Why are so many pages torn out? Dong-ho hands over an ancient book. Hey doctor, look at this, he says. It is incredibly old, exactly what I was searching for. Seung-hoon examines it carefully, noting it looks like it has not been opened in over 1,000 years. The first page shows a drawing of a village, but they are confused. There is no writing, only these strange, messy sketches. What do you think they were trying to draw here? Seung-hoon pauses, eyes narrowed. He pulls them apart, realizing 2 pages were stuck together. Seung-hoon found it. A painting of a circular object being worshipped by a crowd of people. Rebecca speculates in confusion, noting the red-haired people look like the inhabitants of Chodi. Dong-ho is curious, asking if he has any ideas. He confirms the symbol looks like the one on Wisman's left hand. Seung-hoon concludes that this orb is Wisman, the god the Chodi people once worshipped. She just cannot believe it. Sorry, I have never heard of any god in Chodi. He deduces that as she can see, this book is full of sketches. I think the author was trying to leave clues about Wisman for future generations without being discovered, which explains everything. Plus, the rotting books in the archive with all those torn pages. Seung-hoon realizes someone intentionally tried to hide a god. The librarian has been attacked. A heavy sound echoes inside. Rebecca rushes out to see what happened. I heard a noise outside. She is instantly horrified. He has been murdered. Rebecca is in shock. Who could have done this? Dong-ho wants to check. Was he really killed? Suddenly, an enemy launches a surprise attack on them. His knife is knocked away as Seung-hoon steps in to protect them. Good grief, he says, facing them directly. Why do you not show yourselves? Now pay attention. These red-robed cultists are making a mistake. They demand the book, but Dong-ho has so many questions. Do they know about Wisman? Rebecca is worried, certain that they have been following them the whole time. Seung-hoon keeps the book as he uses his observation skill. Luckily, the librarian can still be saved despite a serious neck wound. He is still alive, thank goodness. Seung-hoon leans down to examine him, while the enemies start losing their patience. Hey, did you not hear what I said? He treats the man first, using a hemostasis skill. The attacker repeats himself, annoyed. I said give me the... Seung-hoon cuts him off. Let me ask you something. Why did you attack this innocent man? He seemed a bit rude, but he did not deserve to die. The man responds brutally, claiming he was blocking the entrance. Now stop this nonsense and hand over the book. His eyes flash with killing intent. Do you two want the same end? Seung-hui decisively activates his flying skill, aiming directly at the one who keeps talking the most. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, why is he taunting them? Well, he smirks and waves the book to provoke them. If it were me, I would have attacked immediately. They are triggered, and a fierce battle erupts. What is this? Rebecca jumps in. How dare you attack an innocent person, she shouts. Dong-ho has the upper hand, but his carelessness leads to an attack. These guys. Seung-hui supports Dong-ho just in time. He targets one of them, firing a piercing arrow. He uses magic, but it is useless. The ground below rises up, forming a powerful, solid shield. He watches carefully, wondering if it is earth magic. The enemy curses, calling him an arrogant brat. After forming a spear, he charges forward, screaming for them to die. Seung-hui makes no attempt to dodge it. Seung-hui uses his earthbone skill to transform it. The man freezes in shock. What? My spear turned into bone. He draws his crossbow and aims right at the opponent's shoulder. Seung-hui fires without hesitation and slowly walks closer. How pathetic, Seung-hui says, stepping on him. You might have had a chance if it was not Earth. Dong-ho and Rebecca report. Hey doctor, we are all finished here. He praises them for a job well done, but his eyes remain dark and serious. Now it is time to hand them over to someone who can dig for information. The three find a place to rest. Underground dungeon. You and I are about to see if they talk. Trust me, the real mystery is just beginning. Alright, you and I are about to dive into the mystery of Wisman, the forgotten god of Chakotay. You actually believe my story without any doubt? Most people would call it pure nonsense. He keeps pushing for more info. Do you know anything about this god? Let's be real, the atmosphere in the village has been feeling a bit off lately. Seung-hyun is instantly curious about her hesitation. A bit strange? He starts piecing it together. Lefenny actually mentioned something very similar right before we parted ways. She is completely honest with Seung-hyun. A while back, some radicals started demanding that we separate from Kama entirely. They called themselves disciples sent by God. The crowd was a total mess, screaming for Chakotay to finally gain its independence. Escape the shadow of Kama, they said. They preached like lunatics that Kama would collapse soon. Luckily, most people stayed sane. Most villagers just laughed it off as nonsense. Kate sighs deeply. Nobody took them seriously until the situation suddenly shifted. Now watch this. Everything changed the moment the Blood Demon Tower collapsed just a few days ago. The people of Chakotay depend on Kama for their living. But when disaster hit Kama exactly like the disciples prophesied, everything broke. Now, there is no way to stop the villagers from getting riled up by these fanatics. Seung-hyun gets it. Fear has completely paralyzed their logic. Kate starts breaking out into a cold sweat just thinking about it. I always thought they were just stubborn scammers, but to think there is actually a forgotten ancient god involved in all of this. Suddenly, a messenger rushes in with some terrifying news. Ma'am, we have got a huge problem on our hands. His body is literally melting, but instead of water, he is turning into sand. They just lost a prisoner, and Kate is furious. What happened? I told you to watch them carefully. The guard stammers, explaining he used a truth serum during the interrogation. But just as the prisoner was about to spill the truth, he suddenly collapses. Seung-hyun grits his teeth in pure frustration. It's a trap. These men were cursed from the start to prevent them from revealing any secrets. The two remaining prisoners are just muttering nonsense. A cold chill runs down his spine. They are way more dangerous than he thought. Rebecca and Dong-ho rush over. What happened? They are absolutely horrified when they see the pile of sand where a man used to be. No way. Seung-hyun leans against the wall, frustrated that they can't track down who actually sent these assassins now. He suggests a plan if it is a curse. Can't we do something about it using the power of the Arrow of Dawn? He shuts it down. It is not that kind of dark magic. Rebecca suddenly notices something and touches the red soil on the ground. Seung-hyun asks what she's doing. Trust me, you and I need to see what she found in the mud. Rebecca explains that this specific soil is the high-quality clay used to make the most expensive dolls in this entire region. Why would they curse someone using such pricey clay? He catches the lead doll clay. Seung-hyun suddenly shouts, "Why didn't I think of that?" Dong-ho jumps in shock. Whoa. What is it now? He confirms it. Rebecca, you mentioned the Dollmakers Guild has been around for a very long time, right? Yes, their traditions have been passed down for centuries. Rebecca starts to guess where his mind is heading with this theory. If I were a follower of Wisman, I would hide my records somewhere safe for hundreds of years. The Dollmakers Guild has been active for centuries, making it the perfect cover. He narrows down the possibilities. I am absolutely certain they possess ancient texts, similar to those found in the city hall. When you combine all the clues we have found, there is only one place that could afford to use such incredibly expensive soil so casually. Seung-hyun states it firmly. The culprit is definitely the dollmakers. He does not miss the flicker of guilt hidden in their eyes. It looks like my guess was spot on. Kate breaks out in a cold sweat. The doll makers? The doll makers are involved? This is bad news. A huge number of their members are actually high-ranking nobles. The higher-ups will be livid if we mess with the nobility. Dong-ho sighs. Being a branch manager sounds like a total nightmare. Sung-hyun moves fast. Fine. Then we will investigate the guild. Sung-hyun, wait! Kate stops him to share some critical info. There have been reports of people vanishing in the Red Forest. Sung-hyun tries to ignore it. People getting lost in the woods is pretty normal, right? Kate continues. Every single person missing is from HEALER. Rebecca has already been put in charge of the search efforts. I bet this is connected to why they were tailing you. Kate puts her trust in him. Can you look into these disappearances while you investigate the guild? Later at the HEALER workshop, Rebecca points out the massive headquarters belonging to the Dollmakers Guild. She walks in nervously. Excuse me? She looks around in total shock. The entire place is almost completely empty. Usually, this place is packed. But now, only a few people are here, and they do not look like craftsmen at all. How much longer until we move all this? They look like adventurers out on a mission rather than guild members. Z greets them. Can I help you? Sung-hyun smiles. You and I know he's just here for the carriage. Stick with me, because we are heading to HEALER for a very specific reason. Our lead explains he needs the guild leader's permission to rent a ride. Sung-hyun asks, so, who is the leader? Right then, Harvey steps out and claims the title. He introduces himself as Harvey Savan, the master of the HEALER Dollmakers Guild, a true master of his craft. He tries to greet him politely, but Harvey dismisses him instantly. Don't bother introducing yourself, because after today I won't be seeing you again anyway. Rebecca whispers a quick warning. Guild leader Harvey has a truly terrible personality. Just watch out. Sung-hyun's face darkens. I understand. His next question makes the greedy smile on the old man's face even wider. Let's get straight to the point. How much for a golem horse? Harvey screams an insane price, 5 million gold for one day. Dong-ho is shocked. What? 5 million for a single day? Even 500,000 would be considered way too expensive. She mutters while pulling her hat down. Isn't the normal rate 1.2 million gold for 3 whole days? Harvey claims demand is just high right now, so they had to hike the prices up a little bit. He arrogantly points to the scratched-out price list. Dong-ho is fuming. He simply cannot believe this guy's nerve. He is ready to walk away. Dr. K, let's just find another place to rent a carriage. Rick interrupts awkwardly, explaining that his master is the only one in this village who can actually make golem horses. He offers a discount from the workshop. They can pay less if they show respect and do some manual labor. Dong-ho realizes the truth. They came to rent a horse but are being asked to do unpaid slave labor. Harvey sneers at them. If they don't like it, they can walk, but the nearby Red Forest is incredibly dangerous. Sung-hyun thinks for a moment. If this guy is the head of the dollmakers, money isn't his real problem. He's just a typical piece of trash who enjoys looking down on others and giving orders. But pay attention here, because our hero notices something very strange. Why is the guild leader acting so tense? Sung-hyun uses his special vision and spots the issue. He places a hand on Harvey's shoulder, making him freeze. I'm certain there will be a day when even you have to beg someone for something. Just try putting yourself in our shoes for once. Wouldn't you be angry if you were being extorted like this? Harvey violently shoves the hand away. What are you talking about? He brags that as the greatest dollmaker, he's far above needing help from anyone. He scoffs at the idea of ever having to beg a stranger for anything in his life. The main character just smirks. You never know. He successfully pushes all of Harvey's buttons. For example, you might be begging me for mercy right now. Harvey loses it and grabs a tool nearby. Get out of my workshop right now if you're going to talk nonsense. Our hero stays calm. You'll regret this. The team is disgusted by his temper. But suddenly, Harvey feels a sharp, stabbing pain in his chest. Harvey collapses, sweating buckets while gasping for air. Rick panics, having no clue what is going on. Sung-hyun expected this. This is exactly what happens when you let your anger get the better of you. You and I can see the status report now. It's a clear case of late-stage leukotoxin poisoning. The toxin is spreading through his body faster than ever. Rick is desperate to help his master. Harvey is writhing and coughing in pain. No, I'm not okay. Get a healer over here right now. Rick's face goes pale. There isn't a single healer in town. That's when Sung-hyun finally speaks up. Want some help? He beats his chest with confidence. Now, I can finally introduce myself properly. I am Sung-hyun. He stands over the fallen leader with a smug grin. The only doctor currently in town. Harvey's eyes go wide, his jaw dropping in total shock. Even the others are completely stunned. He points a finger at the smiling man and screams, You? You're telling me you're a doctor? He demands another medic, but there are no other healers left. His life is in the hands of the man he mocked. The sweat is pouring off his face as the veins in his neck pop out. His condition is getting dangerous. He begs for a carriage to go to another village, but Sung-hyun remains perfectly calm. He whispers the name of the poison. Harvey turns pale, realizing this kid knows exactly what is killing him. He speaks with total confidence. This is a lethal poison famously known as the lazy killer. He lists the symptoms one by one, and they match exactly what Harvey is experiencing right now. So what do you and I take from this? Never insult the only person who can save your life. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one of the wildest medical paybacks in Manhwa history. The poison is devious. You will not feel any symptoms at first, but once it kicks in, it is over. Harvey freezes as the realization hits him. Zix notes the symptoms are a perfect match for the chairman. Panic takes over. Harvey shouts at the smiling doctor, demanding to know what he is implying. Sunghyun gets right in his face. Since you are already symptomatic, I am the last doctor you will see. His voice turns cold and serious as he lays down his conditions without a hint of hesitation. Of course, my services are not free. Harvey stumbles back, his mouth hanging open in total disbelief. After a few seconds of desperate thinking, he finally snaps. Zix, go and get the gold right now. The gold is brought out, and Harvey hurls the heavy pouch towards Sunghyun. Fine, just take it all. The bag of gold hits the floor with a thud. Harvey sneers, calling all doctors greedy. Just heal me and leave. Sunghyun gazes down at the man with a sharp, dangerous look that says he is in total control. Now here is where it gets really interesting. Watch carefully as he kicks that bag of gold away. His voice is like ice now. There is no playfulness left. You are going to beg me like a dog. He whispers the threat while picking up the coins. They are so filthy I do not even want to touch them. Harvey is still sprawled on the ground, staring up in shock. What do you think you are doing? Suddenly, he coughs up a spray of fresh blood. Sunghyun slowly sits down to face the trembling man. If you do not want the treatment, then forget it. His words stab right into Harvey's fear of death. Do you realize how much danger you are in? Harvey pales. If I die, this whole guild will collapse. Sunghyun lets out a heartless smirk. What a pity, that is a real shame for the guild, I guess. Harvey is shaken to his core. I do not see any reason to care. Finally, the chairman breaks and begs. Fine, I was wrong. He shouts a desperate promise. I will stop exploiting the adventurers from now on. He frantically scrambles to pick up the silver coins, his movements desperate and hurried. After cleaning them off, he uses both hands to offer the gold to Sunghyun. I will do anything. Please just save me. He grits his teeth when the doctor does not immediately respond. Finally, Sunghyun sighs. I suppose I have no choice since you are acting so pathetic and desperate. I am way too soft-hearted. He pulls a vial from his coat, and Harvey's eyes light up with hope. All I need is that medicine. You arrogant brat. You will pay triple for this insult once I am healed. Sunghyun ignores the monologue and prepares a syringe, drawing the liquid from the glass vial with clinical precision. But pay attention here. You and I both know this is where the real game starts. Harvey's jaw drops. What? In an instant, the sharp needle is hovering just inches away from his face. Sunghyun does not hesitate for even a second. While the chairman is distracted, he plunges the needle directly into the carotid artery in his neck. Harvey shakes violently as tears stream down his face. The scammer doctor does not even blink or look away. He thinks to himself that creating a real Lectexin antidote is currently an impossible task. He slowly injects the fluid into the man's neck. This Jin potion will protect his respiratory system and stabilize his condition for the time being. It will have to do. Harvey feels a sharp sting, but he can finally breathe again. He gasps, realizing the air is returning. He tries to say something, but in the next second, he falls backward onto the ground. Zix screams out in terror, but Sunghyun does not look worried at all. A smirk plays on his lips. I might toy with a patient's life, but I am certainly no liar. Later that day, outside the guild building, Rebecca chats happily with her mysterious savior about the day's events. I can't believe it. I have never seen anyone dominate Chairman Harvey like that in my entire life. She laughs, admitting it was incredibly satisfying to watch that man grovel, even if he is technically a patient. Sunghyun smiles, sensing her long-held grudge. Dong-ho sighs, regretting they could not finish a real investigation into the guild. At least we managed to get a carriage. Sunghyun offers his friend a few words of genuine encouragement. There is always tomorrow. Rebecca waves goodbye as she runs off, shouting that she will see both of them again in the morning. They wave back before heading out. Once they return to their room, Sunghyun finally sits down on the mattress. He turns to Dong-ho with a serious expression. There are 3 things that are currently bothering me. Dong-ho, holding a pink teddy bear in his pajamas, looks confused. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a guild workshop that is completely ghosted, looking like it is about to shut down. Dong-ho rolls his eyes, remembering Harvey's nasty attitude, and mutters that everyone probably quit because of the guildmaster's temper, and he might just do the same. Seung-hoin lets out a long, weary sigh. He is certain the guy has always been a jerk, so there must be another reason. Then, he holds up a second finger. Second is a small detail regarding Rebecca's behavior. Dong-ho is confused and asks what is wrong with her, so Seung-hoin explains. It seems she has some history with this guild. He kept a sharp eye on their surroundings and brought it up again. She was definitely quieter once they entered the workshop, acting as if she were desperately trying to hide her own presence. It was like she did not want to be spotted. Plus, we only know that the cursed soil is the kind used for dolls thanks to her. Seung-hoin sounds completely convinced. He truly believes Rebecca was once a member of this mysterious guild herself. Now watch closely as he holds up a third finger. Dong-ho's eyes light up like stars. Point 3 is the poisoning of Guildmaster Ha-wei. Seeing how desperate Dong-ho is for the gossip, Seung-hoin pauses for a second, then waves his hand and stops talking. Forget it. Dong-ho looks totally disappointed. He complains about being teased, but Sung-hwan keeps his mouth shut tight, refusing to say a word. It is no fun if everything is spoiled now, he says, promising to explain later. Dong-ho sulks, realizing he will not sleep a wink tonight. Little do they know, Feng Green is actually standing right outside the house. A cold gaze stares up at Seung-hoin's lit window. The next morning, a piercing scream echoes through the halls of the grand estate. Ha-wei jumps out of his chair, pointing an accusing finger at Sung-hoin. You are back again? What is your game today? Was yesterday not enough? Seung-hoin just gives a squinty-eyed smile. What am I doing? I told you yesterday, he explains, sounding a bit impatient with the old man. I cannot make an antidote for lycocotexin without the right ingredients. Remember that? So, the best we can do is let the poison flush out naturally. That is why you need to drink a bottle of Ren every 3 hours. Ha-wei throws him a suspicious look. In response, Seung-hoin just winks at him, flashing a smile that is as bright as a flower. And that is why I am here for a quick checkup. See how incredibly kind I am? Ha-wei is absolutely furious, clenching his fists at the sight. You little scammer. He feels defeated, knowing he is totally trapped by this kid. The boy only gave him enough medicine for 1 day, threatening that he would have to beg on his knees for every future bottle. Here's the part you and I need to watch. Ha-wei suddenly realizes that Seung-hoin coming here directly means he wants something specific. Regaining his composure, the old man pulls out a chair to sit down. Fine, whatever. Just tell me what it is you really want from me. Seung-hoin hums a tune as he strolls over. Wow. You are a pretty fast learner, old man. Actually, I have a few questions. He lays 3 photos on the table, asking seriously if the guildmaster recognizes any of these people. Ha-wei leans back and glances at the pictures. Why would I know them? These people are dressed like a bunch of total freaks. Seung-hoin does not give up and asks again. We suspect they are followers of a mysterious cult spreading lately among the villagers of Chakati. Do you truly not know them? Ha-wei just turns away with a cold, dismissive huff of annoyance. No, I do not. I do not care what peasants do. Seung-hoin plays his trump card. Alright, then what about Wisman? That name makes Ha-wei freeze in his tracks. What? Seeing that reaction, Dong-ho leans forward and shouts out in pure excitement. You have heard of it, haven't you? Ha-wei looks guilty for some reason, turning his head away to deny everything once again. No, I have never heard that name before. But Seung-hoin is now almost 100% certain of the truth. His lips curl into a cold smirk as his voice turns sharp enough to make Ha-wei pale. I never said Wisman was a name. Pulling out yesterday's medicine, he uses it to threaten Ha-wei. Tell me everything you know. I want every single detail, right now. To save his own skin, the old man has no choice but to spill it all. Wisman is the name of an entity we have erased from our history. He walks over to the bookshelf and pulls out a volume. Its name and every record of its existence were supposed to be destroyed. Then, he reaches into the gap and presses a hidden button. The entire shelf slides aside, revealing a secret door. Ha-wei leads Seung-hoin and Dong-ho down into a hidden basement. It is packed with books. A few remaining documents and records were managed to be preserved right here in this vault. Looking around, Seung-hoon remarks to Dong-ho that anyone with a bit of power always seems to build a secret room like this one. Dong-ho chuckles in response. I mean, isn't that pretty much everyone's dream? Suddenly, Sung-hoon notices an ancient, worn-out book on the table. He carefully picks it up and flips it open. This looks like an old diary from a resident of Chakati village. It mentions another bumper crop thanks to Wisman, the goddess of earth. And that is where we leave it. You and I are about to find out what secrets that forest holds. Alright. You and I are diving into a story where Goddess Wisman is the only thing standing between a village and total destruction. Seung-hoin shuts the book and sighs. It turns out Wisman was actually the guardian deity of the entire Red Forest. Rebecca had been keeping a low profile until now. Once they reached the basement, she slipped away to read a hidden record. There is even a note saying the goddess herself taught the people how to craft dolls straight from the earth. Her hands start shaking as her voice cracks. Rebecca suddenly snaps, screaming a question that catches Ha-wei completely off guard. How could you people do this? She says, lunging straight at Ha-wei. I could understand anyone else, but why would the Dollmakers Guild go out of their way to erase the goddess? Dong-ho jumps in to hold her back, telling her to stay calm. Have just scowls and says they had reasons. Seung-hoon narrows his eyes, demanding answers. Now, stick with me here. Because Have is about to drop a massive truth bomb about why the goddess vanished. We have no idea why. Rebecca stares in disbelief. She actually just vanished? Have is blunt about it. When a deity disappears like that, it means they are officially dead. This happened 700 years ago. The village fell into total chaos right after her sudden passing. The priests lost their influence, and the protective barrier failed. Every single villager was left in a state of despair. Wisman is gone, what now? The whole world turned gray. They say the village was nearly wiped out in a single night. But then, something unexpected finally happened. Ultimately, their entire survival depended on the power of the goddess. That is when the mages from Kama showed up, offering to save the entire village. They promised protection, but Seung-hoon smells something fishy here. They wouldn't just do this for nothing. Have gives a cold reply. Of course they wanted something. They were after the compassion of Wisman, her sacred gemstone. The villagers treated that stone like the goddess herself. You and I both know nobody helps for free. Those mages wanted that massive source of holy mana. The dollmakers saw the village crumbling, so they stole the gem and sold it to Kama. Dong-ho adds that the worshippers were helpless. The priest had already lost all their authority by then. They were no match for the guild. Have confirms that was the case. The guild had no trouble crushing anyone who dared to protest. They scrubbed her name from every corner of the village and rewrote history to make Kama look like the heroes. Rebecca frowns, unable to understand why they would go to such extreme lengths. They were terrified that Wisman might return one day and punish them all. But forgotten gods never truly return. Still, the masters of the Dollmakers Guild kept her true story alive in secret for many generations. Even if everyone else forgets, we have to keep her memory alive. But wait, how do you outsiders even know about her? If this is meant to be secret, then what is with all the chaos in town? We thought you were the ones reviving her cult. Have lets out a mocking laugh. Why on earth would I ever do that? The guild would suffer if she actually woke up. Back at the guild, Seung-hoon feels a bit let down. Dong-ho tries his best to cheer him up. Hey, don't sweat it. Even you can be wrong sometimes. Let us just give him a blow. Rebecca sighs. Who are these followers and what do they want? Have overhears them muttering. Did you guys just say followers of Wisman? The whole village is upside down because of that cult. Trust me, we should be worried. All right. You and I are diving into a mystery, where some people are actually trying to revive W-Man. Seung-hoon senses something is off and asks what happened at the guild. Rebecca chimes in, noting that everything in this place feels very strange. There are 0 customers around, and she doesn't see many people actually making dolls. Harvey turns pale, sweat pouring down his face as he frantically waves his hands. He insists the guild is still operating perfectly, and everything is normal. Seung-hoon gives him a cold look, thinking his acting is absolutely terrible. Harvey keeps trying to hide the truth, but then the door suddenly swings wide open. A man named Fenger steps inside, cutting Harvey off mid-sentence. The newcomer tells the master he shouldn't lie. Seung-hoon has no idea who this guy is. Fenger walks inside with a slight smirk and says the Chakati doll-making guild is on the verge of going completely bankrupt. Seeing Fenger, Harvey slams his hand on the desk in a rage. Why are you here? He suddenly grabs a hammer and prepares to swing. Without hesitation, Harvey throws it straight at Fenger. He told him never to return. Fenger just tilts his head to dodge. His leather shoes click loudly on the floor. I heard your health is failing. Fenger walks up to Harvey and whispers the words right in his ear. I don't think you can run the guild in such a weak state. You and I can relate to Seung-hoon and Dong-ho here, just eating popcorn and watching the drama. Seconds later, Fenger finally notices them. He turns and gives a half smile, noting that the old man actually has guests. Dong-ho just waves him off. Don't mind us, please just keep going. Fenger bows politely and apologizes. He never thought anyone would visit his teacher again. Harvey just glares at him. What did you say? Fenger turns on his heel to leave, mocking Harvey one last time. These are your first customers in a long time. They deserve your full attention, so I'll leave you to it. I don't want to disturb you. Harvey points at him and screams for him to get out. At the door, he smiles and says, see you later, teacher. Harvey loses his cool again and slams his hand onto the table in rage. Seung-hoon watches Fenger leave and can't help but comment on him. He was polite enough for a first meeting, but he is definitely arrogant. I am pretty sure that guy is a villain. Dong-ho looks at him. You're the one to talk. They whisper together, ignoring Harvey's anger. Is it too rude to ask what just happened? Probably. Now pay attention to Rebecca here, she's acting very suspicious, pulling her hood down to hide her face. Seung-hoon notices and asks her what's wrong. She grips her hood tight. Nothing, it's nothing at all. Later at the guild's cafeteria, Seung-hoon asks Z about that man. A long-haired guy dressed like some kind of aristocrat? Z's face falls. So you've already met him. That's Fengreen Spencer, a fellow dollmaker. They all stare at Z intently, startling him. He tells them to eat something before he starts the story. Seung-hyun agrees and starts eating. Then Z begins telling them everything they want to know about Fengre. His name is Fengreen Spencer. He was the master's old student and joined the guild at the same time as me. He pokes at his salad with his chopsticks. My skills couldn't even compare to his. Seung-hyun interrupts, saying he must be amazing. Z smiles weakly, calling him the best student they ever had. You can hear the admiration in his voice. Usually, it takes 5 or 6 makers to create one golem, but he could do it all by himself. He could spot a puppet's flaw just by looking at it. Because of that incredible talent, almost as soon as he joined, many saw him as the only one capable of becoming the next master. But then, trouble started with Harvey. It seems like even someone as gifted as Fengreen wasn't good enough for the teacher. Z speaks about Harvey with deep respect. He was the most talented puppet master in the guild's history. Dong-ho listens closely and asks if the old man was really that good. I wish his personality matched his skill. Z explains the master never favored him or even gave him a single compliment, and Fengreen was far too proud to ever back down or play nice. Z looks sad as he describes how their conflict turned sour. He holds nothing back while telling the group the whole story. Then, 3 months ago, Fengreen just vanished. Trust me. You and I are going to want to know why. Trust me, you and I are about to see a masterpiece that changes everything. 1 month later, he returns with a doll so incredible it leaves Seung-hui and Dong-ho speechless. A golem that moves without magic power. Dong-ho can hardly believe his ears. He asks, is it really possible for it to move without any energy source? Rick gives a strained smile. He explains that because of this single creation, the entire guild was turned upside down. Here is where the trouble started. 2 months ago at the Dollmaker Guild, Fengro finally unveiled his revolutionary golem doll to everyone. The guild members were obsessed, cheering for his genius. They called it an outstanding achievement that would completely revolutionize the entire doll-making industry. Fengro, you are absolutely amazing. Master Harvey slowly walks forward to evaluate the new creation. Not bad. We cannot use it for anything right now, but it does spark my interest. Fengro responds with a casual, polite reply. Thank you, Master. Harvey cannot take his eyes off that golem. He thinks to himself. So this is what he has been working on all this time. A small smirk creeps onto the Master's face, and Fengro definitely notices it. Harvey admits he does not like it, but Fengro is the only logical choice to lead the guild. No one else is worth considering. After some deep thought, Harvey makes a declaration. Fine, I suppose you will at least protect my reputation. When I retire, you will become the next guild leader. Now watch his face, everything changes here. Fengro looks shocked at first, his eyes lighting up. But seconds later, a wicked smile spreads across his face. Fengro coldly makes a counteroffer. If you do not mind, I would actually like to take over immediately. Such arrogance makes Harvey's eyes turn red with fury. What did you say? Fengro just laughs with pure condescension. I have achieved something even you could not do. I have the talent, the experience, and now I have the results. So why should I keep working under you? Those words send Harvey into a complete fit of absolute rage. He grinds his teeth and screams. Who do you think you are? He hurls an object at Fengro. You disrespectful brat, get out of my guild right now. Rick tries to hold Harvey back, begging him to calm down. Meanwhile, Fengro just sits on the floor, laughing a distorted, miserable laugh. He says there is no other way now. He claims he never wanted to be the one to end the guild. Even though he is injured by Harvey, his eyes narrow coldly. But since this is what you wanted, Fengro stands up and gently touches his golem doll. Starting today, I am leaving this guild. Harvey calms down slightly but cannot help asking if he plans to start his own guild. Fengro looks back with that same smile. Exactly. For now, let us just call it the Spencer Dollmaker Guild. Back in the present, you and I are wondering the same thing. Seung-hui asks Rick why the workshop is empty. Rick sighs and hangs his head. He explains that after Fengro started his new guild, almost all of their doll makers decided to follow him. He gloomily remembers the people leaving. Go to hell, Harvey. I hope we never have to see your face again. Rick says Fengro was simply too talented. Plus, the others did not want to deal with the master's legendary bad temper anymore. Dong-ho remarks that Harvey basically brought this on himself. Seung-hui starts to understand the situation. I see how it is. He remembers something and asks, but you and a few others stayed behind, right? Rick wipes away tears and slams his hand on the table. He yells that even though the master is a terrible person, his eyes begin to sparkle. His work is so beautiful that it makes them overlook his awful personality. Seung-hui and Dong-ho share a look. They realize Rick is not normal either. In fact, he might actually be weirder than Harvey himself. Rick composes himself and clears his throat. He says he is incredibly grateful that Seung-hui was able to treat Master Harvey. He admits he never suspected the master was being poisoned. Seung-hui closes his eyes, focusing on the third thing that has been bothering him. Since yesterday, Seung-woo has been stuck on one specific detail: the licotoxin poison that Master Harvey was hit with. It is a high-quality synthetic poison created by mixing several different types of toxins together. He tells Rick bluntly that this was not an accident. Rick is stunned and starts to panic. Seung-shui's face turns sharp and his voice goes ice cold. This was intentional. Someone is actively trying to assassinate Master Harvey. Everyone in the room is terrified. An assassination? Seung-shui begins to question them. Do you know who would want to do this? Maybe someone with a grudge? Rick looks worried. He says half the town of Chakati hates his master. Dong-ho stays optimistic. Well, that means the other half does not hate him. Rick gives a hollow laugh. The other half just has not met him yet. You are definitely underestimating how bad he really is. Is he really that much worse than I thought? Seung-woo makes a request. Can you tell us where he has been going lately? Rick explains that the master has not stepped a single foot outside since all the doll makers left the guild. He just yells at everyone to leave him alone so he can focus. He seemed extremely anxious about his work. So, you and I have to ask. If he has been hiding for 2 months, how did the poison find him? Suddenly, Dong-ho whispers that the doctor might be a guild apprentice. Let's see if Seung-hyun agrees. Seung-hyun analyzes things. Since yesterday, they have been taking turns medicating Harvey just to keep him breathing. Riss is busy and worried too. He tells someone to just wash the dishes later. If they wanted him dead, he'd be gone. These fanatics worship Harvey's dolls. Suddenly, a hand goes up. Rebecca hesitates before dropping a suspicious name. It could be Fung Green Spencer. Seung-hyun agrees he is the top suspect, but something still feels wrong here. He speculates that Master Harvey was hit with a massive amount of poison very quickly. The culprit poisoned him for days. Fung Green couldn't get close since Harvey hates his guts. Dong-ho figures he hired someone else, then turns to ask Jae about any other customers. While listening, Seung-hyun thinks, besides Fung Green, he is only sure about the adventurers. He suddenly stands up to confirm. Riss, Master Harvey only uses clay brought by the adventurers, right? Jae nods. That is right. Master Harvey is special. Everyone else has to go find their own clay to use. Seung-hyun flashes a confident smile. Take us to where you store the clay right now. Boom! A thunderous punch sends a man sliding across the dirt. Now watch this payoff. Seung-hyun retorts that he should be the one asking that question. The guy's face turns pale as Seung-hyun reveals they found deadly poison in the clay he delivered to the guild today. According to our investigation, you are a repeat offender for this kind of thing. He tries to cover it up, claiming they have the wrong guy and knows nothing. Seung-hyun finally loses his patience and drags the man deep into a dark dead-end alleyway. The others cover their ears, but the agonizing screams are still loud enough to make them wince. Done. He brushes his hands off. The others excitedly ask if he got any info. Seung-hyun replies that the guy started talking after just a few warm-up punches. He victoriously pulls out a silver key and flashes a winning grin. We were right. This opens the Spencer Doll Guild warehouse while that culprit stays behind unconscious after his brutal beating. The trio arrives at the Spencer Doll Guild. This place definitely looks like a warehouse. The key turns and they step inside to investigate. What do you think, Seung-hyun? Using his system vision, Seung-hyun sees the clay is crawling with deadly cotexin toxins. It is toxic to anyone who touches it. Dong-ho nods. This proves it, right? Your eyes are truly amazing. Now that we have the evidence, we can finally prove, but suddenly, a mysterious voice cuts the group off, admitting they never expected the trio to get this far. Feng Green steps out with a smug, arrogant smile on his face. He was planning to visit them anyway. Dong-ho grips his glowing shovel, ready for war. You know your secret is out, right? Are you planning to kill us all now? Feng Green just laughs and denies it. Instead, he makes a very strange offer. It is almost time for afternoon tea. Care to join me and clear this misunderstanding? Sitting casually, Feng Green claims he never actually had any intention of killing his master. Seung-hyun isn't buying it. We have evidence. Feng Green claims he would provide the antidote. Then why go through all this trouble? What was the point of the poisoning? He goes cold. You already know the answer. He pulls out a book that shocks Seung-hyun, The Wisman Cult. Feng Green takes a sip of his tea and calmly explains that his ultimate goal is to revive the Wisman cult and bring Lady Wisman back to life. His gaze turns dark as he starts to explain his twisted logic to them. This guild holds many documents regarding Lady Wisman. I absolutely must have those records. I originally wanted the records to be passed down naturally, but I had to change my plans. Master Harvey is so healthy that he would likely be around for at least another 30 years. So he used poison. He figured Harvey would hand over the guild once his health failed. Dong-ho is disgusted. You are sick. Why are you so obsessed with that cult? You were even willing to stab your own master in the back for this? Feng Green laughs with an eerie look. Have you ever actually had a master before? Have you ever met someone so talented that you felt you could never surpass them? That obsession consumed him, as he viewed Master Harvey as an impossible wall standing in his way. I would only ever catch up to him after he was dead. Absolutely wild, right? Alright, stick with me, because we are diving into the story of a man whose inability to surpass his master has turned into a dangerous obsession. To be completely honest, I do not think I care about your problems either way. Feng Green clasps his hands together, his face glowing with a sick excitement, as he explains that if he cannot surpass his teacher, he will just drag the man down to his knees. Sun Hoon is frozen in shock. Wait, what? In Feng Green's head, the return of Lady Wisman means the entire Dollmaker Association will finally crumble into ruins for their crimes. He wants his master cursed and broken, never able to work as a dollmaker again. That is his ultimate craving. His face twists into something monstrous. He will finally stand above his master while the old man is still alive to see it. Dong Ho shivers at the sight. Is every single dollmaker in this world completely insane, or just this guy? Seriously, what is wrong with these people? Even Seung Hoon admits this guy is way worse than Jay ever was. Something feels off. Soon Hoon decides to poke the bear and provoke Feng Green even further to see his reaction. Is that really all you have to say? Feng Green just smirks with total and absolute confidence. Now pay attention here, he bursts out laughing, praising how sharp the main character is, before admitting this was just the beginning of his true desires. He finally reveals it. He revived the Wisman cult for Chakati village. Sung Hoon is stunned. For the village? Feng Green closes his eyes tight. Just take a good look at Chakati right now. The village is a total dump. No doctors, no medicine, and it is barely fit for people to live in anymore. People are getting injured every single day, and the ones responsible for the tragedy just walk away. They did absolutely nothing. They abandoned Chakati. He slams the table in a fit of pure, unbridled rage. He chokes back tears, describing how red-haired bandits have been terrorizing and abusing the innocent people in that village lately. But it turns out the leader of those bandits was actually a high-ranking noble from Kama. We are going to become a group of knights soon. Dong Ho and Seung Hoon both feel very uneasy. We are so sorry to hear that. He would kill us on the spot if he ever found out we were actually helping the Bloodpath. Feng Green reaches out and touches a mysterious old book while he continues his explanation. This record belonged to one of my ancestors who was a dollmaker. I am certain he wanted to end the lies and corruption of Kama, just as I do now. He holds the book high. The Wisman cult is exactly what the people of Chakati need at this moment. After pouring his heart out and sharing his story, Feng Green looks completely and utterly drained. If you still plan to stop me after hearing all of this, then Seung Hoon cuts him off immediately. He flashes a bright smile. There is no reason for me to stop a cult that is being restored for such good intentions. Trust me, you and I both know he is lying through his teeth. But he even offers to help while Rebecca and Dong Ho call him out internally. Feng Green is satisfied and offers a partnership. Seung Hoon asks how exactly that would even work between them. I want you to go talk to Teacher Harvey for me. We desperately need his help to bring Lady Wisman back. Dong Ho asks why they would ever need that jerk. But Feng Green stays quiet. I cannot give you any of the specific details just yet. Seung Hoon just smiles at him. We will do our absolute best to help you. One last question. Were those masked killers who tried to murder us part of your cult as well? Feng Green puts on an innocent act, claiming they were just hired mercenaries and not actual members of the cult. I only sent them to check on someone who was spying on the secrets of Lady Wisman. Feng Green claims he would never have hired them if he knew they were violent. I understand. It is late now. We should leave. Time really flies when you are enjoying good tea, does it not? Dong Ho gives a compliment before they head out. Thanks for the tea. It was great. But Feng Green is not letting them walk away just yet. He grabs Rebecca by her cloak and pulls her back. At least say goodbye to me before you run off. After all, I am your only brother. Dong Ho reacts instantly. What? You are her actual brother? Feng Green just scoffs at the question. Lena is my precious little sister. Did you not know that? Who is Lena? Rebecca admits it is her real name as Feng Green pats her shoulder to lecture her. You are still wasting your life as an adventurer. You left home to do this, but you have not changed at all. He leans in and whispers, making her tremble. Trust me, you and I are about to find out exactly why she is so terrified. You and I are jumping right in as Dong Ho confronts the noble, asking why he is treating Rebecca like a criminal. Hey, you do not have to be that aggressive, Dong Ho snaps, but Feng Green's eyes flash with a sudden, terrifying anger. He growls that Lena is the only family he has left, so how could he not worry when she keeps risking her life? That overwhelming pressure makes Dong Ho hesitate. He stammers that he just thinks the guy should be a little more gentle. Feng Green sighs, telling Rebecca she has not changed since her doll-making days, as he grips her shoulder to drive his point home. If you lack talent, you should at least work hard, but you have not even done that much, he tells her. A suffocating silence falls over them. He mocks her, knowing she will just claim she tried her absolute best again. His words are sharp. If she has nothing to show for her efforts, then in his eyes, she has done nothing. Rebecca trembles as he gives her a brutal choice. If she is only going to be a mediocre adventurer, then just quit. Now pay attention, because this is where Seung-hui finally steps in. He breaks the tension, allowing Rebecca to escape that icy grip. He admits he does not know much about Lena Spencer, but insists Rebecca is doing a great job. She looks at him, totally moved. Seung-hui relaxes and flashes a calm smile. I am sure you understand where I am coming from, right? Feng Green rubs his wrist in silence before finally admitting that it seems his sister has found some reliable teammates this time. Later, on the streets of Charati, Rebecca breaks down in tears. This is exactly why she never wanted to see her brother again. Dong-ho sighs, shocked she is related to such a man. Rebecca mopes, knowing deep down her brother was not entirely wrong. With tears in her eyes, she looks ready to give up. Maybe she really is not cut out for this life. Suddenly, a drink is handed to her. Seung-hui asks what a guy living safely in a village knows about being an adventurer. He encourages her, reminding her that she has traveled the world and faced things her brother could never imagine. She has completed dangerous missions and survived. In his eyes, that makes her more of a real adventurer than anyone else. Those words are like medicine for her soul. She does not need to listen to those who do not know her worth. Thank you so much, she whispers. Dong-ho then asks if they are really going to let the cult get away with this. I know what you are thinking, no way, Seung-hui lets this go. He knows the guy was clearly lying about those masked men. Dong-ho is completely blindsided. Wait, are you saying he was lying to us the whole time? Seung-hui explains that the instant death curse used on them puts a massive burden on the caster, making it extremely rare. You only use it when a secret cannot be leaked. The fact they were cursed proves they held vital information. There is no way they were just random adventurers. He opens his drink, lost in thought about what is really hidden. Who knows what other secrets are buried? Dong-ho is stuck, wondering exactly where they should even begin their investigation. Rebecca chimes in, remembering her brother mentioned finding documents about the Wisman at their old family home. She suggests starting at her house first, which catches both of the guys completely off guard. The Spencer mansion. They finally arrive, and Seung-hui immediately activates his detection system to scan for any hidden traps. Warning: a powerful defensive spell is active, designed to attack anyone who tries to enter without permission. The results aren't great, leading Seung-hui to admit that the security here is surprisingly tight for an old mansion. Dong-ho points out it does not matter since the owner is here. Rebecca pulls out the key and clicks it open. They step inside the eerie, silent hall. Dong-ho asks if her brother really lives in such a creepy, abandoned-looking place. Rebecca explains she used to live here too, but Feng Green moved out long ago to live in the guild dorms. Now he only visits to handle the inheritance and family matters since their parents passed away. As they walk, Dong-ho asks who cleans the place. She reveals they used to have servants, but her brother fired everyone. She points down the hall, and the sight waiting for them in the next room leaves the two men absolutely stunned. What? The room is filled with moving dolls, busily cleaning and maintaining every corner of the massive house. Dong-ho screams in pure terror. What kind of creepy world is this? Are they monsters? Is this a dungeon? Rebecca tries to calm him down, explaining they are just cleaning puppets her brother created to keep the place tidy. Seung-hui is impressed. Even for a noble, using magical dolls instead of human servants is a massive display of luxury. He notes that the maintenance costs for a collection like this must be an absolute fortune. He realizes the staff were probably fired right after Feng Green found the Wisman documents. Was it to prevent any leaks? Rebecca nods because dolls cannot talk. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I need to see what's next. Let's uncover these hidden clues together. Based on the evidence, Seung-yun is certain the enemy is hiding something since those dolls are still active. Following his lead, Rebecca brings the group into a nearby room. This is the master bedroom, my brother's quarters. Dong-ho scans the area and remarks that nothing seems out of the ordinary here. Suddenly, Seung-hyun calls out, Dong-ho, do you remember that specific conversation we had down in the basement of the Dollmaker Guild? You mean about those people in power? Dong-ho scoffs at their incompetence, calling them parasites who live by exploiting every commoner they can find. Seung-hyun nods in agreement. Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head with that one. He activates his vision, the sight used by those in power. Behind the painting, a hidden switch glows, revealing a seal that was hidden from view. An old seal was recently broken by someone. It reveals a door leading down to a secret basement, which usually houses a hidden chamber. After finding the switch, he quickly presses the button. A trapdoor suddenly swings open right beneath Dong-ho's feet without any warning. Now watch this. He tumbles down the stairs as Seung-hyun laughs. You see that? Yeah, I see it now. Seung-hyun heads down while Rebecca complains about the mess. Seung-hyun stops when he notices a strange stone tablet standing in the corner. What is this? It's a text translation. A great entity once poured its divine love into the land of Chakotay. This is a record of Lady Wisman's legacy. Seung-hyun announces that these writings belong to one of Rebecca's own ancient ancestors. He continues reading aloud. Lady Wisman was the guardian goddess worshipped by everyone who lived within the borders of Chakotay. She was the very first dollmaker in HEALER, the legendary protector that the people worshipped for safety. He concludes that this just repeats what they already found at the guild. It seems they were just copying documents hidden down here. The enemy couldn't move this to the guild because the entire wall itself is the original record of their history. Suddenly, Rebecca points toward the wall. Look over here. There is some brand new information we haven't seen yet. According to the record, the legend says the goddess loved the forest and every living soul within it, trying her best to protect them. The story says protecting such a massive forest was too much, even for a goddess. After much trungtra, she shared her power to create copies. Her children, these new copies, founded a village in the heart of the forest, specifically to worship and honor the goddess. Over time, that small settlement grew into a grand village that was eventually given its own name. Let this sink in for a second. HEALER was actually founded by clones of Wisman herself. The people are her descendants. Dong-ho realizes the Dollmaker Guild basically betrayed their own mother and their entire heritage. In that moment, a wolf that is still very much alive suddenly lunges toward the group from the shadows. Dong-ho is struck first and screams in pain. After the initial attack, the wolf quickly jumps back to maintain its distance. It stops a few paces away. The wolf grows even more aggressive, and its entire body begins to radiate a strange light. Rebecca explains that it's an ego golem, a fire wolf. Dong-ho lies there shaking, wondering why he is always the primary target. Sung-hyun is skeptical. A golem with an ego? Rebecca explains these are special golems that only Grandmaster Have could ever create. Looking at the fierce beast standing before them, they realize it's a predator that won't stop until they're dead. It has no soul, but it thinks and acts like a living predator thanks to its ego. Suddenly, it charges at Rebecca. Seung-hyun is already prepared, summoning silver glory from his inventory. With one swift strike, he slices the wolf into 2 pieces. He stays on guard. Unbelievable, even after being sliced apart like a toy, the wolf pulls itself back up. It's still coming. Rebecca warns that it won't stop until the core is destroyed. Seung-hyun asks where the core is hidden inside that thing. Dong-ho summons his own weapon. That depends entirely on the skill and the intent of the person who built the golem. He grips his blade, absolutely furious. You coward, think you can just ambush me? He charges at the wolf with pure rage. After several brutal strikes, the wolf is sliced into pieces again. The other 2 can only stare in total shock. Dong-ho is pumped, he didn't even need his special vision for that. But Rebecca still wonders why an ego golem is here. Seung-hyun makes a guess. Fung Green must have learned the technique to create these things on his own. Dong-ho realizes they might find the secret here, which triggers a sudden and intense realization for Sung-hyun. The secret behind golems moving without any mana. He sprints away without saying a word, leaving Dong-ho standing there totally confused. Hey, where are you going? Seung-hyun ignores him, following a strange scent he smelled since they first entered this place. He finally stops at a door, just as the other 2 catch up to him, both of them completely breathless. Wait for us, you're going too fast. Dong-ho looks inside the room and completely freezes at the gruesome sight. Trust me, you and I weren't ready for this. Dozens of dead animals. What is all this? Alright, you and I are about to dive into a discovery that is pure nightmare fuel. This whole scene is brutal. It looks just like those firewolf golems from before. Dong-ho narrows his eyes, sensing something is very wrong. He killed them all just to build golems? Rebecca asks, disgusted. Dong-ho doesn't think it is that simple. She still defends her brother, claiming he is talented enough to build golems without slaughtering innocent animals like this. All he needs is a blueprint, she argues. Dong-ho fires back, asking why he would do something so horrific. Meanwhile, Seung-hyun scans the room, praying his gut feeling about what is actually going on here is wrong. He uses his analysis skill on the golem. Its body liquefies, breaking down until a strange glowing orb finally appears. Now, watch closely, because what Seung-hyun says next is going to send a chill right down your spine. That orb? It is a soul. A soul? Seung-hyun realizes the truth. This madman is actually crafting these dolls using the spirits of living creatures. Rebecca nearly collapses, unable to face her brother's actions. While she breaks down, Dong-ho frantically searches for clues. He has lost his mind. Extracting souls for dolls? He rummages through the research notes, hoping for any kind of explanation. If we keep digging through these files, maybe we can figure out what his end goal really is, he mutters. Finally, he finds a journal from Dr. K. Seung-hyun grabs it and suggests they read it together immediately. Opening it, Rebecca recognizes the handwriting. According to the notes, the goddess Wisman never actually abandoned her people. She dispersed her power across the entire Red Forest, literally becoming one with the land itself to protect them. Wisman might have vanished, but she simply changed her form. According to ancestral records, she has always been their silent protector. But because she is now the forest itself, meeting her in person is considered an absolute impossibility for any mortal. However, Fung Green did not agree with that fate. He refused to accept it and decided on a different path. His plan? Build a doll in her image. By transferring her will and power, Wisman would be reborn as a god. Reading this, Dong-ho cannot help but shout. What kind of absolute insanity is this? Rebecca sits in silence, lost in thought. I never imagined she had actually become the Red Forest itself, she whispers. Dong-ho paces while thinking out loud. Is this possible? I bet the cult could handle the faith part, but the rest? You and I are probably wondering the same thing. How do you steal a goddess's power and her will? Seung-hoon flips to another page. It is written here, he says. A normal person cannot collect a god's strength. However, the notes continue. It is possible if you can manage to gather the physical remains of that deity. After much consideration, he decided to use the only thing Wisman left behind before she vanished from this earth. Suddenly, a massive creature appears. Her right hand, it booms. You sewer rats. You have caused enough trouble already. Dong-ho recognizes that voice. It is Feng Green. Song-hoon realizes he has been tracking them through his dolls. Feng Green crawls down, oozing confidence. With that hand, reclaiming power from the forest is going to be easy. It clicks for Seung-hoon. The forest became unstable the moment its protection was stripped away to build that monster. Rebecca looks worried. Is that why the monsters are violent? Seung-hoon explains that leaking mana is the culprit. He stares directly at Feng Green with narrow eyes. But you are the real cause for all this. Rebecca snaps. How could you? Do you have any idea how many people have died because of your experiments? Feng Green acts like it is a sacrifice. Chakotay will be great again once Wisman is reborn. That is all that matters. The damage does not matter? Seung-hoon gives a cold laugh. I figured you would say something that heartless. He exposes the truth. The real problem you are facing right now is how to collect the goddess's actual will. So, you finally figured it out? Dong-ho looks on, completely lost as to what they are discussing. Seung-hoon has found the final, chilling clue. There is only one place where Wisman's will still exists today. Her descendants, the people she left to guard the forest. He is talking about the souls of the Chakotay villagers. Rebecca and Dong-ho stand frozen as the horrific truth behind his plan finally sinks in. So those animal carcasses, they were just experiments to learn soul extraction? Rebecca's hand trembles as she grips her sword. She tries to lie to herself, hoping he did not attack the villagers. Please, tell me it was not you. Feng Green calls out Lena's name, sounding disturbingly proud. Of course it was me. Who else could do it? He explains he needed to extract their souls to confirm if they truly carried her divine will inside them. Stick with me, we need to see what happens next. This is getting dark. All right, stick with me. Everything is about to go south as Rebecca charges Finglin, screaming that he is insane. Rebecca has lost all faith and lunges forward to attack. But Finglin doesn't hesitate, seizing her throat and violently slamming her against the wall. Dong-ho cries out for Rebecca in a panic. Meanwhile, she curses the hypocrite, using the only weapon she has left, her voice. You are a hypocrite, a piece of trash. She sobs, unable to accept the horrific truth before her eyes. How could you sacrifice innocent civilians for Chakotay's happiness and kill them like that? Finglin simply fires back with his own warped and twisted logic. What do you know about what is best for Chakotay? You abandoned her. My people have endured far too much mockery and heartless oppression from Kama. Only Lady Wisman has the power to save us now. Sometimes, a small sacrifice is necessary to achieve a much greater reward. Honestly, I never expected a pathetic failure like you to be able to grasp a vision this grand anyway. In that moment, Seung-yoon strikes from the shadows behind Finglin, his blade slicing through the villain's thinking device in one go. Now, watch closely. Even as his head falls, Finglin is still smiling. Seung-yoon growls that a monster like this definitely deserves zero mercy from any of us. He pins the remaining body down, threatening him. How should I finish you off? Seung-yoon reaches out to help her up. Rebecca, can you stand? She takes his hand. Yes, thank you. Dong-ho is still paralyzed by the revelations. He cannot believe Finglin would actually harvest human souls just to manufacture these mindless puppets. He is more sadistic than we imagined. Seung-yoon quickly assesses the current situation for the group. If we submit Finglin's diary as evidence, even the Adventurer Guild will be forced to act. We need to leave before anyone else gets hurt. Dong-ho nods, but then he notices something strange. What the hell? The entrance door is slowly starting to disappear. He screams in a total panic. What is happening? The way out is sealed. Suddenly, Finglin's severed head starts talking again. Oh dear, one of you really should have stayed outside the door. He explains the situation with a smug grin. Once the basement door closes, it is impossible to open from inside without the switch. Dong-ho roars, "Hey, open it now! Are you planning to kill your own sister too?" Finglin immediately denies the accusation. No, never. She is my only living family, and you are all her friends. Still, I cannot allow you to interfere with the sacred ritual to welcome Lady Wisman. It will take about 3 days to complete the doll, he explains calmly to the trapped group. So just behave and stay put until then. Furious, Dongho swings his weapon around at nothing in the air. Finglin announces he will release them after the ritual is finished. Dongho can only hiss out, "Why are you doing this?" Finglin leaves with a final goodbye. Dongho stomps on the doll head, cursing, "You absolute bastard." Rebecca asks worriedly, "What do we do now? Maybe we can try to dig our way out of here?" Here is the part where you and I realize just how deep of a hole they have fallen into. This is an isolated space. If we try to force our way out, we might fall into a dangerous rift between different dimensions. Rebecca hesitates. "I am sorry. If I had not suggested coming here, none of this would have happened." Dongho comforts her. "It is not your fault. Because of you, we finally know what Finglin is really up to." She is still uneasy, but all of this will be meaningless if we can't actually find a way to escape. Dongho closes his eyes in guilt. "Don't worry about that. I am the one who should have stayed outside." His expression shifts as he looks at Sungyun with hope. "There has to be a way out, right, doctor? Help us out here." Sungyun feels totally helpless. Good grief. Does he think I am some kind of wizard or something? He focuses on the doll fragments, his medical mind now working at its full and absolute capacity. Suddenly he asks, "Rebecca, do you know how to use doll-making skills?" She is surprised. "Huh? I am not great at it, but I know the basics." That is enough for Sungyun. Then we might have a way out. Dongho cheers. "I knew you would figure something out for us." Rebecca is still stunned. "We can really leave? But how?" Sungyun begins to explain his plan to her. "We will use your skills to manipulate these dolls just like Finglin did, using them to reach out and trigger the switch on the outside door." He concludes that since they cannot leave themselves, they will have to use someone who is already on the outside. Dongho is skeptical. Is that even possible? Sungyun reminds him that they are currently in an isolated space. Can we really influence things in the real world while we are currently trapped inside a completely different and isolated dimension? Sungyun picks up a fragment. "Just think about it for a second. So, what do you and I make of this? It is a wild plan, but if Finglin controlled these dolls from outside, so can we. Alright. You and I are diving into a moment where our main character realizes they can actually bypass this space. Immediately, Seung-hoin activates his system and switches over to his observation vision. He smiles, knowing the creator definitely left a hidden backdoor for emergencies just like this. Suddenly, the room starts shifting a failsafe to ensure the descendants didn't get trapped with all that Wisman info. And there it is, an ancient transmission magic circle that lets them fire off skills straight through the spatial walls. Seung-hoin explains the circle's purpose. It amplifies a specific skill and projects it exactly where it needs to go. Dongho gets hopeful and asks, "Wait, can we just use any skill we want then?" Seung-hoin observes the runes and realizes there are strict conditions. It seems the only thing they can transmit is doll making. Only those from the Spencer family can actually activate this transmission skill. He looks directly at Rebecca. In other words, she's the only one who can get them out of this mess. Rebecca panics, waving her hands frantically. "Me? No way, I can't possibly do something like that." She doubts she can control her brother's puppets, but Seung-hoin suddenly grabs her hand to steady her nerves. He looks her in the eye and admits he doesn't really care if HEALER falls into complete ruin. He is just an outsider. To him, this whole conflict technically isn't even his problem. Dongho is stunned by how cold that sounds, but then, Seung-hoon's face contorts with pure, visible rage. Now pay attention, because the look in his eyes says this is about to get very personal. He turns back to Rebecca, telling her that if an outsider isn't quitting, she shouldn't either. His voice is full of raw encouragement. Would she really just abandon her own home like this? Feng Green locked her here thinking she was too weak to use the magic circle. Doesn't she want to prove him wrong? "Won't you help us?" he asks gently. Rebecca thinks for a moment before looking up with new determination. She decides to try. 2 days later, exhausted and pale, she finally announces that everything is ready. Dongho stares in shock. The entire room is covered in magic circles. Wait, she said she wasn't good at this? He thinks she was definitely being modest. Rebecca just sighs, apologizing for taking so much time to finish the setup. Dongho looks around, still confused. "So, what exactly is all of this for?" She explains that foreign dolls usually fight back when controlled. These circles are meant to neutralize that stubborn resistance. Dongho is still lost, but Seung-hoon clarifies she's about to hack directly into Feng Green's personal doll. He places his hand near hers, showing his support. "We're all counting on you, Rebecca." Rebecca's confidence surges. She touches the wall, and the magic circles begin to glow with a blinding light. It is time. Somewhere else, a weak hand begins to twitch. Toythop lies on the floor, wondering what's happening. Feng Green looks satisfied, unaware that Rebecca is already seeing inside his room through the doll's eyes. She spots the nearest puppet and lunges for it mentally, desperate to make a connection. She succeeds, but the backlash hits her like a bolt of lightning, making her cough up blood. Dongho rushes over, panicked. Rebecca, stay with us. Are you okay? She just nods, barely hanging on. Let that sink in for a second. Trying to control a high-level master's doll like this is way beyond her limits. Dong-ho worries she's going to collapse. Suddenly, Seung-hoin notices something small moving near his feet. Mice? No golem rats. He realizes these must be Feng Green's personal ego golems. Maybe they're confused by the similar bloodlines between the siblings and think Rebecca is their master? Seung-hoon tells them that if they want to help, now is the time. They hesitate, then scramble toward Rebecca. They climb onto her, sharing their energy. Instantly, the magic circles flare back to life, and Rebecca looks relieved. Dong-ho is amazed to see the mana restoring itself. It turns out these golems actually possess doll-making knowledge too. Rebecca grit her teeth, telling herself she has to stay strong for everyone. She forces the doll's hand toward the switch. Finally, the mechanism clicks and the passage reappears. Dong-ho cheers as the way out opens. You did it, Rebecca. But she just slumps over, totally spent. She cries tears of pure joy. Seung-hoin smiles warmly, telling her he knew she could do it. Stick with me. You and I are about to see if they can reach Chaotic Square before it is too late. Alright, stick with me as we watch. Dong-ho realized that something is horribly wrong within this strange village. A bizarre atmosphere hangs heavy over the silent streets. Even Seung-hoin senses the growing danger. It is completely different from 2 days ago. Rebecca spots a figure, and Dong-ho decides he will go ask for help. He approaches the stranger, asking what exactly happened to this place. But the response he receives is absolutely chilling. The man gasps for air, his face a haggard mask of terror, repeating just one single phrase. Is she coming? Dong-ho recoils in shock, completely caught off guard. What is going on here? Seung-hoon notices it is not just one man, as everyone there begins muttering endlessly about their eternal loyalty to a mysterious person they call Mother. Like a dark summoning chant, the village echoes as Rebecca panics and screams for everyone to wake up, while Seung-hoin uses his observation eyes to detect the poison. He realizes they have all been poisoned with idalos, a potent and extremely dangerous hallucinogenic drug. It is as if someone drugged these people just for fun, leaving Dong-ho and the others absolutely horrified by the sight. Will they be stuck like this forever? Seung-hoon says they just need to wait for the drug to wear off. We cannot fight these innocent villagers, he says. We need to leave this place immediately before things get any worse for us. Helplessly, the three try to retreat, but the villagers suddenly fixate on them, reaching out with trembling hands as they chant that she is finally coming for them all. She is coming, they chant in unison, as the entire village begins to hunt the group down like defenseless prey. After running for quite a while, they reach the Dollmakers Guild. They think they have finally made it out alive. Now pay attention to this part. Seung-hoon calls for Master Ha Wei, only to find a brutal bloodbath waiting inside. He rushes over to Jix, who is barely hanging on. Jix gasps out Seung-hoin's name with his very last bit of strength. Save the master, he pleads desperately. But looking up, they see that Ha Wei has already been murdered by Feng Green. Feng Green looks up with total satisfaction at the glowing orb, remarking that this new form suits the master much better than his old human one ever did. The master was turned into a giant doll. Jix is quickly bandaged up to save his life. Seung-hoon notices ceramic shards buried deep in Jix's body. It is an absolute miracle that the boy is even still alive. He warns Jix not to move after the first aid is finished. Jix weakly thanks him while Dong-ho stares at the master. Looking at the master's terrified face, Dong-ho asks Jix what really happened in this place while they were gone. Jix begins to tell the story. When they vanished 2 days ago, Feng Green arrived at the guild with a dark purpose. He offered a trade. He said he would provide the cure for leukotoxin if they agreed to cooperate with his twisted plans. Normally, the master would have kicked him out instantly, but his eyes were filled with a deep and heavy worry. With the medicine running low and the students still missing, the master eventually accepted the dark deal to save them. Jix hesitates, saying the master believed pride was not worth losing lives over. Dong-ho nods, understanding his master's heart completely. He hasn't changed at all, Dong-ho mutters. Seung-hoon asks what Feng Green was after this time. He wanted information on his ego golem, a magicless puppet that he still had not managed to finish on his own. The master fixed the doll easily, but the real nightmare started immediately after the repair work was finished. You and I saw this betrayal coming, did we not? Feng Green was thrilled with the golem's perfect movement. He offered further collaboration, but Ha Wei snapped. He wanted nothing more to do with a man as despicable as him. I have the medicine now, Ha Wei shouted. I will not deal with a vile person like you ever again. Feng Green brought up the guild's past crimes against Wisman. Ha Wei struggled to push the man away in a panic. He told him to get out, but Feng Green's voice turned cold, mentioning that the master inherited the guild's sins. He told the master he must pay for those sins by serving Wisman for the rest of time. Ha Wei roared for him to leave immediately, but his anger could not stop the horror that came next. Feng Green's hand suddenly plunged through his chest. Jix screamed in absolute terror as he watched the master's soul get ripped right out before his very eyes. "I am setting you free," he mocked as the master fell. Dong Ho realizes the master's soul has been stolen. As the master collapsed, Jix rushed at Feng Green in a desperate and blind rage to save him. But Seung Hoin realizes Jix was defeated easily. Jix nods his head, filled with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Jix explains that Feng Green planned to build a massive golem using the master's soul, even cutting off his own arm to use as a raw material for the core. Jix is completely hopeless now. No normal human can stand against a monster of that terrifying level. So, what do you and I take from this? It seems that once Wisman returns, Feng Green will gain ultimate power as her most loyal and devastating disciple. Alright, stick with me. We are about to watch Feng Green turn into a total final boss monster. Seung Hoin analyzes the situation, realizing that getting external help from HEALER will be way too late. Jay asks what he means, since they have to stop the creation of Lady Wisman right now. He mentions an old, abandoned temple of the goddess on the lowest level of the Spencer Guild. Hearing this, Seung Hoin looks satisfied. He grabs his weapon, knowing the villain is hiding right there. Time to crash the party. They head down to the gloomy basement of the Spencer Dollmaker Guild. The gears are turning. A massive golem is casting a magic circle over the goddess, Lady Wisman. Feng Green stares at her face, mesmerized by her beauty. He is glad he handed it over. He smirks, realizing his masterpiece is almost finished. All his hard work is finally paying off. The golem body creaks open, burning with intense heat as the heavy doors groan loudly. Watching it happen, his face twists with excitement. Lady Wisman is finally coming back to us. Now pay attention, because this is where the ambush starts. Seung Hoin arrow flies in stopping Feng cold. No, his face falls as he screams. No, Lady Wisman. Feng Green spins around, searching for the culprit. Who dares to interfere? Seung Hoon just laughs, finding the look on the villain face absolutely hilarious. He appears with the group, saying nothing beats taking down a villain at their absolute peak. Feng Green is fuming. Seung Hoon just gives him a winning smile and says, "Long time no see." He smirks, noting it has only been 2 days. Feng Green cannot believe they are actually here. A voice cuts him off. It is over. Rebecca glares at her brother, telling him that is enough. Feng Green realizes his own sister, Lena, has betrayed him. The shock makes him look even more twisted. How dare she command his dolls? He smiles bitterly, accepting her betrayal as a cold reality. He shouts that he should have cut ties with her long ago. Rebecca looks absolutely devastated. Then she snaps back. She should be the one saying that after being locked in a basement. She calls him trash. Feng Green argues this sacred ritual is the only thing that can save HEALER. While the siblings argue, Seung Hoon starts moving in the shadows, prepping his next move carefully. Feng yells she has no right to interfere. Seung Hoon aims his shot first, the head, then the arm. The arrow streaks toward the statue. Feng Green can only scream for the projectile to stop. The golem blocks the shot, its palm cracking. Feng laughs, praising the strength of his master creation. He shifts his gaze back to Seung Hoon team and gives the cold order to destroy them. The golem surges with magic and slams its massive fist down toward the 3 of them. Dong Ho admits the guy is terrifying. Rebecca steps up, feeling pity for her old teacher, Harvey. In a flash of speed, she moves. One of the golem massive arms completely shatters into pieces. "I will have to break his arms," she says. The golem stumbles, but it is far from defeated. You saw that too, right? The other arm starts glowing with a recovery magic circle to repair itself. The broken pieces pull back together. It can heal? Seung Hoon does not even look surprised. He mocks the doll, noting it is an ego golem made by the world's best craftsman. Did you really trap your own master in a doll just to use him? Do you hate him? Feng Green smirks, claiming he respects his teacher more than anyone else in the whole world. While repairing the goddess statue, he claims he is just putting the master flaws to sleep. He has lost his mind. Master Harvey is now just a tool entirely devoted to the goddess. The golem keeps attacking wildly as they argue. This is what a true doll maker should do. Dong Ho struggles to keep up, wondering what is wrong with him as Rebecca spots the repairs. Seung Hoon narrows his eyes. We have no choice left. He reaches for a nearby shovel. Dong Ho, let me borrow that. He is confused, but Seung Hoon's eyes are already glowing. Using his vision, he prepares to shatter the machine with raw power and perfect precision. Analysis complete. 3rd joint, 4th joint, 5th joint. You and I are about to see if this strike lands. Alright. You and I are about to watch Seung Hoon pull off his most calculated move yet. His eyes are locked in. Before the beast can repair its frame once more, he unleashes a storm of strikes, aiming for the joints. Even falling apart, this golem just keeps on coming. Unfortunately, Seung Hoon takes a massive punch. He grinds his teeth and tells himself to endure. He gambled on his own durability to slide right up the golem's arm, straight toward the center. He strikes again, The others watch in total shock as every single one of the golem's arms finally snaps. Dong-ho rushes over to check on him. Sung-hoon barely manages to say he's fine despite the broken bones. That is not fine at all. Suddenly, the iron doors slam shut, and Dong-ho starts to panic. Now here is the part you and I need to watch. Fung Green was secretly finishing the doll. Soon-hoon fires an arrow that tears through the air. Fung Green screams in pain but still has strength. He thanks them for the interference, but Seung-hoon just smirks. You think I am here to play? Fung Green rips the arrow out. He claims he was going to let them live. But now it is murder. Magic circles erupt everywhere, and something massive starts crawling out of the floor. I will kill you right here. Slime begins forming into humanoid shapes, an entire army of dolls. Soon-hoon sighs at the annoying skill. But Dong-ho steps up, telling the team he has this. The doctor hands back his weapon. So, are you finally going to do your job as a tank? Dong-ho charges in, smashing through the dolls in an instant. He tells the others to stay back. Rebecca realizes these dolls are low quality since the caster is injured. She summons her own magic circle. She hijacks the dolls instantly. These cheap toys are nothing. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon makes his move. He has a plan, but they are out of time. He needs to end this with one blow. He reaches Fung Green. Now is the chance while the villain is distracted. By then, it is too late. The villain tries to raise an earth shield for defense. But Sung-hoon drives his spear straight in. The sound of cracking stone fills the air. Seung-hoon smiles as his power surges to the limit. Call it bad luck. He uses magic to warp the shield into earthbone until it finally shatters. Seung-hoon swings his blade. I just happen to have a really broken skill for this situation. Fung Green's face goes pale with panic. The blade pierces right through him. Dong-ho cheers. Great work, he is down. Now, don't forget the main goal we have to destroy the furnace. Now pay attention, because you and I can tell something isn't quite right here. He stares at the fallen villain. He didn't expect him to go down so easily. Then, a voice echoes. A hand grabs the lever. The iron doors behind them swing open as the heroes are pushed outside. Oh no, the statue of Wisman is complete. Dong-ho falls, wondering why the door opened alone. It didn't. There stands Fung Green, alive and well. Rebecca can't believe her eyes. He just died. Seung-hoon explains the trick. He only left enough soul in his body to keep it moving. Looking at the doll that looks exactly like him, he moved his entire soul into a new vessel. Dong-ho is stunned. What the hell? How could someone just throw away their own physical body? Fung Green just laughs. Can't you see? His face is glowing with twisted pride. He'll sacrifice everything for his goddess. The team can only watch in total disbelief. A hand grips the door. Wisman is moving. The goddess has finally returned. She steps out of the furnace. Fung Green drops to his knees with pure admiration in his eyes. Goddess Wisman. He tells her he has been waiting for this moment for an entire century. He congratulates her on becoming the goddess of Chakati once again. Rebecca is frozen in shock. She is an ancient deity. Fung Green points at the group, calling them fools for interrupting the ritual. He labels them as sinners who tried to stop her holy return to this world. As he finishes his sentence, he demands punishment. The goddess immediately turns her gaze toward them. So, you and I are about to find out if a goddess can actually bleed. Stay tuned. All right, you and I are about to watch our heroes face a literal goddess. Wisman raises her hand, instantly pinning everyone down with pure magic while Rebecca and Jong-ho struggle. Seung-hoon's system starts screaming alerts he's paralyzed by a state of absolute terror. His mental strength is plummeting. Dong-ho's sword hits the ground as he wonders why his entire body suddenly feels like lead. Pay attention here, this is where things change. Seung-hoon recognizes this as the terror effect. It's a special skill reserved for the gods, designed to crush an opponent's spirit until they break. This divine pressure makes it impossible for lesser beings to even look at a god. Dong-ho gasps, announcing he can barely draw a single breath. He asks Seung-hoon how he's holding up, and the doctor just chuckles. I feel like I'm dying, he jokes, though Dong-ho thinks he looks fine. Staring at the blinding light erupting from Wisman's palm, Dong-ho lets out a terrified scream. She's launching some kind of spell right at us. Seung-hoon pivots instantly, grabbing Rebecca and Dong-ho to dive clear of the target area. A massive explosion rocks the area, leaving a giant crater behind. Dong-ho stares in shock. Was that a freaking laser cannon? Seung-hoon corrects him, explaining that what they just saw was likely a divine shockwave. But then Dong-ho notices something else. Seung-hoon's arm is badly scorched. Oh my god, doctor, look at your hand. Seung-hoon uses his magic to stop the bleeding, calling it a minor injury. Even in her weakened state, he notes, she's still terrifyingly powerful. Dong-ho is stunned that was her being weak. Seung-hoon begins to break down the situation further. See, half of the Chakati villagers are her worshippers. Right now, they're all drugged up on some herbal concoction, which means they aren't fully conscious of their actions. Because of that, Her power has dropped significantly compared to her prime. Dong-ho sounds a bit disappointed hearing that. Does that mean we have zero chance? Seung-hoin confirms that as a goddess, wiping out mere humans is still effortless for her. Feng Green lets out a mocking laugh, calling them all idiots. He makes an offer, saying it's not too late to switch sides. If you decide to become followers of Lady Wisman right now, I'll spare your lives. Really? One of them asks. That statement makes them boil with rage. Feng adds that he needs some golems to guard chaos later, but Dong-ho snaps back immediately. You just want to turn us into mindless golems and exploit our labor. How the hell is that sparing our lives? Before they can finish, Lady Wisman summons another sphere of light. Oh boy. Seung-hoin grabs Rebecca and shouts a warning. Watch out. They barely manage to dodge again. Dong-ho tumbles to the ground, crawling away as his hope begins to fade. Damn it. Is there really no way out of this? Seung-hoon asks Dong-ho if he thinks he could ever defeat a hurricane or a tsunami. Dong-ho immediately says you just hide. There's no way to actually win against a natural disaster like that. Okay, I know what you're thinking, and yeah, it gets even crazier. Seung-hoin is cooking up a plan because he refuses to just hide from a goddess. Dong-ho looks back at the village and mutters. But who is going to save Chakotay if we decide to run away? Seung-hoin's gaze turns razor sharp. He's not just thinking about Chakotay, he's picturing a much darker outcome for the whole region. With Goddess Wisman in his hands, that bastard Feng Green will seize the entire Lakefit region and then move on to crush all of Western On. Thinking about that makes Seung-hoin smirk. Plus, most importantly, he really hates the idea of tucking tail and running. He keeps calculating even as Wisman approaches. If we can just take control of this battle, suddenly, a voice rings in his head. Hey, fish kid. Seung-hoin is baffled. Where is this coming from? The voice speaks again, promising to help him. Following the mysterious instructions, Seung-hoin looks down at his own hand. Use the power in your left hand, it commands. Dong-ho panics as the goddess charges up again. Damn it! She's doing it one more time. Watching the blinding light roar toward them, Dong-ho realizes there is no way they can dodge this hit. Seung-hoin stays perfectly still as a system message flashes. You have received a new skill. Dong-ho screams out in terror. Doctor, what the hell are you doing? Seung-hoin stands his ground against the attack, raising a hand covered in glowing symbols. Destiny of Wisman. A massive magic circle erupts into existence. Feng Green sees this and laughs his head off. You fool, he sneers, stepping forward. That's the price you pay for not knowing your place in this world. But the smoke clears to a scene that leaves him speechless. The group is still alive, and Seung-hoon is standing there completely unfazed. Feng Green starts to panic, unable to process what he's seeing. What? How is he still standing after taking the full wrath of a goddess? Seung-hoon smiles to himself. The system confirms he's wrapped in Wisman's grace, and all incoming damage has been neutralized. He can now ignore the effects of terror. This is true divine power. He looks up at Goddess Wisman, wondering why she suddenly chose to lend him her strength. Seung-hoon gives a cocky smirk and declares that the scales of this battle have officially tipped in his favor. Dong-ho just stares at Seung-hoon with a million questions running through his head. Doctor, are you sure you're actually okay? The doctor just smiles, looking more confident than ever. Of course I am. Dong-ho just makes a face, feeling a bit annoyed. You really should have mentioned you could pull off stunts like that. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see a villain lose it because a commoner blocked a god's attack. This cannot be happening. Seung-hyun stares at that overwhelming power and immediately shouts to the man behind him. Dong-ho, get to safety. Dong-ho is stunned, his words catching in his throat. He turns around to see the main character wearing a surprisingly calm expression. Protecting the team is the duty of a guardian, after all. He grits his teeth, ignoring Rebecca as she struggles nearby. Does he want me gone because I am just a burden? Suddenly, Dong-ho feels a surge of determination. I get it. Just leave Rebecca to me. He runs off, but keeps a sharp eye on Seung-hyun. Feng Green sees them trying to escape and absolutely loses it. You really think I will just let you walk away? He fires a massive blast of energy straight at Seung-hyun. But our hero just coolly waves his hand like it is nothing. A powerful shield flickers into existence just in time to block the blow. Having survived the strike, Seung-hyun smirks with pure contempt. That did not even tickle. Maybe the goddess Wisman is weak because your faith is just not pure enough. Feng Green is visibly shaken by those words. What did you just say to me? Seung-hyun lets out a chuckle amidst the falling debris. I mean, what god would actually care about a follower who treats them like a puppet? If I were Wisman, you would be #1 on my hit list. The villain growls, his face twisting in absolute rage. Shut your mouth. How dare you mock my faith? I will kill you. He leaps high into the air with a massive burst of speed. Now pay attention, because this is where our hero closes the distance on the goddess herself. Seung-hyun readies his blade and raises it high. Enough talk about faith. He brings his sword down with an earth-shattering strike. Unexpectedly, Wisman generates a last-second barrier to block the hit. Seung-hyun narrows his eyes, pressing his blade against the defense. So this is some kind of boundary field? Normally, even getting close to something like this would be impossible. His system starts flashing a violent red. The divine energy of Wisman is radiating a terrifying bloody battle aura. Seung-hyun delivers one final heavy blow that shatters the defense completely. Wisman's dazed face is finally revealed. She manages to block another strike just in time. The two clash violently, turning the battlefield into a zone of pure danger. Hiding in the corner, Dong-ho can only watch in total awe at the legendary scene unfolding before him. Unbelievable. Dr. Kang is actually fighting on equal terms with a goddess. The sound of clashing steel echoes through the air. While he fights, he is constantly analyzing his opponent. Wisman currently has one fatal weakness that he can exploit. The truth is, she is just a doll being controlled by Feng. How could someone who has never fought before control a goddess? You and I both know that even a goddess is only as strong as the person pulling her strings. With a sudden move, Seung-hyun sends her sword flying. Feng watches the shocking scene and lets out a desperate scream. Lady Wisman. In an instant, the goddess begins to fall through the air, completely defenseless. If I attack now, I can smash this doll into 1,000 pieces. But is that really the right call? Seung-hyun catches a glimpse of a face in his memories. Images of a happy family suddenly flash through his mind. The souls of the Chakati villagers are trapped inside that puppet. Suddenly, Wisman appears right behind Seung-hyun. Child from another world. Sever the connection between us. Only then can you finally awaken me. The message leaves him frozen for a moment. Sever the connection? It is a cryptic request, but he understands. A second later, Seung-hyun calls out to the villain. Feng Green, Wisman has a message for you. She wants nothing more to do with you. Right then, his system alerts him with a new notification. A strange electronic device flies out of nowhere toward the head of the goddess. Feng Green panics and roars in fury. What are you doing? Stop it right now! Our hero has no intention of listening, swinging his sword toward the villain one last time. One clean horizontal slash passes through her head, aiming to cut every single red thread of control. He watches the strings fall and stands there in shock. No, my link with Lady Wisman has been destroyed. In that moment, a familiar voice echoes inside the goddess's mind. Our bond. Her eyes snap open as she finally wakes up. With a simple wave of her hand, a massive gust of wind sends Seung-hyun flying back. He grunts as he is pushed away. Now, a glowing sphere of light surrounds her. So that is what her true form actually looks like. Freed from her chains, the goddess's elegant form is revealed. Her features are sharper and more powerful than ever before. Wisman, the goddess of Chakati. Standing before the two humans, she appears incredibly tall and majestic. And trust me, that is how we save a goddess. The real journey starts now. Thanks to your help, I have finally awakened after many long years of deep sleep. Seung-hui tilts his head and responds like a true gentleman. It was nothing. Hearing this, Goddess Wisman turns around. Seeing the craters left by the bomb impacts makes her look almost depressed. Suddenly, Wisman looks toward Dong-ho, making him jump. That device containing her 5 senses is surprisingly agile and flexible. She ignores Dong-ho and whispers softly. Stick with me, this goddess has more heart than anyone ever expected. Seung-hui responds with unexpected generosity. An apology is enough. Wisman gathers a massive amount of energy without saying a word. The power swirls through the air before flying toward the dark shadow standing not far away. The energy wraps around Dong-ho and Rebecca as the system pings. Wisman's divine grace is now covering your entire body. Wait for it, this is the miracle we needed. Their injuries are gone and their spirits are fully restored. All my injuries are healed. Seeing this, Wisman's attention finally turns back towards Seung-hui. Your turn, child, but he flatly refuses. I am fine, there is no need to worry about me. Deep down, Seung-hui can't help but admire her. Usually, gods are used to forcing people to worship them, but she genuinely loves and cares for humanity. To him, she really is someone special. Only now does Feng Green snap out of his shock and finally find his voice. Goddess Wisman, did you just help that butcher? He kneels like a madman. Why? Why do this? I revived you. Seung-hui watches the culprit and exposes him. You only treated her like a puppet for your own selfish gain. I bet she's real grateful. Goddess, go ahead and tell this guy exactly what he deserves. Dong-ho jumps into the conversation. Exactly. He's the one who tried to manipulate a literal goddess for his own ends. Instead of getting angry, she smiles. It's all right. Despite his mistakes, he is still a beloved child of Chakati. Seung-hui can't believe his ears and has to ask her one more time. You? She smiles warmly, showing a gentle face. How could a mother ever hold a grudge against her own child? He still can't stay calm after hearing such high ideals. You're really not angry at all? Seung-hui realizes she's been asleep for centuries and must still be groggy. That's definitely not what I expected. Feng Green is just as shocked by this news. Then that means, It means I didn't do anything wrong. Goddess Wisman, listen to me. Those three tried to stop your resurrection and the rebirth of this world. Please, punish them. But Wisman just stares back coldly. Her eyes suddenly flash with a furious red light. My child, forgiveness cannot erase your sins. To reach this point, you have stolen the lives of so many innocent people. Feng Green desperately tries to explain himself one more time. I know it was a sin, but it was all for your sake. Before he can finish, she places a hand on his shoulder. Now pay attention, because this reveal absolutely breaks him. My sad, unhappy child, your greatest sin was bringing me back. Why would you say that? The dirty schemes of the Soul Puppet Society made the people forget your very presence. To make matters even worse, they even offered your sacred relics to Kama. They even wiped out your entire priesthood. You must hate them. Wisman just gently shakes her head. I don't hate them at all. He questions her, even more panicked now. How? How is that possible? She pulls her hand back and gives him a motherly smile. Because a parent can never hate their own children. My very existence is a source of suffering. To think my precious children were sacrificed just to satisfy my will. He stumbles back as the truth hits him. No. You don't hate them? You didn't want to be revived? Then everything I did. Seung Hui cuts him off. It was all useless. But hey, at least she forgave you. You're just a sinner using faith as an excuse to spread chaos and misery everywhere. Unable to accept reality, he keeps stuttering and denying everything. No, that's not it. He rants on, completely failing to notice the way Wisman is looking at him. He deluded himself into thinking everything he did was for her, using any small mistake as an excuse to pile on more hatred toward the Soul Puppet Society. But in reality, he was the one who hurt Goddess Wisman the most. Tears start falling down Feng Green's face. He's despicable. But in this moment, he actually looks quite pathetic. It's not like that. Goddess, I'm so sorry. Please, I beg for your forgiveness. I truly thought you would be satisfied with everything I have done, but I was just too blind and foolish. Please, Goddess Wisman, grant me your mercy. But Seung Hui doesn't wait for her to feel pity. Seung Hui delivers a brutal kick right to his jaw. He looks down at Feng Green with total disdain. And that's where we leave it. Killing him won't fix Chakotay, but at least it stops this nightmare from ever repeating again. Alright, you and I are watching Seung Hui press his gem as Wisman's destiny radiates a crimson aura. He lunges forward, skewering Feng Green once again. All the man can manage are a few broken, agonizing gasps. Please, do not abandon me, Lord Wisman, he pleads before collapsing. Seung Hui coldly asks if it was right to spare him. Goddess Wisman just closes her eyes and shakes her head slowly. His sins are too heavy. She can forgive him, but the children he hurt cannot. Even though she was prepared, the pain is still absolute. A soft voice cuts in. Rebecca is sobbing, staring at the body of the man who was her family. He might have been a monster, but he was still the only family she had left. It's a shocking sentiment, but Goddess Wisman doesn't hesitate. She reaches out and pulls the girl into a hug. She whispers tenderly, telling her child that she knows how hard this was, and she's just glad she's safe. Rebecca is overwhelmed by the embrace as a heartbroken cry suddenly echoes through the area, piercing the heavy silence. Through the noise, Seung Hui breaks the mood with a serious demand. He has some major questions for the goddess. She's surprised, but Seung Hui firmly insists there are many things he needs to verify right now. She offers a friendly smile. Since he is the hero who saved the world, she'll answer anything she possibly can for him. He smiles back. But internally, he's completely annoyed with the way she's acting. Seriously. You have to wonder how many masks this guy actually wears. He didn't do this just for fun. He needs real information on the administrators or anything related to traveling through space right now. Now pay attention, because he asks for a private conversation, suggesting they move somewhere else to speak away from the others. Goddess Wisman gets the hint and instantly snaps her fingers. Suddenly, a soundproof barrier surrounds them. To Dong Ho and Rebecca, standing outside, it looks just like they're trapped inside a cage. Seeing Seung Hui's confusion, she gently explains what just happened. This barrier blocks all outside interference. Nobody can hear their conversation. Seung Hui is actually pretty impressed by this. He realizes it's a simulated space. Not bad for a goddess, her powers really are on another level compared to others. Remembering her earlier whisper about him being from another world, he decides to get straight to the point. Since she already knows he's an outsider, he isn't going to dance around the subject. I know what you're thinking, can she send him home? Well, the goddess just gives him a weak smile. I'm sorry, she says. Seung Hui's heart drops. Did she really just shut him down like that? She nervously explains that while dimension hopping requires divine power, her current state is just too weak. Seung Hui finds a glimmer of hope. What if they find another god with enough power to help? But her answer remains the same, that likely won't work. To travel between worlds, you need the exact coordinates of the specific destination. Determining the coordinates of your world isn't hard, but relative to human time, It would take far too long for you to ever see it. Seung Hui is crushed. When he asks exactly how long, she says at least a few centuries. Seung Hui is officially speechless. That's just great, he mutters, as the goddess shares her own theory. He was summoned by another entity, right? Whoever brought him here must already know the coordinates he needs. That thought immediately brings a certain familiar figure to Seung Hui's mind. It makes sense why no one ever returns to Earth. He has to cooperate with the administrator. She asks if he has more questions. After a pause, he brings up one last crucial thing. The Wisman's destiny attribute appears right above their heads. He leans in close, asking how she was able to interfere with his status window and grant him power. Suddenly, the system goes wild as Wisman's grace begins to wrap around his entire body. He receives a new skill but completely ignores the notification, continuing to press her for answers. He's met countless beings in this world, but no one has ever been able to do that before. She remains calm, explaining that normally, nobody should ever be able to mess with a status window. Whoever created that system must possess an incredible, godlike power. Seung Hui warily takes a few steps back. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for her answer. She simply registered herself as a user in his enlightenment status system. Alright, let's dive into this. You and I are about to figure out if the manager is really powerful enough to fuse a piece of a god directly into the system. Exactly who are these people anyway? If possessing a holy relic is the only way to register a god into the system, then why was there no reward or achievement after I got Castel's orb? After thinking it over, Seung Hui decides to reveal a secret. I actually found another holy relic before this, but even then, the system did not record it. Other than that, only this crossbow has ever interfered with my status window. Do you know why? She leans down, staring intensely at the item in his hand. That orb is just an object containing a god, but my left hand carries my own saintly will. It is the same for this crossbow. There is a faint, sleeping piece of saintly will hidden inside it. He lifts the weapon, feeling confused. Saintly will? Wisman speaks up again, her voice remaining soft and steady. Before gods vanish, they often leave behind relics containing their essence. Specifically, the saintly will of a forgotten god. As she explains, two partially blurred notification windows pop up on the screen. These remnants are all that remain when a holy relic is left behind and eventually collected. Now, pay attention here. This is where you and I discover the truth about collecting the relics of a forgotten god. Collect the remains of a forgotten god to finish the quest. Seung Hui feels uneasy despite getting his answers. Wisman was right. He finally unlocked the real message. But for some reason, he still feels unsettled. He stares at the items the manager is clearly collecting, the saintly will infused within these mysterious objects. Shaking it off, Seung Hui snaps back to reality. Thank you for providing me with all this new information. She nods, looking genuinely pleased. I am glad I could help you. But his curiosity is not satisfied yet. One last thing, what actually happened to HEALER in the past? You gave your life to protect it from some kind of threat. Wisman closes her eyes, unable to hide her feelings of frustration and helplessness. I am sorry, but I do not remember that time clearly. My revival was likely too unstable. Seung Hui does not want to be rude, so he stops there. But then, she continues on her own. I do remember this. She searches her memories for an image of a battle in the sky. She was the one fighting. My opponent was a god. That blue hair left a deep impression on her. And now Seung Hui is lost in deep thought. That means the enemy was not a forgotten god like Wisman. Come to think of it, Castel was also a fallen god who resurrected. A skeleton hidden under a cloak is silently draining human energy to satisfy its hunger for points. Okay, I know what you are thinking. Is the manager a forgotten god too? It is starting to look like it. Why are so many gods vanishing? Could there be an actual war happening between them? A long while later, the vine barrier finally fades away. A man and a woman emerge from within. Rebecca screams their names, but Dongho is dead serious as he questions them. What were you two talking about? But Seung Hui keeps his lips sealed. He looks down and mumbles in a completely annoyed tone. If I keep hanging around you, I will die of curiosity. Seung Hui teases him back. Rest in peace then. He falls back into deep thought, leaving a furious Dongho fuming behind him. If I find out why gods are disappearing and attacking each other, I can figure out why the manager wants their saintly will. Once I know their goal, I will drag them into the light and make them pay tenfold for everything. Little does he know, his smile is being watched through a lens. It looks like we will meet soon. What on earth? The manager hasn't taken their eyes off him. I will be waiting. Back in HEALER, the streets are empty and foggy. Someone is definitely scared of ghosts. Dongho follows the group quickly into a dark alleyway. The mansion is eerily quiet. Half the villagers are asleep, while the rest were likely drained by Feng Green. Wisman suddenly grows somber, blaming herself. So many children lost their lives because of me. He feels just as gloomy. Is there any way for us to at least save Have? His soul is still trapped inside that golem. Seung Hui just shakes his head. I am not sure. Even if we pull his soul out, there is no vessel strong enough to hold it. His real body is long gone. Even Rebecca loses her spirit seeing this. I might never see my surviving teammates or Mason ever again. And that is where we leave it for now, with Wisman gently wiping away those tears to offer whatever comfort she can. Stick with me here, you're about to see a miracle. Don't cry, Wisman whispers. Rebecca can only sob her name. Wisman gently pats her head, signaling it's okay. Leave the rest to me. After all, I am your protector. Suddenly, wind and leaves swirl from the magic circle. Blinding light floods every single corner and street of the village. Countless golden specks form in the air as bodies are reborn. Nobody back home would ever believe a story like this. Dongho's jaw is on the floor as he witnesses the scene. What on earth is actually happening right now? Seung-hoon isn't surprised. He calmly explains they're being resurrected while watching the goddess closely for any sudden changes. You mean she's actually raising the dead? He stares at the rising survivors and confirms the impossible truth. Yes, it's one of the 3 ultimate taboos of humanity, a forbidden miracle that belongs only to the gods. Rebecca is completely overwhelmed by the shock. Her eyes go wide as she sees everyone finally coming back. Thank you, Wisman. I can't thank you enough. But suddenly, she turns around and her pupils shrink in total surprise. Wisman's body begins to dissolve into the wind. Rebecca screams her name and desperately rushes forward to stop her. Dongho realizes something is terribly wrong. He runs while shouting at Seung-hoon, asking what's happening to the goddess. Seung-hoon walks slowly. He explains that Goddess Wisman was created from the combined souls of the people of Chakati. Now those souls are returning to their bodies. As she realizes the cost, Rebecca feels a heavy lump in her throat. Does that mean that Goddess Wisman is going to vanish forever? Watch this part closely. This isn't just a goodbye. It's a soul-shattering sacrifice. She's lost her will to exist to save everyone. Rebecca is in total shock. This can't be happening. We just met. We haven't even had a real chance to sit down and talk yet. Wisman only offers a comforting smile in response, leaving behind a few final, gentle words before she departs for good. Don't be sad. I'm just returning things to where they belong. Standing nearby, Seung-hoon's entire view of her changes. How can she be so selfless? She smiles beautifully, saying it's only natural for a mother to love her children. Dongho feels the weight of the sadness, but he's clear-headed enough to agree with her words. Parents live to see their children happy. Seung-hoon stares at him with a look that could kill before asking, "Is that so?" But Seung-hoon's mind is still racing, constantly thinking about the incredible nature of Goddess Wisman's sacrifice. He can't understand it. How can someone give up their entire existence without a single moment of hesitation or doubt? She speaks to him. "Child from another world, when I go, the power you borrowed from me will vanish too. I won't be able to grant you any more divine arts that require using your left arm ever again. Even the holy relics and Wisman's grace will soon turn into nothing but ordinary, worthless stones." Kama is going to be in absolute chaos once they hear about this. Seung-hoon's heart hits rock bottom hearing those words. Let's pause. You and I know our main character is always calculating. Losing these earthbone skills hurts, and he's actually debating if this resurrection was worth it. Wisman immediately sees right through his selfish thoughts and offers him one last, unexpected gift before she goes. To ensure you can still use those arts without me, she pushes a familiar power attribute towards Seung-hoon. Wisman's system is suddenly consumed by his own. "I will change my very essence just for you." 2 powerful new attributes flash before Seung-hoon as a reward for the fusion. This is absolutely off the charts and completely insane. She actually modified her own skills for him. By now, the goddess's physical form has almost completely faded away. No time left for details, but they will surely help you. Seung-hoon offers his deepest thanks in return. "Thank you very much, Goddess Wisman." Dongho watches her go with a heavy heart, expressing his regret. "It's such a shame. You were honestly my favorite goddess since the very first moment we met." Wisman looks at him without a smile, whispering something cryptic. Dongho is stunned. Did she just curse me? Seung-hoon just forced a smile. Probably not. She looks around the village one last time before saying goodbye. "The time has come for me to leave. I can no longer serve as Chakati's protector. Now, you all must protect the forest and village yourselves." With her passing, the system begins to shift, and the curse of the Red Forest starts to change. Wisman's divine power, the pure protective spirit of Chakati, is slowly flickering out into nothingness. The barrier is gone. Outsiders won't get lost anymore, and vicious beasts will soon flood the Holy Land. Wisman smiles gently until the very end. "I believe in you all. You can overcome anything, because you are my children," and that's where we leave it. A legendary sacrifice, truly unforgettable. Wild, right? Yes, Lord Wisman, we will not fail you. Goodbye, Wisman. That departure ends with a sincere word of affection. Stick with me. It is about to get wild. I love you. In an instant, the sky finally returns to its usual, peaceful, and quiet color. Dongho finally lets out a long sigh of relief. If only our manager was 1/8 as strong as Wisman, we would have been home long ago. He complains just like him. If we were that powerful, we would never have been dragged here. But this deal is still worth it. I scored a 4-star skill without spending a single cent. Hearing that, his expression immediately shifts into something much darker. This guy is a total mood swing. Suddenly, Sung-Huin receives a brand new notification from the system. My child will read this one day. It is so sudden and shockingly heavy. When did this message even show up? It sounds exactly like Wisman. Nobody knows the goddess is clutching her chest far away, sending this final signal to her child. Creating these enhancement skills consumed a massive amount of energy, specifically 12,500 points. So I completed this mission for you instead. I am truly sorry for using your points without asking first, but I was in such a rush that I could not say it. The anonymous reward is now in your inventory. With much love, Wisman. Reading to the end, Sung-Huin's anger explodes instantly. Now watch this. This goddess did no work but still took his points for a snack. She waves a heart toward him from the sky. I love you. A skeletal hand appears, mimicking Sung-Huin's every movement. Activating the hand of Horus, he clenches his fist and the bone hand follows. This makes Sung-Huin happy. The skill was Wisman's left hand. This will allow me to use earth bones once more. I thought it would involve a hawk because of the name Horus, but perhaps it just indicates that the bones are here in Aeon. Before he can reflect, a bearded mouth opens and starts shouting, Hey, what are you spacing out for? Heal me right now. Everyone else was resurrected without a problem, so why am I the only one who cannot move at all? Inside Harvey's room at the Dollmakers Guild, he won't stop screaming. Sung-Huin ignores him completely, playing with the hand of Horus. It seems only I can see this hand. A second later, a flame ignites on it, allowing for soul interference. The host can now communicate with spirits. It flies toward Harvey's chest without hesitation, terrifying the old man. Trust me, you and I would start praying too. That hand keeps going, pulling Harvey's soul right out of his body. Using removal, Sung-Huin playfully dangles it in front of him. You see this? This right here is your soul. Harvey lies there helpless, watching his most precious treasure being played with. What on earth is happening? Put it back. In contrast, the hero is fascinated by the burning object. Soul interference lets him touch others' spirits. Since I lost Wisman's mandate when she vanished, she gave me useful skills to replace it, using my own points, of course. That is it. Thinking this, Sung-Huin snaps back to reality to examine the soul. As you can see, it is heavily damaged. Most of its energy was sucked out to power that massive giant golem. Your body is fine, but this internal damage is preventing you from controlling your own limbs. He opens his mouth impatiently. Do I look like a doctor to you? Stop the explanations and heal me. I will, he replies calmly, but on one condition. You must help protect Chakotay in the future. Harvey scowls at the offer. Protect Chakotay? Seeing him hesitate, Sung-Huin intentionally describes the tragedy. Just imagine what is happening to your village right now. It is no longer protected by the blessing of Wisman's mandate. This is the perfect time for monsters to attack. This will ruin the livelihood of every person in Chakotay. The forest will become far too dangerous for them to search for food and medicinal herbs. You need to deploy battle golems around the village and teach the people how to create defensive puppets so they can actually protect themselves. Harvey finally catches the hint and gets furious. You want me to share my professional secrets with everyone? There is no way I am doing that. Facing such a stubborn man, he simply dangles the soul again. So you refuse? Harvey is completely helpless, only able to curse. How dare you threaten me like this? Exhausted, Harvey finally reconsiders the situation. I really do not have any other choice here. He plans to fake it and escape once he is healed. Little does he know, Sung-Huin reads him like an open book. He even brings up Freen to threaten the old man. So what do you and I take from this? Never mess with a man who can order your own disciples to hunt you down. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch Sung-Huin use the hand of Horus to perform a miracle, carefully gathering all those shattered soul fragments. He gathers every single chaotic soul fragment and uses his raw magic to fuse them back into one solid piece. Instantly, Harvey's soul glows bright again. Sung-Huin returns it to its owner and gives him a quick heads up. All done, you can move now. After finishing, Sung-Hyun falls silent while holding a mysterious potion bottle in his hand. Wisman kept the soul essence in his inventory, which is exactly how Sung-Hyun was able to heal him so fast. I really wish my system manager was as thoughtful as she is. Suddenly, Rebecca pops her head in to announce someone is looking for me. He doesn't stick around. Goodbye, Teacher Harvey. And make sure you keep your end of the promise we made. Harvey is finally healed, but he is so furious he looks like his wounds might actually burst open again. Switching scenes to the Adventurers Guild, Catch hands over the items and confirms the money was sent to the guild account. Now, pay attention, this recommendation letter she gives him is going to unlock some massive benefits in all the different guilds surrounding Aeon. Knowing this is a high-tier item, he tucks it away immediately. Sung-hyun even gives her a very respectful bow. Thank you very much. The branch manager just responds to his gratitude with a humble and appreciative smile. No, I should thank you for saving my village. So, the doll makers really decided to help rebuild this place? Sung-hyun just grins, hiding his inner thoughts. It didn't actually take that much effort to persuade that terrifying guy. Hearing that, she starts to understand. It seems a brush with death really can change even the cruelest hearts. Rebecca suddenly interrupts with a serious expression. Those doll-making techniques are the only legacy we have left of Wisman. The idea of only a few people monopolizing that knowledge is something we simply cannot accept anymore. The Spencer family is ready to cooperate with the guild. I will liquidate all our assets and donate them to rebuild this entire village. Catch is left completely speechless by that level of intense enthusiasm. Rebecca Dongho even has to ask her one more time. Are you absolutely sure you want to give everything up? My brother was the one who destroyed this village. It is my family's responsibility to help fix the damage. I want to live my life as Rebecca, not Lowena Spencer. Sung-hyun takes this chance to give her some advice. You should learn how to make dolls too, Rebecca. Anyone can learn now that Teacher Harvey is instructing the villagers. Rebecca smiles while looking out at the scenery. I think I might actually be able to do that. I can learn the craft and help the forest grow. It has a new name now, right? Wisman's Forest. Soon, darkness covers the adventurers in. Sung-hyun lies in bed thinking so hard his hair might turn white from stress. Finally, we get to leave this village behind us and head out to our next destination tomorrow morning. I should drink a mana potion before bed. How many do I have left? He opens the system and a notification pops up. A new item has been added to your inventory, the Dream Travel Ticket. Another message follows right after. I have placed that unknown reward you received in your inventory for you. His memories of the item finally return. Right, Wisman did mention this. The Dream Travel Ticket. Do I really just put this under my pillow while I sleep? He quickly slides it under his pillow. As he lies down, Sung-hyun can't help but talk to himself. I know what you're thinking. 30,000 points is a huge gamble for a ticket that might be totally useless. Suddenly, the sound of clear water echoes in his mind. He opens his eyes to find himself submerged in light. He is currently lying right on top of a moving surface of water. Sung-hyun sits up and looks around. Am I dreaming? Did that ticket really pull me into a dream? I can't even open my status window here. This is definitely a dream. Suddenly, a message sent from midair catches his full attention. I see you have arrived. Standing behind him is the manager in a cube form, completely wrapped in heavy chains. He shouts out a question when he sees that floating block. What the hell is that cube supposed to be? Perhaps you will recognize me more easily if I communicate with you using this specific format. A screen suddenly moves right in front of him with a cryptic message. I have been waiting for you, Sung-hyun. Wait a second, the manager speaks calmly. I am the one who summoned you here. I am your manager. Her voice is completely void of any human emotion as she continues her explanation. I am also a god forgotten by history, someone who has slowly vanished from the memories of all mankind. You and I definitely didn't see that coming. Alright, stick with me because we are about to see a clash that defies logic. Sung-hyun charges, fist clenched, finally ready to take down the manager. It is time to strike, but the manager reacts instantly, making Sung-hyun's desperate attack fail completely. Still, he does not quit, immediately swinging a kick her way. His brows furrow in total confusion as he mumbles to himself. What is the deal? Did you wear chainmail because you are scared of a beating? She calmly explains those chains are not protection, they are her shackles. In this moment, Sung-hyun feels a deep, rising irritation. He is ready to do anything to shatter this obstacle right now, but he just cannot seem to get close to it. So, he shifts his approach and starts talking. What exactly happened to you? The manager begins her slow explanation of the past. I know it sounds like a massive cliché, but I was sealed away, she says softly. Keyword restrictions prevent her from going into full detail, but to put it simply, she was betrayed by the people she trusted most. She summoned him here because she needs someone capable of freeing her from these binding chains once and for all. Sung-hyun listens, as she explains, her prison is the subconscious world, what humans usually call a dream. Now, here is where things get trippy. Watch this. It is a dream within a dream, and she points to the portal behind them, called the other side of the subconscious. This gateway is the only path a normal human can take to reach this place. The chance of this portal appearing is 1 in 5,922. Hearing this, Sung-hyun sighs in disbelief. It is rare, but not impossible, like the drop rate for a legendary item, right? He cracks a dry joke. She confirms his hunch. Exactly. Many people have managed to find their way here over the long years. She explained the situation to every one of them, begging for freedom. The tragic story continues to unfold. They had a great sleep, but only a vague feeling of dreaming. Once they woke up, every single person forgot the promise they made her. Sung-hyun smirks. So they just forgot? That is karma for you. Is that also part of your seal's curse? Does his expression look punchable or what? Despite the mockery, the manager keeps her voice calm and level. Yes, this seal does not just bind me. It carries a curse that wipes the memory of this dream from anyone who leaves. Sung-hoon shrugs. Whoever did this must be a real piece of work, sealing you and everything else. But why go through all the trouble of explaining this to me? He asks, suspicious of her motives. With his hands in his pockets, he guesses she must have found a blessing that can finally break this memory curse. She does not deny it. You are right, but there is a serious problem. She continues with a heavy sigh. Every resident of On worships a god, so I cannot grant them blessings. Then, she had a brilliant idea. If no one in this world can break the seal, she would just have to find help from another world entirely. She found it. A world steeped in myth, yet full of people who do not follow any specific god of their own. An interesting world where mana does not exist, but the concepts of skills and magic are already everywhere in their culture. She is certain that humans from Earth can save her. This claim starts to annoy Sung-hoon. He pokes her, questioning her logic. I get it, but why South Korea specifically? I know what you are thinking. Korean gamers are just built different, right? Most travelers are Korean for one simple reason. Hoin's hand stops in midair. What? The manager explains that you all already know what a status window is. While she was brainstorming ways to grant power to ordinary humans, she hit a breakthrough. She happened to read some Earth literature. The most fascinating element she found was the concept of the status window. Seung-hoon's face goes completely blank after hearing that. He responds with total, blunt honesty. I never imagined I would be dragged to another dimension by a deity who spends her time reading comics and web novels. The manager simply notes that they are actually quite good. Hoon cannot even argue. Yeah, they are pretty addictive. She admits she even took ideas from that gacha board. This ridiculous confession makes Hoon kick her chains in pure rage. I swear I am going to kill you. He kicks the chains frantically, making them clang together with iron force. Are you kidding me? You kidnapped me and now you want me to free you? Give me one good reason why. The manager calmly makes an offer. If you break my seal, I will send you right back to where you belong. But that is not all. Her next words make him freeze. I can also restore everything you have ever lost. He quickly denies it. I have not lost anything unless you mean my house in Korea, which I lost because of you. But trust me, you and I both know she sees right through his weak defense. Stick with me, you and I are exploring a world where precious things are the price of survival. Sung-hui asks, explain that more clearly. Something precious? The manager calmly explains. For example, one man lost everything just for vouching for a friend he'd known for 20 years. That bastard. I chose him because I needed someone desperate enough to actually help me. Sung-hui thinks to himself the only thing he's desperate for is to rip this guy apart. He knows he needs to get back to Earth though. His mind drifts to a promise he made right before he was pulled into this world. But I haven't lost anything precious, and there's nothing I want to get back. The manager fires back. Do you remember everything before you arrived? Sung-hee's eyes widen in total shock. What? She repeats it that final day on Earth, right before he awakened in the world of On. Sung-hui winces. He can remember the day before the summons, but the exact date? It's a complete blank. He asks weakly. So, the thing I lost was my own memory? Now pay attention. Because here is the question, are those lost memories really worth risking your life for? Is even one day of memory worth it? She responds almost instantly. I'd explain, but I can't. I won't spoil the surprise. This sly attitude makes Sung-hui's blood boil. Narrow-minded jerk. Pushed to the edge, he grabs the chains and lets out a roar. I'm sick of your arrogance. I'm not helping you anymore now. This is just about revenge. His raw killing intent sends a freezing shiver straight down the manager's spine. Honestly, I don't care about memories. I just want one thing in exchange for breaking your seal. This guy isn't backing down. He demands, give me the weapons or skills I need to take you down. The manager considers it for a heartbeat. Fine. Suddenly, light gathers right in front of Seung-hui. As the item appears, she explains, this is delirium. It's the only blade that can actually wound me. But she adds a catch. You can only use it inside the subconscious and within illusions. Sung-hui snaps back. Wait, I can't use this in the real world? Is it just trash? The manager stays calm while he inspects the knife. Just keep it. You'll find a use for it eventually. If you want to escape a dream, just stab yourself. You'll wake up immediately. He glares at her. She notes that if she were him, she'd tell her to beat it and find another traveler. Finally, the manager confesses the truth. She's actually getting pretty desperate. Watch this part closely. Out of all the travelers summoned, only 3 have ever found her here. Only 3? Sung-hui can't wrap his head around those low numbers. She can summon people, but she can't talk to them. She's forced to just wait for them to find her. But then, something unexpected happened. People realized that just believing in a god could make them much stronger. They'd basically say, if this god gives me a power-up, then yeah, of course I'll believe. Others were even more arrogant, begging to become followers just to snatch up some divine power. Most travelers either joined a church or became devoted followers of some other random god. By the time she noticed, guides about the churches in On were everywhere. They listed benefits for joining each sect and recommended the best ones for every class. There were even guides on how to switch religions without penalties and how to worship multiple gods at once. One of the travelers had already written a full religious handbook for this entire world. She sighs at how fast things changed, but Sung Hui doesn't feel any sympathy at all. Well, Koreans are famous for being masters of optimization. You guys see how cheeky this guy is? The story continues. Fortunately, not every single traveler decided to sell their soul to a church. So she didn't give up and finally discovered a way to actually communicate. A notification pops up, quest complete, 5,000 points rewarded. She started giving out rewards through an achievement system. She created these achievements for travelers who refused to borrow power from other gods, allowing them to receive her blessing instead. So only those with the mark get to come here. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me because Soon Hwine is finally starting to get interested. The manager admits it without hesitation, those special marks are indeed black stars. She explains that breaking the seal takes more than just an iron will, he needs peak skills too. Suddenly, a glowing information window pops up right in front of his face. Seung Hoin's eyes widen as he reads the screen. A massive list of difficult quests with similar requirements appears. Mission requirements. Do not worship any other gods, conquer a dungeon entirely alone, defeat a boss monster solo, and win a one-on-one battle against a world traveler. Hunt down a rare monster and take out a giant beast. Slay the giant beast and defeat the rare monster. At this point, the manager explains that only those who meet her strict standards can receive a black star. As she speaks, the entire space surrounding Seung Hoon begins to warp and shift. He is one of only 3 people to ever achieve that. Seung Hoon frowns deeply, his mind already racing as he begins to evaluate the situation. Earning a black star means the manager officially recognizes him as someone with truly overwhelming raw power. One of them was Kim Jian, whom Dong Ho mentioned. But who could the other person be? Now pay attention here, a sudden notification pops up that leaves Seung Hoon stunned. Anyone who wins a black star is officially recognized as a member of the church. He points a finger in confusion. What? I never said I wanted to join your weird cult. The manager stays calm. You might not want to, but the system does not care about your opinion. He is left completely speechless by her stubbornness. The manager continues her explanation, saying that by principle, I can only grant divine protection to my existing followers. You will have to earn that black star yourself. Since it uses massive divine energy, she cannot contact him often. Seung Hoin sits down to endure the long story. Good grief, why on earth are you making me collect 4 of these things? The curse is too strong for one blessing. He is the last one to receive a black star since others have already joined different cults. Travelers between worlds have either already joined a different church, or they simply will never be strong enough to meet the requirements again. A smirk plays on Seung Hoon's lips. No wonder this whole situation sounds so incredibly hopeless. So, I am the final candidate? That actually sounds pretty cool. He seems relaxed despite the heavy burden on his shoulders. He lies back and asks, so, what exactly do I have to do to break this seal? These chains were forged with a god's power. Breaking them requires a massive amount of divine energy. She summons an object while speaking. This is a special item known as the divine jar. Keep this on you, and every time you gather divine power, it will automatically store it inside. You can also supplement the jar by using the points you have accumulated so far, but at your current slow rate, that would take about 30 years to complete. Seung Hoin grabs the jar. You expect me to be your disciple for 30 whole years? Stop beating around the bush and just tell me, is there a faster way to collect divine power? The manager finally starts to hesitate. Now pay attention here, the manager slowly explains that there is indeed a faster way to gather that power. The method she reveals? Destroy objects imbued with divine energy, such as holy statues and sacred talismans. Doing this lets you absorb massive power instantly, but the consequences will be extremely severe. Seung Hoin already knows what she means. Destroying a relic means infuriating the god it represents. If I do that, every church will hunt me down, and the gods themselves will become my enemies. He considers this calmly. So, you are telling me I just switched to hard mode? She is surprised by his reaction. Are you going to refuse? Seung Hoin just shakes his head, of course not. I actually love annoying people, he declares confidently. The manager finally feels a sense of relief. I knew I could count on you. I am sure you can do it. Seung Hoin's expression turns mocking. Count on me? Sure. She acts all friendly and polite. But this whole thing feels incredibly fake. His gaze turns sharp as her true form is revealed. He trembles with pure rage while reading the information window. This talking brick has annoyed me in so many ways already. There is no way it is a good person or even a good brick. But then, Seung Hoin has a question. Oh right, there is something I wanted to ask you. What is it? He asks softly. Why is it that I cannot use any mana? If it is because I am from Earth, then other dimension travelers shouldn't be able to use mana either. The manager pauses to think for a moment, and trust me, you and I are about to find out what she says next. Alright, you and I are jumping into a moment where Sung-Huin loses his cool. Wait, you are only telling me this now? The manager warps space to explain. To put it simply, it is because your body is incapable of containing any mana. That assessment makes Sung-Huin get serious. This must be connected to his lost memories. As the grumpy hero turns to leave, she asks in return, "Are you heading out already?" Blue light starts engulfing him. Either way, I do not think I will get anything more out of this conversation, the manager replies calmly. Too bad. I wanted to hear about the outside world just to get another cranky response from you. Go ask someone else. Before vanishing, he asks one last thing. By the way, what is your name? The manager explains softly. I cannot say it due to restricted keywords. Hearing this, Sung-Huin isn't even surprised anymore. Suddenly, her final words echo in his ears as she adds a parting thought. You already know my name. Sung-Huin jolts awake after that bizarre chat. Birds are chirping outside, but his mind is still reeling from the dream. What is the matter? Dong-ho wakes up nearby, stretching and feeling great. He waves a friendly hand at Sung-Huin. Good morning, doctor. But Sung-Huin just grumbles back. What is so good about it? I met a total idiot in my dreams last night. Dong-ho gets curious immediately. A dream about what? He quickly changes the subject. Oh right, I have something for you. Here, cheer up. Dong-ho explains the item he places into Sung-Huin's hand. Is this a lucky charm I bought as a souvenir? Not bad, right? Mine has a dog on it. Apparently, they design these based on what fits the customer best. Sung-Huin feels a bit satisfied. Thanks. His expression turns pensive. Round bottles like this are more common in alchemy than they are for medical healing. Suddenly, a voice calls from outside. Sung-Huin, Dong-ho, your golem carriage is ready. He says thanks and slowly stands up from the table. Shall we get going then? They head toward the door to return to Han Village. Meanwhile, at the Bone Inn, Jian-Hun's gaze shifts as his lips curl into a smirk. He tosses a knife onto the table while making a silent observation. Something interesting is about to happen here. Outside, the sky begins to pour down rain like a heavy waterfall. Pay attention here, because things are about to get real. Inside the carriage, Dong-ho asks, So you really met the administrator? His curiosity is glued to the item in Sung-Huin's hand. Is this a divine vessel? Our hero calmly admits it. When I woke up, it was already in my inventory. He then briefly outlines his bold new plan. From now on, I intend to hunt the cultists and destroy their relics. Dong-ho asks doubtfully, Is that really safe? He warns him that making enemies of both the gods and the church is a whole different level of danger. Sung-Huin asks mockingly, Are you scared? The other man doesn't hesitate. Of course I am. You are terrifyingly reckless. Suddenly, Daisy spots something and yanks the reins. The horses rear up, sending everyone inside the carriage tumbling over each other. Dong-ho shouts from the inside, Mr. Rich, what is going on? Rich clicks his tongue. Right in front of them is a pack of monsters, aggressively baring their fangs at the carriage. Now, here is a detail we need to notice. Dong-ho instantly recognizes them as black spider wolves. They are about to attack. Sung-Huin calmly uses a summoning spell, creating stone arrows from the linked pouch of Freya. Arrows manifest and fly out at high speeds. The monsters are struck one after another. They scatter, some dying while others flee for their lives. Sung-Huin moves to examine a person lying on the ground. This driver seems to have died several minutes ago. The entire body has been torn apart. Talk about bad luck. He was so close to reaching the village. He slowly reaches a chilling conclusion. This was not the work of those black spider wolves. Seeing Dong-ho's confusion, Sung-Huin explains that those wolves use venom to paralyze their prey first. But the system indicates this body is covered in severe bite marks and is in a completely crushed state. Sung-Huin remarks quietly that there are no signs of paralysis on this corpse at all. He looks around and adds, Furthermore, isn't there way too much blood here for just one person? He estimates there should have been 3 to 4 passengers in this carriage. Hearing this, Daisy chimes in. Wait, were they kidnapped then? Sung-Huin confirms calmly. Monsters do not usually pick and choose who to take, so this was likely the work of humans. Dong-ho, searching the luggage, notes they even deliberately avoided touching the bags. Suddenly, his attention is caught by a small scrap of white paper. Trust me, you and I are about to see this mystery deepen. It is a permit for a magic guild in Hin Village. Alright, you and I are about to see a massive conspiracy unfold. Sung-Huin is shocked to hear the magic association was a gift from Kama. His aura changes instantly. If this building is already here, it means the officials overseeing the construction have definitely been kidnapped. A dangerous smirk curls on his lips as his tone turns cold. Which pathetic bastard dares to mess with my plans? The scene shifts to Hin village. Jay turns to signal the carriage. We have finally arrived, my lords. Seung-hoin steps out, looking lazy. It feels like it has been forever, but we are finally back at the village. Dong-hoon agrees as the rain finally stops. They pull up in front of a place called the Bit P Inn. A voice greets them warmly. Lord Kang and Julia from the Bon Inn. Seung-hoon smiles and asks how she has been. Julia rushes over and gives him a tight hug. I'm so glad you returned safely. Her attitude clearly pleases him. Were you that worried? Julia pouts, explaining how scary it was to lose contact with a legendary adventurer like him. Seung-hoin's attention shifts to the side, landing on a mysterious figure slumped over a table in the distance. It is Cheon-hun, passed out with a massive drink. Seung-hoin dryly remarks on someone drinking this early in the day. Jay just nods along. That is the life. Though those judging stares are enough to make anyone feel a bit awkward, Julia excitedly offers to cook. With all the rain lately, the vegetables are growing better than ever. The produce is incredibly fresh. Rain? Seung-hoin asks. She confirms it started about 3 days ago, out of nowhere. It was a sudden storm, just like today. This makes him curious. Has anything else unusual happened around here? Julia pauses to think. Something unusual? Now watch closely here, this clue changes everything. She mentions a wrecked carriage nearby with all the luggage left completely untouched. Seung-hoon connects the dots instantly. A broken carriage, untouched luggage, and that strange, sudden rain. It is exactly what he saw on the road. He politely thanks her for sharing the information. He asks her to prepare a special meal for 3. Julia beams and promises to have it ready soon. Dong-hoon gets up. Hey, I need to use the restroom. Seung-hoon tells him he will find them a table. Now it is just Zix and Seung-hoon. So, are you really planning to investigate that carriage accident yourself? Yes. The missing person is very important. If I just start destroying relics, the church and guild will both retaliate. I need the Magic Association to take the heat for me while I handle the real investigation. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. There were 0 traces of skills at the scene, which is extremely suspicious. A mage from the association wouldn't be that sloppy. That rain was definitely summoned to wash away the evidence. We need to track down whoever called that storm. Zix suggests starting their search at the Adventurers Guild. We need the one who called the rain. Here comes a very strange character. Where would we even find them? Zix suggests the Adventurers Guild is their best bet for information. Who are you looking for? They both look over. Jay is shocked as a blank sheet of paper flies out and hits his head, drawing blood on impact. Seung-hoon reads the note. Find whatever you need. He looks at Hoon, who is now acting like a pro. The man covers his face and smirks. Detective Alex, at your service, ready to solve any mystery you have. Seung-hoon repeats the name. Mr. Alex? Cheon-hoon strikes a mysterious pose, while Zix just holds his head in exhaustion. Cheon-hoon ignores them. So, you are looking for someone? Leave it to me. I specialize in these cases. Seung-hoon stares him down. Honestly, you look more like a common scammer than a real detective to me. Cheon-hoon sighs. You really shouldn't judge a book by its cover, you know? He points right at him. Besides, you look way more like a con artist than I do. This comment leaves Seung-hoon completely frozen. Talk about a double standard. He huffs and crosses his arms, finally asking what his service fee is. Jay is horrified and asks if he really trusts this guy. He looks like total trouble. Cheon-hoon explains that the price depends on the range. Seung-hoon tells him to keep it within Hin village. The drunkard sits down and reveals his price. Just pay my bar tab. I haven't paid a single cent yet. He pulls out a scroll that starts glowing. Seung-hoon watches with growing curiosity as the magic begins. Why does a detective know how to use high-level alchemy and observation skills? This guy is definitely hiding something. So, do you and I think this detective is legit? Stick around to find out. Stick with me. This story just took a major turn for the weird. Seung-hyuk keeps his eyes locked on Cheon-hun as he rummages through his inventory looking for gear. Suddenly, he shuts his eyes and sighs, saying he knows exactly how worried Seung-hyuk is right now. Even with a crossbow pointed directly at his face, he just chuckles and says rushing won't help them. He laughs coldly, calling out the shady inventory and how he can be so calm meeting a fellow Earthling. The truth is, Seung-hyuk has already figured out this guy's secret identity. This man is a dimensional traveler, and travelers like them can spot their own kind instantly. His fashion sense is a dead giveaway, and that vibe? You just can't hide it in this world. Seriously, if you're vibing with this too, remember to like and subscribe for more pro tips. Seung-hyuk carefully analyzes his speech and logic, noticing how perfectly this guy has masked his true intentions. He keeps a total poker face, but his mind is racing with questions. Now, pay attention here. Why would someone from Earth hide their identity from their own kind? Cheon-hun starts casually twirling his pen before asking if Seung-hyuk is actually superhuman. Apparently, nobody has ever spotted his earthly origins before, so Seung-hyuk just asks why he's hiding. He should have recognized him instantly, but Cheon-hoon simply says he has private reasons. The tension is thick enough to cut, leaving poor Ji on the side just praying for peace. Ji is baffled by the sudden change in energy, while Dong-ho looks completely lost. Wait, what's going on? Dong-ho asks, but Cheon-hoon suddenly shouts in shock. He jumps out of his chair and turns toward Dong-ho, demanding to know if he's the real Kim Dong-ho. Dong-ho just stares back blankly, asking who he is, which clearly offends Cheon-hoon's pride. He reminds him of Chakati village, but Dong-ho is just annoyed by his weird look. After 7,749 hints, it finally clicks for Dong-ho, it really is Cheon-hoon. That name makes Seung-hyuk and Ji freeze, as food is served for the four of them. Turns out he was Dong-ho's old colleague, which is a pretty insane coincidence. His real name is Ma Cheon-hoon, though he usually goes by the name Alex. Seung-hyuk is still judging him, wondering how the name Ma Cheon-hoon even shortens to Alex. They only know each other because of a gullible mutual friend, so they stop digging. Cheon-hoon plays it cool, forgiving the crossbow threat so they can get down to business. Since he's a friend of Dong-ho, he promises to help them find whoever they need. Seung-hyuk makes it clear he needs someone capable of calling down the rain, whatever it takes. Cheon-hoon just smirks at the request and suddenly slices a deep line right across his own palm. Deep red blood spills onto white paper, spreading out fast while the others watch in horror. The blood flows with a mind of its own, mapping out a path. You and I probably saw this coming, but Dong-ho finally breaks the silence to ask if he's a blood mage. Seung-hyuk feels totally played, wondering if he was a detective or a magician. He claims he's a blood mage primarily, but a fortune teller on the side. The logic is full of holes, but Cheon-hoon just announces he has the results. There are 3 possible leads: the clock tower, Latika Inn, or the southeast exit. The exit is quiet, but the clock tower has one seriously stubborn guy waiting. Then he mentions the inn, his voice dropping into a calm, eerie tone. If you go there, he warns, someone is definitely going to end up dead. Everyone is shaken by the warning, but Cheon-hoon just wears a dark smile. What will he do? Seung-hyuk just smirks like he already knows, no need to even think about it. The scene shifts to Latika Inn, where a lone figure is looking around nervously. The hooded man mutters about them being late, but a voice behind him asks, "Who?" "All right, you and I are watching Seung-hui face a hooded figure." "Who are you exactly?" He ignores the question, focusing on the gear instead. "This amethyst staff is incredible. Oh my god, but why is it so scratched up?" The hooded man shouts back, "Give that back, you bastard." Seung-hui does not stop. Amethyst shards like these were found at that carriage crash in the forest. A smirk plays on his lips as he recalls Cheon-hoon saying people would die if he went there. Suddenly his expression goes ice cold. 100% chance something big is about to happen. He lunges for the staff. "Did you mess with this? Watch this." Lightning explodes from the staff, blasting Seung-hui back and leaving the entire tavern in shock. Violent winds start tearing through the building. What on earth? A massive storm inside a tavern? People around start cursing. What kind of lunatic would use this much power here? "This is an inn. Call the Adventurers Guild now. The wind is getting stronger and smashing everything nearby." Gi shouts in a panic. "Dr. Kang, this whole place is about to collapse." But Seung-hui is focused. An arrow pierces the hooded man's leg, dropping him with a painful scream. Seung-hui chuckles. Why the rush? Still, the hooded man tries to escape, diving right out the window. Seung-hui watches him go. "Seriously? You're still trying to run away?" A mage with that much stamina deserves a point. His casual attitude really starts to annoy the bystanders. "Aren't you going to go after him?" Everyone inside the inn starts sprinting for the exit. "I'm getting out first. Move!" Seung-hui watches them, thinking these adventurers are pretty mediocre. He quickly orders his 2 teammates, Gi and Kim Dong-ho, aim for the eye of the storm. They shout in agreement and move. Seung-hui heads straight into the center of the gale himself. He steps forward into the chaos, but Seung-hui knows every wind spell has a calm center. He activates his vision skill to find the weak point where the wind actually starts. He finds it instantly. The eye of the storm. He levels his crossbow and fires a direct shot. The wind begins to die down. Even so, the other 2 still have to shield themselves. The crowd is stunned. Did he just break the storm? Who is this absolute god? Gi approaches, impressed as always, but Dong-ho has a little complaint to make. "If you were any slower, the roof would have crushed us." They sigh as the culprit escapes. Dong-ho worries they won't catch him, but Seung-hui isn't bothered. "Trust me, let my friend handle it." The hooded man limps through the rain. Damn it, this hurts. Who was that guy? He needs to get back to the others as fast as possible. Suddenly, Cheon-hoon appears and blocks his path. "What a long-legged mage we have here. Famous Detective Alex is on the case." The hooded man roars. "Who are you supposed to be?" Cheon-hoon explains he's a detective, but the mage doesn't care. "Wait a second. How did you track me? The rain should have washed away all my magical traces." Cheon Hun manipulates blood with a calm face, explaining that tracking sense is exactly what he does best. The mage recognizes blood magic and panics. Your heel is still bleeding. Tracking you was easy. He prepares an attack. I refuse to be caught like this. But the blood on the ground moves. It forms a giant hand and grabs him instantly. He struggles in despair. His body feels weak as the blood magic seeps into his system. His magic is gone. Cheon Hun walks over. Did you know you're perfect bait for a blood mage? He chuckles. You know I'm a blood mage. Yet you still try these old tricks? The hooded man collapses. Wow, this guy is interesting. Dong Ho looks on in total confusion. Wait, is he dead? Seung Hu wonders if detectives are supposed to bring them back alive. Cheon Hun smiles. I didn't kill him. Look closer. He wakes the mage with a cold threat. Should I just finish it now? And trust me, you and I can see he was definitely casting a spell. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when you mess with the wrong main character. Sung Huin speaks slowly before grabbing the man by his hair. This hooded guy has way too many questions. Answer carefully if you still want to breathe. But the man just won't stop resisting. Don't make me laugh. I would rather die with my honor intact than live like a coward. However, after a quick physical lesson, he suddenly starts talking. Fine, I am the one who made it rain and blamed the monsters. Our guild just does odd jobs for cash. We even provide side information to people for the right price. Lately, there was a human trafficking job. Hearing that, Dong Ho can't stop cursing. That is purely illegal business. They interrogate him while walking. Are the victims still alive? The hooded man admits everything. Yes, we arranged to deliver the people to that inn over there. He points to a small house while explaining. This is the hideout, but the others are locked up somewhere else. Then he turns away. Wait here, I will go get the keys. Dong Ho snaps a threat. Hurry up, or I will take your legs next. Rish asks curiously. Is it really okay to let them act so arrogant like this? Sung Huin speaks calmly. It doesn't matter if he cooperates or not. That man is already dead. He thinks to himself the ones targeting the Mage Guild weren't them. They just got caught in the crossfire. Looks like they're finished. Since we are here, might as well clean up. At least one problem is solved. Now watch this part carefully. The house suddenly explodes, taking the hooded man's life. Everyone is completely stunned, staring at the charred remains of the house. Sung Huin can't help but let out a curse. The entire place is a sea of fire. Rish can only comment on how sudden that blast was. Dong Ho wonders who could have done this. Suddenly, Cheon Hun shouts out that he finally understands. His reaction makes Sung Huin curious. Do you actually know who is behind all of this? But Cheon Hun just gets dramatic. This mage's death is exactly what fate predicted. Dong Ho gets annoyed. Why bring that up now? He keeps wondering, totally unaware he is being targeted. What's the plan? We don't even know where the poison is. Meanwhile, a sniper is already prepping an attack. The glow of the arrow doesn't escape just his eyes. The sniper lets go, and the arrow flies. Danger! Earth walls rise to protect him, but the arrow pierces right through, hitting Jay. His face goes completely pale. Sung Hui and Dong Ho rush over. Then, Ga Hin's mocking voice rings out from behind them. You can't expect much from something useless. She appears with 2 henchmen, surprised they actually made it this far. Coming empty-handed is just rude. Meet Ga Hin, the Slash Guild Master. Sung Hui puts the pieces together. So you are the human trafficker? Dong Ho can't stop cursing the scumbag. Ga Hin doesn't even try to hide it. I've been watching you guys since the inn. You've got guts and skills. You and I know she's up to no good with this offer. Then comes the offer. You seem like a good fit. Want to join my guild? Sung Huin's expression turns deadly serious. Ignoring her words, he looks at his gasping teammate. An arrow whistles past Ga Hin's hair, cutting her cheek. That is his answer. Murderers aren't very attractive. Ga Hin's rage boils over instantly. You dared to scar my face? She screams at her henchmen to kill every single one of them. Dong Ho and Cheon Hun charge in. They tell Seung Hu to heal Jae while they handle the fight. He swings his weapon, taking out 2 enemies in one blow. Suddenly, a notification pops up. The target received a protection buff. The opponent gloats that all incoming damage is reduced by 50%. This old man is too soft. They immediately counter with lightning-fast strikes that Dong Ho can't predict. He is struggling to defend himself as the enemies become even more aggressive. Until Cheon Hun grabs one by the throat. He backs up Dong Ho, telling the enemies not to bother Kim Hyung. Got it? The thug is shocked. Suddenly, light flashes at Cheon Hun's command. It's time. Cuts appear on the man's back, and blood transforms into lethal, sharp thorns. The thorns pierce right through his own teammate. Cheon Hun looks thrilled with his own twisted technique. The domino effect is beautiful. Dong Ho, however, wants nothing to do with this psycho. Sung Huin watches the chaos and realizes his team is fine. You and I can see they've got this under control for now. Alright, You and I are diving straight into a high-stakes battle where every second counts. He is giving first aid to Jay, whose wounds are thankfully lighter than expected due to that earth shield. Witnessing her minions fail, Gahen lets out a furious roar. These useless subordinates are exactly what people say, only good for praising her before she launches her next strike. Multiple magic circles ignite at once. Gahen signals for the Spear of Thorns, and massive projectiles immediately begin raining down on them. Cheon-hun is scrambling for his life while shouting every curse word in the book. Using area of effect damage like this is just plain evil, you know? Even in this chaos, Dong-ho finds the time to tease him. He tells Cheon-hun to take a good look in the mirror before making complaints like that. He looks back to assess the situation. The attacks aren't too fast to dodge yet, but he realizes he is now Gahen's primary target. How much longer can he keep running? That woman is truly heartless, using the very life force of her own subordinates to trigger a massive explosion aimed directly at him. Dong-ho is blinded by the flash, wondering how she could sacrifice her own people. Suddenly, a signal from his teammate cuts through the noise. "Kim Hyung, get out of there!" But it is too late. Dong-ho takes a spear directly to the chest, leaving Cheon-hun screaming in pure shock. Kim Hyung. Even Seung-hyung is surprised. Gahen laughs wickedly, stepping toward the fallen Dong-ho, boasting that she's finally taken one of them down. She looks around at the horrified faces of the others. To her, their expressions of despair are the most entertaining thing in the world. Gahen's arrogance knows no bounds as she taunts Seung-hyung, asking if he wants to try healing his friend. She tells him to go ahead if he is feeling brave. Dong-ho's life is hanging by a single thread. Since healers are rumored to bring back the dead, she throws down a direct challenge to Seung-hyung's skills. If you can actually heal a corpse, then be my guest. Cheon-hun grits his teeth in rage, while Seung-hyung's expression becomes completely unreadable. Without rushing, he calmly tells her that she really ought to apologize now. Hearing this, Gahen cannot help but burst into a fit of mocking laughter. Why so grumpy just because a teammate died? She asks if he will actually forgive her if she says she is sorry. Seung-hyung maintains his composure and clarifies that he is not the one she needs to apologize to. A gentle, yet terrifying smile spreads across his face. Gahen is confused, asking what he means. But then, Dong-ho's body begins to undergo a bizarre and chilling transformation right before her eyes. Swirling currents of black energy begin to envelop his entire form. The sight leaves her stunned as she wonders if the corpse is actually dissolving into nothing. Her subordinates immediately raise their guard. They cannot tell if they are looking at thick black smoke or some kind of unnatural mist. Here's the part you and I need to watch closely. A shadow forms within the darkness, and suddenly, Dong-ho's eyes glow a fierce gold and snap open. What on earth is happening? A massive explosion of dark energy follows, sending everyone into a panic as a true monster emerges from the wreckage. Its eyes are rolling with madness as the towering beast stands firm. The subordinates are terrified, screaming about where this nightmare could have possibly come from. Dong-ho lets out an inhuman roar that sends shockwaves through the area, blowing away solid rock and debris like they were nothing but paper. He lunges forward with savage aggression, tearing into his enemies. They do not even have time to defend themselves before they are coughing up blood. What is that thing? The survivors are pale with fear as the transformed Dong-ho turns his predatory gaze toward the rest of them. His hands have turned into razor-sharp talons. With one swift motion, he swings them down and impales another minion right through the torso. Seeing him charge, a terrified survivor screams for the beast to stay away. But there is no escaping the brutal fate that awaits him. Cheon-hun is completely baffled, noting that even he feels a sense of dread around this creature. He demands to know what this thing is. Only Seung-hyung remains perfectly calm. He simply points out that it is obviously their friend, Kim Hyung. Cheon-hun is stunned, unable to believe his ears. I know what you were thinking, this beast was that weak guy? Exactly. Kim Dong-ho was always seen as a nameless traveler with zero courage. To be honest, nobody would have been surprised if he had vanished on the Azun continent long ago, yet he somehow managed to survive for 3 years. Seung-hyung looks toward the rampaging monster and explains the real secret behind his survival. It is all because of this dark beast form. He explains that if Kim Dong-ho ever falls for any reason, he is automatically reborn as this unstoppable creature. Cheon-hun can barely understand the idea. Seung-hyung starts sketching in the dirt as he reveals that Dong-ho isn't just a lycanthrope bodyguard, he actually possesses a hidden subclass. Cheon-hun looks at the writing and wonders why there is a question mark at the end of the class name. Seung-hyung softly explains that even the owner himself is not entirely sure how the title should be written or defined. With a proud smile, he watches Dong-ho demolish the opposition. Not only is he reborn, but his stats are boosted to an impossibly powerful level. Cry of panic. Gahen begins to lose her mind as the dark energy from Dong-ho starts to swallow up the malice from her own weapon. She falls into a complete panic, realizing her powers are doing absolutely nothing to stop the monster's advance. Is his technique actually a form of anti-magic? In a literal blink of an eye, he is standing right in front of her, crushing her while she begs for mercy. She pathetically asks the others if they cannot stop this monster, hoping they will intervene before it is too late. But Seung-hyung and Cheon-hoon just watch her with cold indifference. They ask why they should bother saving someone who has never been good. Desperate to live, Ga-hin reveals she knows exactly where the mages they have been searching for are hidden within that carriage. She screams that she will show them everything if they just have mercy. And that is where we are left hanging. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive into the chaos as Dong-ho's roar sends her screaming, but a spear suddenly interrupts everything. It's a trap, and the man intervening is none other than Seung-hoon. Now that is much better. He looks toward Dong-ho and tells him to take it easy for a second and just calm down. I will take care of her. But Dong-ho has no intention of listening at all. Seung-hoon isn't even surprised by the defiance. Is he really looking for a fight? Seung-hoon raises an eyebrow as he realizes something. Dong-ho falls silent and then suddenly bolts away into the distance. Cheon-hun watches him go and can't help but wonder. How did you do that? It looks like he actually recognized you. There is a good reason for it, Seung-hoon replies calmly. Meanwhile, Ga-hin is absolutely livid because this is a total humiliation. She pulls out a dagger and lunges straight for Cheon-hun. In a flash, the sharp blade is pressed tight against his neck. Don't move, Ga-hin laughs like a maniac. Without that monster, you are nothing. She does not forget to challenge Seung-hoon. Move an inch and I will not hesitate to blow his head off. The desperate scene unfolding in front of him is honestly just annoying. I could not care less, Seung-hoon says. Cheon-hoon keeps up his act, shouting that he is okay and not to worry. He probably does not realize that is exactly what Seung-hoon is thinking. Yeah, I am not worried. I do not care if you die. Ga-hin sneers at them. You know blood mages are completely helpless against the divine power of the gods, do you not? Watch closely, because she claims this herald of Bamiku will make killing his friend fun. Cheon-hun is clearly not amused by the threat. A dark aura suddenly surges. Ga-hin boasts that this is a miracle granted by the very power of the gods themselves. Seung-hoon cannot hide the shock on his face. She remains incredibly confident and makes her final demand for him to surrender. Give up now if you value his life. But Seung-hoon is actually focused on something else entirely at this moment. Seung-hoon begins to release his own aura. Did you call this a miracle? Seeing a fraction of his power leaves her reeling. That is right. A satisfied smile plays on the lips of Seung-hoon. Then comes the notification for summoning Freya's crossbow. Use that artifact of yours to pay for your own hospital bills. Seeing the weapon aimed at her, Ga-hin screams. Hey, do you not care? Your friend is going to die. This time, it is Cheon-hun's turn to chime in. I will not die. Ga-hin asks in confusion. What? His body begins to transform. But you just might. In a heartbeat, he teleports behind her using his bloodmark skill and delivers a crushing strike. The dagger flies from her hand and Seung-hoon catches it. I did not expect to get my first divine relic this way. He yells out excitedly. Thanks a lot. As night falls, Seung-hoon begins making some serious calculations. Everything has settled for now. Just heal him up before he actually kicks the bucket. He drops the dagger into the jar provided by the manager, placing the Herald of Bamiku inside. Then, he calls for his status screen. Now here is a twist. A notification asks if he wants to dismantle the relic using something called destruction mode. Seung-hoon thinks it over. A new dismantling system has been added to his screen. Destruction? That is a pretty aggressive name. He decides to dismantle it for divine energy. He watches the jar start working and begins to judge the process. Wait, why does this sound exactly like a washing machine? Suddenly, another notification appears. The Herald of Bamiku has been destroyed. Seung-hoon remarks with surprise. That is it? Way easier than I thought. In his mind, breaking a divine relic should be a massive challenge since they are normally so durable. It seems that Administrator isn't a total waste, because right in front of Seung-hoon at this moment, another notification pops up on the screen. It is a dismantling fee. 1,000 points have been consumed. Reading it, he cannot hold back his rage. You absolute trash bastard. Jae and Cheon-hun are both confused as to why the healer is screaming at thin air right after I wake up. This happens quite often. Seung-hoon recalls their earlier conversation about leaving the village the very next day. You should not overwork yourself. No, do not worry about it. We will just handle 10,000 more. He just finished recovering after WM robbed him of all his gear at HEALER. Several more notifications appear. Achievement unlocked. Relic Destroyer. Requirement. Make enemies of the gods. Seung-hoon stares at the words, destroy a relic, and the hostile condition. Seung-hoon is confused. Are they seriously just stealing his points to force this achievement on him as some kind of joke? You did not need to do all that. I am already permanently pissed off at you guys anyway. Another screen appears showing the reward. A brand new stat has been added to his status window. The disbelief stat. Power that comes from a heart that flat out refuses to believe in the gods. As the value rises, it deals massive damage to divine beings. and grants strong resistance against their holy attacks. And trust me, you and I are going to see that disbelief stat skyrocket every time he breaks another god's relic. Alright, stick with me because Seung-hui just realized he can dismantle relics to max out his gear and stats. He grins, loving the idea of power that will definitely piss off the gods. Cheon-hun notices the sudden mood shift. Just a second ago you were panicking, but now you look thrilled. Seung-hui just gives him a cold shoulder, probably because they are just bad at the game. Cheon-hun is impressed that he is not even slightly afraid. Cheon-hun is dying of curiosity. How did you know I could teleport? But the answer he gets is absolutely brutal. I didn't. I just fired a random shot. How would I know? Man, Cheon-hun is definitely feeling hurt right now. You don't care about me at all, do you? You're actually trash. Suddenly, something moves in the bushes behind them. Dong-ho's voice rings out. He's still stuck in that monster form. Is everyone doing okay over here? Ri sees him and starts screaming about a monster. Cheon-hun looks at Dong-ho. Did he just transform? Seung-hui just sighs. Finally figured it out, have you? He steps up to explain the situation to the confused Ri. Ri, that is Kim Hyung. Ri shouts out in total shock. What? Even Dong-ho himself looks completely caught off guard. He looks at Gahen's fallen men in horror. All those dead bodies don't tell me I killed them all? Then he just starts sobbing. His loud crying makes Seung-hui cover his ears. This is why I hate this revival drama. Now pay attention here because his power comes with a price he absolutely hates. Every rebirth is just pure chaos. Dong-ho tries to dig a hole to hide in, but his massive monster body gets stuck halfway through. It's honestly a pathetic sight. Cheon-hun watches this comedy show and realizes, yeah, that is definitely the Kim Hyung I know. Seung-hui is just done with it. If you hate it so much, just give the power to me. He turns to the group. Look, we just took out some trash that deserved it. It's not that big of a deal, so let's move. Suddenly, something catches his eye. The corpses start to glow. Seung-hui is actually surprised by what he sees. The bodies are literally shining. A system notification pops up. He is using the extraction skill right now. A spectral hand starts pulling items directly from the dead. Seung-hui stares at them. Was all of this inside them? Rai asks if they are kidney stones. Jae is completely speechless. Seriously? Try to say something that actually makes sense. Kidney stones do not glow like that. Seung-hui starts analyzing them. Something has been infused with divine power. You can literally see the divine energy leaking out. He explains that these crystals are overflowing with raw celestial force. Usually, things like mana or divine power stay invisible inside a human body. They do not just turn into physical rocks. This isn't natural at all. It is incredibly strange for these priests to even possess these types of relics. You and I both know that whenever the main character gets that look in his eyes, things are about to get complicated. Wait a minute. If these are vessels for divine power, can I use them to charge up my own gear? He looks at the glowing stones scattered around and quickly starts grabbing them before turning his attention back to Dong-ho. Without saying a word, Seung-hui drags him out of the hole. Dong-ho just begs him to let him hide in peace. Cheon-hun and Jae just stand there watching. They think he looks exactly like a freshly pulled radish. Ri wonders if he cannot talk in this form. Dong-ho snaps back immediately. Of course I can talk. Now put me down. I am fine, really. Let me go. Seung-hui ignores him and tells Chin-hun to have Alex cut the communication link. Ri does not get what's happening but follows orders instantly, disabling the divine communication skill. Cheon-hun is still confused. Why would we suddenly cut the connection like that? What's the point? Now I can't talk to Zix at all. Don't you get it? Zix's words turn into a language that no one can understand. Suddenly, Dong-ho realizes something. Wait, I can actually hear Cheon-hun now. Cheon-hun feels totally insulted by that. Are you seriously telling me you couldn't hear a word I said this whole time? Seung-hui calmly explains the situation. Kim Dong-ho's resurrection mode has one massive, glaring weakness that we are finally seeing. While in his werewolf form, he cannot use divine communication. Plus, his inability to stay awake at night is another penalty. Hearing that, it all starts to make sense. Great powers never come for free in this world. Ri is just standing there completely lost. He is starting to think both of these guys have finally lost their minds. Elsewhere at the glass dungeon, Cheon-hun prepares a forbidden spell, Black Magic Lockpicking Initiate. He jams 2 tools into the lock. But absolutely nothing happens. Ri watches the failure and questions him. Are you sure that is actually a forbidden technique? And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next. Alright. You and I are about to witness one hell of a rescue as the heavy doors finally swing open. Thank you so much for saving us, truly. How can we ever repay such a massive favor? Seung-hyun notes that the girl leading them radiates a strange nobility, despite her commoner clothes. It is definitely her. He does not waste any time and introduces himself. I am the medic, Kang Seung-hyun. You are from the Magic Association, right? That name immediately rings a bell for Matiana. Kang Seung-hyun, the one Gaga mentioned. She excitedly grabs his hand. I am Matiana Buche, an investigator for the association. Then she begins her report. I have come here today on behalf of Kama's recent proposal. They want a branch in your honor, but to think you were ambushed while coming to help me. He drops a smooth, dramatic line. If anything had happened to you, I would not have been able to bear it. Matiana is completely smitten by his words. Meanwhile, Yishi-hyun just stands there looking confused. Wait, what? He continues his play. I will take full responsibility for your treatment. Matiana eagerly agrees. Yes, of course. However, someone's attention suddenly shifts toward Dong-ho. Oh no, a monster, Seung-hyun casually explains. Do not worry, that is just my pet. His shameless answer leaves Dong-ho feeling totally bewildered. What about Guardian Kim's human rights? The freed captives all turn their curious eyes toward Dong-ho. What is your pet's name? Seung-hyun shrugs. He does not have one. Can I call him Kang-don then? He actually gives them permission. Go ahead. They even start petting his head. Hello, Kang-don. So cute. Dong-ho is fuming, but Seung-hyun is busy eyeing the ladies. Specifically, the priestess Matiana. He leans in with a request. You must be tired, but could I ask a small favor? Matiana agrees instantly. Now, watch closely, because he is about to make a move that definitely benefits the Magic Association too. Lewin stops mid-drink, his entire body tensing up. What is this feeling? Why did it suddenly get so cold? The Hin Village branch head does not take long to reach a very grim conclusion. That is right, Kang Seung-hyun is back. Life was so peaceful without him. Lewin grabs his suitcase and starts calculating. Before he ruins my mood again, I am taking sick leave and hiding out. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Boss, someone's here. Lewin snaps back. Can't you see I am busy? Tell them I am not in right now. But the information the assistant provides makes him freeze. They are here from the Magic Association. He grumbles with a scowl. The Magic Association? No manners at all. Well, don't just stand there, bring them in. The assistant rushes off, cursing him under his breath. Yes, sir. What a total pain he is. But before he can take a step, the door bursts open. Matiana storms in, absolutely fuming with rage. What the hell is the Hin Village Adventurer Guild doing? Lewin stares at her, his mind going blank. His hands and feet go numb as he asks, You are really from the Magic Association? I am Matiana Buche. Lewin immediately tries to save face. Lady Matiana, please, let us just stay calm. She only gets more indignant. Do I look like someone who can be calm right now? I was kidnapped by criminals and almost died on the way. Lewin looks at her with total suspicion. Wait, really? The assistant confirms the news. Yes, the /criminal organization has been heavily involved in human trafficking. And yeah, you and I can see Lewin is starting to panic. This is a massive mess. Who would dare touch them? Matiana shouts right in his face. That organization had a hideout right in the center of Hin Village. He stammers, trying to claim that mages visit Hin often, so he is well aware of the situation. She snaps back. Exactly. And the safety of those mages was entrusted to your guild until now. Then comes the final blow. From now on, we are handing this responsibility to someone else. Lewin is absolutely stunned. Someone else? Matiana glares toward the office door. Seung-hyun struts in, introducing himself with a smirk. Did you call for me? I am the mage, Kang Seung-hyun. His appearance sends shockwaves through Lewin. What the hell? He screams, You little brat, how dare you come here? But facing that rage, Seung-hyun only responds with a perfectly pure and holy smile. This is the management office, after all. Lewin does not stop and directly orders his assistant to act. You and I know he is desperate now. Don't just stand there, kick him out. Don't let him do this. Stick with me, you are about to witness one of the most satisfying face slaps in the series. Matiana asks why he is not explaining the situation, then sighs as she prepares to lay out the cold, hard facts. Manager Lewin, as an investigator for the Magic Association, I have decided through this incident that the Adventurers Guild is no longer reliable when it comes to maintaining public safety. Matiana pulls out a document, the real reason for her sudden, aggressive decision. The paper outlines an agreement to establish a Magic Association branch. She continues, asking if he will agree to build a support facility for the association right here. This declaration hits Lewin like a bolt of lightning, a new Magic Association branch. He immediately imagines the worst-case scenario. If they open here, all the mage profits will flow right to them instead of him. My money and the fees we collect for protecting mages will completely vanish overnight. No way. Seung-hyun notices everything. Seeing that panicked face, he leans in and whispers something to Matiana. It looks like Manager Lewin hates the idea. She snaps at him, asking if he really has a problem with it. Now pay attention, because this is where the greedy manager's world starts falling apart under the pressure. He pathetically signs the paper. He wonders why that brat Kang Seung-hyun is even here with these remnants. Suddenly, a new thought takes root in Lewin's mind. Wait, he hesitantly speaks up to question her. Matiana, you surely do not intend to hand over the protection rights to them, do you? We have already appointed someone to manage this new Magic Association support branch. This was already agreed upon by Gavin, the Lord of Kama and Blood Magic Master. Matiana adds that the contract was signed with Mage Kang Seung-hyun. Seung-hyun watches him, and jokingly warns the branch manager that his eyes are about to fall out. Lewin's scream echoes through the room. He grabs Seung-hyun's collar, and demands to know if this is some kind of joke. First, you pretend to be a doctor, now a mage? You fraud. Seung-hyun just looks away and scoffs. I am literally in school for my mage license, so stop lying. Lewin turns back around. Do not be fooled, Matiana. I have never seen him use magic, but they were already one step ahead of him. Seung-hyun pulls out an item, and Lewin's eyes practically pop out of his skull in total shock. He gasps, asking where that came from. He refuses to believe it, claiming it must be a fake. By now, Matiana has had enough. Her patience is gone as she looks at him with cold, dead eyes. Do you think the Magic Association is full of idiots? Then comes a deadly serious threat. If you insult Mage Kang Seung-hyun one more time, I will enforce strict punishment on behalf of the Magic Association. Her intensity makes Lewin break into a cold sweat. You saw that too, right? Our main character just played the system like a damn fiddle. He keeps wondering about Seung-hyun's true identity. What is he? Seung-hyun finally decides to help him out. Take it easy, Matiana. Manager Lewin did not mean any harm. She calms down almost instantly. If Mage Kang Seung-hyun says so, fine. She stops the argument right there and moves on. She asks Lewin who saved her and the hostages while taking down the Kill Sword gang. He was waiting for this. Great, here it is. Rescuing an association investigator is the perfect proof of incredible skill and power. Lewin starts planning his lies. If I can restore my reputation with this, my bosses will finally shut up. A smirk spreads across his face. Lewin speaks up in a deep, serious voice to sound important. These adventurers deserve recognition and a reward. Since they saved you, we should give them whatever they want. But before he can finish, Seung-hyun smiles and says it was actually his team. Every plan in Lewin's head crumbles instantly. Matiana smiles gently and confirms the truth for him. Seriously, if it was not for Mage Kang Seung-hyun, we would be dead. He modestly says he was just working. Lewin is the only one suffering in this tragic play. These damn scammers. He glares at them both. You are all in this together, are you not? But Seung-hyun's acting skills are on a whole different level. What are you talking about? I have no idea. Lewin stamps his feet on the ground in rage. Stop playing dumb. You are secretly building a whole association branch here. Matiana holds up that paper again. If you doubt us, read the report later. She and Seung-hyun start to walk away, looking for their reward. No pressure, though. Just covering the costs for the new Magic Association branch will be more than enough. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You are going to love seeing what happens next. Stick with me, you are about to see a main character who plays the villain better than the actual bad guys. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I would die. She admitted shyly before asking how her acting was. Jang Seung-hyun just gave a faint smile and confirmed it was perfect. That guy did not suspect a single thing. Their plan was brilliant. By having Matiana fake her rage and drag the Adventurer Association into the mess, they successfully slashed the construction costs for Kama and the guild. Once the building is finished actually, even after that I am handing the reins over to you. I will just be the leader in name only. Matiana looked reliable as she stepped up. You can count on me, she said. I have been looking for some real-world experience anyway. A bright smile lit up her face. Besides, she added, Mage Jang Seung-hyun, you really are my savior. Seung-hyun took his time responding. Thinking back, with her high-level skills as an investigator, she should have been able to escape on her own. He had to ask, were those guys really that strong? Even Matiana found it strange. Something felt off. She began describing exactly what happened during the encounter. I had the upper hand at first, she explained, but then they did something. Suddenly, my mana was completely blocked. I could not use any magic at all. This left Seung-hyun deep in thought. Mana blocking? Did those scumbags really have access to that kind of advanced technique? He quickly made a decision. He needed to visit a few places. Meanwhile, back at the association prison, pay attention, because Gahen is screaming in fury. You son of a bitch, she screamed. Seung-hyun just looked at her and sighed. Truly pathetic. He was even kind enough to explain her fate. Once they take you away this time, he said, you will never see the light of day again. They are definitely going to turn you into research material for the Magic Association. A wicked smile spread across Seung-hyun's face as he offered Gahen a tempting deal. Maybe I should toss you a little lifeline, he teased. Standing behind the bars, Seung-hyun slowly began to lay out the situation for her. I am pretty close with Lord Kama, he claimed with a smirk, and I have got a great relationship with the Crimson Jailer too. If I wanted to, pulling a prisoner out of here would be easy work. So, he said, cutting straight to the point. What is it you want? Seung-hyun finally revealed his true intentions. I have questions about your guild. I think you know what I am after. Ga-hin hesitated. If I tell you the truth, will you actually get me out? He warned her carefully. Only if your answers satisfy me. Her hands gripped the iron bars tight. Ga-hin decided to grab the lifeline he had thrown her with everything she had left. Fine, I will tell you. She began spilling secrets. Trust me, you are going to want to hear this. There is a potion that lets you use holy skills just by drinking it, even for a mage like me with zero spirituality. Hearing this, Seung-hyun was shocked. How is that even possible? But Ga-hin did not have the full picture. I do not know the specifics, she admitted. We got it through a deal with some human traffickers, she explained. They just called it miracle water. After hearing that, Seung-hyun could not help but grimace. Wow, their naming sense is absolutely terrible. His reaction annoyed her. Is that really what is important right now? Seung-hyun kept thinking. A mage using holy skills? That was a straight-up cheat code. A mage's biggest weakness is dark mana, but now they had found a way to negate it. Ga-hin added more. Because of that stuff, our guild's power exploded in almost no time at all. She threw in a guess. There are probably still a few bottles lying around in the guild warehouse. Hearing this, Seung-hyun's gears started turning. If he could get those samples and have Rafa analyze them, he might find a real lead. She asked impatiently. Are you satisfied now? I have told you everything I know. Let me out. Now, let me out like you promised. Instead, Seung-hyun just flashed a bright smile and completely flipped the script. Why should I do that? Ga-hin froze at his words, looking like she had seen a ghost. What did you just say? He replied coldly. Did I not make it clear? I said I would release you only if your answers actually satisfied me. Furious, she slammed her hands against the bars. I told you everything, she screamed. He just politely corrected her. Thanks for the effort, though. But those answers? Not quite satisfying enough. Her lifeline was snapping. It was obvious from the very beginning. Then Seung-hyun dropped his final verdict. Someone like you was born to have their lifeline cut short. He simply turned and walked away without looking back. Try to learn your place, okay? Ga-hin did not give up, shouting after him. Wait, stop right there. Her words were spiraling out of control. You absolute bastard. But it did not bother him. After all, trash belongs in the bin. That night at the office, Alex was laughing his head off hearing the story. So you got the info and left her there? You and I both know she had it coming. All right, you and I are watching a main character who stays cool while everyone else is losing their minds. He is just that guy. Alex gets overly dramatic and places a hand over his heart to make a vow. I have decided to join your group. Seung-hui coldly refuses. Who gave you permission? In his head, he is crunching the numbers. A blood mage who uses his own life force needs constant healing. Is it even worth it? Then, a question pops up. But wait a minute, Alex. Those wounds on your neck are already healed. Cheon-hun explains without hesitation. Blood mages have an insanely high natural recovery rate, you see. But he just gets a judgmental stare in return. Useless. Just as I thought. You have no place in this party. Still, he suddenly starts reconsidering. Wait, if we have 4 people, we can register as an official team, right? That attitude makes Hun fire back. Are you seriously ignoring me right now? Seung-hui begins to explain the logic. Most groups have 6 members, but the minimum is 4. Ji finally cuts in. Hey, I am not actually a member of the healer squad. Cheon-hun looks at him and counters. Then why not just become an adventurer instead? Ji keeps his cool while explaining. You definitely have potential, but I will have to pass on that offer. He has collected all the items his master requested, so he is heading back tomorrow morning. And he politely adds one last thing. Thank you guys for everything until now. Seung-hui respectfully replies. No, we are the ones who should thank you. With that, Ji leaves the tent. It is getting late. I am going to sleep. Seung-hui smiles. Good night. And just like that, he is gone. A notification pops up as a skill deactivates. Divine communication has been turned off. Now pay attention. Here is where the serious info exchange begins. Let us dive into the world building together. Seung-hui calmly sips his tea. I have been waiting for you to say that. His gaze turns dead serious now. All right, let us start with some simple trades. He quickly agrees. One piece of info at a time. Seung-hui makes the first move. Here is some data on that monster. On this end, I need anything regarding the black lotus of the Lamatia variety. Cheon-hun follows up with a parasite plant called wave-clinging flower that latches onto humans like a death trap. They say there is a cup capable of transforming any liquid poured into it into something completely different and mysterious. The talk continues with a summary of the mana leak incident in the West. The brilliant Cheon-hun then makes a suggestion. Then I will take charge of reporting on the contaminated east region of Lake Jerry. But then, he suddenly switches topics. By the way, check this data on cam. Seung-hui reads the paper and asks if combining this with blood tower info would be more useful. Cheon-hoon activates a magic circle. Knowing more definitely cannot hurt us. He proposes a trade for Obsidian Tower info. So, it looks like you finally managed to become a member of the Obsidian Tower after all. Seung-hui does not take his eyes off the papers for even a single second. Obviously. Without joining, those fanatics would be pestering me forever. In the west, word is the Knight Commander collapsed from the contamination zone's influence. The head of the IF clan, Lef, who is the third son, apparently makes an appearance in chapters 7 and 8. You and I probably saw this coming, but the truth is way more twisted than the distorted image suggests. He points to a spot the south is the absolute worst, but everywhere is a mess. Then he adds that the west's toxicity happens during fertilization. Updates on various lands keep coming. The south is a sun-scorched wasteland where not even grass can survive. From north to south to west. And finally, the east of Lake Jerry. Century-long wars that just never seem to end. The north is a frozen hell, so cold that almost no living creature can actually survive out there. Cheon-hoon adds a final comment. No wonder people call this place a land abandoned by the gods themselves, right? He looks at Seung-hui. And those gods just leave these dangerous regions to rot like this. This time, he agrees. Yeah, there is definitely a reason why humans are forbidden from investigating those places. He then starts putting all the papers away. Alright, let us wrap up the info exchange here. And he moves on to another topic. Since Alex has officially joined, it is time to explain why Kim Dong-ho and I are doing all these dangerous stunts. Cheon-hoon just smiles. He drops the bombshell. We found a way back to Earth. Mind blown, right? Cheon-hoon is instantly hooked on the topic. Tell me everything right now, I mean every detail. Seung-hui continues indifferently. This back and forth of talking in halves is getting annoying. But before I go on, I have a question for you. Tell me about the day you were pulled into the continent of Alex. This request makes Cheon-hoon blush in total embarrassment. His reaction makes Seung-hui's face turn pitch black. Just what on earth were you doing back then, you weirdo? He begins to explain. Since you are holding info I desperately want. If you tell me one more thing I am curious about, then I will talk. Alright, stick with me while we find out how this legendary duo met. Cheon-hoon gets straight to it, asking about Kim Dong-ho. Pointing his finger, he wonders how a guy like Seung-hoon ended up paired with someone like him. Seung-hoon just shrugs it off like it's nothing. Man, why are you even curious about such a pointless story? Cheon-hoon calmly reminds him he's a detective. Seung-hoon crosses his arms and finally decides to spill the details. So, Seung-hoon begins telling the story of his first encounter with that skeleton guy. It starts with meeting Kim Dong-ho. Flashback to 3 years ago, when a dazed Seung-hoon first woke up in this world. The shouting of the crowd wakes him. Where am I? I was just at home a second ago. Taking in his surroundings, his mind races with questions. He's woken up in the middle of a strange cave. Why am I lying here? These aren't my clothes. He starts looking around at the scenery. I'm in a place I've never seen before. Judging by the trees, this definitely isn't South Korea. He overhears the frantic crowd. They're trying to call the police, but there's zero signal for the dozens of people trapped here. Seung-hoon feels a strange sensation. This feels totally alien, yet somehow familiar. Suddenly, someone shouts out, "Status window. Now pay attention here, because this is where the classic system logic kicks in for everyone." Status window, status window. A holographic board instantly appears before them, displaying their personal stats. It's happening to every single person who was dragged here today. They're stunned as they read their own stats. This is amazing. Is this actually real? Some people adapt so fast they actually start enjoying it. The crowd is buzzing. I knew this day would come. Why are they so excited? However, not everyone is getting swept up in the hype. Is there a regressor here? Someone take charge. Seung-hoon just watches, judging them silently. It's like a typical show. I never thought I'd end up inside a web novel as the main character. Is anyone else getting these vibes? Seung-hoon realizes his life has just turned into a literal story. Another notification pops up. Achievement unlocked. Basic knowledge for first-time dimensional travelers using the status window. It asks him to claim his reward. Light flashes and items appear the moment Seung-hoon confirms he wants the starter kit. He smirks, wondering if this gear can even be used as a weapon. Guess he's joining the fun too. A guy in a green hat excitedly yells for everyone to check their skills. A flood of skills is revealed, from translation to the very first unique ones. My starting skill is wind cut. Is that good? Shut up. Mine is rock throw. Wow, they're really bragging about this stuff. Seung-hoon stays quiet, noting his skill is only observation. It's not even a combat skill. However, in the crowd, some wonder how anyone can be this calm. Then Dong-ho speaks up. Wait, what's that sound? Pay attention here. The crowd panics when they see a swarm of bats flying toward them. They're right there, and every single one looks incredibly aggressive. Screams fill the air as they run for their lives. Monsters. It's a monster attack. Some see this as a chance to show off. They're here. Perfect time to test my skills. Oh no, I have no attacks. A battle breaks out. Kill them! But the newbies are no match for these experienced beasts. Get back, you bastards. Only Sung Huin stays calm, casually taking down monsters and racking up achievement notifications. It's no big deal, really. Defeating targets without using a single offensive skill. Watching Sung Huin slay monsters is Dongho's first impression of him. He saved me, the boy stammers out. Thanks. But Sung Huin just corrects him. Once sharpened, even a piece of wood can be a weapon, right? This first achievement reward is great. Dongho feels a bit let down by the cold attitude. Notifications keep flooding in for Sung Huin. Not a big deal. First achievement unlocked. 2,000 points, and gear coupons awarded. A special reward for the first achievement? Then, a prompt appears. Do you want to write a congratulatory message? Sung Huin eagerly accepts. Of course I'm posting it. Once he hits send, a notification pops up for everyone else. What's this? Sung Huin's name is right there. It's not a big deal. His message reads, is everyone else asleep? Everyone is losing their minds, screaming and demanding to know who this guy is. Trust me, you and I just met the ultimate world-class troll. Alright, you and I are about to meet the most cold-blooded main character ever, a guy who sees everyone else as nothing but noisy animals. These little birds chirping will definitely be more fun once we start stirring things up. Because honestly, everyone talks a big game but does nothing. After just one fight, half of them are already collapsing. It hurts so much. Damn it, why am I even doing this? They are still trying to be human. Hey, are you okay? If we can just get out of this cave, we might find a way back home. Let's stick together and try. Watching this, Sung Hyun just silently judges them. It is a waste of effort. Let them try to help and die together. Maybe they will learn something. He is checking out his own system. This point system displays all his info, a random roulette for stats, items, and new skills. It costs 20 points per spin. After reading the mechanics, Sung Hyun can tell this is basically a straight-up lottery system, is it not? A smirk plays on his lips. There is no need to overthink this at all. Now pay attention here, because watch as he gambles it all. Let us try 100 pulls in a row. I am deciding everything right now. A bright light flashes as something awakens. The glow reflects in Sung Hyun's eyes. Come to me. He is dead set on hitting that 2,000-point jackpot. But instead, the system spits out a pathetic wooden stick. Then come the notifications, literally earth-shattering ones. Roulette result a pebble. Roulette result trash. Roulette result a scrap of paper. A thin twig. Roulette result wood. Roulette result a handful of sand. Sung Hyun's face hardens with every line. Roulette result dust. More results. Dust. Even more dust. What the hell is this? More trash, another branch, and another pebble. Another scrap of paper. More dust. Even more dust, and yet another pebble. And finally, a dry leaf. A cold notification pops up, inventory full. Sung Hyun looks at the mountain of trash. Points remaining 0. Suddenly, a figure appears. It is Dongho, looking excited to meet him. Hey, I finally found you. He starts the conversation with a bright smile. Thank you so much for helping me earlier. How can I ever repay you? Unfortunately, he just became the target for all of Sung Hyun's redirected rage. Who the hell are you? Despite the nasty attitude, Dongho keeps smiling. I just wanted to thank you for saving me. But this only makes the other man angrier. You think this is funny? Dongho is confused. Sung Hyun grabs him by the collar and pulls him close, his voice low and threatening. Why are you smirking at me? I am in a really bad mood right now. Dongho starts trembling as Sung Hyun's voice turns cold. I do not know what you have misunderstood, but I never helped you or anyone like you. In fact, consider this a threat. Stop bothering me and get lost. Dongho takes off running immediately, shouting an apology as he goes. He watches the guy run, wondering why he acted like they were best friends. So annoying. Then, he looks back at the screen. Checking the gacha system again, it is nearly impossible to get good rewards, and points are not refundable. The rage inside him starts boiling over. Damn it! You should have told me that from the very beginning. The story continues after that. While searching for an exit from the cave, a few more monsters launch an attack. You and I both saw this coming, right? Here is the twist: his new class is assigned, and it is a healer. Healer. It turns out all these interdimensional travelers are being sorted into different character classes. He checks his profile and sighs. A healer? He was really hoping for a combat class. What is with this question mark anyway? Nobody around him cares. If classes are based on nature and aptitude, then I guess this result should not be a surprise. Then, as you would expect, the system grants the basic starting skills. Something gets sliced clean in half. Sung Hyun is stunned as he reads the notification. What? He points a finger and starts interrogating the system. Why is it lacerate? What happened to actual healing? Do the developers of this game even have any experience? He keeps questioning himself. I am a healer, but I do not have a single healing skill. Suddenly, Sung-hyun remembers something. Wait. Back in the gotcha explanation, his fingers fly across the info board until the point guide instructions finally appear. Points can be earned through various methods like hunting monsters or crafting new items. Due to balance issues, some classes have restrictions. Healer types can only earn points by actually healing other people. His facial expression starts drawing the attention of everyone standing nearby. Seung-hyun is now laughing like a complete maniac, a sound that does not seem human. Everyone decided to keep their distance. That guy is totally insane. Meanwhile, Sung-hyun is cursing the world. Is this system literally pulling a prank on me? All my hard-earned points went to trash. And now I have no healing skills, but I am forced to heal? He activates Observation Eye. And that's where we leave it. Think he can break the system? You're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping into a world where info is everything. This guy's stats pop up. He is terrified, his ankle is sprained, and he is shivering in the cold. Seung-hoo pays special attention to another person in the crowd. A sprained ankle makes him the perfect test subject. Seung-hoo walks over to him and asks a simple question. Hey, are you doing all right? Your ankle looks pretty bad. The guy admits he just had some rotten luck and took a nasty fall. Seung-hoo smiles brightly. Mind if I treat you? Also, can I borrow that jacket of yours for a second? The guy agrees, but Seung-hoo just rips the fabric apart. The poor dude is absolutely devastated. My clothes. Seung-hoo starts wrapping the scrap around the ankle. A minor injury like this needs stabilization. He finishes the job in no time. All done. You can move now. Suddenly, a system notification appears. Plus 4 points. He has just unlocked the first step of a healer achievement for successfully treating an injured person for the very first time. A nice rookie bonus. Seung-hoo is finally feeling a bit satisfied with his progress. Excellent. Real magic isn't the only way to heal. His mind is already racing with new point farming plans. Now, watch this. Our guy is about to play these naive rookies like a fiddle to farm easy points for himself. The man turns to him, genuinely grateful. Thank you so much. You really saved my skin back there. Seung-hoo keeps up his saintly smile. Oh, don't mention it. But then, a troublemaker named Lee Yu speaks up. Alright everyone, listen up. He starts acting like a big shot, trying to take command of the situation. I know being dragged into a strange world so suddenly is terrifying, but that is exactly why we need to cooperate and work together. Hey you look pretty strong. Want to join our group J? But he gets shut down instantly. The guy has zero interest in joining any teams right now. Lee Yu looks like a total idiot standing there alone. Even the guy with the newly healed ankle notices how awkward it is. Groups are already forming. Seung-hoo knows that wherever people gather, factions and drama will always follow. He calculates his next move. Joining a group might be the fastest way to farm points with his skills. He approaches the group. Excuse me, I'd like to join you. Lee Yu welcomes him with a polite smile. He asks a direct question. First off, what is your class? Seung-hoo decides to be honest with the leader. I am a healer. The reactions are all over the place. A healer? No way. Are you actually serious? Healers are always in high demand. They start introductions. So, what kind of starting skills do you have? We already have a healer with basic recovery. Seung-hoo clarifies. I don't actually have any healing skills yet, but I have medical knowledge. It is self-taught, but very effective. He adds that one healer alone cannot possibly handle the stress of taking care of every single person. Pay attention here, because their attitudes are about to flip like a light switch. What? What are you even saying? Are you joking? They immediately start rejecting a healer who cannot heal. So you're just a parasite? Seung-hoo is getting annoyed, but he keeps his fake smile pinned on. It is not like that. I will be the primary damage dealer and handle all minor injuries. He tries to explain, insisting he really is a healer, but nobody is willing to listen to him anymore. Lee Yu looks at him with pure contempt. No healing? Then what kind of trash class are you? He starts mocking him. What, you'll just pour potions and do surgery? Support, please? The crowd laughs along. This guy is hilarious. He's like a damage dealer with no attack skills. What a total joke. Seung-hoo's anger boils over with every insult. This game world is absolutely nothing but garbage. Scammers on day one who cannot heal or fight. Suddenly, a man named Dong-ho speaks up from the back. Wait a second. Is he actually standing up for Seung-hoo right now? I saw him heal someone earlier. I saw it with my own eyes. Even Seung-hoo is caught off guard. Dong-ho is internally panicked. This is the same guy he was just cursing out a moment ago. Seung-hoo is also left wondering why this guy is bothering to help him. Why would anyone protect someone they were just furious at? He stays silent, but he suspects the worst. Whatever this guy's goal is, it is probably something disgusting. Despite his fear, Dong-ho calls out Lee Yu's mistake. You cannot just call a potential ally a scammer. But Lee Yu just scoffs. Hey, do you really believe a single word coming out of their mouths? Another girl sneers. Seriously? I cannot believe some idiots are actually falling for a trap like this. And that's where we leave it with the whole group turning on each other. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next. Another girl speaks up, asking for pardon as she calls them out for being incredibly rude. Why talk to teammates like that? She fully supports Dong-ho, arguing that Kim Dong-ho did absolutely nothing wrong. This attitude just makes Seung-hyung feel even more annoyed. Like seriously, what now? You and I can already see this party as a total disaster waiting to happen. Why are they fighting? If you have a problem, then just get out. She crosses her arms and fires back. Why shouldn't I? How can I trust someone who doesn't even respect others? Then, she urges the rest to leave with her. But they hesitate. Wait, it's not easy to find a party with a healer. Her shock is visible. Sorry, I can't go. Don't drag us into this, just leave by yourself if you want. Yu breaks into a wicked laugh. It seems like she's about to be left all alone in this mess. Someone even mocks her. He's a nice guy. Just apologize and say you won't do it again. Tell them you're sorry. This just makes her more furious. But Sung-hyung has finally heard enough. He lazily picks his ear, getting ready to drop a seriously harsh reality check on them. Now here's where it gets savage. I thought this was a solid group, but it's just a trash can full of empty cans. Dong-ho and the girl stare in shock. Yu's gang explodes. What did you just say? Seung-hyung repeats it. Nothing, whatever. Why waste energy talking to people who use their ears only for decoration? He points directly at the healer. The only one who'll suffer being stuck with these idiots is that healer. She's just praying to Buddha, wondering why she's being dragged into this. Done talking, Seung-hyung walks away. Fine, don't regret it later. Yu watches him go, screaming his head off in a pure rage. Is he crazy? Should I kill him? Meanwhile, the guy holding the mushroom stays cautious. Walking beside a murderous-looking Seung-hyung, he says, you could find a better group, don't let it get to you. Seung-hyung turns with a very unfriendly smile. It's fine, I'm not even mad. He asks about the items in the guy's hands. By the way, what's with all those mushrooms? I have a food identification skill. Most mushrooms in this cave are edible, but they don't taste great. Actually, these taste way better raw. Seung-hyung listens and activates his own vision skill. Item details pop up. Red mushrooms, a core ingredient for healing potions that restores a small bit of health. Blue mushrooms, a core ingredient for mana potions that restores a small amount of magical energy. He's getting interested now. So all of these are actually recovery items? The guy nods in confirmation. Seung-hyung picks one up, wondering. You shouldn't give these away. Stronger monsters are definitely coming. We're the only ones who know about these, right? Hearing this, the other guy starts to get suspicious. I guess. It says they're edible when I put them in my inventory. The others are distracted by their status windows. You saw that smile, right? This is where our main character shows his true colors with a creepy laugh. He bites into a mushroom and declares, let's make sure we're the only ones who have these. Over with Yu's side, they're starting to explore. The fighters lead while the non-combatants follow close behind. They still act like jerks toward Dong-ho and the girl. I smell losers nearby, pathetic scavengers hanging on. Dong-ho explains, we aren't following you, we just have nowhere else to go. The girl beside him just sighs. Forget it, don't even talk to them. Suddenly, there's a noise. A massive monster appears, followed by its pack. Yu immediately signals everyone to prepare for a fight. They charge in, screaming at the beasts to die. But people are getting hurt, even Yu is struggling. Why won't you die? Since when were they this tough? Their formation is falling apart. The entire burden falls on the healer. Healer, heal us faster. It hurts. Panic sets in, there are too many injuries. Something felt off before, but the casualties keep coming. Hey, it's my turn, hurry up. She can barely even stand now. Wait, just a second. A red warning pops up. Her head is spinning. Status, abnormal. Condition, healing overload. She vomits blood and collapses, leaving everyone in total shock. What? Why did she just go down? Trust me, you're going to want to see how they survive this absolute mess. Yu screams to retreat. Alright, you and I are about to watch one guy completely ruin everyone's day. They are running, but suddenly they are forced to a total halt. A massive pile of rocks is blocking the path. It is a dead end, and the people behind are starting to get absolutely furious. What happened? We just came through here. How the hell did it collapse? Siwoo screams out in pure frustration. I knew this would happen, he casually remarks. I told you all not to rely on just one single healer. The guy next to him is confused. Is this hammock safe? While Seung-hyun just relaxes, looking completely unbothered. I made it from the beginner clothes you guys threw away. The crowd below explodes. What? You blocked our path on purpose? Seung-hyun admits it without hesitation. Yeah, I did. How did you figure that out? His smug attitude leaves them stunned. Right now, the entire situation has devolved into absolute chaos. Now watch this, he is totally calm while everyone else is panicking. I had a bad feeling about that healer from the start. If a healer overuses their skills and catches heal overload syndrome, They lose their powers and cannot use skills anymore. He gleefully explains the situation, right? Then he makes sure to throw in one final, biting insult for good measure. This is what happens when you ignore someone's advice. Below him, those idiots are getting slaughtered by the monsters. Save me. Lee Hu struggles against the beasts. Then he screams up, "Get down here right now so I can kill you myself." Seung-hyun just shrugs. "No thanks, why would I do that?" He continues with a mockingly sympathetic tone. "You guys are struggling, but I am just a healer who doesn't know how to heal. I can't really help you." Everyone listening is totally speechless. The monsters are terrifying, and everyone is thinking the exact same thing. He is a devil, worse than a devil. The survivors are losing ground. Lee Hu, if this keeps up, we are all dead. But he has no plan at all. Damn it, does anyone have any potions left? We gave everything to that healer earlier. Suddenly, the pressure is on Lee Hu. Do something. You are the leader. His face turns pale as he dodges all responsibility. How the hell should I know, you morons? I am a beginner too, what do you expect? The guy next to Seung-hyun asks, "Are you really just leaving them?" Finally, he moves. I was going to, but it is too heartbreaking to watch. Then he pulls out those mushrooms. Healing really is a job for kind-hearted people, isn't it? His friend just stares at him with pure judgment. Seung-hyun speaks up slowly. "Let's settle this peacefully." Then he tosses the mushrooms down to the ground. Peace? The crowd stares in confusion at the items he just threw. Mushrooms? Seung-hyun kindly explains. Those mushrooms are actually recovery items. This piece of information leaves everyone in total shock. Red mushrooms restore health and blue ones restore mana. Their eyes go wild. Whoever picks them up first keeps them, right? A brawl breaks out between former teammates, followed by a storm of insults and loud screaming. I saw it first. Get lost. You want to die? The guy next to Seung-hyun is even more confused now. You and I both know this isn't peaceful, but he just asks, "What?" This is peaceful for us. He compares the scene to the goddess Eris throwing the golden apple to cause chaos. The apple was for the fairest, and anyone who wanted it could try to take it for themselves. It is like he crushed that golden apple into tiny pieces and scattered them. Seung-hyun just admits it. Wait, what? He explains that Eris might have thrown the golden apple, but the goddesses were the ones who chose to fight over it. A cold conclusion is reached. In the end, it was their own greed that drove their actions. Trust me, this smile says it all. I never actually told them they had to fight, did I? His companion is speechless. He did this on purpose. The girl is also curious about the recovery items. She looks at the bag Dong-ho is holding, remembering their earlier deal with Seung-hyun. He asks directly, "Why did you two help me? It is natural for people to help each other, right? I couldn't just stand by and watch such rude behavior." Seung-hyun doesn't forget to ask back. "Even when I was rude to you?" Dong-ho quickly explains that he just couldn't stand what he saw. Hearing this, he gives a reluctant reply. "Anyway, thanks." Dong-ho notes that he doesn't sound very thankful. Then, Seung-hyun tosses them a bag. "This is for earlier. My way of saying thanks. Use it when your health gets low. It is filled with those mushrooms." The girl finally understands his true nature. "Alright, you and I are about to see if Seung-hyun is a good guy or just a master of the game." Survivors scavenge like dogs for bones as the clock finally starts to tick down on their lives. They are furious. All that talk about unity was a lie. Everyone was just trying to save their own skin. Deceitful bastards. Yu turns his pure, unfiltered rage towards Seung-hyun as the tension boils over. He is grinding his teeth in agony. Seung-hyun and his partner finally climb down to join the rest. No time was wasted. Yu doesn't wait a second and lunges forward, screaming for the man to die. But Yu is completely outclassed. Seung-hyun sends him flying with one devastating and effortless strike. He shrugs while confiscating Yu's weapon. "You didn't think I gave you those supplies for free, did you? I will take this sword for the medicine." Suddenly, a flicker of light appears at the tunnel's end. Let's share this moment of relief with them as they finally step out and reach the surface together. Seung-hyun speaks up. "You all did great. I will give this back. I barely even helped anyway. Survive on your own from now on. This is where we part ways." The kind girl looks shocked. "At least tell us your name." Seung-hyun just sighs. There is no need for formal introductions. He honestly lays out his own logic. Trading names just leaves a permanent scar on the people who survive if one of us does not make it. If we survive, maybe we will meet again. The other three look at him and smile. Even Seung-hyun feels a spark of hope at that thought, despite doubting whether these soft-hearted people will last. We can exchange names then. The story jumps ahead to his next encounter with Kim Dong-ho. A mysterious black sphere appears in the brush. Seung-hyun stares at it, gripping his knife tight. 8 months have passed since he was first stranded on the massive continent of Ale. The system has stabilized, and space travelers are finally getting used to this strange new world. Now, you and I both know tavern rumors are usually where the real trouble starts brewing for our hero. Watch out for that maniac Choi Ji-han. He is hunting every traveler. Jihan just smirks. That is me. So, you are a space traveler too, aren't you? He grabs the man's face. A pleasure to meet you. Now, let's fight. The story moves forward from here. Famous names are emerging across Ale. As for me, I just bagged the wanted criminal, anti-black. The receptionist smiles warmly. Great work. Your reward has been transferred to your inventory. Seung Hoon sneers down at his prisoner, who is bound and completely helpless. Li Yang-hu was just a fake name. I have really started to enjoy this bounty hunter lifestyle. He looks at the posters. 1 A rank, 1 B rank, and 2 C ranks. Maybe I will catch them today. Since I caught the high ranker, finding another big payday might take a while. A question pops into his head, what should I do next? He scans the notice board again. Ale is getting boring. Suddenly, a mysterious man calls out from behind him. Excuse me, sir, are you planning to hunt monsters? Seung Hoon softly denies it, claiming he is just looking. The man holds out a paper. A massive commission just dropped. Want to hunt together? A raid mission? A powerful monster just appeared in Braun Valley. What do you think? The reward is tempting, but in his head, he is thinking this looks like a massive hassle. At the Skana mountain camp, strategy talks fill the air. It appears frequently in the valley. We will set a trap, split into 3 teams, and corner the beast. Seung Hoon figures they can handle it easily enough. He is just here to farm points and earn healing rewards. He reads about the creature's horrific crimes. Tragic, isn't it? A voice suddenly calls out from right behind him. A red-haired man appears. That shadow wolf completely slaughtered every single person in the village. The details are gruesome. The villagers were massacred, torn apart, and eaten alive. Seung Hoon remains indifferent to the tragedy. A blue-haired girl adds coldly that she was only visiting a friend. She grips her weapon. My friend was murdered by that beast, and trust me, the payback is going to be epic. Alright, you and I are about to watch a hunt where the main character vows to kill that savage beast with his own hands. But Seung Hoon couldn't care less about them. Who even asked the department head? They are total strangers, yet he is acting like they are buddies. Suddenly, a command echoes from behind it, is here. Dong Ho appears in his monstrous form, a terrifying shadow wolf, as the hunters surround him to prepare their strike. The beast looks absolutely feral. Seung Hoon sharpens his focus and raises his guard. So, this is the official target of the raid. He immediately activates his signature skill, Beast Sight, to analyze the creature. He stays silent while processing the information popping up in front of him. Just a beast? Is that seriously all the intel I can get on this thing? The female mage unleashes a fire blast, forcing the monster back with a massive explosion. The team gets loud, shouting to block its path and trap it. Dong Ho charges straight through the chaos. A blue-haired girl leaps high into the air, aiming for a finishing blow while screaming, "You filthy monster!" But Dong Ho closes his eyes and summons sharp spikes to knock her down. Before anyone can react, he bolts straight into the dark forest. The rest of the group frantically gives chase, yelling that it is escaping. Only Seung Hoon remains behind, standing perfectly still. He walks over to the blue-haired girl and asks a simple question. "Hey, are you okay?" She is fuming, her face twisted with rage and regret. "That was my only chance for revenge," she sobs. Damn it all. Now, you and I need to pay attention." While she cries about being weak, Seung Hoon starts questioning if that thing really destroyed the entire village. She looks up at him, totally confused by his words. Without missing a beat, Seung Hoon begins laying out his deduction. Just think about it. If that monster really slaughtered an entire village, why would it just run away when ambushed by a few adventurers? It does not add up at all. The report said the villagers were bitten to death, right? But those spikes we saw are not fangs. Most importantly, he remembers Dong Ho's faint apology and presents it to her directly. He claims the creature just apologized, but the blue-haired girl just stares at him with a blank, stunned expression. She snaps back at him, asking what kind of nonsense he is talking about. It did not apologize. It was literally screaming at us. She continues to lash out, telling him to get lost if he is just wasting her time. Seung Hoon cannot help but scowl at her attitude. Seriously? She gives him nothing but useless information, and now she is telling him to shut up? He looks toward the forest where Dong Ho fled. Is it possible that he is the only one who can understand that language? You and I both saw it. He realizes the monster is speaking Korean. Suddenly, blood-curdling screams echo from the trees, leaving the campers in a state of total shock. What was that? Some kind of alien signal? The truth is, that voice actually belongs to Seung Hoon himself. Can you hear me? I am a space traveler. If you can understand what I am saying, meet me at the middle of Skana Mountain. Dong Ho slowly creeps toward the sound of his voice. Seung Hoon does not back down, assuring him that he does not mean any harm. Before long, they finally lock eyes. Dong Ho cringes in a hole, trembling with fear and crying out over and over that he did not do it. The contrast is insane. This massive beast is suddenly acting as small and scared as a tiny little mouse. The main character tries to calm him down. Do not worry, it is just me here. I only want to ask you a few things. Dong-ho starts to settle down, asking if he is serious. Sung-hoon puts his hands on his hips and gets straight to the point. Since you understand Korean, you must be a space traveler too. Are you unable to use telepathy to talk? Dong-ho sniffles and confirms the truth. Exactly. I could not talk to anyone. I really thought I was just going to be hunted down like a wild animal forever. Soon-hoin asks him bluntly, were you really the one who attacked Skanakia village? Dong-ho cries even harder, denying it completely. Everyone was already dead when we got there. Please, you have to believe me. Sung-hoin does not let the sobbing go on for long. Fine, explain everything. Stop crying. His story starts right now. His team was heading to Lake Kedrea, which meant crossing this mountain. It got dark, so they decided to spend the night at Skanakia village. But when they arrived, the village was already a graveyard. Houses were smashed, and the people had been brutally slaughtered. They searched for survivors, only to witness a creature with terrifying jaws massacring everyone in sight. And then, something ambushed his team from behind. Soon-hoon gives a cold smirk. That has to be the real killer. Did you manage to see its face? No, it all happened too fast. Dong-ho apologizes again as he continues his grim retelling of the events. The only thing he remembers is telling his team to run right before he was bitten in the neck. Turning into a wolf after death? That is wild. Man, I wish I had a resurrection skill like that. He looks at Dong-ho and asks about the others who were bitten. You mean the other villagers? Dong-ho wipes away his tears while describing the scene. Trust me, you and I are not ready for this. He says their bodies were mangled, they died in the most horrific way imaginable. Deep down, Sung-hui suddenly recalls the chilling words spoken by the man with the crimson hair. Every single villager was slaughtered, savagely torn apart as his lips curl into a wicked smile. You and I are about to see if our hero has figured out this dark secret yet. I am completely stumped here. Meanwhile, the red-haired man keeps moving along with the blue-haired girl. He warns her not to move carelessly, but she just snaps back that it is none of his business. Stubbornly, she pushes forward, desperate to find the monster as soon as possible, never suspecting that the man walking right beside her is actually the killer she is hunting. The red-haired man stops hiding his fangs. Fine, have it your way. He lunges at the girl with a lethal strike. Since you want to reunite with your friends so badly, by the time she senses the danger and turns around, it is already far too late. His eyes glow a predatory red. But before he can land a hit, Sung-hui suddenly bursts onto the scene at the perfect moment. With a single blow, he sends the villain flying. Sung-hui points his blade right at the man's throat and begins explaining. I should have known since you mentioned the cause of death for the villagers, he says calmly. Even though it was not written in the reports, now watch this because our main character just found the guy he was looking for. The mastermind behind the Skanakia village massacre. The red-haired man retreats, annoyed that an annoying pest has interrupted him just when things were finally getting good. Sung-hui is satisfied with his logic. So, it really was not some random monster after all. At that same moment, he activates his special skill. A massive surge of energy erupts from the villain. He clearly swallowed something containing psychic power, leading Sung-hui to slowly conclude that he is just some arrogant jerk causing chaos with his stolen loot. At this point, the killer does not even bother denying it. Yeah, I did it. So what can you do? He completely mocks their entire group, an injured girl, a useless guy like Dong-ho, and even that royal dog. He is totally looking down on them. Radiating a sinister aura, the red-haired man makes a final, arrogant declaration to the group. Do you honestly think the three of you have a chance against me? Sung-hui just keeps smiling. Honestly, I am enough on my own. But I do not think I will even need to lift a single finger to finish this. His words leave the killer totally confused. What did you just say? Sung-hui just takes his time, asking if the man forgot something, while other adventurers start closing in on their position. In the blink of an eye, the entire area is surrounded. The battle is officially on. It is a full-scale raid, and you and I can see the pure shock on that killer's face right now as our hero smiles. Adventurers are not that easy to kill. These words act like a final death sentence. Thanks for confessing your crimes for us, Sung-hui laughs. The adventurers charge in to finish him off. The villain screams in rage as Dong-ho watches in absolute awe from behind. You are amazing. How did you know? Sung-hui just shrugs it off, telling him that the guy was honestly just way too stupid for his own good. Trapped by the hunters, even the blue-haired girl joins the fray, seizing an opening to drive her sword through him. The killer coughs up blood and collapses the moment she pulls her blade out. It is finally over. She grits her teeth while the others start cheering. Drinks are definitely on the house after a win like this. But when she looks around for Sung-hui, he is nowhere to be found. Where exactly did that guy go? Somewhere else entirely. Dong-ho gets roughly tossed onto the hard ground by our main character. Sung-hui threatens him with a cold, low voice. You should really greet an old friend when you see one. Pretending not to know me is just going to make things very difficult for you. He leans in close with a scowl. Do not tell me you forgot who I am, Kim Dong-ho. Dong-ho is totally confused. How do you know my name? Suddenly, he remembers a woman who had called out his name in the past. What woman? Dong-ho is still completely lost. His clueless reaction is starting to make Sung-hui really angry. He wonders to himself if this guy is actually serious. How incredibly dumb do you have to be to forget a moment like that? That goodbye was supposed to be emotional. Sung-hui just turns around to leave. Whatever, just forget it. But as he walks away, Dong-ho starts following him closely. This is clearly getting on Sung-hui's nerves. He spins around and asks, "Why the hell are you following me? You did not fight, so you get no reward." Dong-ho hesitates before asking if he can stay until he finds the rest of his own team. Absolutely not, Sung-hui snaps. Bye now, and good luck out there. Dong-ho frantically chases after him. Wait, do not be so cold. I promise I will not be a bother to you. Sung-hui sighs. The guy is a total coward who cannot even fight properly. Bringing him along on this journey is basically like carrying around a massive piece of dead weight. He reaches a final conclusion: he has absolutely zero use for someone like him. But trust me, you and I are about to see this guy prove his worth, making our hero's initial decision fade away for good. Alright, stick with me. We're starting with a guy who realizes having a teammate is actually pretty convenient. Zi Eung-hui looks over at Dong-ho, finally understanding the true value of having someone around. He keeps reminding himself it's just for convenience. He is definitely not planning on keeping this guy forever. But Dong-ho just flashes a bright smile, announcing the fire is ready. Eung-hui slowly walks over to him. Extending his hand, he introduces himself for the first time. My name is Kang Seung-huing, he says, surprising his partner. For a second, Dong-ho just stands there completely frozen. Then, a massive, joyful grin breaks across his face. Dong-ho politely accepts the handshake from Sung-huin. Then, it is time for his own long-winded introduction. My name combines the ho from goodness and the dong from love. Boring. 1 month later, a thug is cornered. Damn it, it's a dead end. Right in front of him stands the menacing figure of Sung-hoon. Back off, you pretty boy. The bald thug swings his blade wildly, begging him to stay away. Sung-hoon simply agrees. Now watch this part, trust me. You're going to love how the thug actually believes him for a second. Daggers are suddenly buried in the guy's head. I didn't get close, Sung-hoon laughs, signaling for his partner to finish up. Kim Dong-ho moves in fast with the ropes. He secures the target while casually chatting about their next move. By the way, are you really working as a bounty hunter for a living? Sung-huing lazily explains that punishing fools who don't know their place is actually quite fun, and the salary is pretty great too. To answer, he pulls out a letter. It says, "We will be waiting for you there on the appointed day. It's from the church. There is something I really want to buy," Sung-huing explains. They continue the hunt in a dark alley. From the shadows, a voice calls out, "Oh, brother, we have been waiting for you for quite a while." It is Luis Baron, a priest of the Jum Church. Sung-huin smiles mischievously, slowly closing the distance. "I hope you didn't wait longer than I did," he remarks. "I've been waiting for this day for 6 long months." Luis responds with deep empathy. "I understand. I can only imagine how much you have craved this moment." Sung-hoon drops a heavy bag on the ground. "Here is the 170 gold coins, exactly as we agreed." Luis's eyes light up at the sight of the gold. "Now, hand over the item. The deal is done. May Jum's blessing be with you forever." Sung-huin stares at the prize. He finally has it in his hands. Looking at the scroll, anticipation builds. This is a skill scroll, 1 tear, and the power is yours to keep. He doesn't waste a single second before opening it. It is a healing skill scroll. Goodbye to the life of a healer. Now, let's look at the item stats. A consumable that teaches a skill just by reading the words or tearing the paper. Zi Eung-hui mutters that these are rarely found in dungeons or ruins. They can be crafted, but it is nearly impossible. The process is incredibly difficult and costs a small fortune to finish properly. Here's the part you and I need to watch. Dong-ho's curiosity triggers a massive lecture from Eung-hui. To make this, hundreds of high priests must gather around a blank scroll and recite the entire Bible every single day. They pray to the gods and write every single word. One tiny mistake, and the whole thing is completely ruined. Only after the process reaches 100% is a single, functional skill scroll actually created for use. Because of the time and manpower needed, most ordinary people will never even lay eyes on one of these. Dong-ho quickly stops the lecture. "I get it, but if it's that valuable, why would a holy church sell it to a commoner?" Sung-hoon calmly explains that corruption and embezzlement are everywhere in this world. These black market deals are common. His hand moves into position, ready for the moment. Today is a special day. As Sung-hoon tears the paper, a brilliant, blinding light begins to emerge. After 5 months on the Ale continent, I finally have a healing spell. The light wraps around him, blinding his partner. Sung-hoon feels the power surging through his body. Dong-ho excitedly asks if he successfully learned the skill. But the answer is a total letdown. Not a single system notification pops up for him to see. He bluntly states that the scroll was a fake. Dong-ho screams in shock. "Aren't you even a little angry?" Sung-hoon just responds with his signature, dangerous smile. That night at Jum Church, a guard orders him to stop and identify himself. He gets punched across the yard with a single blow. And that's where we leave it, and I know this holy church is about to have a very bad night. Alright. You and I are jumping back in as Priest Luis meets the same fate as those soldiers. Inside Jum Church, Luis is gloating over a massive pile of cash. Luckily, he managed to sell that scroll. His expression turns 10 times more disgusting as he counts his loot. So beautiful, so gorgeous. Luis giggles to himself, wondering what he should even do with all this money. Now pay attention, the wall suddenly shatters. Sung-hoon steps inside, looking cold as ice. He has found his target. A second later, Luis is dangling outside the building. He panics, screaming that there has been some kind of misunderstanding. Even Dong-ho stays back. Man, he is really angry this time. Seriously furious. Sweat pours down Luis's face as he swears he gave him the magic scroll. Sung-hyun just threatens him if it was real. Why did he not get the skill? Still talking? Maybe I should just report everything you have done to the Church of Jum. Finally, the priest cracks and offers to take them to the church archives. They move fast, finding a room stuffed with thousands of skill scrolls. Sung-hyun does not hold back. He starts grabbing scrolls and tearing them open like they are just scrap paper. Luis nearly faints watching this. Each of those is worth millions. Sung-hyun yells, still, nothing is happening. Luis gets bold. He says the problem is clearly Sung-hyun. This time, Dong-ho actually agrees. Wait, did this guy lead us to a fake archive? Luis is so mad he is literally hopping around. Dong-ho rips a scroll himself, and a notification immediately pops up. The skill power bonds with him, granting holy armor. He is stunned. It actually worked. He has a new skill. Luis is practically crying out to the heavens. How many times do I have to tell you it is real? He desperately gathers the shredded remains. What is wrong with this guy? Such a waste. Anyone with mana should have received the skill. Hearing that, Sung-hyun suddenly gets curious. Hold on. Mana? Not divine power? Luis looks confused and asks if he did not know. He explains that divine power is created when mana mixes with faith and the blessings of the gods. Sung-hyun asks if someone without mana cannot use divine skills, and Luis gives him a cold confirmation. Of course not. Sung-hyun's rage explodes, and he decides to take it out on everything in the room. Damn it, stupid status window. Shelves start crashing down one after another as he loses it. They slam into the opposite wall, shattering the bricks. Fine then, I will just destroy everything in here. But then, Sung-hyun realizes something. You and I need to see this. There is a hidden space behind that broken wall. The area is covered in layers of cloth. Sung-hyun frowns and decisively rips one of them away. Dong-ho sees what is underneath and screams, grabbing onto the person next to him in pure terror. Zombies. It is a zombie. Sung-hyun calmly explains that they are not zombies, they are actually mummies. This is phantom cloth. It hides mana and is used by dark wizards to conceal their forbidden black magic. Luis walks over and acts shocked. How horrible. Why would cursed mummies be kept in a place like this? Dong-ho is confused. Cursed mummies? So these were created by humans using dark magic instead of forming naturally? Sung-hyun confirms it. Exactly. He stares at the pile of bodies. Things like this should not exist inside a holy church. A voice echoes from a distant doorway. Dong-ho signals Sung-hyun immediately. I hear someone inside. They move in slowly, only to find a horrific sight. Faint cries are coming from people being held captive. 2 kids are right in front of them, begging to be saved. The ropes are quickly cut away. Thank you, the boy sobs. He turns to the other kid. Brother, wake up. We can go home now. Sung-hyun activates his observation eye skill. Information immediately floods his vision as he looks closer. He detects faint divine power and traces of magic energy around their wounds. Dong-ho is getting worried. Mr. Kang, what do you see? Sung-hyun suddenly curses. The Church of Jum, those absolute bastards. They are using magic and divine power together to torture these kids. Dong-ho's eyes widen in horror. What? Why would they even do that? His fists tighten, face darkening with rage. Doing this to children is unforgivable. Sung-hyun turns to Luis and demands to know if he had anything to do with this. He claims he is just a low-ranking priest and does not know anything. He did not even know this room existed. Not very useful, are you? Sung-hyun calmly responds. Priest, you will probably be disgraced for destroying all those scrolls. Let us see how you and I handle this mess. Alright, you and I are about to see just how far this main character's audacity goes. Luis was speechless. You are the one doing all this, Sung-hyun told him. He offered Luis a deal. Reveal what you know, and I might help you erase your identity after you escape this cathedral. Think it over carefully. A heavy silence filled the room. Luis finally spoke up slowly. Wait, I remember hearing something about this before. Higher-ups are running a secret project focused on harmony and unification. The Jum Cathedral in Leah is actually ranked 8th on the AL continent. Their core pride is built on this idea of harmony. Luis explained it calmly. Harmony and unification. That is supposedly the entire goal of this twisted project. Sun Huin pondered those words, harmony and unification. Impossible. Divine and demonic powers simply cannot mix. It looks like Jum Cathedral teamed up with dark wizards to force those two powers into one single force. Dong Ho gently held the two boys. Sung Huin cut him off. These kids were clearly the test subjects for this fusion. He continued, explaining that those mummies outside were not actually created from regular dead corpses either. Divine and demonic mana were forced into them until they lost control, leaving behind empty, withered husks. The older boy groaned in agonizing pain. Sung Huin leaned in to check. The conflicting powers were clashing violently inside the boy. He would die from shock at this rate, so he grabbed an item. Now pay attention, this next move is dangerous. Luis watched, curious. What are you even doing? Sung Huin uncorked the bottle and explained. Demonic power naturally tries to corrupt pure mana before anything else. Mana? He used a magic potion and poured the liquid directly onto the boy. I will force the demonic energy out first. The blue liquid glowed on his body, and the reaction was immediate. The boy screamed in pure agony. It hurts, it hurts. Dong Ho held the younger brother tight. Big brother. Seung Hoon assessed the situation coolly. The remaining divine power was reacting to the expelled demonic energy. This pain was unbearable. Next, he pulled out a bottle of holy sealing powder. It is designed to gently dissolve and temporarily neutralize divine power upon contact. Seung Hoon threw the whole jar at the boy. Golden light slowly washed away the blue liquid and the dark, sinister aura. Luis watched and commented. The boy looked much better. Seung Hoon explained that the powder stabilized him by breaking down the internal divine force. I originally bought this to play a prank on the Jum Cathedral, he added casually. Never thought I would use it for healing. He then signaled Dong Ho to bring some magic silver cloth, wrap the victims to keep external demonic power from touching them. The younger brother sobbed and asked if his brother was finally okay. Seung Hoon smiled and explained. With enough food and rest, he will recover fast. There is really no need for any more emergency treatment. Dong Ho brought up another concern. Can we really sneak these kids out? The church will not ever stop hunting us if we do. You and I both know this main character is not the sneaking type. He just asked, who said we were sneaking? Then boom. The cathedral lobby exploded. Everyone inside was running for their lives, screaming in confusion. While they panicked, another bomb was tossed in. The second blast was even bigger than the first. Seung Hoon was holding holy bombs that explode on contact with divine power. He was genuinely enjoying himself, running around like a total terrorist. Even Dong Ho could not believe just how insane this guy was truly being. Is he planning to level the whole cathedral? A priest finally stepped up to stop him. Cease this at once. How dare you act like a savage in the sacred temple of Lord Jum? He tried to preach, but Sun Hoin just tossed the yellow powder at him. You will regret this. Blocking divine power for 1 second. Blocking divine power for 1 second. Divine power blocked. He ignored the priest's begging. Time is up. Sun Hoin grabbed his face. Finally, here is someone worth questioning. Divine power blocked for another basic second. Then, he delivered a cold threat. Even after all this chaos, I do not see any high-ranking priests. Where are they? If I stab you now, you will not even be able to heal yourself. The priest immediately folded. The ritual. They are performing the harmony experiment in the chapel right now. Seung Hoon let out a disgusted sigh. They left the guy with a few lumps on his head. Trust me, what is waiting in that chapel is pure nightmare fuel. Alright. You and I are about to dive into a scene where a poor kid's life is being drained away by fanatics pumping raw energy into his body. Keep the balance steady. Amplify the divine power a bit more. The boy screams in pure agony as the energy tears through his small frame. One of them signals that the test subject is on the verge of death, and the man standing nearby immediately makes a cold suggestion. Bring in the next subject. But a chilling voice suddenly stops them. No, keep going. Heya stands there, his face showing absolutely zero emotion or mercy. Don't stop this experiment until he takes his very last breath. That is Heya, the powerful leader of the Jum Church, giving the order. His eyebrows furrow in deep anger. Suddenly, several bombs appear right in front of them, glowing brightly before erupting into a massive, earth-shattering explosion that rocks the room. Everyone is sent flying through the air. Only the quick-thinking guards who managed to erect magic barriers are still standing on their feet. Heya screams in a total rage. What was that? He glares through the thick clouds of dust and demands an answer from Sun Hoin. Who the hell are you? Sun Hoin just gives a light smirk and asks, Me? Before proudly introducing himself to the angry crowd. I am the righteous holy doctor, the one who cleanses corrupt churches and saves the entire continent. Plus, I never let this handsome smile fade from my face. Heya is so furious about being interrupted that the veins are popping out on his neck. Where did a brat like you even come from? He points his finger and barks orders at his 8 subordinates. What are you doing? Get up and start using your healing magic on the wounded. They scramble to obey. Who are these bastards, and why are they interfering with our great work in the name of the church? Seung-hoin kindly warns them that they are going to regret that. Just as he speaks, an agonizing pain hits the priest's body like a physical blow. It isn't just him. Everyone else starts having the exact same reaction. Damn it, the pain is too much to handle. Seung-hoin watches with total satisfaction. The blast cleared the divine power, leaving only thick, dark mana. These priests just do not think things through properly. Their bodies have already been exposed to high levels of dark mana, so using healing magic now only makes the corruption even worse. Suddenly, beams of light fly in from the side. Seung-hoin rushes to shield the child in his arms, coughing up blood as he takes a direct hit. Hooded figures step out of the shadows and call them stupid. The priests aren't the only ones you have to worry about in this place. Those sensory bombs are completely useless against dark mages. Seung-hoin hands the child over to his teammate. Kim Dong-ho, take the kid and keep him safe. Got it. Are you okay? The 2 hooded mages attack at the same time, screaming for them to die as they unleash their black dog technique. But Seung-hoin is ready for them this time. I am not falling for the same trick twice, you idiots. Here is the part you and I need to watch closely. He grabs a priest and uses him as a human shield. The 2 opposing powers clash with a violent impact. The poor priest is completely battered. You absolute bastard. He struggles while pulling out an item and screaming if the mages have lost their damn minds. He slams the item onto the ground. Faint golden light begins to radiate and spread rapidly across the floor of the room. Everyone realizes immediately that it is holy water. I am saved. Now I can finally heal my wounds and get back into the fight. Meanwhile, the hooded mages are starting to lose ground. You bastard, what about us? They fire back with their own potions and dark magic spells. Who cares? Use the dark essence. The weak priests are immediately plunged back into a world of pure, unadulterated pain. You scumbag! Both sides are throwing everything they have at each other. So you want to go all out? Neither side is willing to back down. This is exactly why I hate dealing with priests. Seung-hoon watches the absolute chaos unfolding and thinks to himself about the situation. You and I can see the only reason they have survived so far is this fragile balance of holy and dark magic. But after just one small interruption, everything is going straight to hell. His face shows nothing but pure disgust for the world he once knew. This is the real L continent I remember. Seeing all his hard work ruined by our main character, the Pope is absolutely livid and calls him a brat. His face is dark with rage as he questions the boy. You dare to destroy the eternal dream of the Jum Church? He immediately draws his weapon. I will punish you myself. He flips open his holy book, summoning a blinding and powerful light. He unleashes his divine right technique. Seung-hoon stays agile, dodging the incoming attacks with ease and grace. Dong-ho uses his own body to shield the children while magic orbs fly everywhere, causing massive destruction to the scenery around them. The hooded mages scream in terror as they are caught in the crossfire. My body! Someone please save me! Seung-hoon stays on high alert. That power melts everything it touches. So this is the true strength of an apostle? This is going to be a pain. Heya is still overflowing with confidence as he wields his divine power. All shall become one. Witness the true might of Jum. Meanwhile, Dong-ho is cursing up a storm from the corner. Knock it off already, you bastard. The Pope glares at the cloak he is wearing. That cloak is no ordinary item. How can you withstand the divine power of Jum like that without being burned to ashes? Why would you risk everything to ruin our grand design just for the sake of these lowly, pathetic test subjects? He decides to switch targets to see if they can handle this. Dong-ho spins to dodge the explosion, but he is fast enough to realize the danger. The ceiling is collapsing. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how they survive this in the next chapter. Alright, you and I are about to witness a sacrifice that changes the entire game. A massive hole opens in the ceiling and rocks begin to fall as he yells, "Run, kids!" Dong-ho throws the children away from the impact. Damn it! He grabs the last boy and shoves him to safety. Just as the debris collapses, Dong-ho is buried underneath. The blue-haired boy screams out in total shock. Uncle! Hea watches this and smiles. How pathetic. A truly tearful and useless sacrifice. He turns towards Seung-hoo and begins to mock him. So, how does it feel now? Was it worth abandoning your teammate? Seung-hoo only gives a cold, faint smile before speaking calmly. Now, watch closely, this is where the nightmare really begins. The rubble shakes as Monster Dong-ho erupts. He is going completely berserk. Seung-hoo notes that he is likely the only one who could pull this off. Hea is stunned by this new transformation. What is that thing? Dong-ho lunges straight for his throat. Dong-ho aims for Hea's neck. The old man is pushed back, desperately chanting to maintain his life. Lord, grant me divine power. A golden light blasts out, striking Dong Ho with holy force. His body takes the direct hit. Dong Ho stands frozen, staring right at Hia. The old man screams with joy, telling him he deserves it. He sneers at him. Who do you think you are? You filthy half-breed. Suddenly, a summoned spike pierces Hia. Hia is confused. This is not divine power. He is knocked back by the force once again. It is incarnation energy. His hand loses its grip on the holy book, letting it fall to the floor. Hia's defeat sends the rest of them into a panic. Lord Hia, that bastard. They scramble in total confusion. Do something, please. If even Lord Hia cannot win, what are we supposed to do? Seung-hui just smirks at the chaos. Damn it, looks like the old man is finally losing his mind. He watches Dong Ho. His movements are clumsy and unrefined. Suddenly, Dong Ho turns back toward the children. You and I can see it, right? Even in this freakish form, his heart is still protecting those kids. But then, Dong Ho lunges forward. Seung-hui is caught completely off guard by the sudden move. He moves fast as he realizes the truth. No way his eyes are going completely feral now. A weapon is thrown, barely stopping Dong Ho before he hits a child. He groans in pain, eyes blank and fierce. Seung-hui and Dong Ho clash in an all-out, brutal brawl. He sneers, noting the church leader is just a corrupt boss, but Kim Dong Ho is the real threat. Seung-hui summons a weapon. Let's stop blaming each other. He swings a massive strike at Dong Ho. Dong Ho is pushed back but manages to counter. The fight moves at lightning speed. The boy cries out, "Uncle!" Dong Ho and Seung-hui continue their high-speed, brutal exchange. At the same time, he activates his resistances against divine, dark, fire, and ice magic. Up close, Seung-hui sees the hidden info. He is immune to special damage. No wonder only one person survived. He quickly finds the answer. The key to fighting these dark monsters is pure physical damage. Seung-hui recalls the earlier scene. Specifically, silver is the ultimate weakness for this beast. His hand reaches for a silver item. He slashes without hesitation, his expression growing more intense. As they prepare to clash, a bolt of lightning strikes between them, forcing both fighters apart. Seung-hui is confused. What's going on now? Dong Ho reacts the same way. Hia begins to stutter in shock. My lord, why? He screams in despair. How could you abandon me like this? He glares at the boy with the different colored eyes. Instead of your apostle, you chose that lowly thing? Seung-hui smirks. Bastard. He looks at the boy. A trap within a trap? I get it now. The boy stands between Seung-hui and Dong Ho. He whispers, it doesn't hurt anymore. He mutters that Lord Jum saved him, then turns his gaze toward the priests. He raises his hand with one single thought. He has to crush him completely. Hia tries to stop him but is cut down instantly. The other priests meet the same fate as the boy goes on a killing spree. He gave me this power to punish all the wicked adults. Seung-hui grimaces as he watches the carnage. The kid is getting way too unhinged. He turns his head back, and that is where we leave it. Alright, you and I are about to see God Jum lose his mind over this temple being absolutely trashed by everyone here. This kid with the two colored eyes gets hyped up. He claims God Jum sent him to punish every single one of them. Seung-hui dodges like a pro. He knows the kid's aim is trash, but one direct hit means it is totally game over. On the other side, Dong Ho is struggling. This brat is seriously starting to get on his nerves with these constant attacks. He charges in for a direct hit. The kid orders his monster back, but Dong Ho has no intention of slowing down now. Suddenly, he gets blasted away. The kid sees his chance to strike. Die, you monster. Seung-hui watches with worry. He acts fast, kicking a stone right into the kid's hand to stop his next move. The attack misses its mark. The kid screams out in pain. Ow, that hurts. Seung-hui just laughs. You are acting like an amateur over a little scratch. That is quite the overreaction. Now the kid switches targets. Seung-hui runs alongside Dong Ho, planning their next move. Let us shut this loud brat up first. He calls for a ceasefire. Fighting each other right now is not the move. It is time to work together. Dong Ho reluctantly agrees. Seung-hui reads his expression and concludes it is a yes, then pulls out some throwing daggers. He hurls the daggers straight at the kid, but the brat manages to counter his attack remarkably fast. The kid cheers because none of the hits landed. But then Seung-hui suddenly strikes from the shadows behind him. He falls face first. The boy reaches out, preparing to retaliate. You damn monster, get away from me. They are moving at insane speeds. Seung-hui warns him that cheap tricks won't work, but he still looks quite stressed. Honestly, he is running on empty. Physical limit reached. He throws his blade even though he is nearly fainting. Dong Ho jumps in to back him up with another attack. He watches Dong Ho and thinks, first time teaming up with an equal. This is actually turning out to be pretty fun. He closes the gap on the kid. He is certain. This is finally over. But wait, the kid's right eye glows with an intense light. Both of them are blasted back as Seung-hoon curses. Stick with me, because this gets messy. The ground literally splits open. Both of them plummet into a massive hole that appeared beneath them. He wakes up as the ceiling crumbles. The floor is cracked. This entire place is doomed. He spots the kid and Dong-ho. It looks like Dong-ho has finally regained his senses after all that chaos. Hey, you okay? Seung-hoon asks calmly. Dong-ho, you back with us? Dong-ho looks absolutely wrecked. He gasps out a plea. Get everyone else out of here. Save the kid too. Seung-hoon remembers a dark warning about the beast form. If he dies as a monster, there is no coming back. Not ever. He feels sad. He was actually starting to like having backup. Red potion poured. No reaction. It is useless. All elixirs gone. He smashes the bottle in rage. He touches Dong-ho. After all that work to win, it ends like this? He finally speaks his mind. If you die here, Dong-ho, everything we did was pointless. Suddenly, a notification appears right in front of him. A brand new achievement has finally been unlocked. You and I saw this coming. It was for healing a teammate sincerely, without even thinking about reward points. The prize? 20 free spins for special signature skills. These are for someone who chose the healer's path, even if they weren't meant to be one. Seung-hoon is speechless. Another notification flickers to life before him. Do you want to spin? He snaps back, telling the system to shut up and spin. He gets a hemostasis skill. He is totally confused by the wall of notifications popping up. New skills like hemostasis, binding, and even god tier, chopstick control. Origami and suturing too. 8 skills from just 20 spins? That is insane luck. Usually, you need 100 spins, just for one. But he focuses back on Dong-ho. No time for theory. He activates his observation eye to check the damage. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see if he survives this. If that black matter drops below 20%, he is finished. Alright, stick with me, we're watching Seung-hoon survive an impossible situation. It seems the black beast will actually die once its body's black matter drops below a certain point. He looks back at the fight with Dong-ho. Silver strikes didn't heal at all, and the lower body was destroyed when the floor collapsed. Seung-hoon turns his head back, wondering if this is all that's truly left. He spots the sharp thorns surrounded by flows of black aura. He picks one up and starts the appraisal. Black Beast Thorn, a spike formed from a mutated body. It deals massive damage to both holy and evil forces. Is he really seeing this right? The stats are absolutely shocking. Transformation and resurrection were already overwhelming enough, but now it deals lethal damage to both priests and warlocks too? He can't help but give Dong-ho a light, jealous smack. Seriously, he is so envious. System alerts keep popping up, black matter remaining at 23, 22, then 21%. Now Seung-hoon regrets that hit. He just acted on instinct. He needs to move fast now, and stop the body from decomposing any further. Notifications flood the screen. Skill activated, hemostasis. The bleeding has been successfully stopped right now. Skill activated, 100% decay resistance. Necrosis is slowing down. His focus shifts back to those sharp, black thorns. How does he get it back in? Does he have to grind it up and feed it to him? He checks his list for any other survival skills. He just sees useless ones like expert chopstick control for even the slipperiest items. He can master paper folding and perform professional knot tying with his own absolute style. Seung-hoon chuckles, wondering if he should just pray for the guy's soul. But then, very quickly, he finds exactly what he was looking for. Now pay attention, because this next skill is about to change the game. Slime solidification instantly hardens slime-type toys, while ignoring the physical resistance of amorphous monsters. It inflicts a stiff state. Using it again will remove the hardening effect completely. Seung-hoon is truly surprised. He thought it was junk, but it can harden and soften slime. The black beast isn't a normal creature. It's more like an amorphous slime form. He stays optimistic that this might work. Activating the skill, slime solidification, the sharp thorn begins to melt. Seeing that, Seung-hoon finally lets himself smile. It's a success. He carefully holds the thorn to stop any leaks while also activating a new skill. He triggers the drain skill. The small thorn starts shifting, pulling in all the nearby liquids instantly. He chains his skills together and turns off drain. Dong-ho's condition finally starts looking better. Black matter is back at 30%. The decomposition has finally stopped. System alerts keep flashing the good news. You saw that too, right? He actually pulled off a total miracle here today. He collapses onto the ground, totally drained. The worst part is over, but he's completely out of energy and can barely keep his exhausted eyes open. But even now, Seung-hoon's mind is still racing. He's always been okay at saving people, but with these new skills in hand, everything is different now. A smile plays on his lips. For the first time, he feels like a real doctor, even without magic. He finally lets his eyes close, feeling like a true physician. Suddenly, a sharp cough echoes through the endless darkness and wakes him up. The sound jolts him awake. He sits up, confused. A temple? Why is he back in this place? Lost in thought, he doesn't notice the shadow behind him. Is this a dream? The status window won't open. Heavy footsteps thud against the floor. It's him, the god of harmony and unity. The god rushes at Sung Huin, screaming, "How dare you? How could you? You've trespassed on holy ground and defiled my temple." He starts to dissolve as the god roars that he will never forgive him. But Sung Huin isn't backing down. He's actually shocked that a single slap sends the god flying back. Jum is stunned. Once he realizes he can actually hurt Jum, Sung Huin starts throwing hands repeatedly. Jum can't dodge a single blow. After a while, he desperately cries out for him to stop hitting him. Sung Huin just smirks. "Sorry, you were being so noisy that I kind of lost control." Jum is left speechless. How can a mere human stand before me without any fear? Sung Huin calmly explains that this isn't his first rodeo. He starts sharing his past experiences. "I've raided a few temples before. The rewards were great. You're mad I'm here? Sorry, but this is nothing new. And trust me, you and I won't want to miss the truth he's about to drop next. Let's dive in. I realize something, no matter how divine you are, a clenched fist in a dream can't actually hurt me in the real world." He continues to lay out the cold facts to Jum. "Only mental attacks work here, and my mind is made of steel." Jum just stands there baffled. But eventually, he admits that from the moment I first stepped into this sanctuary, he knew I was far from some ordinary human. Jum steps forward slowly while continuing his offer. "Here's my proposal. If you kill that low-class beast you've been traveling with, I will grant you massive power beyond your wildest imagination." The way Jum describes Dong Ho catches Sung Hyun off guard. Did he really just call his companion low-class? It takes a second for the intent to sink in. Wait, is he talking about the Black Beast? Why would he describe a powerful creature with such a pathetic title? I've caused enough chaos already. Sung Hyun doesn't hesitate to ask, "What exactly do you mean by calling him low-class?" However, Jum refuses to reveal the truth, claiming he can't say. Sung Hyun fires back immediately. "Well then, I can't accept this shady deal of yours either." He leans in close to his face, making a threat. "I'll kill that creature right now, and if you refuse, I'll have every single follower under my command hunt you down." These words mean nothing to Sung Hyun. "Go ahead," he challenges him. "That just makes it easier for me to wipe out the rest of your pathetic cult." Sung Hyun starts pointing out the harsh truth. "Your sect is already in ruins. Losing even more followers will just make you look even more pathetic. Am I right?" Jum roars in a pure fury. "You insolent brat," he curses under his breath, wishing he still had his full godlike powers. Sung Hyun offers a kind suggestion. "If it bothers you that much, just ask the Black Beast to kill me next time." Jum turns away and begins to walk. After walking a short distance, he mutters to himself. "So, to human eyes, that creature appears black?" Jum vanishes after that cryptic remark. Finally, Sung Hyun opens his eyes. "You and I are back in the real world now." The familiar ceiling appears as he wonders what those cryptic words meant. Luis leans over, asking if he's finally awake. Catching a glimpse of that punchable face, Sung Hyun reflexively delivers a slap that sends Luis stumbling back. Luis clutches his reddened cheek, shouting, "What the hell was that for?" He starts taking credit, claiming he risked his life to get him out of there. Sung Hyun just asks back indifferently, "You risked your life?" Luis starts explaining further. Rumors have spread across Ladaya that the Great Temple has collapsed. Now, commoners and priests from every other sect are swarming the area. Luis explains how he managed the rescue mission. "If they find the fusion project, we're in deep trouble. That's why I brought you to this private room for now." Hearing this, Sung Hyun realizes that Luis is likely the only one left to take the fall for everything. Every other high priest has been wiped out. He's only hiding me so I don't go running my mouth to the public. Still, Sung Hyun gives him a subtle, knowing smile. "Good job." Falling into the hands of the sect would have been a massive headache. Then, he asks about Dong Ho's status. "By the way, have you seen the Black Beast that was with me?" Luis explains that if he means that monster, he's in the underground warehouse. Now here's where it gets emotional. Inside the estate, Dong Ho looks up tearfully at Dr. Kang. Sung Hyun asks him with genuine concern, "Are you okay? What about the kids?" It's not surprising he's being treated this way. Sung Hyun doesn't hesitate to share the good news. Thanks to Luis moving them secretly, the kids are safe, though the one who became a disciple has lost all strength. He gives a faint, tired smile. "I need some treatment myself." Dong Ho bows his head and speaks weakly. "I'm sorry." This leaves Sung Hyun feeling completely confused. Sorry, for what? Dong Ho explains that ever since he was resurrected, his body often just acts on its own dark instincts. "I don't remember anything that happens during those moments." He even recalls a tragic story from his past. "I once stabbed my own comrade. He was my best friend, yet when I woke up, I realized I had attacked him. Dong-ho is consumed by a deep sense of guilt. Where did this terrifying power even come from? He thinks darkly, believing he's meant to be alone. I know what you're thinking, but Seung-hyun just listens to these tragic words calmly. He agrees completely. Staying by your side is definitely not an easy task for anyone. But to me, you're just a normal traveler from another era. Dong-ho is shocked. You mean I didn't attack you but fought beside you? Seung-hyun nods in confirmation. Exactly. Then he kindly adds, you're the type to chase enemies to the ends of the earth when betrayed. And yeah, that short temper of yours tends to drag in a lot of innocent people. Recalling Dong-ho's actions, Seung-hyun continues to persuade him. But if someone helps you, you always find a way to repay them. Speaking objectively, if I had been alone back then, my injuries would have been much worse. Hearing this gives Dong-ho some much-needed comfort. Really? So I can still fight alongside others? He finally lets out a deep sigh of relief. Thank you, Dr. Kang. Seung-hyun smiles back, secretly thinking to himself that they are just a temporary team for now. He unlocks the door for Dong-ho. You and I both know he'd feel empty if they actually parted ways now. But in my head, I was already planning for the future. Maybe by then, I will find some new teammates. Seung-hyun greets him with a warm hand. It is likely hard to find anyone like Kim Dong-ho again, and that is where the story ends. Alright, you and I are jumping into the third month of the journey, where I met Kim Dong-ho's old friend in Na village. He had already left by then, and we parted ways quietly without a party. Seung-hyun just gives a faint smile, ending the story right there. That is how I got dragged into the adventure of the softest-hearted guy in the universe. Hey Kim Dong-ho, satisfied yet? Cheon-hoon listens and gives a thin smile. He sighs loudly, complaining that the story was so long he can barely remember how it even started. Seung-hyun just shrugs and replies that only 3 hours have actually passed. Hearing this, he asks in total disbelief. 3 hours? It felt more like 3 months to me. He insists it is just his imagination, then kindly adds a detail. Anyway, after that, Kim Dong-ho died a few more times, dying almost instantly. Memories of those deaths come flooding back. Seung-hyun, like a master storyteller, begins to share the details. Every time, I had to use force just to keep him calm. Seriously. Where were you even looking? By the third time, he finally started to get it with just a word. Hearing this, Hun shifts the topic. So what about the new member? That does not involve Dong-ho, so I did not bring it up. He sinks into his chair with a heavy sigh that makes me so curious. Whatever. Seung-hyun puts his glass down and turns the focus toward the show-off. Now it is your turn to share something personal. Now pay attention here, his face gets dead serious, just like the day he was dragged to the On continent. Cheon-hoon laughs. Right, a deal is a deal. Seung-hyun thinks to himself that if he hears what happened to other space travelers from Earth that day, he might finally recover his own lost memories. And so, his story finally begins to unfold. That day, I was doing something very private. Seung-hyun looks dead serious, but the story is actually ridiculous. He was home alone, stark naked in the shower. Seung-hyun is probably kicking himself for actually expecting something deep from Cheon-hoon. His face goes blank as he asks, huh? But Cheon-hoon just acts shy, saying this is way too personal. He only continues after being threatened. Calm down, let me finish. Back then, with his black hair, he was just dancing around while washing up in the shower. Specifically, my plans got cancelled that day, so I just lazed around all day before finally jumping in the shower. You saw that coming, right? The summoning happened right then and he was brought over completely naked. He even kept the clothes he first wore in this world. Luckily, they gave me some gear right away. Seung-hyun is pretty surprised to see it. A white shirt and shorts, the basic newbie welcome set he wore when he first arrived. Remembering his own arrival, he always wondered why not everyone got that gear. Only a few special people seemed to receive it. Cheon-hoon's story ends there. So, did what I said help at all? Seung-hyun replies calmly. Basically, the newbie suit is only given to those who truly need it. Maybe. Now, Cheon-hoon makes a guess. His serious attitude is the total opposite of the absolute nonsense coming out of his mouth. Were you summoned while showering too? Seung-hyun coldly shuts him down. Just get out. A new day begins. Seung-hyun lets out a long yawn as he wakes up, checking the clock 3 p.m. Time to hit the road. Then he looks over at his two teammates, who are still sleeping like logs nearby. Looks like I am going solo today. I need to grab a bite to eat before I head out. He is deep in thought while walking. I met the admin in my dreams. Talked about the Black Star. I have said everything necessary by now. Recalling his conversation with Hun, it turns out it was a hidden mission. Seems like I am not qualified. That self-assessment confuses Seung-hyun. What does he mean by not qualified? Cheon-hoon takes off his glove, revealing a mark while explaining the Black Star was out of reach, so I just joined the cult. Seung-hyun reflects. Sekhmet is a bloodthirsty god, a shady doctor, a dark beast, and now a blood priest for the Sekhmet cult. It is a wild mix. In the end, every single one of us took on a role that any normal cult would absolutely despise. The person inside greets him warmly. Hello, Dr. Kang. Sung-hoon does not waste time and asks Julia, is the kitchen still open? Even just a quick sandwich would be fine. She smiles and agrees, of course. Just wait a moment. Then she adds, oh right, I have something to give you. Sung-hoon is a bit surprised. Give it to me? Julia approaches, explaining that Lady Lafney left instructions to hand this over last night. And here is where we leave it. Inside the exquisite box, he finds gold, a map, and a letter. What could it all mean? All right. You and I are about to witness a genius doctor at work. The letter says if you are interested, open it. Otherwise, sell it or burn it. That gold envelope is just for the carriage rental. Sung-hoon is in no rush, calmly finishing every last bite of his cake. Look at that luxury box and you know it is a noble's request. LeFay always gets straight to the point. The location is Karen, near Han Village. After popping the last piece of cake into his mouth, Sung-hoon finally stands and leaves. All right, time to get to work. The sky over Karen is strangely clear today. So, what exactly is this request? Cheon-hoon and Dong-ho listen closely as Sung-hoon explains. The granddaughter of the Golden Osmanthus mansion is critically ill. She has been bedridden for a year with a mystery illness. He narrates it lazily. Countless doctors failed, so La Fei referred me instead. Dong-ho seems pretty interested in the medical side of this healing request. Now, watch this part closely. This is where his secret history starts to peek through. After 2 years of practice, he finally gets a legal job. Hun speaks up next, asking what is inside the envelope. Sung-hoon slowly starts listing the contents one by one. A recommendation from La Fei, a mansion pass, and client correspondence. They arrive at the Golden Osmanthus mansion, greeted by a young girl. Welcome, I am Daphne, the gardener from the House of Pazaro. Daphne gracefully offers to lead them to the drawing room. Dong-ho looks around, noticing that while the scent inside is overwhelming, you couldn't smell anything from outside. Sung-hoon takes in the scenery and comments on how beautiful the garden is. Daphne smiles at him, adding that the Golden Osmanthus is famous for its unique fragrance. Sung-hoon asks why the scent does not carry further. She nods, confirming that normally, it really should travel for miles. But the master wanted to keep the scent contained, so he hired a mage to cast a fragrance barrier around the mansion. Daphne's expression turns a bit gloomy as she continues to explain the situation. The scent is so intense that people sneak in, obsessed. Sung-hoon just agrees. Fragrant flowers always attract the insects. They arrive at their destination, and she invites them to rest. He politely offers his thanks, but as soon as the door opens, Sung-hoon runs into a familiar face. Haris is already there, and he is so shocked he spits out his water. Sung-hoon flashes a mischievous grin and greets him. Father Haris, the memories come flooding back. I am Sung-hoon Kang, a physician. From their first meeting to their past fights, and how Sung-hoon always played it humble. Haris points right at his face and shouts, it's you from the other day. He just smiles and says long time no see. You and I both know this is about to get awkward. He tells them, oh, we're very close. The priest is basically my best friend. He is the priest I am closest with. We are tight. I am going to win the whole council over to my side. Haris immediately denies it, claiming he doesn't remember any of that. But our hero just keeps talking. Anyway, it's good to see you. What brings you here today, father? Haris just sighs, explaining he is helping a friend. He explains their long history with the Pissarro family, who are actually very loyal followers of the Iber Church. He heard they were worried about their sick granddaughter, so he came over to see if he could help. Haris gets curious and asks if he is here for the same thing. Sung-hoon admits it sharp as always. Father. He pulls out the request form. Of course, I am here as a doctor. Then he assures Haris this time, I'm doing everything legally. No plans to dodge the hospital bills like last time. But looking at the priest's face, there is not a single ounce of trust to be found. Haris just laughs it off. Well, you came all this way for nothing. I'm here now. However, Sung-hoon cryptically remarks that things might not be as easy as he thinks. Having his skills questioned makes Haris a bit annoyed. He has been studying insects like crazy lately. Insect ecology and a level 2 certification? This time will be different. Our guy just laughs and asks a question. Do you really think a girl raised in a mansion like this would be crawling with parasites? Then Cheon-hun speaks up. The real protagonist always makes his appearance at the very end. He boldly declares that the priest will fail, and our doctor will be the one to finally cure her. As a fortune teller, he practically guarantees it. If I were him, I would have thrown a punch, but Haris just grumbles in frustration. You two are truly experts at annoying people. He tells them to just wait and see, but it is not long before he returns with a totally defeated expression. They are now standing in the hall of the mansion, right outside the young girl's bedroom. One look at his face and you know he failed. Haris admits he used all his holy power, but nothing changed. You and I are about to see what a real doctor can do. My turn. Let's swap. All right. You and I are diving into a room where the air itself feels heavy. Cheon-hun moves fast. Dong-ho looks on, totally confused. What is with that reaction? Seung-hyun slowly starts to explain the situation. The holy power in this room is resonating, which means the truth is finally about to be revealed. The priests inside spot them and scoff another healer. One of them steps forward to introduce herself. I am Otada of the Takamila Church, currently in charge of treating young lady Rosie. Seung-hyun observes her. Takamila? Never heard of them. He asks, isn't the Pizarro family supposed to belong to the Iber Church? Why is a priest from another church here? She says it was at the family head's urgent request. She looks down at the bed. As you can see, young lady Rosie still hasn't woken up yet. Otada's voice is full of mockery. Even the highest priests of Iber were completely powerless to help her. Light begins to glow from her hands, the power of Takamila, and covers the sick little girl. Now pay attention here. Rosie slowly opens her eyes. Otada proudly claims she's the only one who can. It's impossible. But the moment she stops, Rosie slips right back into a coma. She is out again. It is because she isn't a follower of Takamila yet, so she can't fully accept this divine power. Seung-hyun doesn't beat around the bush. In that case, I will be the one taking over her treatment. This definitely doesn't please Otada. She claims the healers coming here today are only making things worse. The girl needs rest, so leave for 2 days. He reminds her he's here on the family head's orders. She just gives him a creepy laugh. Same here. Go ask the family head if you want to know more. Seung-hyun's brow furrows, but he decides to back down for now. The tension is thick in the air. Since you are going to see the family head anyway, could you deliver a little message for me? Tell him hiring a fake with holy power weaker than a bug won't help little Rosie one bit. Later, in another room, Marus explains how Rosie's strange fever started about a year ago. His face shows pure exhaustion. She just fell into a coma and never opened her eyes again. The head of the Pizarro family continues, we searched everywhere, but no healer could cure her. Lafai recommended you. Seung-hyun explains he just met the Takamila priest who woke her up. He doesn't hesitate to ask the big question. If they can wake her, why find other healers? Marus reluctantly reveals the catch. They want the entire family to convert and change their faith. If it's just conversion, I'd betray Goddess Iber and take the punishment. I'd sacrifice anything for Rosie. I know what you're thinking, it's a trap. The contract makes them servants who must spread Takamila's teachings. Once Rosie fully wakes up, she will be sent away to be trained as a priestess there. Her entire life would be spent serving them in gratitude. Marus is absolutely fuming with rage now. She is only 5 years old. She belongs with her family, not being forced into some harsh cult training. That was why he was desperately searching for another way. He didn't want Takamila, but he's stuck. Seung-hyun says those followers kicked him out for 2 days. Marus is completely helpless and apologizes to him. He feels like he has to follow their demands now. He is like a drowning man grasping straws. Without their power, I can't even talk to my daughter. It's not that I don't trust you. Seung-hyun just calmly says, fine, we'll start the treatment in exactly 2 days then. Dong-ho is shocked. Are you really going to just sit around and wait for 2 days? Seung-hyun just smiles. Of course not. We are going to start our investigation right now. Cheon-hun is hyped. I knew I could count on you. But those priests are guarding her room. Seung-hyun starts giving out the orders. And as it turns out, you're the perfect person for this specific job. Night finally falls. Outside Rosie's room, Otada's subordinates sense something moving in the dark. It is Cheon-hun, looking as smug as ever. The two women immediately get on guard. Wait, isn't that the useless healer's friend? Dark energy swirls, and you and I must see what's next. All right, you and I are about to watch these guards get lunged at by a cultist unleashing a wave of terrifying dark energy. The blue-haired guard barks an order to stop, claiming no one sees Lady Rosie. But Cheon-hun just gives her a polite smile. I am not here for the patient, he says, using every ounce of his seduction skills to charm her right on the spot. The one I really want to see is you. The guard turns bright red as he asks if she is free for a drink. What? Stop acting like you are not interested, the girl snaps back. What the hell is even happening right now? She rejects him, refusing to drink with a dark mage. He just grins. If I quit being a dark mage, would you reconsider? You would like that, wouldn't you? She softens her voice, asking him to please lower that terrifying aura of his first. Cheon-hun immediately complies. Sorry about that, he says. Sometimes my power just gets a little bit out of control. His A-list acting is enough to make any girl heart flutter. But then, he says something that is absolutely out of pocket. She keeps reminding herself to stay focused, but she is actually free tonight if he really ditches that dark mage persona. His style is not bad at all. She tells him she is on duty now, but tonight works. Does he have a place? Cheon-hun agrees politely. Of course, I know a perfect spot. He excitedly suggests they go to the Temple of Smet. In a split second, the blue-haired girl finally snaps back to her senses. She looks at him in pure confusion. What? Cheon-hun excitedly explains that Smet is a very open religion that even welcomes those who do not have magic. He keeps pushing her. Why not ditch your nameless god and spend a wild night discussing the blood goddess and massacres? This time, her attitude flips a full 180. You filthy cultist, how dare you mock me like that in my face? They both lunged at him, screaming. How dare you insult a noble true god? How dare you insult the goddess Takamila? Cheon-hun bolts away, laughing while honoring his god. Only the girl's angry screams echo through the halls as they chase him. Silence finally returns to the corridor. That is when Seung-hoon and Dong-ho finally decide to make their grand entrance. Now, pay attention here because what Cheon-hun said was enough to drive anyone absolutely insane. Dong-ho just shakes his head, wondering what kind of trash talk could possibly make a girl that furious. They crack open the door to Lady Rosie's room. Seung-hoon slips inside cautiously, confirming that the coast is finally clear. He activates his observation eye immediately. This whole plan actually started a while ago when they spoke with Harris. Father Harris, what do you think of Rosie's condition after the treatment? The old man gets serious, thinking it over. Let me ask you this instead. In your professional opinion, when is a patient truly beyond any hope of saving? Seung-hoon coldly states that once they are dead, only necromancy can help. Harris admits that is technically true, but he takes a much more optimistic view. He personally believes the girl has already been fully cured and recovered. Rosie's stats are displayed clearly, zero signs of waking up, but an incredibly powerful source of holy energy is detected. Seung-hoon realizes why Harris was so confused. No wonder her bed was placed right in the center of the room. Dong-ho asks if he found anything, but then the door is kicked open as Otada screams a loud curse. You bastards! She snarls at them, demanding to know how they dared to break into Lady Rosie's private chambers. Seung-hoon just scoffs, mockingly telling her to blame her own trash security instead of screaming at him like that. She tells him to shut up and get out, but he does not give her attitude any attention at all. Okay, I know what you are thinking. But watch closely as Seung-hoon prepares to flip the entire situation around. He tells Daphne to bring the head of the family, promising that he has finally found a way to save her. Everyone is shocked. Daphne moves immediately, while Otada mocks him for being a magicless fraud with zero holy power. She is convinced nobody will believe his nonsense, but Seung-hoon just smiles. They will find out soon enough. Marut and Harris arrive shortly after, breathless. Is it true? Have you actually found a way to save my daughter? Seung-hoon confirms it. He has figured out the exact reason why the girl has not opened her eyes yet. He starts his explanation, but first, he has one very specific question for the high priest standing before him. Father Harris, you are certain her body is completely normal, right? Harris confirms there are no wounds or curses. Seung-hoon asks another question. If she is normal, then why is her body reacting in such a strange way? Harris admits he has not noticed anything off at all. Seung-hoon leans in and whispers to Dong-ho. Mr. Kim Dong-ho, can you do me a huge favor and pull out a thorn for me right now? Dong-ho is confused but summons a sharp spike anyway. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Stick with me, you're about to see a mystery solved with one insane claim. Seung-hui declares the holy power is the culprit, leaving Haris stunned. Holy power? Seung-hui swings the sharp thorn through the air, and the golden energy begins to dissolve. The truth is revealed. Rosie's body is covered in glowing orbs of holy power, and Haris can only watch in horror. A hidden formation appears under her bed. Maru stands there, totally lost as to what's happening. What is meditation? Harris explains it's a technique that forces the soul into a deep, unconscious state. Otada freezes as her plan is exposed. This is a practice usually reserved for high-ranking priests. Then there's the asceticism skill. It uses holy power to inflict agonizing pain, basically. A divine version of a curse. Haris is floored. He never imagined they'd use holy power to mask such a dark technique. Seung-hui glances at the sickbed before continuing where Haris left off. Every healer used holy power to try and fix this, but no one realized the power itself was the trap. He explains that asceticism is meant for self-training, not cursing others. It's a completely twisted way to use it. Seung-hui steps into the formation, noting that everyone was blinded by their own assumptions. Marus asks Han what they can do to wake Rosie up. Haris takes a breath and explains. Normally, dark magic would break the bond, but it's way too dangerous for a child like Rosie. He suggests calling the church for a specialist, but Seung-hui just shuts him down immediately. With a cold smile, he begins to move. He can break this bond with the item in his hand. All eyes fall on that thorn. But wait, isn't that made of dark magic? He tells them to look closer. It's not dark magic at all. That's when Haris realizes the truth. He leans in, confused because he feels no dark magic or holy power coming from the thorn. Overcome with curiosity, he reaches out to touch it. How can something like this even exist? Seung-hui blocks him, telling the old man to stay in the corner and think about his mistakes. After teasing him, Seung-hui thinks to himself, just because I can do this doesn't mean you can too. Now, pay attention here, because this is where the real work begins. He stands by the bed and scans the energy. It looks like it's just on the surface. But the soul is what's actually being held captive. The healing process starts. Activating his skill, Horace Seunghui begins to carefully treat little Rosie. Soul interference activated. It works, a glowing orb is slowly pulled from her body. Everyone gasps in shock. Her soul was pulled out? Seunghui stays focused, analyzing the glowing sphere. He needs to untangle these threads. But one wrong move could damage her soul forever. He activates his observation eye, but deep down, he's actually a bit worried. To be honest, mental healing has never been his strongest suit. You can't touch it or see it, so there's no way to know if it's working. Then, the soul glows. But now that he's healing the spirit through the body, he needs to watch her mental state closely. Harris shouts in joy. The meditation is broken, and her soul has regained its light. You and I can see the relief on their faces, but Otada is absolutely fuming. Horace is stunned by this power. Who is this guy? Suddenly, information about her soul flashes before him. It's the pure, fragile soul of a child. Seunghui finally lets out a long sigh of relief. Perfect. No trace of the meditation curse remains. Time to wrap this up. He gently places the soul back into her body. A moment later, Rosie's eyes flutter open. Marus is moved to tears as he rushes to her side. Rosie. Oh, Rosie. She looks up, confused. Grandpa? Marus turns to Seunghui, heart full of gratitude for saving her life. He tries to thank him, but Seunghui just cuts him off. Save the thanks for later. There's something else I need to deal with first. Marus is left wondering what he means. Seunghui begins exposing Otada's crimes using a holy formation on a 5-year-old just to force a conversion. His voice is ice cold, and her face goes pale as the truth hits the room. And trust me, you and I are about to see the Takamila Church pay for this. Otada can only scream in rage. Alright, stick with me. You and I are about to see Harry's drop a bombshell on these traitors. Even Marut is showing hostility now. No matter how annoying your requests were, I really planned on treating you as my lifelong benefactors. Otada clicks her tongue in frustration. Backed into a corner, she launches a desperate attack just as she almost convinced the Paso clan. Her target is Sung Huin. Holy arrows manifest and lock onto him, but they aren't even close to being on his level. But honestly, did you really think you could pull this off without me? Even Dong Ho is stepping up to protect Marut. These people never had any intention of spreading their faith honestly. Just a nameless cult plotting to steal believers. As Seung Hoon speaks, Otada snaps, screaming for him to shut his mouth. That's when Song Hooni finally activates the summoning skill for Freya's crossbow. To describe the Tesmola Church in one sentence, they are parasites, bottom-feeding scum living off the rest of society. Otada quickly raises a shield, cursing the Takamila Church. Seung Hoon just smirks, mockingly repeating the name she used. Otada howls in a rage, correcting him that it's the Tesmola Church, before realizing she's making a total fool of herself. Seung Hwine lets out a mocking sigh, pushing Otada past her limit. She lunges again, screaming that she'll kill him. A barrage of arrows flies toward him. Let's see you dodge this. Suddenly, a dark mist begins to swirl. Now pay attention, Dong Ho jumps in front to shield Sung Hwine, looking more badass than we've ever seen him. Dong Ho's demonic energy completely dissolves the arrows. The entire deadly rain is wiped out in an instant. Finally, Otada learns the meaning of true fear. Dong Ho roars a command, telling Kang Cheon-hun to move immediately. Seung Hwine grips his weapon, thinking of using it as an arrow. He quickly prepares to unleash his skill. The system notification pops up, confirming the use of Freya's linked pouch to craft those black beast thorn arrows. Warning invalid command. Because of this, Seung Hwine collapses in exhaustion, his face turning pale as an intense, burning pain surges through his soul. What is going on here? Why the hell won't it convert? Seeing them distracted, Otada tries to bolt for the door. She thinks this is her chance to escape. She doesn't get 3 steps before Sung Hwine catches her. He grabs Dong Ho's tail and hurls him right into her 70-year-old spine. Otada hits the ground hard, crying out in pain. She curses them all as a bunch of monsters. Seung Hwine walks over with a gentle, kindergarten teacher smile. Oh, does your back hurt that much? It seems like your herniated disc is acting up. Let's start some intensive physical therapy, shall we? As soon as he finishes speaking, he lands a devastating blow right on Otada's spine. She can feel her vertebrae saying their sad goodbyes to each other. Not stopping there, Seung Hwine affectionately slaps her face more than a dozen times. The bystanders turn pale, unable to watch the brutal beatdown. Soon, Otada is slumped over, her face completely swollen. Mission accomplished. But wait, you and I need to see this weird reaction coming from his weapon. Seriously, what is this? Demonic energy is leaking out. Freya's linked pouch is actually a holy relic. That beast has an incredibly high immunity to both holy and dark powers. No wonder any attempt to use the relic failed. Sung Hwine begins to piece the mystery together. If that's true, it should be immune to the system storage too. Meanwhile, Otada's group is tied up together. We're sorry. We're so sorry. We were just doing what we were told. Please, just let us go this once. Cheon-hun plays with Dong-ho's hand in front of her. Kang Cheon-hun really earned his keep today, wiping them all out. He looks down at Otada with a cold smirk on his face. These people claim to have tons of holy energy, yet their actual combat skills are honestly pathetic. Seun-hoin stands back, thinking. Their holy power rivals a mid-tier church, yet he's never heard their name. If I don't know them, they must be less than a year old. But how is that possible? He thinks back to the fight with Otada and her strange abilities. The Takamila Church has zero reputation, yet their hidden divine power is stronger than anything he expected. He suspects the Mage Association is somehow granting them this power. Their techniques feel strangely familiar. Seun-hoin begins the interrogation. Have you ever heard of something called miracle water? Otada looks up, confused. What is that? He explains it's a legendary potion that grants miraculous power to anyone who drinks it. And that's where we leave it. You and I just saw him expose the truth. Her power came from that water, didn't it? After taking a beating, Otada finally spills the beans. They received a divine elixir from the higher-ups, but she swears she has no idea what it actually is. Realizing she isn't lying, Kang Seung-yoon decides to change tactics. He'll have to interrogate the cult leader directly. Once he makes up his mind, he flashes a terrifyingly kind smile. All right, stick with me. You're about to see how he handles a priestess. Okay, I've decided. Otada's eyes go wide. What? Suddenly, Seung-yoon strikes her chest. Just like that, he rips the soul out of Otada's body. The other priest nearby is absolutely terrified, gritting his teeth in pure horror. What just happened? Her soul is literally separated from her flesh. Now, Kang Seung-hoon reveals his true objective. Holding the orb containing Otada's soul, he lays down the law. I'm giving you exactly 1 month. Use whatever means you have to track down the mastermind behind your church. Seung-hyun even boldly claims he'll return her soul if they succeed. But the system says otherwise. The priestess's soul was shredded before it could ever return. The priest gasps, asking a desperate question. How are we supposed to do that in only 30 days? What if we come back empty-handed? Now watch this. This is where the MC shows his true colors. Then throw away your trash souls and prepare to lie together in a grave for eternity. Both men turn pale as he growls out those final words. That afternoon at Marut's house, a voice echoes through the halls. I cannot thank you enough, healer Kang Seung-hyun. Marut expresses his deepest, most sincere gratitude. You saved my niece's life, and even handled her post-treatment care so devotedly. Seung-hyun just acts humble, saying it was simply his duty. Plus, seeing Rosie healthy is enough of a reward. Marut smiles, his eyes overflowing with genuine emotion. How could someone this incredible even exist in this world? That's the only thought running through Marut's mind. You and I know Marut's about to regret his offer. Tears stream down his face. You're a blessing. Name anything you want. Kang Seung-hyun smiles, keeping a totally blank face as he asks one more time just to be absolutely certain. Anything you say? Marut laughs, doubling down on his promise. Even my family's secret paintings before he can even finish, Seung-hyun cuts him off. I only desire one thing. He boldly chooses the most precious treasure of the Paso clan, a sacred relic they've guarded for generations. Marut starts to get a massive headache. That's a holy object of the Church of Ir. You worship them too, right? He's completely trapped. That's a bit difficult. We might be accused of heresy. Seung-hyun simply throws Marut's own words back at him. You just said I could have whatever I wanted. Suddenly, Marut tries to pivot. Yes, that's true. But maybe there's another relic? I haven't heard of anything else, but just give me 1 day. Kang Seung-hyun doubles down with that signature friendly smile of his. The thing I want is the heirloom kept in the gold Osman mansion, passed down through the ages, the most sacred relic of the Church of Ir. Marut is drenched in sweat as the MC delivers the final blow. It's a statue of an angel radiating a brilliant, golden light. Seung-hyun smiles with pure greed. That divine energy is exactly what he's after. He narrows his eyes at Marut and grabs the statue. No doubt about it. This is definitely a genuine miracle from the Church of Ir. Could you please let go now? Marut immediately bursts into tears as his nightmare becomes a reality. I thought Dr. Seung-hyun only liked items with magical power. But the truth is far from what you told me. Is it? Kang Seung-hyun licks his lips like a total aesthetic freak. Honestly, any relic would do, but it's much more fun taking something someone truly treasures. Then he turns to Harris. Are you staying longer? Priest Harris doesn't hesitate. I planned to leave yesterday, but I had to clean up Otada's mess, so I'll be here a few more days. Kang Seung-hyun just grins like an idiot at that response. I knew it, which just makes Harris annoyed. What's with that attitude? He reaches down and takes off his bracelet. Regardless, as a friend of Lord Marut, I should show my gratitude properly. A second later, he holds it out to Seung-hyun. Here, take this. The MC hesitates. What is it? Harris explains quickly. I made this miracle specifically for myself. It's called the Heart of the Devoted. He smiles with pride as he continues. Compared to the heavy breath of year, it might not seem like much, but I'm sure it'll be useful. I hope it helps you out. Sung-yun takes the bracelet with a complicated look on his face. Priest Harris. He finally speaks with total sincerity. Thank you, I'll take good care of it. Later, in a nearby forest, notifications start flooding his vision. Breaking old faith, extracting divine energy by destroying the relic. Trust me, you and I need to see this power up. Cost is 2,000 points. Ear's breath is destroyed. Alright. You and I are about to see this divine statue dissolve into data as the heart of the faithful shatters. Seung-hoon stands there, clutching his jar while the system announces Rank 1 and Rank 2, unbelief level ups. The rejection of the gods is growing stronger with every passing second. He processes the info while Hun acts like a total moron in the background. It turns out unbelief has different tiers, and he wonders how powerful level 2 actually is. The system vessel can now store holy energy to unlock massive rewards and skills. He gets the extreme concentration skill and 3 Iron Will exchange tickets. After looking them over, he realizes these rewards are actually top tier. Without hesitating, he decides to test the skill first. A mechanical voice rings out, confirming he has successfully acquired the new extreme concentration ability. By focusing and narrowing his field of vision, the skill pushes him into a state of absolute focus. In this state, his range of effect shrinks, but his overall efficiency skyrockets. Activating the skill again drops him back to normal. Seung-hoon stands still, quickly mastering the core mechanics of his new power. It seems this skill is designed to lock onto a single target. For instance, if he had a skill that healed 3 people, he calculates that it would focus all those 300 health points onto just one person instead. This guy really has a sharp mind. He keeps observing while Cheon-hun messes around nearby. Next, he checks the exchange tickets for weapons, armor, or accessories like Iron Will. Now pay attention here, because this weapon deals massive bonus damage based on the target's own holy or dark energy. Seung-hoon pauses for a second. Basically, these are weapons built specifically to wipe out churches. He glances sideways, realizing he somehow ended up with 3 of these things. He looks at Hun, Alex, and Dong-ho Kim, knowing he will have to share the loot. Cheon-hun screams in total shock when he sees the holy damage scaling stats. The little wolf companion asks if he's really giving it away for free. Seung-hoon explains it's actually the reward from the Golden Laurel mission. The guy looks ready to kiss that card out of pure joy. It's a huge victory regardless. Cheon puts it away and reaches for his weapon, complaining that it hurts his hands. He uses the Iron Will ticket, and a pair of gloves manifest in mid-air the embodiment of unwavering faith. Cheon-hun is jumping around like a kid, while Dong-ho hesitates over his choice. Seung-hoon walks over and suggests a shovel. The suggestion completely catches Dong-ho off guard. A shovel? Seung-hoon tells him it's because he's so good at digging holes, leaving Dong-ho feeling totally roasted. You and I see he's totally trolling. But look at that serious face, what a savage. He cashes in the ticket, and a sophisticated shovel weapon appears. It actually looks pretty cool. Dong-ho admits that carrying this utility is better than just looking flashy. Seung-hoon warns them that these weapons only peak against priests, so they should use them wisely. Suddenly, a raindrop hits Dong-ho's head. A massive storm breaks out without any warning. Camping in the rain is going to be a nightmare. He finally transforms back into a human. Cheon-hun shouts in excitement because Dong-ho is finally a human being again. He's in tears, begging to stay human for as long as possible while they find a restaurant and some dry shelter. He hates being soaked. They look for a room in the city of Karen. The 3 of them enter the tavern. Cheon-hun shakes his hair out like a wet dog. Dong-ho suddenly freezes. In the corner sits a man radiating a terrifying, gloomy aura. Yuri looks up, glaring at them like a predator. Dong-ho starts shaking and breaking into a cold sweat. That guy looks dangerous. But Seung-hoon decides to head straight for the table right next to Uri, much to Dong-ho's horror. Of all the places to sit, he picks that one. Dong-ho frantically tries to steer him away. Dr. Kang, look. There's a much better spot over by the window. Seung-hoon is confused by the suspicious behavior. What is wrong with you? He wonders why Dong-ho is still scared of adventurers after years in the On region. Dong-ho just looks down sadly. Dong-ho stares at Yuri, wondering if he was too quick to judge the man by his looks. Suddenly, someone screams as a bottle of wine flies through the air and hits Yuri right in the face. And trust me, you and I just realized this situation is about to get very ugly very fast. Stick with me. You and I are about to watch this bullied loser find a power that shuts his haters up forever. Can't even handle a few stray dogs? Just a pretty face. Why don't you go clean the stables instead? His fists tighten as he loses control. Yuri's face darkens like he wants to tear these people to shreds. He sits on his chair, motionless, like a broken puppet. The brown-haired guy looks at him, annoyed. This jerk won't even react? You're ignoring me like I'm trash. One guy nearby doesn't even care. Forget him. He walks over and grabs the bottle of wine off the table. "Enjoy your meal, old man." Then he pours it right over Yuri's head, mocking him by saying food is wasted on someone like him. Seunghyun's group watches from a distance, each of them reacting with a completely different expression. The group laughs and walks away like nothing even happened. Dong-ho clutches his head in guilt, feeling terrible for not standing up for his friend. Now I feel even worse for judging him so quickly. Cheon-hun picks up the wine bottle and asks a question. "You didn't say it out loud, so no harm done, right?" Seunghyun adds that if they had intervened, it would have only wounded the poor guy's pride even more. He looks at Yuri in silence. The three of them quickly head back to their room to get some rest. Having a real decent job this time actually feels pretty good. Seunghyun calmly analyzes the situation. "No need for talk, just show them what I can do." "That's enough." Cheon-hun suggests opening a private clinic like he did. Seunghyun sighs like an old man. The real issue is figuring out how to attract patients. He's immediately hit with more trouble. Even using full recovery to max out the speed, they still take hours to heal. Seunghyun slowly gives his assessment of the situation. On the continent of An, people are used to instant healing magic, so my slower methods aren't very appealing. Dong-ho feels frustrated, knowing the treatment is perfect. Just then, all sorts of loud noises erupt from outside. Dong-ho quickly stands up to see what's going on. "Now pay attention to this girl, her promise is about to lead everyone into a very dangerous trap." "Greetings, adventurers. We are priests from the Church of Simolis." She smiles brightly, trying to lure the crowd in. "Do you desire a special power?" She stands in the street shouting constantly. It honestly looks like she's hunting for suckers. "Then follow us. We will provide you with a life-changing opportunity." Seunghyun watches and realizes the church is recruiting again. A few people are already starting to pay attention. "Can I really get more power?" The crowd grows larger. "Maybe we should go check it out. We have nothing to lose, right? You and I both know if it sounds too good to be true. It is, but these fools are falling for it. Are people really that easy to manipulate?" Dong-ho spots a familiar face hidden within the gathering crowd. He sees Uri standing there. Uri is like a ghost, standing perfectly still and listening to the priestess. 3 days ago, on a busy morning street, Seunghyun's group was eating breakfast when they heard a piercing shout. "Get out! Get out of here right now!" Someone asks what's going on. The one who screamed says, "Remember how that church promised power and whatever we wanted just a few days ago? It was a lie." The guy at the door points outside, his voice hesitating. The ones who followed them are back, and things are getting messy. Cheon-hun bites his bread. They said it's no joke. Seunghyun stands up, leading the way. "We should go check it out. Even heaven won't let me eat in peace." Outside, a young man with a sword stands over the people he's already beaten down. He looks at the man struggling to stand and gives his judgment. "Give up." The bald man is furious. "You think a low-rank adventurer like you can actually win?" The guy gets arrogant, mocking his opponent for being so stubborn. "Seems you aren't going to give me a chance." The sword cuts through the air, dancing straight toward the bald man. The man screams as he's taken down in a pool of warm blood. The onlookers immediately turn pale with fear at the sight. He took them all down by himself. What the hell just happened? Some people start noticing the massive difference in power. "A few days ago, you were just a low-rank adventurer like me, right? Did the church really give you that power?" He smiles and responds like a professional salesman. "That is right, it's all thanks to the Church of Simolis. I didn't even know the basics of magic before, but now I can cast high-level spells with ease." The church staff appears right on cue, handing out flyers to everyone in the area. "Come on, don't you want to gain power and be just like us?" They quickly distribute the flyers and start their introduction. "Take a flyer. The church's location is marked on the map, so come and visit us soon." Dong-ho is absolutely amazed by the massive crowd gathering here. Dong-ho asks if he wants to join, but Seunghyun just glares. "Trust me, you and I know this won't end well. Alright, you and I are about to see what happens when a shady cult picks a fight with the wrong squad. I have heard that joining a religious organization can grant you divine holy power, but nobody gains this much so fast. 3 days? Even the church could not do that," Yerang mutters gloomily. "This is clearly a total scam, but their constant public preaching everywhere is getting seriously annoying." Sunyun is racking every single brain cell to find a way to completely wreck their little plan. Cheon-hun looks ready to kill, but if we cause chaos, the Adventurers Guild might drag us away. Dong-ho is focused on something else entirely. He realizes that guy named Ui is nowhere to be found. He quickly approaches the nearest person. "Hey, mind if I ask a question?" The guy shrugs and says go ahead. Dong-ho gets straight to the point. "Did you see the green-haired guy who was with your group 3 days ago? You know, the one with the huge facial scar?" The man nervously looks away, claiming he has no idea. Dong-ho gives a confused smile, sensing something is definitely wrong. He tries to provide even more details. "You really do not know him? His name is Yui." The man turns to leave, saying they are busy. Now, here is where it gets tense. Watch this. Dong-ho rushes forward, but a sudden punch flies right at his face. I said I do not know, he snaps with a threat. Shut up, if you bother us again I will kill you. A second later, he looks around confused and asks, who the hell are you, kid? Seung-yoon adjusts his coat and calmly replies, did you just threaten our dear Dong-ho? You must want to die. We cannot just stand by while our friend gets hurt. Usually, we actually look pretty cool in these moments. Dong-ho is moved to tears of joy. You guys actually care? Seung-yoon just smirks at Cheon-hun. Crushing them counts as self-defense now, right? He starts cracking his rusty joints, ready for action. Absolutely. We are just here to deliver the fair justice that Dong-ho deserves. Dong-ho just watches them banter back and forth. Basically, we are not doing anything illegal here. He wonders if they truly care, but being stuck with these two monsters? Poor Dong-ho for 3 seconds. The guy freezes and asks, what is this? You punks looking for a fight or something? Seung-yoon ignores him and asks Hun if a 2-on-1 fight makes them the bad guys. He is not sure. So what now? Both of them share a look, reaching a silent agreement on the situation. You and I both know this is the weirdest way to start a fight, playing rock, paper, scissors while the guy is fuming. What the hell are you doing? The result is in. Scissors, Cheon-hun groans and holds his head in agony. Damn it, I am terrible at this game. The blonde guy is absolutely boiling with rage by now. You brats dare ignore me? He throws his flyers aside, targeting Seung-yoon. You definitely picked the wrong person to mess with. He clenches his fist tightly. I will test my new power on you. A lightning-fast punch flies towards Seung-yoon. The crowd stumbles back, but to Seung-yoon, he is just a loud-mouthed balloon that is about to pop. Dong-ho covers his eyes. What power? Seung-yoon just smiles like a protagonist. New power, he says. Then, he calmly picks up a small, dry branch from the ground. Seung-yoon looks him in the eye. We understand each other now. He smirks and activates his outfocus skill. The surrounding crowd watches the standoff and begins to whisper excitedly about the fight. A branch? Don't tell me you are fighting with that? He stares at the stick. Are you insane? Think that twig can stop my fist? Seung-yoon humbly replies, this is more than enough for you. This is a total insult. He lunges forward, aiming to crush Seung-yoon. You bastard. He calmly holds out the branch and triggers his skill. The wood in his hand begins to transform. Outfocus activates, concentrating every ounce of his strength into the branch. The guy grabs the twig, and an explosion erupts. Shock hits him as he realizes something is wrong. What? He starts feeling genuine fear now. Impossible. A simple stick with no mana? You talked big way too early, bro. He desperately pushes his power to the limit, relentlessly attacking Seung-yoon. What is wrong with you? He effortlessly blocks every strike with the branch. Seung-yoon laughs. If you are ignorant, you are just going to get beaten. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see the fallout next time. Alright, stick with me. You are about to see a simple branch become a weapon of mass destruction. Seung-hoon is done playing around with these weaklings. Nothing left to see here. He activates the innocent skill. Just a few feet away from where his opponent collapsed, a hand is already fading out. The crowd is losing their minds in pure shock. I mean, the guy just won using nothing but a tree branch. How is that even possible? Seung-hoon looks at the branch, thinking that even his basic strikes are now insanely powerful. It makes sense, honestly, since he dumped every single point of his stamina into that one hit. He gives his teammates a thumbs up. But let us be real, zero defense is not something he can use all the time. It is basically a specialized finisher for taking down 3 children, right? The people from the monastery are totally baffled. Who is this guy? He is literally stealing the entire spotlight for himself. Seung-hoon notices the suspicious stares. It feels like they just crashed someone else's party. Meanwhile, Dong-ho is completely zoned out, lost in his own thoughts. He is clearly worried about that guy named Uji, wondering if he is even still alive. Morning drama aside, time flies by incredibly fast. Before they know it, night has already fallen over the area. Suddenly, an achievement notification for Sabatis pops up, unlocked by sabotaging a church. Cheon-hun and Dong-ho are both absolutely stunned to see this reward pop up. Seung-hoon just asks the obvious question. They have already trashed several churches, so why is this only showing up now? He glares at the requirements that just appeared on his screen. At least one member must own a divine vessel. Yeah, that sounds totally made up. The reward is the Hourglass of Retrospection. Watch this closely. The mechanics of this reward are absolutely broken. Every church sabotage fills the hourglass until it grants a massive power boost. Seung-hoon turns to Hoon and asks what kind of reward he ended up getting. He says it is the Hourglass of Retrospection. Cheon-hoon jumps in, realizing that they all actually receive the exact same reward right now. Wait, hold on. This Commodus thing cannot even be used unless you have already unlocked specific hidden stats. Distrum is a divine vessel that slightly increases skepticism. Materialization of Wind boosts mana and specialized job stats. This is all about the long game for our heroes. Seung-hoon makes a bold guess. This thing can charge the divine vessel, while simultaneously boosting both his mana and his professional job stats at the same time. The three of them fall into a very long silence. These guys look totally lost, don't they? The next day, those same annoying voices are back on the streets. We are from the Church of Simolis. That girl from before shows up again, offering the same bait. Do you crave the taste of absolute great power? Then follow us. A white-haired guy steps forward, sounding pretty hesitant. Is it true I can actually get stronger? She promises him with total confidence. Of course, absolutely. And just like that, the poor guy falls right into the trap. Then give me a flyer. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the conversation. These damn scammers are still out here spreading their lies. You and I both love a good hero entrance, and Seung-hoon looks like a god right now. Do not believe a word they say. My friend followed them and completely vanished. The priestess freezes in shock while the young man starts to back away in fear. Is that true? Hun and Dong-ho play their parts perfectly, acting like they are in a tragic play. Exactly. When I asked about my friend, they immediately started swinging. A passerby points and asks what the hell is going on. Could it be real? The person next to him is just as confused but admits the whole thing sounds extremely suspicious. Within minutes, the crowd scatters. Everyone is leaving. Why would I stay around for this? The priestess is stunned, unable to process what just happened. Right on time, another notification bell rings out. Church sabotaged. Reward received. The next day, Dong-ho is back at it, relentlessly chasing the monastery people down. Those scammers and liars are finally going down. The day after that, Seung-hoon acts totally innocent. What? They are actually handing out free power to everyone? Even a healer like me got a boost by defeating them. Church sabotaged once again. Commodus reward received. The following day, Cheon-hoon literally grabs the priestess and starts acting out a scene from Romeo and Juliet. I love you, Elizabeth. She is absolutely terrified. What the hell are you talking about? Church sabotage successful. Reward. Materialization of win. Notifications keep screaming for days on end. Commodus received. Materialization of win received. It is a non-stop grind. Commodus received. By the next day, the poor priestess is completely helpless against this chaotic world. She follows the clues straight to Seung-hoon's group. Found you. The fake smile finally disappears from her face. Pardon me, adventurers. The priestess makes a humble request. Can we please sit down and talk for a moment? On a ship quietly docked at the shore, someone shouts in excitement. So this is the boat heading toward Bism Island? Cheon-hoon gazes into the distance. I never expected to get this deeply involved in this mess right from the start. Trust me, you are going to want to see how this deal with the church plays out. Your friend Uji is safe. She calmly explains that he's currently at Bosma Island, the church's headquarters, being treated for injuries. Stick with me, you and I are about to see this peaceful talk turn south fast. Her eyes shift, scanning the three young men standing right in front of her. Usually, outsiders are forbidden, but since you miss your friend, the leaders made an exception. Suddenly, she slams her hand onto the table with a loud bang. So please, the priestess growls, emphasizing every single word. We would be very grateful if you stopped interfering with our sacred missionary work. I kind of feel bad for them, but honestly, I'm just going to ignore it. Dong-ho nervously speaks his mind, noting how angry she seemed. Seung-hyun just chuckles beside him. Right then, a man approaches them, interrupting their conversation for a moment. He immediately starts questioning them. You guys are about to board this ship, aren't you? The man continues. I heard you guys actually leveled the entire church just to find your missing friend. Seung-hyun answers with a proud smirk. Yeah, you heard right. Suddenly, a girl rushes toward them, her voice filled with desperate urgency. We're in the same boat. My brother vanished after getting involved with them. Seung-hyun looks at the crowd. So, why exactly are you coming to me? The man doesn't waste any time and gets straight to his request. We want you to help us find our missing family members. He bows deeply, letting out a long sigh. I'd go myself, but commoners like us don't stand a chance. Helpless civilians have no way to fight back against them. Seung-hyun doesn't accept immediately, instead choosing to explain his situation first. I'm a healer mage, so I usually only take requests that involve medical treatment. The man looks at him, his eyes filled with desperate pleading. Then please, just find our families, and if any of them are hurt, please, heal them. Seung-hyun smiles, looking genuinely amused by the logic. So, we're considering this a healing request then, right? Man, he's quick on the uptake. Finally, all three of them agree to help these people. All right, fine, we'll do it. The ship quickly sails out into the open sea. Cheon-hoon looks around, evaluating the situation on deck. It's pretty crowded today, likely because trading in other villages hasn't caused any trouble. Seung-hyun checks the map. It'll take 8 hours to reach BMK Island. Dong-ho, looking as green as a leaf from seasickness, groans in agony. 8 hours? You're kidding. He starts crying, immediately regretting his earlier decision. I feel like I'm actually going to die from this seasickness. Seung-hyun calls him over. Go inside and rest. I'll give you something to help you sleep. I'm pretty sure we've been lured into a trap anyway. Dong-ho falls into a deep sleep, but the enemies probably won't attack just yet. Cheon-hun speaks up. What do you think? Seung-hyun looks back at him and responds calmly. I don't think they'll make their move while we're still on the boat. He's certain they're plotting something. Pay attention here, this is the calm before a very violent storm. I'm going to check the inside of the ship. Cheon-hun quickly starts scribbling on paper. I'll do a quick fortune-telling. Suddenly, the paper is soaked in a deep, dark red. He stays focused on the ritual. Is this kind of divination a bit too taxing on the body? According to the reading, the cargo hold looks suspicious. There's a strange flow of energy coming from that specific area. Seung-hyun stands up, preparing to head out. I'll go check it. Cheon-hun agrees to stay behind. Fine. I'll keep an eye on Kim while you're gone. If they move together as a group, they'll draw too much unwanted attention. Seung-hyun carefully makes his way down the stairs. The guards spot him and start wondering what he's up to. What is this guy doing down here? He walks up and pretends to be curious. Excuse me, could I take a look around? One guard blocks him, stating this area is off limits. The other guard adds an extra explanation. Sorry, but you can't enter without direct permission from the church. Seung-hyun's face remains totally indifferent. He lunges forward, striking the guard. You and I know he wasn't going to listen anyway. Then I guess I'll just trust my gut and break in. The guards immediately drop into their combat stances. We're under attack. Secure him. Seung-hyun has no intention of getting into a close-range brawl, so he pulls out a gun. Every single bullet hits a target like a carnival game. One of the men arrogantly dodges the incoming rounds. You might have beaten the others, but you won't get past me. Seung-hyun takes in the scene and decides to introduce himself. With skills like that, I should probably tell you who I am. My name is Kang Sung-hyun. The soldier doesn't hesitate to reveal his own identity either. I am Fraulein. Seung-hyun is slightly stunned after hearing that name. The battle continues with high tension, as both sides search for an advantage. Seeing Seung-hyun take a hit, Fraulein mocks him. This is exactly why you shouldn't have come here alone. He arrogantly starts lecturing him. Nothing matters more than having allies. But trust me, you and I are about to see this healer show him exactly why he's wrong. Seung-hyun's eyes scan the area. He realizes he's dealing with an annoying cloning skill, but he doesn't want to waste any more time. He isn't holding back anymore. A flood of system notifications suddenly rings out. Skill, absorption activated. The real fight starts now. Alright, you and I are about to watch him freeze these guards solid with an absolute masterclass of ice magic. The ice locks them in place as he triggers his analysis skill and activates his observation eye on the target. This guy isn't breathing. He isn't breathing at all. The very next second, arrows rip through the enemy as he wonders in his final moments how his true form was exposed among the illusions so quickly. The other illusions vanish into thin air just as fast. Seung-hyun asks the obvious question. So, all the clones have been dealt with, right? He stares down from above, cold and collected. Usually, you'd be dead by now, but somehow you're still on your feet? He bends over and reaches for the hood that's hiding the mystery person's face. Could this actually be Sung? Hyun quickly makes his move. You're a traveler from another dimension, right? Leah is visibly shaken by how fast he figured it out. She stays silent and won't give up a single detail, but he doesn't even need to ask. He already has his answer. I was honestly just guessing, but she's incredibly resilient, just like the people from the On continent, and that reaction told me everything I needed to know. Seung-hyun sits down to chat. Still going to pretend you don't know anything? He quickly switches his tactics. Fine. If you can actually ignore this, then I'll admit I was wrong. He begins gathering power to summon something. Now pay attention here. Seung-hyun pulls out a pack of delicious ramen, knowing there's no way she can resist this. Leah's eyes widen with pure shock. Just the thought of eating this has her drooling like crazy. Oh man, ramen is a total trap. With a single pack of noodles, Seung-hyun has her totally exposed. She begs him for just one tiny bite of that ramen. He smiles at the predictable reaction. After 3 years on the On continent, 99% of world travelers will fold instantly if they're cut off from junk food. Leah abandons her secret identity entirely just for a taste. Please, just give me one single bite. She finally gets her hands on the bag, only to find absolutely nothing inside. Leah is left in tears of betrayal. It was a total fake, just an empty wrapper. Seung-hyun explains he only made it to use for situations exactly like this. His entire tone shifts instantly. Now, Seung-hyun looks like a god of death passing judgment on the person before him. Letting a world traveler go free is just an invitation for trouble later on. He lays out 2 simple options for Leah. Pick one: cooperation or death. She snaps back. Cooperate? Even if you let me go, I'm just going to bleed out anyway. Grinning like a clever fox, Sung-hyun laughs. Oh, did I forget to tell you the best part? Now, you and I both know he's technically a healer, But Leah is absolutely livid at this guy's shameless face as he offers a deal. You seriously call yourself a healer? You look more like a serial killer than anything else. He's satisfied with that. Well, watch and decide for yourself. He activates his skill as Leah looks at the needle in confusion. What on earth is this? We aren't even on Earth anymore, so why do you have a random sewing needle? While she's still in shock, he rips the arrow out of her. A few seconds later, Leah screams in pure agony. He pins her down and starts stitching the wound one needle at a time. Looking at Leah's pained face, he proudly announces like a saint that he's finished. Leah stares at the mess on her arm, thinking this method is way too brutal. But the wound is definitely closed up now. It sounds insane, but I think this guy really is a healer. Sung-hyun looks down at her. So, what's it gonna be? Bleed out right here, or cooperate and survive? Leah completely deflates and whispers that she chooses to live. A moment later, the two of them introduce themselves. My real name is Leah, my class is Wanderer. Hyun cuts her off with a curious question. She happily explains that her alias comes from her real name, Leah Giafria. She gets more excited the more she talks. And Medallion is just because I really love those cakes. He realizes she's exactly like Alex. Now it's Hyun's turn. He explains his name is Kang Sung-hyun, and he's here to investigate the church's shady business. Too many people have gone missing after getting involved with them. Leah is genuinely surprised by this information. He starts digging for info since she's been working for them. He's sure she must know something about the disappearances. She hesitates before clarifying her mission. Actually, I don't really work for the church directly. We were hired by a noble named Adri Wig, their main sponsor. Bisma Island belongs to that guy too. Hyun narrows his eyes as he confirms this. So you truly don't know anything? That's useless. His words make Leah absolutely furious. I didn't see anything particularly strange. But she does mention a few suspicious trips she took with them. This ship occasionally carries one noble child, but they always bring along dozens of commoner kids who are all the same age. Not a single one of those children is ever seen again. Trust me, you and I are about to see this mystery get much darker. Alright, stick with me. A noble traveling with dozens of commoners? That is definitely a very suspicious setup. Leah describes scouting the island. She once sent a magical double out of curiosity, but the moment it arrived, it slammed into a powerful barrier and was completely vaporized. That is the extent of what she knows. His notebook fills up fast. Bisma Island has active defense magic, and Leah was way more careless than he expected. Finally, he shuts the book and smiles, saying that the info was actually quite helpful. Leah beams with pride, but a second later, Seung-hyun cold-bloodedly knocks her unconscious with a single strike. He turns toward the door, leaving her on the floor. It would be a hassle if she betrayed them during the investigation. Nothing personal, but he is done with her. Talk about using someone and tossing them aside. Seung-hyun stops at a warehouse filled with crates. Could these be the supplies donated by the nobles? He opens a crate and is shocked. It is stimulant B, a dangerous drug. It massively boosts physical power, but causes extreme aggression, making the user lose control and go completely insane. Checking another compartment, he finds moss fruit powder. That is the same sleeping drug he gave to Kim Dong-ho. Now, the purpose of this trip is clear. Now pay attention, because here is where the trap finally springs. In the dining hall, the crowd gathers. A young man notices strange smoke filling the room. Seconds later, everyone collapses, falling into a deep, forced sleep. Cult members step in to confirm that every single person on board has drifted off. Daesat, the cult leader, calmly pulls out a device. It is finally time to begin. He activates his power. A halo of light expands like a data scanner, analyzing the unconscious victims. Glowing golden orbs emerge from their chests. Daesat barks orders at his subordinates. Brighter light means higher potential. Just then, a guard reports they have also captured Kang Sung-hyun's party, the very same group that has been interfering with their grand plans. This gets Daesat's attention. Well done, he says, looking down at the three bound figures lying on the ground. We can finally judge this pathetic trash. Daesat grabs Sung-hyun's hair to look at his arrogant face, but he recoils in shock. He asks with total uncertainty, what is wrong with their faces? You and I are probably wondering the same thing. How did their faces turn into puffy dumplings? The guard explains that after everything the group did, the believers likely vented some frustration on them. Daesat lets go and orders them to be locked up until they reach the island. A priest gives a perfect, subtle smirk. It is actually Sung-hyun, looking as handsome as ever under the disguise. He acknowledges the order. He was lucky to have drank that gean leaf tea earlier. The tea is sour and tastes better cold, but it completely neutralizes the sleeping effects of the fruit. He looks at the dummy he created to trick them, originally meant to wake up Kim Dong-ho. Staring at the fake face, his mind drifts back to the past. 30 minutes ago, Seung-hyun found a priest his same height. The man was terrified to see him awake. How are you still standing? Without a word, Seung-hyun delivers a heavy punch to take his place. Thinking back, he smirks. The disguise worked even better than he hoped. Carrying the dummy, he feels hyped. Time to storm their base. A loud announcement rings out. High Priest, we have arrived at Bisma Island. Dazat immediately orders the passengers move to the dungeon. A subordinate directs the crowd. High ranks to Class 11, medium to 21, low to 31. Seung-hyun's group is given special treatment and tossed into the deep underground jail. Understood. As they push the cart forward, Seung-hyun eavesdrops on two people nearby. How is the quality of this batch of passengers? Lord Adri asks, and Dazat answers respectfully. He presents the stats. 1 high tier, 4 mid-tiers, and the rest are all low quality. The noble grins wickedly, looking forward to the fair judgment of Simus. Seung-hyun sneers at the word judgment. Suddenly, a strange sound breaks his concentration. Trust me, you need to see this. Leah is in that cart and she is starting to wake up. Stick with me, we are starting with a scream. Let me go, you bastard. He stares in shock. Leah? Leah freezes, turning toward that familiar voice. It is the killer, Kang Seung-hoon. He calmly corrects how she should address him. It should be Hell Kang Seung-hoon. Thank you. Leah stares at the man in front of her and asks a question instinctively. What happened to your face anyway? He does not answer immediately, instead turning the question back on her. Real funny, right? Why is a cultist locked up in here? She sheepishly admits she was fired for failing her guard duty, then captured and beaten. Seung-hoon puts on an innocent face. You really should have done your job properly. Leah screams back at him in frustration. This is all your fault. Then, she flips her attitude instantly, realizing she needs help. Since you are here, can you help me? Seung-hoon turns to walk away without a second thought. Take care now. Leah panics and shouts for him to wait. She reaches out and makes an offer. I will give you 300-point exchange tickets. Now Seung-hoon is actually interested. Now watch this, he does not hesitate. He activates outfocus and concentrates all his physical strength into silver glory. He charges the cage, using raw power to clear the path. Leah is absolutely stunned by his sheer, violent efficiency. She mutters to herself while climbing out. Is it really this easy to break a cage that seals magic power? Seung-hoon holds his hand out. Tickets, please. Taking them, he offers some advice. From guard to fugitive in one day? Pick your bosses better. Seung-hoon looks at her and says softly, if you need money that badly, just become an adventurer. Leah snaps back immediately. I am not doing this for money, but for my idol. He is speechless at such a ridiculous reason. Her idol? She does not rush, but begins to explain her past. I used to be in a criminal gang, okay? Back then, I did not have any real skills and almost died for absolutely nothing. But then, my past self was saved. Her voice carries a hint of deep nostalgia as she remembers that day. An otherworlder appeared and saved my life. Leah still vividly remembers his eyes. His name was Yeon Ji-jun. I later found out he was a famous bounty hunter. Her face flushes red, talking about him like a legendary main character with massive fame. You have heard of him, right? She sounds totally obsessed. Seung-hoon answers her dryly. Yeah, I have. She goes off like a machine gun, making his head spin. He defeated dozens of rank 5 criminals without using any skills at all. He cleared out an entire criminal district with just a few knives. A legend everyone knows. Then one day, he vanished without a trace. Her voice drops. I do not know if he is dead or alive. Seung-hoon watches her and falls into deep thought. Leah snaps out of it and shares her ultimate dream. Regardless, my dream is to become a legendary bounty hunter just like him. Of course, the main goal is still going home. But Seung-hoon is confused. What does that have to do with working for Adri? She explains that Adri collected items once used by Yeon Ji-jun. I worked for him just to get my hands on them. Thinking about it makes her heart ache even more. She got fired before she could even claim her reward. I know what you are thinking, and Seung-hoon is thinking it too. Do you not want revenge on him? She looks confused. What? Seung-hoon looks at her with total confidence. Because I am about to wipe out this church. So, let us partner up one more time. Inside the massive hall, the atmosphere is more electric than ever. The crowd in the stands looks like they have been pumped with adrenaline. Let the judgment begin. The sacred moment has finally arrived. On the arena floor, the captives from the ship lie scattered. Simus Des orders his subordinates to wake the potential believers. Yes, holy priest. The plan is set in motion. A strange incense begins to drift across the arena. The crowd from before wakes up in a daze. Where am I? The man standing high above makes a grand, heroic declaration. From this moment on, the initiation ceremony begins. Every word he speaks drips with pure arrogance and dark superstition. Whoever endures until the very end will gain the status and power of a true believer. He does not view the people on the floor as human at all. The failures will simply become fertilizer for infinite power. He pauses with a wicked smile, his eyes like a demon from hell as he delivers the verdict. Now slaughter each other. A heavy, desolate atmosphere fills the cramped space behind the bars of the secret underground prison. Dong-ho lies collapsed on the floor, slowly opening his eyes as consciousness returns. It is so cold. Fully awake, he starts panicking. Dong-ho jumps up, looking around with a bewildered face. He cannot help it, he lets out a terrified scream. Where on earth am I? Dong-ho sticks his head through the bars, completely lost. How did I end up waking in a place like this? He was drugged. Kang and Chohun were supposed to watch him, and trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me because you and I are about to see this man's nightmare become a reality. He's hoping it's a dream, but the status window appears instantly the second he calls for it. Dong-ho breaks down in tears as the system screen confirms the truth. Panicked, he starts pacing around. The nausea is finally gone, so he must be off the boat. First priority? Get out of here. He fumbles with the glowing blue screen, trying to use golden glory. Magic sealed. Everything is locked. Reality hits him like a freight train once again. Powerless and trapped, he collapses from his terrible luck. He realizes he's in a magic sealing prison. What can he do? Suddenly, his tears stop as an idea sparks. Dong-ho tries one more thing with the system. It looks like the status board is still accessible. He checks his stats. 6,085 points. Basic roulette is 20, while mixed is only 10. There is one last gamble left. He is putting everything on his final, desperate hope for survival. He decides to go for it. To his surprise, he lands 5 consecutive spins on the junk roulette. Right on cue, a massive slot machine manifests right in front of his eyes. Usually, items go to inventory, but since that's locked, the rewards just start manifesting in the real world. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Watch as a mountain of random junk starts raining down on him. Dong-ho is stunned by the system's speed. He grabs a wooden plank from the floor and celebrates. He immediately starts his escape plan. With fire in his heart, he digs while calling his teammates' names. He shouts for Mr. Kang and Chohun, imagining Sung-hyun praising his impressive digging skills. Outside, a small mound of dirt begins to bulge upward in a very strange and abnormal way. Suddenly, a hand bursts through the earth. After a struggle, Dong-ho finally crawls out of his cell. He looks around, his mind racing with questions. Where in the world has he actually ended up? A massive roar of cheering startles him. He ducks behind a wooden crate, heart racing in fear. Before him lies a massive arena packed with thousands of screaming people. Is this a coliseum? Across the way, a prisoner in an iron cage is fighting back, refusing to follow the leader's orders. Why should we fight? Do it yourself, you psycho. Dazat looks down at him with pure contempt. You and I know that look. Something terrible is coming. Now, watch this. It is Mr. Kang. Dong-ho's eyes well up with tears as he watches his friend suffer. He was captured protecting me? Dazat arrogantly steps forward to announce the charges against Kang Seung-hyun. This man is Kang Seung-hyun, the pest who has been harassing our holy church all week. The fanatical crowd screams for his blood. Dazat offers a fake show of mercy, giving him a chance. As the words leave his mouth, the heavy prison gates slowly begin to creak open. Uji steps out, his body wrapped in a sinister purple aura. He is a mindless puppet now. Dong-ho recognizes his ally instantly, but Uji just lets out a roar like a wild beast. The sight of his friend like this terrifies Dong-ho. High above, Dazat starts mocking the situation. Dying at the hands of your long-lost friend? Isn't that poetic? He's clearly enjoying this. Survive and you are a believer. Fail and you are just fertilizer for the ground. Dazat declares the execution has begun. On command, Uji gathers his strength to deliver the killing blow. With one powerful leap, he swings his massive axe towards Seung-hyun. Dong-ho can't wait anymore. No. The sharp blade swings down towards Seung-hyun's head, followed by a massive bone-shaking explosion. Uji frowns, unable to believe his eyes. Seung-hyun has completely vanished into thin air. A graceful figure appears right behind Uji. Someone fast enough to infiltrate the arena has saved him. Dazat grips the railing, furious that his show was interrupted. Who the hell are you? The mysterious savior just smiles. Who do you think I am? It is none other than Seung-hyun. He looks the tyrant in the eye and confirms it. He's the healer, Kang Seung-hyun. He smirks, speaking in riddles about a sacred artifact that can only be created through public execution. The lost become fertilizer. You and I need to see what happens next. After that, the villain uses magic to concentrate iron, utilizing those strange catalysts as a way to support his immense power. When he applies it to an object, it transforms into a sacred holy relic. He tightly grips the jagged iron weapon he just forged. Standing above, he taunts the main character, Seung-hui, claiming worthless stones can be gold. Now, you and I are about to see him vanish instantly. He strikes directly at Seung-hui's position. It turns out he was just boasting while unleashing the divine power of Simulus in battle. Elsewhere, the sisters Leah and Leah are causing total chaos, slaughtering their enemies. They scream for the guards to stay back. She spins around to counterattack her pursuers. Petty things will always stay petty, after all. They can't dodge in time and take the full impact. One injured guard screams a warning to his allies that Bastard is using dark medicine. It doesn't stop there. Leah's twin sister also makes her move with incredible speed. She watches the scene and remarks that dark magic is perfect for dealing with the church. Flashing back to 1 hour ago, Leah is shocked by the items Seung-hui brought. Wait, why are there so many? He hesitates, giving a vague explanation. Those? I made them myself. She stares at the items with wide eyes, questioning Han Seung-hui about where they came from. With dark magic this advanced, you must have needed tons of witch blood and hair, right? He just gives Leah a strained, awkward smile in return. It's good to have a real friend who can actually pull this off. She takes the items, though the supply source seems suspicious. Back in reality, those items are finally put to use. I've got all the dark medicine I need. Now pay attention, it's time to die. To the superstitious onlookers, the noise is confusing. What on earth is happening? Nobody is really sure. It looks like they might be on our side. Suddenly, someone points toward the arena and screams, "Wait! Look over there!" Down below, Seung-hui is trading blows with the villain. Unfortunately, he gets caught by one of the enemy's fierce attacks. Everyone present is descending into a killing frenzy. Seung-hui glares at the surrounding slaughter and sighs at the mess. This place is pure chaos. Suddenly, the axe on his back starts moving. Yuri has successfully reclaimed his weapon, ready to join the fray. With blood-red, terrifying eyes, he glares at Seung-hui and growls. Yuri lunges forward, screaming that he was underestimated. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Seung-hui manages to dodge the sharp edge of the iron axe. What follows is a relentless barrage of heavy swings from Yuri. He uses such force that the stone walls begin to crack into pieces. Seung-hui evades the attack. He gracefully balances on the axe handle, flashing a confident smile. Time to start the plan. So, this was just the warm-up, right? Seung-hui's whistle echoes out, cutting through the sudden heavy silence of the space. Everyone nearby panics, feeling a wave of unease. What is that sound? The people in white cloaks stand up all at once. Simultaneously, they hurl bottles filled with a strange, glowing liquid. Dozens of glass bottles fill the sky. At Seung-hui's command, a summoned crossbow appears, ready to fire at his will. He aims it at the sky, posture perfect. Great teamwork, everyone. Then countless arrows manifest, piercing through the air. The bottles collide mid-air, creating a thick cloud of green smoke. Yuri is caught in the explosion as the smoke wraps around his entire body. Slowly, Yuri regains consciousness and takes back control of himself. He looks around in a panic, unable to grasp the situation. I think you and I can agree that was a close call. They're finally regaining control, realize they almost died when their bodies moved on their own. Adri witnesses everything and turns to ask for Dazat's opinion. The high priest is so furious that veins are popping all over his body while he explains the situation. It's a type A sedative, which acts as the antidote to the gas of stimulant B. Adri wonders if he really has that many allies. Suddenly, his eyes narrow as he spots something suspicious. Wait, those people. The sisters, Leah and Leah, have successfully blended into the crowd at the arena. To the bastards who locked me up earlier, come out and face me right now. She wrecks everything, making the situation even more unstable. I'm sending you all straight to Simulus, Adri interrupts, his face twisted in a mask of pure rage. Freya Madeline, Adri shouts from across the way. How dare you betray me? The sisters aren't taking that lying down and snap back. What? You forgot that you're the one who abandoned me first? That stupid old man has totally lost his mind. Adri loses his support and turns to Dazat. What now? High Priest Dazat, the holy execution has been completely ruined. He remains calm, trying to reassure Adri. Don't worry, Lord Adri. Then, Dazat calls out to his religious followers. Hurry up and eliminate the intruders in the stands. Then he turns his gaze towards Seung-hui. Unfazed, the young man faces Dazat's glare. As for you, the priest prepares to play his hidden trump card. Dazat's jewelry begins to emit a blinding golden light. It starts resonating powerfully with the villain's own relic. The villain claims he'll settle this himself. Seung-hui just gives him a mysterious smile, and trust me, you and I are not ready for what's coming next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a wild reveal as Kang Seung-yun asks Desart's faction who they think he is, turning his head with perfect grace. Of course, you are the healer, Kang Seung-hyun. One of their men shouts back in total frustration. Is he really that shameless? Suddenly, one man notices something feels off. He stops, his voice shaking as the realization hits him like a freight train. The person who saved Kang Seung-yun was Kang Seung-yun himself. Watching this unfold from the side, even Dong-ho finds it impossible to believe. Adri is clearly not happy, turning to the high priest to demand an answer. What on earth is going on here? His voice drops, trembling because he has no explanation to give. Adri watches the unfolding chaos with nothing but deep suspicion in his eyes. If that man is Seung-hyun, Then who is the one lying unconscious? Oh, this guy? Our main character gently sets the decoy down on the ground. It is time to set the record straight. The person who took my place is actually a loyal follower of the Church of Simulus. With a completely blank expression, Seung-hyun gives his cold assessment. Honestly, I do not even know what his name is. That nonchalant attitude lights a fire of pure rage inside Desert. You absolute piece of trash. But Adri just laughs, actually praising him for living up to the rumors. Then, with total confidence, he barks out a command to Desart. In the end, we still get an interesting sacrifice. Let the execution proceed. Desart regains his composure and nods in agreement with Adri. You are right. He takes control of the battlefield again, ordering his men to immediately release the Type B stimulant gas. Now pay attention, because here is where it gets dangerous. Purple gas begins flooding the arena, forcing everyone to desperately cover their noses. Damn it. Is it more anesthetic gas? Nobody can hold out for long. They start losing their minds, turning into mindless machines with no humanity left. They grab their jagged weapons, preparing for a total massacre. Every person there holds a blade, ready to tear into their opponent. When the panic-fueled battle starts, they fight like demons, ignoring the lives of others. Screams that no longer sound human echo through the air. Die. The people locked away cannot just sit and watch this horror. He is being pushed back. Hang in there. But the enemy did not account for Seung-hyun. He tells everyone not to worry, looking perfectly elegant, even while struggling in the middle of a fight. Kang Seung-hyun, the great healer, will not let any of you down. As soon as he speaks, all eyes turn to him in admiration. They choose to believe, shouting for the healer to sweep away those lying frauds. Yuri witnesses the scene and cannot help but judge him a little. Shouldn't he have said something like, "I will save everyone"? He is really emphasizing that healer title, isn't he? Feeling ignored and annoyed, the enemy launches a foolish attack against Seung-hyun. A flurry of sword strikes comes raining down on him. Seung-hyun tenses his body, bracing himself to block the onslaught. After the attack, his clothes are pretty much in rags. The enemy sees the damage and starts gloating loudly. Do you understand now? This is the price you pay for going against the will of Simulus. He lunges toward our hero, feeling completely satisfied with himself. Now, go become fertilizer for the church, but Seung-hyun is not going down that easily. He summons an item to launch a counterattack. In an instant, he catches the enemy's weapon. The guy was way too overconfident, and now his jaw just drops in pure shock. What? Now here's the part you and I need to watch. Seung-hyun smirks, mocking the guy by saying only losers end up as fertilizer. He looks the man straight in the eye. That does not apply to me, does it? With a massive burst of strength, he sends the guy flying. He just stands there casually, continuing to mock his opponent. I have stirred up the atmosphere quite a bit, haven't I? This battle is definitely going to be explosive. While the guy is still mid-air, Seung-hyun moves fast to deal some serious damage. He is aiming right for the artifacts the man is wearing. I still do not have enough power to shatter a real rank 3 holy artifact. Regardless, Seung-hyun keeps up the pressure. If something needs to be done quickly, you just have to do it. The artifact bracelet starts to crack, and the necklace is not looking any better. The light fades until they finally cannot take it and shatter. Seung-hyun summons a jar to collect all the scattered light energy from the broken artifacts. He holds the jar carefully while insulting their quality. Artifacts made this poorly are honestly just way too easy to break. Leah watches the whole thing, completely stunned by the sheer level of Seung-hyun's talent. That was incredible. How can he fight like that without using a single drop of magic? Suddenly, a memory of a certain someone flashes in her mind. But Leah quickly shakes her head to clear her thoughts. She dismisses the idea immediately. No way. Desart suddenly collapses, his body reaching its limit. This is impossible, my artifacts. He cannot accept this brutal reality. Damn it. Down in the arena, the attacker is not giving up yet, trying one last desperate move. Simulus, I beg of you. A magic circle appears beneath him, and something strange starts to take shape inside it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives this massive holy spear. It is time for the ultimate punishment. All right, you and I are about to witness the moment a legend finally stops holding back. Kang Seung-hyun flinches, wary of the massive destructive power aimed his way. Suddenly, a voice screams his name across the arena. Kang Seung-hyun. A figure leaps out, shielding him as a violent explosion rocks the entire stadium floor. A glowing pickaxe carves its name into the smoke and debris. Seung-hyun gasps the man's name in total disbelief. It is Kim Ho-jung. He used the decision pickaxe to protect him, a weapon meant for the ultimate showdown. Its damage scales perfectly with holy power. Ho-jung turns back with a smug grin, asking if his timing was perfect. Seung-hyun is stunned, just staring at him. How is he here? Did he actually break out of prison on his own? No way. He analyzes the situation. They probably just thought he looked weak and threw him into this low-tier arena. The old man Adri mocks him, confirming Seung-hyun's theory. The villain struggles to stand, his strength completely drained. Seung-hoon watches him closely, noting that the old man is at his limit. He barely chokes out a question. Now watch this. Our hero demands to know who is pulling the strings behind this entire operation. Who sent you? Sung-hoon just smirks. Are you really that curious? He knows the pain the citizens have endured. The poor, the powerless, everyone you turned into fertilizer. The old man goes silent, hit right where it hurts the most. Seung-hoon gives him some parting advice. In your next life, stop scamming people and try living like a decent human. Adri slams the ground in a blind rage, screaming like a lunatic. Don't think this is over. Not yet. In a flash, Seung-hoon launches his final attack. The old man's life ends right then and there in the dirt. The brown-haired girl can't believe her eyes. Is it finally over? The blonde guy just looks on in total shock. Are they really dead? The oppressed citizens begin chanting his name. Kang Seung-hoon, Kang Seung-hoon. Leah runs up to high-five him. Great job. Ho-young meets her for the first time. Hey, who is this girl? Leah is ready to play a prank. Is he your teammate? I'm Freum Land. But Seung-hoon exposes her immediately. The interdimensional traveler Laya Adri is furious but helpless. Unbelievable. He watches the pathetic end of the villain Dez. He suffered at the hands of thugs. Just a bunch of despicable fools. Adri desperately tries to find a way out. I better hide while I can. Leah shouts to warn her team. Hey, that bastard is trying to get away. She snaps at him, making Adri jump. Stay right there. He suddenly bumps right into Ho-young's chest. The guy plays dumb. Whoa, you should watch where you're going, old man. Adri's face twists in pure horror. You're definitely one of Seung-hoon's teammates. How did you escape? As expected, Ho-young has his own methods. I just annoyed the guard until he opened the door to hit me. The old man tries using magic to vanish, but Ho-young pushes him, making his wig fall off. He rolls across the floor as Seung-hoon appears. He flashes a bright smile. Thanks for coming here just to die. The old man backs away, trembling in fear. Don't you dare touch me. Seung-hoon turns serious. Why on earth would I listen to a word you say? Adri reaches into his pocket. Fine, I'll sponsor you myself instead of the church. He pulls out a special weapon. I'll give you a valuable item as a guarantee. Leah recognizes it instantly. Wait, is that the Hinder dagger? Exactly, the favorite weapon of the bounty hunter Ji-jun. He keeps hyping up how much the dagger is worth. An adventurer at your rank must know its value. Lee thinks it over. Such a rare collectible, what a dirty trick. You told me you'd give me anything except this. Leah is absolutely fuming. Hey, you said this was off limits. You and I can probably guess what happens when a hero is offered a bribe he doesn't need. Seung-hoon rejects it flat out. I don't want it. I've used it before, and it wasn't anything special. Adri is so shocked he drops the knife right on the ground. What? Sweat starts pouring down the old man's face. Seung-hoon lunges forward and grabs him by the collar. He is officially sending Adri on his way. Time's up. He has nothing left to worry about. With that, even the big boss is finished. Leah's voice echoes out. Wait, her cheeks turn bright red. Are you really? She just wants to confirm if he is Yoon-jun. He pulls out his ID to prove that was just an alias. My real name is Kang Seung-hoon. She feels totally played. So you were just pretending not to know me this whole time? Just so you could watch me obsess over you? He had his reasons. Revealing it then wouldn't have been smart. And that's where we leave it. The ultimate fan finally meets her hero. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Stick with me, you and I are jumping right back into the emotional aftermath of that insane battle. Leah stands frozen, clutching her clothes and bowing deeply to thank him for saving her life. He hesitates, unsure how to respond. Someone steps in to explain that back then, she even struggled against a native from the Ale continent. Seeing how much you have grown, she must have worked incredibly hard. Sung Hui picks up the old knife he used to carry. He pulls Leah into a comforting hug, whispering that she did a great job. She looks up at Sung Hui with wide eyes. Leah admits she is just happy he is still alive. Meanwhile, Zart is glowing gold as his body and Adri start crumbling into dust. All the students in the class share the same fate. Above them, the sky fills with the glowing light of the fertilizer energy. Leah recognizes the light instantly. Is that the fertilizer? Now, Sung Hui knows for sure what is happening. If even the crowd can see it, that means everyone in this arena has become a target for judgment. Pay attention here, because this next choice defines everything. Beams of fertilizer, light rain down on the trapped prisoners, and the blonde guy is panicking. Why is it coming for us? The brown-haired man screams, begging it to stay away. It looks like everyone absolutely hates this power. I have zero interest in getting stronger using this disgusting power. Yuri hesitates, refusing to touch the incoming energy. Just this once, he thinks about his lonely past. If he takes this power, nobody will ever look down on him again. Yuri can barely keep his eyes open. He has no intention of absorbing the fertilizer strength. The light lands at Yuri's feet. He realizes one truth. If he relies on this, he will never be truly strong on his own. Dong-ho looks over at Yuri. He is actually proud of the decision Yuri just made. Deep in the gloomy forest, at the Simur Church hideout, Seung-hui is busy bandaging everyone's wounds. He is sweating bullets. Damn it. He was just testing it out, but now he needs the system to check the citizen's status. He focuses entirely on healing, pushing his output to the max. How did his severed wrist heal in just 3 minutes? One guy is thrilled to meet Seung-hui. Oh man, you really are a healing mage. Thank you so much. He gives a kind smile. No problem. Healing everyone was part of the request this time around anyway. Seung-hui truly wants to help. He tells the man he should see his family again while he is healthy. The boy in the hat starts crying from joy. The citizens all start crowding around the healer, hoping for a miracle. You and I both know healers are rare in these worlds, but wait until you see his secret technique. Everyone is begging for help as time flies by. 3 hours later, Seung-hui calculates his progress. Maybe he should just open a clinic. Cheon-hoon worries he is overdoing it. Wait, did you not say this was exhausting? Here, take some stamina potions. But he is confident he found a workaround. Seung-hui already figured it out. His full recovery skill massively boosts the body's natural regeneration. If he uses outfocus to narrow the area down to just the specific wound, everything changes. By toggling his external focus on and off, his healing efficiency explodes to an insane level. For example, light scratches heal in 30 seconds. Even a severed wrist can be reattached in just 2 or 3 minutes. Seung-hui's logic is sharp enough to be legendary even by AL continent standards. He has 0 doubts left. Before, I had to hunt for patients, but from now on, they are going to be coming to me. Cheon-hoon asks where the clinic will be. Seung-hui is still planning, maybe Hin Village, but nothing is set yet. He offers to introduce a great investor. Seung-hui is actually stunned by the suggestion. Cheon-hun gets straight to the point. What about the Dark Tower? Why not partner up with them? Currently, on the entire AL continent, the Dark Tower is the only facility for dark mages. That is why dark mages everywhere else struggle so much to find healing or supplies. There is huge demand for a northern base, but the Church and the Adventurer Guild always team up to sabotage it. He does not hesitate. Since he does not use holy magic, his clinic could finally treat dark mages safely. Cheon-hun is already dreaming of a bright future for this partnership. Once word spreads, dark mages will flock here. Seung-hui shakes his hand. It is a win-win for everyone. He adds that he knows a high-ranking member of the Dark Tower. You should try negotiating with them. Seung-hui nods without a second thought. Got it. Cheon-hun's logic is pretty straightforward here. If groups gather at Hin Village, we can track down the dark beasts too, right? But he can't be sure yet. It is hard to say. Seung-hui suddenly changes the subject. Now that you mention it, I have intel on the dark beasts. Leah is crying her eyes out over the story. He looks at her, totally confused. What are you doing? And that's where we leave it. You and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Bridge 1. Alright, stick with me because things are about to get really interesting. Dong-ho explains that he only told her about their first meeting because she was dying to know about Kang Seung-hyun's legendary adventures. Leah praises Seung-hyun's kindness. She never imagined he would stand up to a powerful church just to save a few children. You're truly incredible, she says, placing a hand over her heart. She has finally made a decision and bows her head deeply toward him. From now on, she wants to serve him as her master and asks to be his disciple. He immediately shuts her down with a flat no. She asks why, but Seung-hyun is blunt. He doesn't want disciples because they're just a massive headache. He gives Leah a chance though. He's actually looking for teammates to work together like a family. She screams out in pure joy. Seung-hyun explains that what he really needs right now is just a part-timer to handle all the boring, everyday chores. Leah doesn't hesitate for a second and agrees. He decides to push the rest of the conversation until later. Let's talk details over a meal, he suggests. Her cheeks turn bright red like a ripe tomato. Leah can hardly believe this is real. This feels just like a dream. Cheon-hun suggests celebrating with something delicious. But Dong-ho has to admit a harsh truth. Both he and Dong-ho are terrible cooks. Turns out, she isn't much better than them either. She can only manage to make steamed eggs. Proud of his skills, Alex steps up to show everyone what a chef can do. The dish looks amazing. It is done. Everyone, please, dig in and enjoy. Suddenly, both he and Leah faint right at the dinner table. Alex is shaking in fear. I didn't mean for this to happen. Bridge 2, watch this. Things are about to get weird. Alex is banned from cooking as a strange ghost appears. The monster looks terrifying. The system announces that his unbelief rank has jumped from level 3 to level 5. Seung-hyun checks the data. His stats have officially increased by 2 full levels. Dong-ho remembers using a bunch of the High Priest's sacred relics, even if they were just one-time items. He nods in agreement. After all that, he was sure he would get a divine vessel reward. He clicks the screen. The divine power has accumulated, and the rewards have been boosted. The system grants him the reward. He got a new skill called Pain Transfer, which moves pain between people. Cheon-hun wants to know if it's any good. He doesn't look happy. I just got a new skill, he mutters. Seung-hyun tests it on himself, activating the skill. Leah suddenly jumps in pain. What the heck? Why does it hurt? Bridge 3, we both saw that coming. He acts totally indifferent while Dong-ho tells him to use his words. She's angry, thinking he's trying to steal her food. Hey, don't you dare touch my steamed eggs. He believes the skill is significant. He deactivates Pain Transfer for now. This skill works like a painkiller. It is actually quite useful. Cheon-hun tells the team that he found a very suspicious room. He can tell something isn't right about it. It is locked with a massive padlock. He suspects it's a mass-produced relic. He wants to see it. The four of them follow Cheon-hun. He points to the door. With a level 5 attack, Sung-hyun shatters the lock into tiny pieces. The room is a total mess. He already knows what happened. He explains the room has an altar for rituals to speak with the gods. Dong-ho wonders why it was locked. He's too busy complaining to watch his step. That's when Dong-ho slips on an empty bottle. He hits the ground hard. Cheon-hun screams while Seung-hyun looks closely at the floor. Empty bottles are everywhere. Leah quickly finds a box of medicine. There are sedatives here. She guesses meeting a god drains your mental energy. But he thinks it's the opposite. Usually, when priests or apostles meet a god, their spirit should be fully restored. He notices no holy statues. This church is getting very suspicious. On the wall, it says, "Do not doubt him." Leah shows her work. She gave out sedatives. This is the last bottle. Even he is impressed. Bridge 4, trust me, the mystery is just beginning. She finally asks if she can sleep. Stick with me. You and I are diving into a night where everything goes south. Dong-ho waves goodbye, and I am ready to collapse. Good night, everyone. But as Seung-hyun starts to drift off, his eyes snap open at a sound outside. Nothing gets past his sharp senses. Just as he suspected, it showed up. He identifies the creature immediately, a simulus. Seung-hyun knows exactly why this is happening. These divine entities invade your dreams when they are angry. He clenches his fists tight. Even so, he decides to hear it out. But when he looks closer, even Seung-hyun cannot hide his pure shock. The wound from earlier, he can actually feel the sharp sting of pain. Seung-hyun hesitates before finally finding his voice. The system shows level 5 unbelief as he analyzes the screen. This proves it is not a dream, it is reality. He rushes outside to check the situation. Seung-hyun finds the others already on high alert. Leah, you are awake too? Before he can even finish, she mentions hearing those same creepy noises while sleeping. Leah points out the window at the monstrosity outside. Meanwhile, Cheon-hun is busy trying to act all cool in front of everyone. Looks like everyone is up. Alex appears, clearly on edge. Whatever this thing is, it has a lot of nerve breaking in at midnight. Now pay attention here, because this is where the real fight begins. Seung-hyun snaps his team into focus. Get ready. He is certain now the owner of this island has finally arrived. This weird, twisted phantom is just hovering there in midair. The air turns heavy with pure malice. Seung-hyun fights the pressure, his level 5 unbelief kicking in to resist the terror. He checks on Cheon-hun, only to find him grit his teeth in pain. Suddenly, Cheon-hun starts coughing up blood. Seung-hyun shouts for Alex while catching Hun. Damn it, the blood mage is taking a direct hit from that god's divine power. His body cannot take this much longer. Luckily, Seung-hyun came prepared, and the special water starts doing its job. The creature lets out a sound that feels like a death sentence. It seems ready to wipe out the entire group. A golden light wraps around Seung-hyun. He remembers how he turned those villains into fertilizer, and now it is time to settle the debt. He grips a potion bottle. If he does not want to end up as plant food, he has to break it now. He scatters sedative number 1, yelling for them to wake up. Seung-hyun is doing everything to shield Cheon-hun, Leah, and Jong-hui. He moves just in time to save Cheon-hun from the monster's strike. That massive eye is watching every move from above. He feeds him the black water. Black magic power plus 100. He is just glad he kept his cool during the chaos. You are the reason I am still alive. Stay sharp, Cheon-hun tells himself. I have just got to hang in there. I was saving this for a rainy day. A temporary black magic booster to help resist that divine pressure. Seung-hyun looks at the creature and thinks, what a disgusting, bloated freak. No wonder the high priest relies on sedatives. This thing is literally a living tumor. A teratoma, to be exact. It is a mass of abnormal tissue that has nothing to do with the cells around it. Science proves it is not a sweet potato. It is a stomach growth that can sprout actual teeth and hair inside. He knows they are usually harmless to humans. Most of the time, they are just gross to look at and cannot actually attack. I know what you are thinking, but this one is different. It is not just ugly, it is hunting them. The monster shoots out bundles of black silk. Dong-ho and Leah scramble to dodge the incoming attacks. He has no choice but to unleash his level 5 unbelief power. Sung-hyun struggles to block the hit from that terrifying creature. It whips out tentacles, pinning Cheon-hoon down. Leah panics when she sees Dong-ho take a hit. Dong-ho tells her he is fine while slicing through the tentacles. Talk about having some seriously bad luck today. Suddenly, Cheon-hoon's arm starts to warp and change. He lets out a scream as his limb deforms into something monstrous. He cannot believe what is happening to his perfect muscles. Seung-hyun doesn't hesitate and gives the order. Just chop it off. I will grow you a better one. You really want to turn into a monster? He listens to the healer. Cheon-hoon handles the wound fast, activating his blood-body skill. He finally breathes. This is just temporary. Seung-hyun gives him a backhanded compliment. That fake arm looks all right. Do you really need a new one? Cheon-hoon says it is all for show. Of course I do. I cannot even wash my face with this thing. He is starting to get scared. One touch from that thing and you mutate instantly, right? Leah is totally stunned, but Dong-ho is perfectly fine. He has a unique body that is completely immune to any kind of mutation. It is a real headache. The thing is already tough, and now it has mutation resistance too. Normal weapons won't do a thing. You and I just witnessed the start of a legendary battle. Seung-hyun orders everyone to draw their faith weapons, and they obey. All right, stick with me. We are jumping right into the heat of a battle where every single second counts. Just take my voucher and deduct it from a month's salary. Leah accepts, but Seung-hoon knows the real problem lies elsewhere. He keeps analyzing the divine barrier that surrounds the creature. In this state, even a full set of faith can't break it. Cheon-hun suggests, can we use incredulity instead? Seung-hoon can't guarantee anything. At this level, the effect is minimal, but he'll have to do his absolute best. If an opening appears, I'll try something. She spots the specter's path. Look, it's heading straight for the arena. Seung-hoon guesses its plan. He immediately changes direction. We have to get to the arena right now. Now pay attention. The specter flies over them with thick black threads shattering the ground into total, broken rubble. The specter won't stop. It opens its mouth wide, ready to swallow something. Turns out, it's actually collecting fertilizer. Dong-ho is frozen in shock. It's actually licking the fertilizer. Cheon-hun snaps that thing has zero dignity. Seung-hoon knows it too. A real god would never lower themselves for a meal and leave an opening like that. He'll seize this moment to strike, focusing with everything he's got. Channeling endurance into silver glory and level 5, incredulity/skill activated. He strikes, paralyzing the beast with his power. The system confirms the current state of the specter has been completely destroyed. Seung-hoon calls for backup. Now is the time, everyone. The other three follow his command and charge in. Leah enters her stance, while Dong-ho gives his all. Cheon-hun unleashes her signature moves, shredding the specter into pieces. She's absolutely thrilled. It's a hit, a perfectly aimed strike. Leah sees the flesh floating back up and merging together. It's reforming like a creature molded from wet mud. The specter grabs her hand. Leah's arm instantly deforms upon contact. She panics as Dong-ho rushes in to save her. Seung-hoon runs to check her arm. He tries to help her by activating his pain transfer skill. Seung-hoon willingly takes on Leah's agony. She realizes what he's doing the moment she looks at him. Don't tell me you used pain transfer, she cries. Seung-hoon doesn't complain, telling her not to worry. Cheon-hun feels left out. He's never used that skill on her. The specter looks bizarre now, and he stays on guard. You and I both know this looks bad. A human face? Trust me. This transformation is about to get even creepier. At your command. It's just a solo performance, repeating at your command. He finally realizes those are the souls it absorbed. Even Dong-ho is terrified. This is absolutely horrific. The victims inside the specter are screaming at each other. No, save me, just die already. Voices echo from its mouth as it trembles. The system warns that the tranquilizer has worn off, and mental strength is crashing. Sung-Hein's team stands before the specter as it charges forward like a moth to a flame. He focuses intently on its path. Seung-hoon shouts to her, but she doesn't react at all. Wake up! The specter slams into the ground after missing Leah. She managed to put some distance between them just in time. The specter's eyes widen, locked on its target, Leah. She stays calm at the very least. She has to stop this mutation. She activates her cloning skill, but the specter hits her directly. Leah is sent flying back by the force. He catches Leah quickly. Suddenly, Seung-hoon is shocked as the specter turns its gaze toward Dong-ho. His whole body is engulfed in a golden light. He can't just stand by while someone is in danger. Damn it! With that fragile mind, if she's turned into fertilizer, she'll be absorbed before she can even revive. Seung-hoon makes a brutal choice. She has to die first. He flings his dagger straight toward Dong-ho. Cheon-hun suddenly reaches out, pulling Dong-ho away before the dagger strikes. The beam of light misses its mark. Cheon-hun smiles, satisfied with himself. He turns to scold Seung-hoon, asking, "Hey, what are you doing?" If you kill Kim, the Black Beast will attack us. Seung Hoin is stuck. Time is up. What on earth can he do? Cheon Hun realizes how dangerous this is. This fight is already brutal, and the Spectre seems intent on destroying the arena. He asks them both if they're okay. Seung Hoin is so stressed he can't even find the words. He's used up every bit of his strength. Damn it. Cheon Hun is injured but doesn't complain, despite how hard it is. Dong Ho is breaking into a cold sweat for Cheon Hun. He's exhausted but refuses to give up. And that's where we leave it. You and I know that calling upon a legendary ancient power is his only hope left now. O goddess Set, grant me power. You and I are about to see a wild transformation as Cheon Hun calls for strength and claws erupt in pure agony. A crimson beast crawls out of his body. Cheon Hun's claws are razor sharp, with a terrifying power completely enveloping his entire frame. Seung-Yun stares in awe at the red entity. Is this the true power of the Sea Tribe? It lunges at the Simulize, biting down hard. The monster screams in agony, but it's completely helpless against the attack. The system confirms the Crimson Curse has triggered, sealing the Simulize's mutation abilities. Its corrosion resistance is gone, but Cheon Hun is exhausted. He whispers his last words to Seung-Hyun, unable to hold on any longer. Finish this before I die, he gasps. Seung-Yun feels his confidence returning. He doesn't like relying on divine powers, but there is no reason to refuse his teammates' help right now as he hesitates. One of them is already out. Seung-Yun looks at his team and the enemy. The system warns that Dong Ho's mental strength is nearly gone, putting him at risk of collapse. It's becoming incredibly difficult to kill the Simulize. They used the last of the sedatives earlier. Seung-Hyun desperately tries to save the situation with the Voice of Peace. Once activated, the Voice of Peace begins working. It restores the target's mental strength, clears panic, and increases the recovery effectiveness for that person to full power. Stick with me here, because it's too weak to clear the shock, so he grabs a mana stone, his very last gamble to save them. The system identifies the item as the Tear of Gordius. It fully restores mental strength but causes a deep, dangerous hallucination when used. Seung-Hyun remembers it's a boss drop from the teleportation dungeon. The hallucination penalty is brutal, but there's no other way out. He summons Freya's crossbow. He reminds himself that Freya's pouch can create arrows from the Tear of Gordius. He takes aim, hesitating to fire such a painful shot at his own ally. This is gonna sting. The arrow hits Dong Ho right in the butt, and the system immediately snaps him awake. The Gordius effect triggers, fully restoring his mental power. Cheon Hun smiles as Kim starts coming back to life. Dong Ho is still panicking. Seung-Hyun doesn't forget to coordinate with him before the next attack. Kim Ho-dong, get ready to tank the hits and lend me your golden glory for a bit. We're going to kill this beast together. But Dong Ho isn't looking right. Those deep hallucinations are clearly starting to warp his perception. You and I both see it. He thinks the monster looks cute now. That's the hallucination talking as the Simulize screams out. The monster's form begins to shift and warp, sprouting grotesque human limbs in a terrifying display. It shrieks with arrogance, crushing the red monster's throat. Cheon Hun's energy is plummeting, and the strength in his arms is visibly fading away. He can't hold on anymore. Cheon Hun has hit his limit and is about to lose consciousness. I'm leaving the rest to you, he mutters. The Simulize rips the crimson beast apart into many pieces. Dong Ho charges in his slippers, weapon raised. It is time for a player switch as he decisively slashes the Simulize. Come here, you cute thing. The monster wails in pain after the unexpected strike. From Ho-dong's perspective, he's heartbroken but forced to do it. He apologizes as his feet shatter the ground beneath him. Dong Ho scrambles away. Seung-Hyun watches from above as the monster shifts into a human form that looks even more disgusting. He feels a surge of confidence. The Simulize is slowing down now that its mutations and corrosion are sealed by CMT. Seung-Hyun hurls an oil lamp at the creature, aiming to finish this once and for all. Using Freya's pouch to create explosive arrows, he shatters the lamp and makes the impossible possible. Intense flames erupt everywhere, surrounding the Simulize. The monster is finally being incinerated for its evil deeds. Seung-Hyun feels satisfied after all that hard work. Blue, rare-cooked meat doesn't seem so bad after all. Kama's Golden Glory grants a 250% physical damage boost. He lunges forward, gripping his weapon for the kill. He focuses on the Golden Glory. The spear is aimed directly at the head of the Simulize. He won't let it catch him. Seung-Hyun delivers a direct, powerful strike into the beast. He thought it was defeated, but the monster somehow survived the fire and is still clinging to life. Dong Ho screams for Seung-Hyun as he notices the key detail: the Simulize's heart is now fully exposed to them. Only one thought remains: destroy the heart of the Simulize and end this fight forever. He charges in bravely, but a voice stops him. Trust me. You don't want to miss the system update on his worsening trauma. Alright, stick with me. You are about to see a monster shift into a familiar face to trap our hero. He is instantly distracted. Why are you here? Dong Ho tries to snap out of it. No. This is wrong. It is just another illusion. I cannot get sucked in. It is creating these visions to torture me. You have forgotten our promise. The monster's guilt-tripping leaves Dong-ho completely speechless and conflicted. Seung-hyun has seen this before, nearly losing his own cool. But now he cannot help his teammate. Seung-hyun tries to run toward him. Damn it, he is not responding. Fighting inside an illusion is too much. The monster is a master of mimicry. Master Ho-dung, Master Ho-dung, Master Ho-dung. It keeps clawing at Dong-ho's mind. Master Ho-dung, he has made his choice. I am so sorry. Dong-ho stands firm, realizing he must help Dr. Kang to return to Earth and fulfill their promise. Tears stream down his face as he whispers for them to wait for him just a little longer. Dong-ho strikes, determined to cast this beast out. The monster is staggered by the force of his slash. Honestly, if it were me, I would have ascended right there. Even the clones shriek in agony. But despite the noise, Dong-ho grits his teeth with determination. He knows it is not enough and gears up for one more strike. Now watch closely, because things are about to go south fast. A tentacle suddenly whips out from nowhere. Dozens more wrap around him, and the monster tries to take his eye before Seung-hyun heroically intervenes. Now all Dong-ho sees is his friend's smile and praise, telling him he held out well. That is my teammate. Suddenly, the system alerts them that external condensation is now active. Physical stamina condenses into a brilliant golden aura, and Seung-hyun delivers a massive strike that causes a powerful shockwave. The monster is blown apart, barely able to stammer out its shock. How is this even possible? How can a mere human do this? He just sneers. You want to know why? Because Kim Ho-dung is not weak. The system triggers Seung-hyun's memories of past trauma and the terror of almost losing his friend. Your rage against the gods has been fanned into a flame, making your skepticism burn more fiercely than ever before. He lands another blow and screams. The angrier I get, the stronger I become. His blade tears through the beast. Seung-hyun shreds the monster into several pieces, making its screams turn into a massive explosion that rocks the entire land. A moment later, silence returns to the land. The weapon finally pulls away from the monster's remains. He stares it down in silence. It is over. Dong-ho approaches with a blood-stained, apologetic face. I am sorry, Dr. Kang. I hesitated for way too long, did I not? He smiles and offers comfort. You fought well for someone in an illusion. Something made you stronger, right? He sighs, and simply says something like that. Seung-hyun does not push for more details. Regardless, he did a great job. Dong-ho looks up, noticing a massive, unhealable wound on the creature. Suddenly, a point of light emerges from the body, breaking free from its physical host. You and I both know nothing in this world is ever that simple. Is this a final attack? The light awakens, revealing its pupil. It flies straight towards Seung-hyun's heart at blinding speed. A powerful force pierces his chest. His heart begins to transform as the system issues a new alert. You have devoured a fragment of Simulize. The power within that fragment is now yours to command. He clutches his chest, feeling the vibration. Dong-ho runs over, terrified by what he just saw. Dr. Kang, are you okay? But Seung-hyun does not answer, instead grabbing the man's face. He stares at the injury and demands to see the eye. A pupil rises from the depths of the wound. It weaves through blood vessels and invades the flesh. Nerves attach, and a second later, the eye is back. Dong-ho is flooded with light and completely baffled. What? I can actually see again. My eye was clearly punctured. How did you do that? He points to the monster's remains as an answer. This is regenerative power. I absorbed the Simulize. Since it is based on your own cells, there is no rejection. I can even recreate major organs, something the standard phantom flesh technique could never achieve. However, the more complex the structure, the more stamina it drains. He just stands there, still processing it. This is basically a miracle. Even Seung-hyun was shaken when he first realized what he could do. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see how he uses this godlike power next. Alright, you and I are about to see a power that can only be called a miracle born from a monster tumor. The system creates a stat sheet for this power, allowing him to generate living organs from scratch. These new organs function perfectly, capable of upgrading healthy bodies or restoring those twisted by mutation. Once ready, he moves out. There is one place that desperately needs this power, and he has to get there fast. Nearby, Leah wakes up in the darkness. Her face is pale and filled with dread. She looks like a ghost. Seung-hyun immediately notices something is wrong. Collegia, you are finally awake. Dong-ho runs over, his face darkened with worry for Hyun. Leah just nods blankly while Cheon-hun lies there dying. Cheon-hun remains unconscious despite the shouting. Cho Hyun, come on, open your eyes. Dong-ho screams in agony. I am so sorry. This is all my fault. We promised to go home together. You said you wanted to go back to Earth and pet a tiger. You promised you would not die here. Talk about hitting every death flag. This is basically a half-hour funeral speech. In this state, even a space traveler would struggle to survive. Is he really losing another teammate? At least he can recover the body this time. But touching Cheon-hun's chest, he feels a faint heartbeat. Now pay attention, here is where things get wild. Seung-hyun freezes as he frantically boots up the system. He triggers his observation skill, scanning the body only to find a massive list of fatal injuries. Severe blood loss, lost limbs, organ failure, and body mutations. His breathing is barely there. Seung-hyun cannot believe it. Is he actually still alive? Cheon-hun is still tangled in a mess of glowing red threads. The system concludes that Sekhmet's blessing is fading. Seeing that name, he remembers the familiar symbol of Sekhmet. Sekhmet was desperately trying to keep Alex's life force from slipping away. Why go this far for a normal believer? There is no time to wonder. A medical kit full of potions appears. A meditation circle is set up to save stamina, maintain hygiene, and gather blood from dark mages. Ignoring their grief, Seung-hyun snaps at the two. Are you done crying yet? Kim-ho, help me out. Leah has no idea what is happening, but she still responds. What do we do? He raises a razor-sharp scalpel and gets straight to the point. We save the patient. Time to get back to work. You and I know that when he gets focused, miracles happen. Collegia, clean the wound with dark medicine. We need to wash away the remaining holy power of Simuliz. When he gets close to the stomach, Seung-hyun is shocked. The torso and gut are heavily mutated. It must be from that final strike. Luckily, the blessing kept the mutation from spreading further. Monster samples are pulled onto a tray. She looks at Cheon-hun's face, unable to control her shock. God, he is actually alive? His organs are completely crushed. He just calmly wipes his blade and nods. The heart and lungs are mostly okay, but the liver and intestines are gone. Let's fix the liver first. The system activates through his hand, unleashing the miracle of the monster tumor. The shredded liver heals under a blue flame. He feels relieved it actually works on dark mages too. He worried since the power came from a holy being, but now it is tied to his own stamina. Leah watches another impossible feat and completely freezes. What on earth? Did you just create an entire internal organ out of thin air? Seung-hyun urges her to move. Collegia, stop staring and help me recover stamina. Just pour the medicine on my head, I need to focus. She is still lost. On your head? He is sweating and exhausted, but insists she just water him like a tree. Did you really just say that to me? She literally starts drooling, looking at his exhausted face. There is just no arguing with that intensity. Damn it. As the potion hits his head, he lifts the small intestine. He will transplant instead of regenerating them. Recovery is slower, but I can create parts much faster this way. Dong-ho looks on with pure doubt. You can actually transplant intestines? I have never even heard of such a thing before. Seung-hyun confidently confirms his skill. Of course, it is just a little brutal, that is all. Still easier than resurrecting the dead. You and I just witnessed a medical miracle that defies all logic. Alright, stick with me as his scissors touch the sutures. The system activates a massive chain of medical and combat attributes. He activates suture extraction, phantom flesh, the hands of Horus, and his specialized sewing skills all at once. A full recovery notification pops up, and everyone gasps as they see the perfectly healed body before them. The surgery is a success. Cheon-hun looks healthy again, and Dong-ho even breaks down hugging Seung-hyun. He can barely find the words to thank him. Meanwhile, Leah is just staring at the blood bag. Looking at that blood bag, he suddenly bows his head in shame. I am always the only one who survives. While everyone else was dying, I was useless. Thank you so much for saving him, seriously. Seung-hyun tells him not to worry about formalities. They need to get back and treat the others at the inn. But before he can finish, his vision goes pitch black. He only catches a glimpse of two panicked faces. His stamina is completely depleted, triggering a total blackout. Because of that, he is dragged back into that familiar watery dream space, eventually waking up floating in the middle of a vast void. He clicks his tongue, annoyed. Again? My body always gives out and sends me here at the worst possible times. Suddenly, a drop of blood flies past with a danger warning. Looks like he dodged a bullet there. Right beneath him, a bright red whirlpool starts spinning. He immediately catches a very strange, iron-like scent. Now, pay attention. This scent of blood and gloom is coming from a terrifying figure with a tiger's head emerging from the vortex. It is Sekhmet, the goddess of blood and slaughter. She gets straight to the point, saying she is here to pay him back for saving one of her followers. Most people would be terrified. But Seung-hyun just stares her down without blinking. It is perfectly normal for a divine being to reward someone who helps their cult, but it is extremely rare for a goddess like her to appear personally in front of a human. She waves her hand, creating a glowing red circle. Is it really that strange to see me? A human killing a god? That is going to attract attention, even if it was just an incomplete deity. An incomplete god? Seung-hyun sits up, wanting to know exactly what she means. Sekhmet goes silent for a moment, He just smirks, clearly confident that his theory is right on the money. Based on her reaction, she is not going to spill any more secrets. But he already knew something was off. That monster ate its own followers and could not even speak properly. She touches his chest, pulling him back toward reality. Anyway, you leave a trail of blood wherever you go. You and I both know why a blood goddess like me is interested. Join my side, and I will welcome you with open arms. Instead of being intimidated, he flips the script. This guy really has no fear of the divine. I will pass. But if you serve under me, I might consider it. Sekhmet just stares at him, stunned. He keeps a straight face, showing no signs of backing down. Finally, she just scoffs and says she is kidding. His expression sours as he curses her out internally. What a pain. She quickly moves on to Qianhun. The one you saved leaves a sea of blood behind him. It would be a waste to let him die. Seung-hyun stands up slowly. So, is that the reason you are so interested in that guy's life? She bows slightly, not even trying to deny it. Yes, I actually owe that human a debt. A debt? She tries to explain more, but the system garbles her words because of some hidden restriction. Seung-hyun gets the message. She can only say so much before the system's keyword filters kick in. Since they cannot make a deal, she decides to leave. I will leave your reward waiting in the real world. Check your pillow when you wake up. I am looking forward to see what you do next. He just looks away with total disgust, as if she has any right to be excited about his business. But seriously, is he just going to ignore that massive door over there? This is the administrator's subconscious domain. For something with a 1 in 5,000 chance of appearing, it showed up incredibly fast. Since I am already here, I might as well see what is waiting for me. He steps through the gate and finds himself surrounded by heavy iron chains. He stays on high alert. The administrator sends a welcome message. Greetings, it seems you have entered through the subconscious today. Seung-hyun walks closer and cuts straight to the point. So, you were not the one who created that thing? A response flashes instantly. If you possess a chaos core, the chances of entering this space increase significantly. He kicks the administrator's box without a second thought, demanding answers to his questions. She immediately explodes in rage, asking why he is being so violent. And that's where we leave it. You and I just saw that even the gods can't intimidate our main character anymore. Alright, you and I are about to witness a healer who literally defies the gods themselves. It hasn't been long since you embraced skepticism, yet here you are, swallowing a god's essence whole. Normally, that divine power would corrupt a human soul, staining their very being with the will of a deity. They usually get seduced by that faith and turn into crazed zealots. But the fact that you're still sane shows just how powerful your will against the gods truly is. Thinking back on this, Seung-hyun just laughs, remembering his 3 fallen comrades with a bitter, cold smirk. Do I look like someone who breaks easily? My teammates died, and one even blew himself up for this. From a healer's perspective, watching that kind of self-destruction is the ultimate insult to my profession. She adds that his skepticism is his greatest weapon, growing even sharper whenever his rage starts to boil. It's a mindset that refuses to break, burning bright no matter the odds, though excessive anger is poison. She tells him to rest, but he just kicks the administrator again to vent. You know what? 90% of my stress comes from you. She can only offer advice about him getting some sleep. Healer Seung-hyun, you're extraordinary. No human before you has ever successfully managed to absorb a god's pure essence. Maybe you're the only one who can actually save me. I really wish I'd realized this much sooner. You deserve special treatment. If you ever need my help, I'll do everything within my limited power. Watch closely here. Seung-hyun finally realizes his value, smirk widening as he asks if stealing that essence was really a big deal. Seeing this know-it-all look so genuinely shocked for once is actually pretty satisfying to watch. But then, he suddenly points his own blade at his chest as a direct threat to the administrator. If I ever take anything from you in the future, it'll only be after I've paid a fair price. She's stunned by his resolve but still tries to play nice, suggesting he should rely on her more. Fine then, I'll count on you. With those words, she sends his consciousness back to the real world. Waking up with a jolt, Seung-hyun realizes he's in the believer's dormitory, his entire body aching with pain. He rubs his sore neck, glad he faced her. Now, the situation is finally starting to make sense. How obsessed is this administrator with me? The other 2 black stars are already written off as hopeless, and someone who still has everything to lose is much easier for her to manipulate. Suddenly, his eyes catch the strange glow of a red stone sitting right next to his bed. Right. Touching it triggers the system info. It's the Crimson Prayer of Sermet, a legendary item. Do you desire something desperately? Sacrifice your blood, and it grants you a brief, happy illusion of peace. He reads the description and gets the gist of it. It's basically a cursed holy charm or amulet. No mental recovery, no useful stats, it's basically trash. He considers just crushing the thing right now. A knock at the door breaks his focus. Seung-hyun moves quickly and swings the door wide open. The person outside speaks in a soft, airy voice. You're finally awake. It's Leah, floating in the air wearing a white dress that stands out against the dark night sky. I know what you're thinking, seeing her floating there like a ghost is a total jump scare. Seung-hyun just looks exhausted as he pokes his head out to question why she's even here. Leah, why on earth are you floating like that? She just giggles playfully. What? Surprised to see me? He hits her with a blunt reality check. Honestly, I thought you were dead after that insane raid. She can't handle that attitude, and shouts right in his face. Hey, I'm not a ghost, okay? This is airwalk. It's a skill that lets me step on the wind and walk through the sky. I just received it as an achievement reward for surviving that battle with the divine being. The system triggers a major notification the rebel title has been unlocked for surviving an attack on a divine entity, and as an achievement reward, he's granted the new airwalk skill. No matter how cool the skill is, he stays cold. So you came all this way just to brag? She wide-eyed, quickly changing the subject. Well, that, and I also came here to get some treatment. Seeing her missing fingers makes Seung-hyun's expression finally soften. Fine. Just get inside the room already. A new hand begins to form as the system triggers a total recovery process. Leah watches in absolute awe. You can literally recreate limbs and internal organs. Can a normal healer even do something that incredible? He jokes that he's more like a knockoff than a healer, then asks about his other friends. Alex is sleeping in another room and looks fine. And trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Stick with me, we're about to see our lead hit a whole new level. He realizes Laya and Kim Ho-dung really struggled to drag him back here, but Seung-hwan only gets a heavy sigh in response. Laya starts thinking back to the moment she first came across that old couple. Once the dust settled, the passengers came out to help carry the wounded. Luckily, the sedatives we gave them earlier kept everyone from losing their minds. Seeing those disgusting tumors didn't kill them from shock, but I'm betting they feel pretty guilty for hiding like cowards while all the chaos was going down. He adds a few more remarks, noting it was better than having them run around like idiots and getting in the way. The main thing was getting them home to their families safely. Leah sits down shyly after saying that, looking up at Sung-hoon with pure curiosity. Seriously, I still can't tell if you're actually a good guy or just some kind of villain. Anyway, I'm heading off to rest, but I've got something for you. His voice is flat and indifferent as he asks her what it is. Laya pulls out a golden orb and explains everything. She found it on the corpse of Simuls, and since it looked like a super rare item, she decided to bring it to him. Now pay attention, because here is where the mystery deepens. Seung-hyun notices divine energy inside the orb is vanishing into thin air. He uses a skill to observe the item. Divine power is leaking from the inside. He stares at his hand in silence for a few seconds. This notification is exactly the same as the one for the tablets from the Dagon N order. That divine energy formed after they drank the god water. So why on earth was that stuff coming out of Simul's body? His brain starts working, piecing together the clues even if the source was an incomplete god. Seung-hwan begins connecting the dots in his mind. You and I can see the pattern now. We've got god water granting power, and a creature that looks like a total failure of a god. Could it be that Simuls was just a puppet someone created by using that god water as a raw ingredient? Seeing him standing there like a statue, Leah walks over to check on him. Seung-hwan just grunts thoughtfully for a moment. There's a few things about this bothering me. It's not the time to talk, though I'll explain everything once Kim Ho-dung and Alex finally wake up. Hearing that, she doesn't plan on sticking around. She knows how to keep her distance, simply saying that she's really leaving this time. Thanks for the treatment. Seung-hoon gives a polite reply. Good night. Once Leah leaves, he can finally breathe. He'll figure out those strange medicines later. Right now, it's time to check out his massive achievement rewards. At this point, Seung-hwan's system has reached a whole new level of power. He unlocked Godslayer for defeating a divine being, and the Skeptical State achievement for absorbing the very essence of a god. He's stoked with this leveling speed. Just like he expected, defeating a god sent his skepticism skill level through the roof. As for the rewards, Seung-hwan reaches out and taps the achievement reward screen. A second later, dozens of glowing notification windows surround his head, each one filled with different rewards. All physical stats increased by 10%, plus 5 inventory slots, 3,000 points, and some unidentified ore. Skepticism is growing at god speed, and he's just unlocked the separate doubt and distrustful skills. Supernova is now unlocked, adding a bonus effect to an existing skill. He's the first person ever to unlock the Skeptical State achievement. You and I can tell he's satisfied. It's a lot of rewards, and it was definitely worth the effort. More importantly, the thing that catches his eye most is that incredible divine skill, Faith Reinforcement, adding a secondary effect to a skill he already owns. Without hesitating, he dumps a ton of points into upgrading it. Now that's what I'm talking about. This is the kind of loot he deserves. Since it only upgrades one skill, he needs to choose carefully. Extreme focus, observation, or maybe that total recovery judgment. But wait, the screen doesn't change at all. Faith Reinforcement. adding a secondary effect to a skill. Huh? The text stays exactly the same, making Sun Hoin's eyes bulge out. Faith reinforcement, add a secondary effect to a skill. In the middle of the night, Leah is jolted awake by his roar. Are you kidding me? You damn administrator. Seung-hoon is beyond pissed. What kind of heartless jerk decided to settle something this important with a random spin wheel? If it lands on some garbage like super chopstick skills, I will literally wipe this entire continent off the map. You shameless blocky brats, I'll use my chopsticks to take you apart piece by piece. Suddenly, a new notification pops up, Hand of Horus. The system screen displays all the specific attributes and the brand new options added to the Hand of Horus. The Hand of Horus summons a spectral hand with special power. Plus, an additional option allows you to toggle physical interference on or off. When it's turned on, it can actually control or attack physical objects. However, any living creature that the hand touches will be granted the ability to see the Eye of Horus. Even Seung-hoon can't help but feel impressed. Hand of Horus, huh? And trust me, you and I are going to see things get wild now that he can physically interact with the world. Alright, stick with me, you and I are about to see our main character gain a power that is absolutely game-breaking. Next up. Oh, it has been a long time since I saw this. He quickly notices a message that was sent in the middle of the night. The achievement for overcoming suspicion is finally complete. Do you want to write a commemorative message? Meanwhile, Leia is staring wide-eyed at her screen. The sender, GGG, has been sending her direct threats. But honestly, this is just hilarious. GGGG, you guys will never get your hands on this. Good game. But Leia still cannot hide her rage, scowling and grimacing at the display. She finally reaches her limit and lets out a massive scream. Damn it, this is infuriating. Who the hell is this guy? Our hero flinches slightly at the sheer volume of that terrifying sound. Anyway, what is coming next? The system understands Seung-hyun and continues to display the rewards for his first time clear of the state. You have received the special skill called Insanity. You have absorbed the essence of a god and turned it into your very own power. This skill is drawn from your very nature, a power that belongs only to you. His heart starts racing as he reads that information. Insanity? Cognitive decline from actual brain damage? That is definitely not a name any normal healer would ever want for a skill. Now pay attention here, this is where the skill description gets seriously overpowered. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. So, the only sub-skill I can actually use at this moment is the one called Loss. Loss is unlocked, leading to apathy and oblivion once requirements are met. When active, a colorless aura spreads, dealing constant mental damage to any targets that touch it, hitting them with continuous mental attacks. Those affected will have their attack power weakened, and you can even set special exceptions to keep your own allies safe. When this activates, all other aura effects are ignored. His face goes totally blank, looking like a complete idiot who has no idea what is happening. This is way too broken. The system ignores his insults and keeps scrolling, repeating that other auras are ignored. Seung-hyun continues to guess its potential. So, it can actually bypass annoying effects like pressure and majesty. That is basically a middle finger to the natural order of things, especially majesty. Essentially, that is the signature skill used by divine beings and the gods themselves to show their absolute dominance. And this skill can just crush all of them? No wonder this reward left even the system administrators in a state of total shock. Just as he is celebrating, a sudden warning pops up. The system tells Seung-hyun that he needs to be extremely careful from now on. A god's essence cannot be touched by humans, but a human's essence can be stolen by others. Soon, enemies will appear to take your power. Two crossed swords accidentally draw a strange face on the screen. Our hero just gives a light, careless smirk at the potential threat. Okay, I know what you are thinking. Our main character is way too chill for someone whose life is in serious danger. People will come to steal your power soon. You sure are persistent, aren't you? The system seems genuinely worried about his safety right now. But Seung-hyun quickly notices something strange nearby. The atmosphere feels off, and what is up with this sudden casual tone from the system? It feels cheap and incredibly annoying. Anyway, that is enough for today. I will check the new suspicion skills after I get some rest. As soon as Alex recovers a bit more, we should head back to Hin Village. Our dear branch manager is waiting for us there. Branch manager Lewin is probably in a terrible mood after being bled dry by the Magic Association. He must be totally miserable by now. Maybe it is time to prepare a little surprise event just for him. This should be a very interesting thing to witness. A few days pass by, and back in Hin Village, Lewin is grinding his teeth in a total fit of pure rage. Damn it! Curse those bastards! He stands before the Magic Association branch building, realizing they actually finished the construction already. Matiana follows him, looking very happy. It was fast, wasn't it? She seems to enjoy his frustration and black face. We hired top-tier architects with a massive amount of money to get this done quickly. The quality is truly top-notch. Of course, The generous funding from branch manager Lewin helped a lot. Lewin's face turns dark as he lets out a low growl. This woman. She whispers to herself for a bit before getting back to business. Now, all that is left is the opening ceremony. When is Kang Seung-hyun coming back? An employee in uniform runs up breathlessly, yelling that he finally found manager Lewin at last. But the first thing he sees is Lewin's face turning a dark shade of purple. This kid really has no sense of timing. Too scared to speak clearly, the employee stammers and hesitates. Well, the adventurer Kang Seung-hyun. They say he is dead. The second Matiana hears this, she starts screaming at the top of her lungs. Her voice is loud enough to shatter glass. What did you just say? She and Lewin both rush forward to interrogate him. What exactly happened to Kang Seung-hyun? Explain yourself right now. The employee tries to stay calm and recall the details. I got this information from the Karen branch. The Simuls cult on Bisma Island performed a ritual to summon an evil monster. It was an absolute disaster for everyone there. Many civilians and adventurers were captured as sacrifices for that ritual. But a group of heroes defeated the cult and saved some survivors. However, during that process, one member sacrificed himself. Matiana loses it, grabbing his collar and demanding proof. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me because reports just came in that a hero has fallen. Witnesses claim they saw Kang and his crew head to the island, describing the deceased as a tall man wearing a white coat, a black shirt, and dark hair. When she finds out his identity, her legs buckle instantly. Kang Seung-hyun? There is no way he could have died. Even though the old man is heartbroken, he stays focused on comforting Matiana. Please stay calm, Lady Matiana. Since Seung-hyun was such a legendary adventurer, we will handle the funeral. To honor him, let's schedule the inauguration ceremony for that same day. Of course, that is the plan. He turns to watch Lai Wen's hesitant footsteps for a few seconds. Once he is finally alone, he can't help but let a dark smirk crawl across his face. Lai Wen looks triumphant now, a total 180 from his fake grief. This is just a stroke of unexpected luck. He couldn't be happier. Good job, Simula's cult. He needs to spread this news as far and wide as possible. The announcement hits the streets, making anyone who reads it feel like their heart is breaking. Julia can barely even hold the paper in her hands after seeing the devastating news. No way, Healer Kang is. She collapses instantly, making everyone around her freak out. Hey, are you okay? What happened? Did this person really pass away? Over at the Blood Demon Tower, everyone is drowning in sorrow, unable to believe that it could really be him. Even at the Cathedral Night Order, everyone is reeling from this earth-shattering news. The world will never see another righteous man like him again. I won't believe it until I go and see it for myself. Over at Blood Road, everyone is staring intensely at every single word on the notice. A fatal accident? Is that really true? That crazy guy is gone? What kind of absolute nonsense is this? There has to be some mistake, but time still marches on until the day of the funeral ceremony in Hin Village. The streets are packed while a thin hand swirled a wine glass like it's all a game. Lai Wen sits up and shouts for everyone to hear. Enjoy yourselves. All the food and souvenirs are completely free today. Let's all pray for the deceased. A witness watches from afar and shakes their head. This feels more like a festival than a funeral. Jay interrupts her. Apparently, they're holding the Magic Association's opening party right alongside the burial. Rebecca is dizzy from the shock of the news. But this can't actually be true, right? There's no way Healer Kang is actually dead. Rosen just sighs, directly crushing her hope. You clearly don't understand how the real world works. Death doesn't follow any rules. He feels totally helpless, but there is nothing he can do. Master. Now pay attention. Lai Wen is soaking in the atmosphere when his hazy eyes suddenly snap wide open in total shock. Suddenly, a scream rings out. Look! Kang Seung-hyun's group is finally making their way back. As everyone turns around, they see a coffin being carried right into the middle of the celebration. Leading the procession are two people with their heads bowed, looking completely devastated and helpless. The coffin arrives shortly after. This is the place where the deceased rests in peace. A hooded man represents the group as he hands over the coffin. Manager Len. Come and confirm the body. He approaches the casket, rubbing his hands with a disgusting look. Ah, of course, I'll check it. Lai Wen reaches out with pure joy blooming in his heart. This is the moment he's waited for, seeing how pathetic his rival looks in death. He uses every bit of strength to shove the heavy lid off. But to his total shock, the person lying inside has a face that is completely bruised and battered beyond recognition. The cultist lies motionless among the white flowers. Lai Wen is completely baffled after prying the lid open. His smirk vanishes. Why is this nameless cultist getting buried in such a high-end coffin? You and I saw this coming. It's just a cultist who tried to pose as Kang Seung-hyun in the temple. Remember him running for his life earlier? His swollen face is still a major highlight. He actually woke up, escaped the arena, and survived it all. But that night, when he faced the true descent of Simuliz, his mind completely shattered before he died, a quiet and lonely death. Lai Wen has no idea the bodies were swapped, so he puts on a fake show of grief and asks if this is really Kang. It's him, right? Well, at least he died a pathetic death, which is exactly what I wanted to see. But before he can finish his sentence, a whisper from behind makes him fall silent. How could that be him? The hooded man slowly pulls back his cloak, speaking with total confidence. Because the real Kang Seung-hyun is standing right here in front of everyone. As Seung-hyun appears, the crowd is left shocked with their mouths wide open. Julia bursts into tears of joy at the sight of him. But Lai Wen sees his plan failing and starts screaming absolute curses. You bastard. Seung-hyun finally steps in and pats his shoulder. Manager Len, I am truly touched by this. Lai Wen goes dead silent for a moment. What did he just say? Kang then starts describing what it was like for him to actually see his own face on a funeral notice. I suddenly received news that I was dead and a funeral was being held for me. I really thought this was just a sick joke at first, but it turns out you actually threw a surprise party for us. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing the look on his face. Alright, you and I are about to watch Lewin panic over this party. Next thing you know, Cheon-hun claps his shoulder, acting cool. He says our hero wouldn't want everyone mourning anyway, even if they don't know his name. Dong-ho joins in on the scare tactics. He is sure the guy is smiling down from heaven right now. Poor Lewin is terrified, even without knowing his name. Then the final blow comes to stir the pot even more. But hey everyone, let's enjoy ourselves for branch manager Lewin's sake. It is true that karma never misses anyone, and the guilt is driving him crazy. No, that's not it at all. Julia is crying her eyes out after finally seeing the familiar face of Dr. Sunyan. Suddenly, Matiana appears with a massive grin, declaring all the glory belongs to him. The Adventurers Guild and the Magic Association are all chanting his name. It is official. Everyone is shouting for the legendary doctor, Kang Seung-hyun. Kang Seung-hyun. Kang Seung-hyun. Kang Seung-hyun. Leah watches this spectacle and honestly thinks he is behaving way worse than any villain. Meanwhile, Bisma Island is still shrouded in dark, gloomy shadows, with nothing left on the ground but monster scraps. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in ancient clothes appears, surrounded by a swarm of glowing, shimmering butterflies. It is Jujun, and his voice is low, cold, and bone-chilling. So, who could it be? Someone who absorbed the essence of a god. Back at the main headquarters, the Western Takamila units stay silent under the night sky as a pink stone glows with power. Pay attention here, because he is heading straight for the sacred sanctuary of Lord Takamila. A blurry image of a soldier flickers. Damn it, you really think you'll leave here in one piece after this? Amid the screaming, Sun-ho approaches with total arrogance. Baek Sun-ho raises his gaze, looking down on the man with pure contempt. Sun-ho doesn't hesitate, driving his sword straight through him. He swings his hand, leaving trails of light in the air. Moments later, things finally go quiet, leaving only the sound of painful groans. Sun-ho walks toward the stone without a word. He brings his sword down coldly. The stone snaps in half, and Sun-ho turns away, leaving the grim atmosphere behind him. This place is finished too. Suddenly, a white bird arrives, dropping a small pouch right in front of him. A messenger pigeon? It drops a letter and flies off. Sun-ho opens it curiously. It is a notice from the Adventurers Guild. Now watch this. Sung-hoin's face is right there. Sun-ho is stunned. Is this some kind of sick joke? Or maybe, just thinking about it, he can't help but close his eyes in frustration. Sun-ho runs off immediately, trying to deny the truth to himself. Even if it is real, that man has no right to find me. By morning, Bone Inn is back to its usual lively self. Our hero wakes up to a bowl of hot soup. Dong-ho sees Sung-hoon poking at his food and gets worried. Mr. Kang, why that face? The ceremony went perfectly. He gives a half-hearted answer, telling him to turn off the telepathy. These new suspicion skills he got are actually pretty broken. Now, Sung-hoon checks out his two new attributes. Isolation grants a chance to drain a target's stamina and heal himself on every hit. The higher the target's divine power, the higher the chance of this skill activating. Supernova detonates divine power for area damage, using the suspicion attribute to trigger the blast. If the target's mental strength is below 50%, the explosion damage doubles, plus it deals an extra 2% damage to divine entities. Cheon-hun reads this, and his jaw hits the floor. Extra damage against gods? Man, I am so jealous right now. Our hero puffs his chest out with pride. The idea that humans can't defy the gods? Yeah, I just broke that rule. Leah jumps into the conversation. Well, isn't that a good thing for us then? But then Seung-hoon admits he was just bragging, making her yell out in total frustration. What a guy. He pulls out a weapon with a look of regret. The real problem is that my favorite sword is totally trashed now. Dong-ho just laughs awkwardly. Ah, Silver Glory. It really did have its golden days. He quickly pulls out a wooden box. It is like the admin knew I would need a new one as an achievement reward. A strange item replaces his old sword. It is an unidentified ore with a brilliant, fading aura that catches everyone's eye immediately. She leans in curiously towards Seung-hoon. It is just a rock. Is this your new weapon? He quickly corrects her. Actually, it is a crafting material, but it looked so special, I had to look it up. Seung-hoon flips through a book to find more info. Let's see what we are actually dealing with here. Pectoside stone. An ancient metal said to contain the concentrated power of 7 different human emotions. The book lists them clearly. Joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, love, hate, and fear. He explains that nowadays, this stone only exists in ancient records and is considered a total legend. It is super rare. So, where do you and I find a blacksmith skilled enough to forge it? Alright, you and I are diving back in. Suddenly, Dong-ho makes a move that catches Sung-hoon off guard. Master Kang, do you want to use this while we wait? Without waiting for an answer, he pulls out a dark aura. It forms into a black, sword-like object. Seung-hoon is stunned by what Dong-ho just pulled off. What even is this? How did you make it? He smiles shyly and scratches his cheek. I got a new skill as a reward for beating the simulation. Now I can use black monster power even in human form. But there is a catch, it drains my mental strength like crazy every time. While Dong-ho explains, Seung-hoon checks out the blade with his observation eye skill. It is a black bone dagger, a weapon forged from black bone energy, carrying the monster's power. It is a temporary tool with terrible durability. He drops a brutal truth bomb, this thing will probably snap after 2 or 3 swings. Dong-ho knows it too. My power is just too weak in human form. Black bone is meant for armor, so using it for weapons is tricky. Seeing his disappointment, Seung-hoon tries to cheer him up. For a first attempt, it's not bad at all. If things go south, I can always use the blue-silver dagger. Dong-ho perks up. Really? He can't bear to let that happy face down, so he offers some gentle advice instead. If you keep practicing, your craftsmanship will definitely improve. For now, go ahead and make 9 more examples. You need to build up your resistance to that mental drain too. Just keep training. That criticized black blade is still wrapped in thick black bone. Black bone skill in use mental strength is dropping. Black bone skill in use mental strength is dropping. As Dong-ho struggles to fix it, the others just shake their heads in pity. Poor Kim. Poor Uncle Ho-dung. Suddenly, Julia rushes in with a report. Pay attention here, someone is looking for Master Kang. 2 Takamila cultists are already kneeling right before him. You arrived in exactly 1 month, just as we agreed. Cheon-hun follows behind, feeling pretty curious about all this. Who are these guys anyway? Seung-hoon explains they are just scammers from that Takamila cult mansion. He gives a small, knowing smirk. Little do we know, those 2 cultists are internally screaming in absolute terror. Turns out the reports of his death were a total mistake. We'd be in deep trouble if we ran, especially since he's part of the sect. Seung-hoon ignores them and asks directly how did the investigation go. She takes the lead. Well, we finally made it back to headquarters, but the entire place has been completely wiped out. He is shocked. He didn't expect this news. Destroyed? She nods, looking terrified. Exactly. It looked like a massive attack, everything was in ruins. Buildings were shattered, and sacred artifacts were smashed into tiny pieces. Right then, Seung-hoon secretly opens the system's telepathy channel. Now, I know what you're thinking. Who did this? Well, Cheon-hoon's voice pops up. Do you think the Black Star did this? The only thing that could crush artifacts like that is the power of doubt. Unless it was a divine being. Seung-hoon stays silent, deep in thought for a moment. Hard to say. Unlocking the power of doubt without an administrator's help is nearly impossible to pull off. But if you somehow manage to break even 1 sacred artifact, you can gain doubt even without being a Black Star. So, basically, you 2 came back with nothing? Hearing that, the 2 cultists quickly panic. No, we found the sect leader's private notebook. He always kept it with him. The ink is pretty smudged, but we tore that entire base apart just to find it for you. He grabs the book and flips through the pages. After reaching a section filled with dense text, everything clicks for him. Just as he thought, it looks like that guy was also using the holy water. Key words are written right there. Mentions of a bonehound and an alchemist's fake medicine. He turns to the others. Any idea what this bonehound is? Leah jumps up with a suggestion. Isn't Bonehound that secret underground arena hidden away in Bitsubran? He turns to tease her. For a part-timer, you sure know a lot. She recalls memories of famous faces betting big at that place. Ari already mapped out the whole area. It is full of trashy nobles who go there for illegal gambling. Seung-hoon strokes his chin, agreeing with her. If Bonehound really is that arena, then that's probably where the Takamila leader first learned about the holy water. Good work. That is actually useful information. The high cultists look incredibly relieved. So you've forgiven us, right? You're also going to return our father's soul like you promised, right? But in an instant, his face darkens with murderous intent. You still have to pay for your crimes. The original plan was to take down your sect myself, but it seems someone beat me to the punch. So, the Magic Association is sentencing you to 5 years of unpaid community service. Naturally, that includes your father too. Cheon Hun grins, finally getting it. Trust me, you and I already know where we're heading next. Alright, stick with me, you and I are about to watch Sung Hoon's journey go totally off the rails as he prepares for a very long trip. A familiar butterfly leads the way toward the eastern city of Bitsubran, where a cheerful young girl suddenly makes her grand entrance. Greetings. I am a mage from the Eastern Golden Tower. Per Lady Matiana's request, I will escort Kang Sung-hyun's group all the way to the east. Traveling from Hin Village by carriage normally takes a month. Honestly, that is way too slow for our heroes. Mages use return magic, so we are taking a shortcut through the dungeons instead. Once we clear it all out, we will teleport to the tower. Usually, it takes 1 + t divided by 2 hours to pass through, but monsters interrupt her mid-sentence. Leah and Dongho immediately team up to tear through the beasts. Cheon-hoon places his hand on the ground to sense the area. His power fans out in every direction. Sung-hyun is busy too. He lands a crushing blow on Freya, letting the system absorb its energy while the creature screams in agony. Freya's crossbow begins firing glowing arrows made of Dawn's holy water. In the golden light, Sung-hyun grabs the loot. It is perfectly compressed gunpowder, ready for some real damage. Suddenly, boom, a supernova explosion erupts, fueled entirely by his massive divine power. Now pay attention, because clearing a dungeon in 20 minutes? That's not human, it's monster-level speed, and the mage is so terrified her hair might actually fall out. Meanwhile, the sky over the city of Bitsubran on the eastern continent remains eerily and strangely peaceful. The mage bows deeply to the group. Thank you all so much for your hard work. Cheon-hoon is thrilled to be back, but when he opens the map, a massive red dot covers everything. Fortunately, they can still make out the landmarks. He nods, clearly impressed by what he sees. These 3 spots likely lead to the underground arena. Leah looks skeptical, checking the area. You and I both know that when the map glows with ominous energy, things are about to get messy. Sung-hyun studies the map carefully. The library gate, alley number 4, or the sewers, anything stand out to you? Cheon-hoon points to the sewers. He feels a powerful sense of fated encounter there. We might meet someone important. Fine then. It is a settled deal. The squad reaches the Bitsubran sewers. It reeks, but screaming voices ahead grab their attention. Let me in, Perrin is pleading. My friends are inside, but the guards do not give a damn. Not our problem. Beat it. Perrin refuses to leave, showing them his proof. Your guild took him. Sung-hyun and Dongho observe Parkyeon from a safe distance. Someone got here first. Judging by those clothes, he must be a dimension traveler. Their best plan? Just sneak past them quietly. That should do the trick. They follow Sung-hyun, slipping past while the guards keep hurling insults. Want to end up as an arena slave? Keep walking, kid. I am not staying here. As things quiet down, they keep walking normally. But Perrin spots them and looks totally confused. The guards notice his weird gaze and spin around. Hey! Who the hell are you guys? Sung-hyun clicks his tongue. They are spotted. He really thought they were being natural. The guard is furious. Natural? You literally just walked right past us. Leah does not wait. She launches a kick. I will go first. Only 2 of them. Let's go. Dongho sighs. You are making us sound like the villains here. He just laughs it off to keep things light. After all, we are just uninvited guests here. The girl steps forward. Only 2? You sure? Suddenly, dark shadows swarm from magic circles. Low-rank homunculi are summoned everywhere in the sewers. Even the girl starts panicking at the sight of these gross creatures. Disgusting. What are those? Sung-hyun remains perfectly calm as usual. They are just homunculi. Leah is too stressed to listen, but he explains anyway. Homunculi are actually just the failed byproducts of ancient alchemists who tried and failed to create life itself. You and I should watch closely. He's already reaching into his pocket. Alright, you and I are about to watch a blood mage go off the rails. These aren't normal homunculi. They drink holy water and let out a bone-chilling roar. Leah takes her chance and delivers a heavy kick. Meanwhile, our main character is being pushed back by the relentless force of the homunculi. Dong Hoan grits his teeth, trying to hold his ground, but the pressure is too much. How are these things so incredibly strong? In the middle of the chaos, he spots the flaw. The homunculi have 0 mana, so they can't use any actual skills. But their raw physical stats are off the charts, stronger than almost anyone. And now, they have been boosted by holy water. That divine power must have skyrocketed their healing and durability. Realizing the danger, Seung-hwan quickly shouts out an order to the group. He tells everyone to draw their weapons, but Cheon-hun cuts him off. He wants to handle this entire mess by himself. Seung-hoon is already annoyed by this show-off. Great. Here he goes again, acting like he is the main character. Just back off and stop playing around. Alex. Alchemists aren't like mages. They have a massive resistance to any dark magic you throw at them. Plus, You are facing dozens of enemies radiating pure holy energy right now. The odds are stacked heavily against you, so don't be a fool. Now pay attention because what Alex is about to do makes zero sense. He charges forward, preparing a secret move before he strikes. Blood magic, blood waste. Lord Alex is about to put on a spectacular show for everyone watching. In a flash, he blurs forward. Cheon-hoon moves like a violent gust of wind, tearing through the homunculi. The main character feels a surge of power and quickly dodges. Seung-hoon is wide-eyed with shock, while the villain behind this disaster begins to panic. What on earth? A blood mage just punched through holy power without taking any damage or backlash. How is this even possible? Before anyone can react, his blade is already dripping with a massive amount of red liquid. Cheon-hun stands amidst the corpses he just crushed and asks coldly, "Confused? You will have your answer in 60 seconds. Leah stares in total confusion at his vague attitude, but Sung-hwan remains perfectly calm, his face like a mask of stone. Then he slowly asks, "What nonsense are you talking about?" She chimes in, urging him to stop yapping and just explain everything clearly. Hearing their questions, he grumbles about them not having any style. Then, Cheon-hun strikes a confident pose and makes his grand announcement. The answer is simple. I have never used a single drop of dark magic in my life. Leah and Sung-hoin turn pale, sweating as they process this. What? Then Cheon-hun begins to break down the details of his power. Usually, blood mages like us have to sacrifice both our health and dark mana every single time we cast a spell. Even among dark mages, this is considered the most difficult path to master. Then, he starts bragging with a huge grin. But listen, right before the fight with Simulas, I found a totally broken skill. I call this one Pure Blood. Once activated, you enter an ascetic state. It locks your dark mana and makes skills cost only blood. It is insanely powerful. All stats are boosted by 1.5, and you gain total immunity to holy damage. The two villains go completely pale. The man gasps, immune to holy damage. Even the woman is stunned, wondering how such a broken skill could even exist in this game. Immediately, Cheon-hun grips his sword and charges forward. He is ready to end this and finish off the targets in front of him. Basically, for a short time, it completely wipes away every annoying penalty that usually makes being a blood mage such a pain. He slams his blade down onto the monster below. To him, this feels exactly like a super awakened mode, and it is absolutely glorious. A blinding light erupts from the exact spot where his sword strikes. Then, something incredible happens right before our eyes. Countless red spider lily petals explode from the monster's body. They fly out like razor-sharp blades toward the enemies standing behind it. Red spider lily. The petals pierce right through their flesh, making them scream in agony. Seeing this, Leah is totally impressed. You saw that too, right? Alex is a beast. Sung-hoin just watches and evaluates him calmly. Normally, blood magic deals massive damage but comes with soul-crushing penalties that wreck your body. Watching Cheon-hun go on this crazy rampage, he is amazed. But now, those penalties have vanished. No wonder he feels like a broken game character. This level of power is just cheating. Dong-ho suddenly jumps in, cheering for Cheon-hun. He has no idea that those sharp petals are flying right toward his face. The petals zoom past him and embed themselves deep into the wall right behind his head. He barely dodged the attack. His face is pale, and his whole body is frozen in pure terror, not daring to move an inch. Then he starts screaming in misery, "Why am I getting dragged into this chaos? This is way too dangerous for me." Cheon-hun just looks back calmly and says, "Oh, I forgot to mention." He then bows his head, looking a bit embarrassed. This skill is amazing, but it has one tiny weakness. After exactly 60 seconds, you will completely lose all control over your own body. Leah and Sung-hoin freeze in shock. What? Hun puts all his strength into slamming his sword down into the earth. Trust me, you and I just saw a bomb go off. This explosion of power is massive. All right, you and I are about to see how this squad survives when he warns them to dodge for themselves, leaving everyone completely stunned. Sung-hoin tries to stop him, but Cheon-hoon has already unleashed a violent power that sends debris flying everywhere. Sung-hoon struggles to stay grounded against the blast, screaming at the madman who has completely lost control and is moving in a blur. Leah shouts in panic that he's gone totally insane, while her own face darkens with a look of pure, concentrated rage. That lunatic finally did something useful for once. She frantically yells for everyone to run and escape while they still have the chance. Sun-hoon, Leah, and Peon bolt away, but she still turns back to scream at the trashy player who just ruined the game. "You jerk, don't you dare come near us until that move wears off," she warns, as Dong-ho panics and asks, "What about him?" "Wait, what about me?" he cries out. Seeing no one looking back, he wails in total, pathetic desperation at his departing teammates. A while later, the three of them finally make it out, and a drained Leah huffs that she almost ended up in a grave. Peon flops onto the ground, sweat dripping from his pale face, as he mumbles his annoyance about the entire situation. What was I thinking? Inviting a guy like that into the squad? Sung-hoin just stands there, telling him to be glad he's alive. Once he catches his breath, he introduces himself properly, recognizing them as fellow transmigrators. The name is Payon. He immediately asks if they're looking for a teammate, and then Pyeon starts recounting the whole story with a heavy, serious voice. Her name is Simpson. She got mixed up with a criminal gang and ended up sold as a combat slave for this arena. Leah beams with excitement, trying to pull Pyeon into the group, saying they were already planning to wreck the place anyway. Soon-hoon quickly bops her on the head to shut her up. He snaps at her, asking who gave her permission to recruit people since he's the boss, but Leah just whines back at him. He just calmly replies that she is actually right about his plan. Memories of the chaos flash through Pyon's mind, the sudden infiltration, that blood-red rage, and now this unexpected offer. He mutters to himself, wondering if he can actually trust these guys, as the doubt continues to swirl around in his head. Now, stick with me, because we're moving from a frantic escape straight into the heart of the brutal Bonehound underground arena. Two men are locked in a struggle on the floor, the orange-haired fighter drenched in sweat as his energy begins to flicker out. Up in the stands, a silver-haired man is screaming for blood, yelling for the fighter to just end it and kill him. The woman next to him agrees, shouting that she put her entire fortune on this match and needs a win. Down in the pit, the bald fighter takes control, swinging his blade and landing a devastating gash on the orange-haired man. As the loser hits the dirt, the crowd erupts in cheers while Drake gives a cold order to his men to clean up. Yes, Chairman. He stands there with his arms crossed, casually mentioning that the tailor is arriving today, so they better hurry and finish. That is Chairman Drake of the Bonehounds. He throws his arms wide, excitedly announcing that the wait is finally over. He hypes up the crowd, saying the next fighters are the ones that every single person has been dying to see. As he announces the bloody twins, two giant stuffed animals suddenly leap down from the ceiling and plummet toward the stage. They slam into the arena floor with a massive boom, sending a cloud of dust and debris flying, shocking everyone watching. You saw that too, right? Out of the smoke come a rabbit and weasel, looking cool and cute, leaving Drake completely stunned. Finally, a man with green hair breaks the silence, asking what on earth Bloody Twins is supposed to be as his companion giggles. She thinks they're adorable, but he's still stuck on how ridiculous the name sounds for two people in giant mascot suits. The rabbit suddenly snaps its head toward the guard carrying out the loser, and the guard looks up instinctively, feeling the gaze. Before he can react, the rabbit lands a heavy punch to his face, following up with a brutal headbutt that sends him flying. Drake turns pale and screams, asking who these guys are, before ordering his guards to seize the attackers immediately. The rabbit spins around instantly and begins channeling its energy to use a special technique. Multi-clone technique. In a flash, two more rabbits appear, causing the guards to freeze in their tracks from the sheer shock. Then, each rabbit lunges at Drake's men without mercy, leaving them screaming in pain as they are systematically beaten down. The weasel doesn't hold back either, unleashing a flurry of strikes that levels the opposition before going quiet for a moment. It slumps over, complaining about the humiliating outfit and regretting the moment it ever agreed to this ridiculous plan. The rabbit just deadpans back, telling the weasel to go show its face to the nobles if it hates the suit so much. Seeing his men defeated, Drake bellows for them to use that thing. But a black wolf suddenly appears behind him, whispering coldly, "And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see what this curious wolf does next." Instantly, the wolf grabs Drake, lifts him high, and slams him into the wall. The force of the impact makes the entire stone surface crack wide open. Alright, stick with me because this beatdown is about to get legendary. He removes his wolf mask, revealing a dangerous smile and a cold question. "Who the hell are you? Where is the tailor you just mentioned?" Drake groans in agony, coughing out a desperate question of his own. "Who the hell are you people, anyway?" Sung-hoon doesn't bother answering. He just delivers a crushing punch to the chest, making the man spit up a spray of fresh blood. Then he asks again, cold and ruthless, "Answer me first. This tailor you're talking about, who exactly is he, and where is he hiding?" Drake remains stubborn, refusing to speak. Suddenly, he reveals a hidden pill tucked inside his mouth, flashing a devious and cunning smirk at the intruder. "You think I have time to explain everything to a rat like you?" Drake bites the pill, and a surge of wild power blasts Sung-hoon back. Sung-hoon hits the ground, clutching his head to focus. He senses a divine force. Could this power be concentrated essence from the holy water? Seeing his chance, Drake scrambles to his feet. He lunges forward while shouting a desperate, frantic order to his group of subordinates. These intruders are incredibly strong. "Everyone, use the pills now. We cannot afford to hold anything back if we want to survive." They swallow the pills without a second thought. One of them screams out in pure joy, mocking the heroes and their animal-themed costumes. Now pay attention, because things are about to go from 0 to 100. Their eyes turn blood red as killing intent explodes from their new forms. Seeing the sudden transformation, the rabbit and the weasel freeze for a split second, sensing the massive shift in the air. The weasel warns, something is definitely wrong here. In a flash, the enemies charge forward with insane speed, aiming to crush them both instantly. The arena erupts into total chaos. Explosions and the clashing of steel echo through the air in a relentless symphony of violence. In the stands, the crowd panics and flees for their lives. A pale man screams for everyone to get out, but some still linger for their money. "What about our gold?" the other replies frantically. "Forget the money, we will come back for it later if we are still alive." Leah, dressed as a rabbit, dodges a barrage of attacks from all sides. She is clearly losing her patience with this annoying mess. "This is getting irritating," she mutters. She finally summons her signature weapon, the unyielding wrist sword, ready to end this fight once and for all. Leah counterattacks, gliding through the air as if she is walking on nothing. She dives down, unleashing a flurry of strikes that leave her enemies screaming. That is purely elite level. Parian watches in awe from his weasel suit. Even though they are both transmigrators, the gap in their power levels is absolutely massive and honestly humbling. The battle grows more intense by the second. Neither side is willing to back down as the stakes continue to rise. Sung-hoon and Drake clash fiercely, but Drake suddenly stumbles. His head is spinning, and a look of pure, agonizing discomfort washes over his face. "Why am I so dizzy?" Drake wonders how the intruders are still standing after all this fighting. Sung-hoon just stares back at him with a calm expression. "Our team is like a specialized squad for taking down fake cults," he explains. "We have a very high immunity to divine power." Just then, a system alert pops up. The durability of the Blackbone dagger has reached 0. The weapon is now completely destroyed. "You and I both know that look, that's the face of someone who just realized they messed up." He mocks Drake's dizziness, and Drake finally looks at his men. Drake's heart sinks. He realizes all his men are wobbling and disoriented, their faces turning a ghostly, sickly shade of white in the middle of battle. Seeing the opening, Leah and Parian charge in with everything they have. "There is the gap we needed," she yells, striking with lethal precision. In the blink of an eye, all the subordinates are wiped out. Drake breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with pure horror. "Damn it," he roars at Sung-hoon, his voice shaking with rage. "What kind of foul trick have you played on my men?" Sung-hoon keeps his skill secret. It is brain drain. Anyone touching his aura has their spiritual energy siphoned away. Right now, there are only 3 exceptions. "You really think I am just going to tell you?" Sung-hoon taunts him, dropping into a low, aggressive fighting stance to finish the job. Sung-hoon lunges, attacking with a relentless, crushing rhythm. Drake is forced to use every bit of his remaining strength just to stay alive. Drake is failing fast. Fearing for his life, he screams out a final, desperate move. "White Realm," he yells as the blade nears his throat. A blinding golden light erupts from his body, swallowing both of them into a massive void of pure, overwhelming brilliance that covers everything. Sung-hoon pauses, surprised by the sudden shift. Leah cries out in confusion, while Parian just stands there, completely stunned by the massive display of power. Sung-hoon finds himself transported to a strange, empty room. He looks around, trying to analyze the mechanics of this powerful and unexpected skill. White Realm, it turns the entire environment into a colorless void, leaving only the primary targets visible to each other in the space. Drake must have dumped all his divine power into this one move. It is like standing inside a pure white shadow. Leah suddenly screams out in fear. "What is this?" Everything turned white. "I cannot even see my own body anymore." She clutches her head as the panic sets in. Sung-hoon sighs at the noise. "Hey, rabbit ears, keep it down for a second." But Leah is far too freaked out to listen. "But you are the only thing I can see right now," Parian chimes in, joking that it sounds like some kind of romantic confession. "And that's where we leave it. You and I better stay tuned to see if they survive. Don't go giving away our position like that." "All right, you and I are jumping right into a deadly ambush." As he speaks, a boulder drops, but his reflexes are lightning fast. Draves bursts out laughing, praising his instincts, before shrugging his shoulders as if he actually feels a bit sorry for him. Immediately after, Sung-hoon is overwhelmed as Draves slashes into him repeatedly. The villain can't help but let out a mocking sneer. He taunts him, saying he can't block every single strike. Our main character's patience is officially wearing thin at this point. Sung-hyun scowls, realizing that while the punches are getting weaker, this whole situation is becoming a massive, annoying headache. He activates his vision skill to observe the target, identifying him as an adult male, roughly 180 centimeters tall. Watch this closely, because this reveal changes the whole fight. Drake's position is fully exposed, but Sung-hyun's eyes widen in shock. Before he can react, Draves severs Sung-hyun's arm. He clutches the wound, his mind racing with questions about how this happened. His vision skill was neutralized instantly. He wonders if that white domain ability is constantly purging everything in the area. The villain slips behind Sung-hyun, mocking his misfortune. "It really looks like the tables have turned against our hero now." He tells him he has no way of seeing him. Turns out, the guy was all talk and nothing else after all. Drake lunges forward to finish him with a lethal stab. But Seung-hyun just stands there, completely unfazed by the threat. Over? He asks who is really finished. Suddenly, a strange red liquid pools under Drake's feet. He looks down, his pupils shrinking in terror. He stands frozen in place, watching the crimson fluid wrap tightly around his legs. He has no idea what this stuff is. There should be nothing here besides the boy. Then he notices it. The red liquid is leaking from Seung-hyun's severed arm. Seung-hyun slowly turns his head, his voice cold and steady. Now, he finally knows exactly where his enemy is hiding. It is the terrifying magic of the monster tumor. Drave screams in a total panic, his voice echoing through the entire room. In an instant, the main character lunges forward, stabbing him through. The very fabric of space begins to crack around them. Reality shatters for a split second before snapping back to normal. Seung-hyun calmly mutters that he finally has him caught. Within seconds, the red mass begins to consume Draves alive. He screams in agony, wondering what kind of nightmare this is. Our hero stands tall, demanding to know if he is ready to talk. Draves can't take the pain and finally breaks. As Seung-hyun strips away his beastly transformation, the villain pleads for his life, promising to confess everything to make it stop. I know what you're thinking finally, some answers. Seung-hyun appears, drenched in sweat, noting that some people only talk after a beating. Draves reveals a vial of elixir, while desperately trying to survive. He explains a broker called the Tailor supplied the Phaidon elixir. He is certain that his group isn't the only customer. There is a much larger operation happening behind the scenes. Apparently, there are other arenas too. Seung-hyun is confused, wondering why they call it Phaidon elixir instead of holy water. Draves hesitates, explaining that it is just a commercial name they use for distribution, not the actual name of the substance. He explains the two rules of the deal. Every fighter must drink the elixir, and every dead body must be returned. Seung-hyun starts connecting the dots. If they are collecting bodies, then those light fragments they found earlier must be the target. This connects back to the Dagon Light and Simul's guilds. Those fragments were the goal all along, hidden inside the members. Looking at Draves struggling in the red slime, Seung-hyun demands to know the actual name of this mysterious tailor. He scowls when he hears the answer. The name is simply Shin. Seung-hyun casts a quick, knowing glance behind him. Leah looks deep in thought as they both realize the implications. Seeing himself being swallowed whole, Draves begs for his life. He claims that is everything he knows and asks to live. But Seung-hyun just lets out a dark, subtle smirk. His next words leave Draves stunned. The deal was for information in exchange for stopping the mutation. That is all. He never actually promised the villain would walk away alive. Draves begins to scream in absolute terror as the realization hits. Seung-hyun looks down with a cold smile. The man has killed too many people to ever deserve a second chance. Fear fills the villain's eyes as he begs for mercy one last time. A few seconds later, Draves falls completely unconscious. Later, Seung-hyun pulls out a ring of keys. He is certain there is a prison hidden somewhere near the fighter entrance. He suspects Sim Si-yoon is being held there. Pyeon agrees, but Leah is still hung up on the tailor's identity. She remembers the guy in the hanbok who was always acting. Even without meeting him, Seung-hyun knows it must be him. The sound of sharp blades dragging across the floor fills the air as his voice continues to echo through the hallway. And trust me, we're just getting started with this legendary showdown against one of the top 10 space travelers on the continent. Standing among a mountain of corpses, the tension is thick as the aftermath of the battle finally settles. He worriedly asks if Kim is still alive. Dong-hao gasps for air, replying that he is still hanging on for now. All right, stick with me. We are diving into a reunion that turns deadly. Cheon-hui calls them traitors for abandoning Mr. Kim, but Dong-ho snaps that Kim was in trouble because of the kid. Suddenly, Cheon-hui gets this mysterious look, telling them to just forget about those petty details for now. As they gather, Dong-ho looks around at the absolute ruins of the area. Suddenly, Yoo-jun walks up with a look of pure contempt on his face. He sneers, asking what a bunch of pathetic locals could possibly do against a group of elite space travelers. Confused, Dong-ho asks who this guy is. Cheon-hui is not surprised, saying he does not know, but the guy sounds like someone from back home. Suddenly, the guy's face twists into a mocking grin as he asks a question that sends chills down their spines. Forgotten my voice already? He mocks them with a smug look, saying it has been a long time for both. Dong-ho finally recognizes him and shouts in excitement, saying it has been forever since they met. With a fake smile, the man puts a hand on his chest and introduces himself as Yoo-jun, mocking Dong-ho for always being so bad with names. Now watch closely, this is where the friendly reunion turns into a nightmare. Dong-ho realizes this is Yoo-jun, the hunting dog who used to follow their old team. But then he freezes. Dong-ho sees Cheon-hui standing there with eyes full of pure, murderous rage. As soon as he finishes speaking, Yoo-jun draws a weapon glowing with red energy and screams, "You shameless bastard!" Cheon-hui charges straight at Yoo-jun, screaming that he is going to kill him right now. Ignoring the aggression, Yujun just calmly points a finger, calling that kind of greeting a bit too rude. With a flick of his finger, the red energy around Qianhui freezes instantly before wrapping around him like tight chains. Qianhui curses him out, while a confused Dongho screams, "Wait, what in the world is wrong with you two? Stop fighting and just talk." Yujun casually walks past Qianhui, saying he is actually quite surprised to see them. His eyes narrow in contempt. Seeing Qianhui was expected, but he really never thought Dongho would still be breathing. "Why are you still alive?" Before Dongho can even process the question, Yujun teleports right in front of him. In a blur of motion, Dongho is struck by Yujun's blades before he can even think about reacting. "You saw that, right?" He did not even hesitate. Yujun coldly reminds him that he was supposed to have killed him first back then. Seeing his friend hurt, Qianhui roars in fury and uses every ounce of his strength to shatter the energy bindings. Qianhui swings his sword at Yujun, teeth gritted in pure hatred. That dog has already tried to kill Mr. Kim twice, and he is not about to let him do it again. Overcome with regret, he screams that they should have never teamed up with a complete psychopath like Yujun. Yujun just ignores the insults as old memories of his time with Qianhui flash through his mind. "Trust me, you and I are just getting started with this psycho." He gives a fake pout, saying those old days actually make him feel quite nostalgic. And that is it for today. Hit that like button so we can bring you more epic stories. Thanks for watching and see you next time.